another small half hour before she was slowing down. Song Huching looked up and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. On the riverside, neatly standing dozens of villas, and not far away from the villa area, there are high-rise buildings. The whole property covers a huge area, except far away from the city center then. There is almost no disadvantage. Hospitals, supermarkets, schools, amenities are almost all available. Sume parked the car in the courtyard of Building 6, which signaled him to get out of the car. Well, Song Huching looked at the small villa in front of him and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. The villa was large, covering an estimated area of over 300 square feet, but half of it was yard and terrace, with the backyard being a parking lot and yard, while the front yard was a small wooden terrace facing the Lincoln River. This is the waterfront escape. Sume took his hand and said, I bought it in your name afterwards. You and your daughter will live here. I have a place to stay. Song Huching said rather awkwardly. Actually, Sume, I am not as poor as you think. I know, how can you be poor? Sume softly said. It's just that your time and luck are not yet here now. Plus you just got divorced. Your ex-wife hit you too hard. Don't worry, we take our time. Everything will be fine. No, you don't understand. I'm staying at Lin Changfu, Song Huching said with a straight face. Sume looked at him in a daze for a long time before frowning. Song Huching, it doesn't matter if times are bad now, but don't be full of lies. I don't like such a man. I prefer the real you. There's nothing wrong with earning your own money to support yourself and your kids, and I admire you for that. No, you don't understand. Song Huching wanted to continue explaining, but she wrapped her arms around him. Song Huching, stop it, okay? Sume sighed. I know, you think I am pitying you. Actually not. This is our home. If you want to get married, then this is our new house. If you don't want to get married, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, bring your daughter here to live. Let her choose first. She can live on whichever floor she likes, and we'll just stagger with her then. Hey, Song Huching sighed and pushed open the window, looking at the sparkling Linshui River, not knowing how to explain it to her. By the way, I'm also busy at work, so if you don't want to cook, the property here can help come and cook, or just have the food prepared and delivered. Sume wrapped her arms around him and rested her head on his shoulder. How about I take you to my house to take a look? Song Huching whispered. Meet the parents? Sume slightly stunned, then blushed and said, isn't this too fast? I'm not even ready yet, and my parents went to Fusan to travel, and they said that they will invite you to have dinner with them next month. Not meeting the parents. Song Huching cried and laughed. I really live in Linchengfu. And, Song Huching, Sume said seriously, you really don't want to be like this. I don't like it. What kind of place is Lincheng House? If you ask your friend to help, you'll get into big trouble if the other owners know about it. What do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. I just saw it. That security guard from the Pro City mansion waved with you. He's your friend, isn't he? Sume sighed. You don't want to lose your friend's job just to show off in front of me. Song Huching's lips twitched a few times, suddenly having the powerless feeling of a widow being the subject of a yellow rumor. Song Huching, I've never disliked you. Do you believe me? Sume said seriously. What can I say? Song Huching said helplessly. That's right. After Sume reached out and stroked his face, she whispered, I don't have to go back today. Song Huching couldn't help but stare. You took advantage of the fact that your parents weren't home, so you ran out? You. No, it's not. I don't live with them. Sume gave him a playful blank stare. I have my own place to live, but I'm planning to sell that property. I'll move here too. Hey, Song Huching let out a long sigh. How is this still unclear? Chapter 87, Sister, Brother-in-law, you go on with the show. I can handle it. It's night. After Sume personally cooked a sumptuous dinner, she also opened a red wine, and the table on the terrace. A candlestick was set. Candlelight dinner. Song Huching joked. It's natural to have a ceremony on such an important day. Sume let out a light laugh and waved the spatula in her hand. Why don't you go sit on the couch for a while? It'll be ready soon. Okay. Song Huching laid down on the sofa and was just about to find old Joe and the others to talk to. Suddenly the phone vibrated. A group called the Four Jackals of Teachers Training flashed up. Old Song, how did I hear Chin Chu that said you got divorced? Fan see you. No, really? Old Song, you broke up with Wan Xingyao. Li Rong. No way. Absolutely no way. I won't accept it. Jiang Tao. Well, it is indeed divorced. Song Huching. Along with this message from him, the entire group immediately exploded. Why don't we apologize to her? Old Song, this isn't a joke. Fan see you. I think so. If you can't handle it, I'll book a plane ticket now and get to Lincheng in the morning, and we'll go find him together. Li Wing. Jiang Tao was more direct and sent a group chat video directly. Song Huching looked at the cell phone screen in a daze, rather hesitant. These people are his university's 3 most iron brothers, a few people with the same 4 years, almost inseparable. Even if everyone knows that he is in love with Ruan Xingyao, they are willing to accommodate him. Ruan Xingyao was even given the nickname the 5th person in the dormitory. At that moment, accompanied by a fragrance, a pair of small, soft and boneless hands wrapped around his neck. What? She sent a video over? Her? Song Huching was slightly stunned. It's your so-called girlfriend, Su Mei sneered. It's hard for her to remember you. No. Song Huching laughed and scolded. It is my college classmates, which did not hear that I am divorced, so I sent a video over, ready to comfort me. Yikes. College buddies, ha? Su Mei was quite a bit at a loss for words. Should I go put on some makeup, and then change clothes? Meeting like this, isn't it too rude? Before she could finish her sentence, Song Huching had already connected to the video. Old Song, let's. Fan Shaw was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly screamed. Old Van, you shout. Me day. Li Rong's eyes were round at this time, as if he had seen a ghost. Zhang Tao is even more the whole person is wooden. He leaned against the side of the car, while his back behind the back is the logoof the bank of the sky. Well, Lao Jiang, you went to my house? Song Huching was surprised. Still, not there yet, just got to your floor. Zhang Tao stammered. Old Song, what's going on here? This is, hello everyone, my name is Su Mei. I'm Huching's girlfriend. Su Mei did greet everyone graciously, but her arms were still wrapped around Song Huching's neck. With that, the video call seemed to lag, and all 3 of the other people's screens were at a standstill. Well, isn't that a card? Song Huching shook his cell phone. No card. Zhang Tao had the breathlessness to say, brother, what is your situation? It's just a normal relationship, male and female friends. Su Mei laughed lightly. The crowd didn't say anything, just looked at Song Huching with complicated eyes. Su Mei knows I'm divorced. Song Huching lit a cigarette and helplessly said, she also knows that I have a daughter. Duty Su, how long have you and Old Song been together? Li Rong carefully said, we've known each other for a little over a month and have been together for almost a week now. Su Mei laughed. Brothers, please rest assured. Song Huching's situation is clear to me, although I haven't seen his daughters, but he has said, if he is afraid of the little garden is aggrieved, we can also do not want children. Asterisk. All 3 cursed at the same time, their cheeks puffing out. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. The 3 old boys, he knew, were afraid of their back teeth. Su Beauty, do you still have sisters? I am also a local, single and unmarried person in Lincheng. Zhang Tao hurriedly said. Holy, who the isn't single? Li Rong and Fan Siyu cursed out at the same time. Don't intervene. First come first served Zhang Tao immediately said. Besides, we Lincheng girls do not marry outside. Lao Fan and we have a province is still reasonable. Lao Li Yua Ing Yangchang. Mention do not even mention. Damn, discriminating against outsiders again, right? Li Rong laughed and cursed. I also have a sister, prettier than me. She is still single. Su Mei laughed, but recently she is secretive. I don't know if she has found a boyfriend. When there is time I will ask her. Okay, Zhang Tao immediately excitedly said. Sister, I have time at any time. My family has 5 suites in Lin City. Occupation is to collect rent, but you can rest assured that I am absolutely clean. God's ing profession is collecting rent. Song Huching laughed and scolded. I said you can't find a class if you have nothing else to do? If you stay at home every day and play games, why don't you just live with the game for the rest of your life? Go. Less in front of my sister to tear down. Zhang Tao laughed and scolded. Where did your kid move to? Moving without saying a word. I almost went up, know it? No, Old Song, you sold that house? Li Rong was surprised. No, my mom said to leave it to Ruan Xingyao. Song Huching sighed. Asterisk, you netted it. Ha, Fan Siyu's complexion was quite complicated. Huching and I only met after his divorce. It's not what you think. Su Mei laughed softly. And it's good that we have a place to live. That house for her ex-wife. Hey, Zhang Tao sighed deeply. Old Song, I am beginning to envy you. Such a good girl. How was it met by you? Su Mei was wearing a simple white t-shirt at this time. Her thick black hair was casually woven in a twisted braid, hanging down on his collarbone, and she was wearing a cute rabbit hair card on her head. That pretty face paired with this outfit revealed an air of a good wife and mother all over. Old Song, when will you and Su Beauty get a license? Fan Siyu half-truthfully said. It's not up to us to say. Su Mei covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Yuan went to her grandparents' home to spend the summer vacation to go. I plan to go to contact her in the next 2 days, and then when she accepts me, we will both parents meet. Of course, if Huching doesn't want to get married for the time being, I respect him, and we'll talk about marriage when he's out of the shadow of this marriage. Physical discomfort. Goodbye. Vancy was the first to hang up the video. Jealousy has changed my face and I don't want to change in front of you. Goodbye. Lee Rong followed suit and hung up the video. It's okay, sis and sis-in-law, you guys go on with the show. I can carry it. Before Jiang Tao finished speaking, Song Huching directly pressed off the video and looked at Su Mei with complicated eyes. What's the matter? What am I doing wrong? Su Mei looked at him timidly. Song Huching directly pressed her down and kissed her cherry lips. Chapter 88. I don't quite understand your mental state. It's night. Su Mei and Song Huching were sitting on the terrace, except that both of them had changed their clothes, and the steak on the table had long since gotten cold. Neither one cared though, they just cut their steaks slowly and methodically. I don't know how long it's been. They both spoke at the same time, but fell silent at the same time. A good half hour. It was only then that Song Huching leaned back on the stool and lit a cigarette. Go ahead. We didn't do safety measures. What if I carry a baby? Su Mei said with a red face. The first time usually doesn't. Song Huching smiled and shook his head. What if? Su Mei glared. I watched the TV show. A lot of people just have it. Once and for all. Then give birth. Song Huching said with a straight face. But, Su Mei hesitated for a moment, but finally shook her head. No way. We can't let Xiao Yuan suffer. Are you really great to this extent? Song Huching laughed bitterly. This isn't great. This is something I promised you. Su Mei said seriously. I haven't met with Kun yet, but, okay. Song Huching sighed. If you keep talking, I can't guarantee that I'll have to go and get a license with you. Poof. Su Mei beamed. What about that girlfriend of yours if you and I get a license? You know I have a girlfriend too. Ha? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. I don't even know what to do now. Why don't you give me her number and I'll talk to her? Su Mei carefully said. Asterisk 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 Q. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You don't want to take money to press people, and they don't lack money. Poof. After Su Mei wrinkled her nose, she didn't mention it again. All of a sudden, her phone rang. Song Huching glanced at it and shook his head. Ash saw that it was labeled Not Too Bright Sister. I'm going to take a call. After Su Mei said that, she ran towards the stairs. Song Huching looked at the lake and was thinking about his mind. Suddenly the phone on the table rang as well. He looked at the bouncing answer button, hesitated, and finally picked up. Yo, not off duty yet? Su Qing's voice rang out. Off work, now with a friend. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Friends? Male or female? Su Qing was immediately alerted. Female, Song Huching said honestly. Female? After Su Qing sneered, she said with a straight face. Song Huching, I don't care how you fool around outside. If you dare to bring someone to your home, you see me not kill you. Ha? Song Huching was stunned. What Su Qing didn't have the good sense to say. You really think I don't know what Yun Ning's relationship with you is, don't you? Well, you know all about it. Song Huching's old face blushed and said, actually, don't lie to me. Su Qing squarely said, Yuning, I can tolerate it. After all, you also need someone to take care of you at home. And Xiao Yuan also needs someone to accompany you. I am now busy at work and do not have the time to go to accompany you. But if you dare to bring a woman home from the outside again, you'll see if I don't fight you. Song Huching looked at her, silent. What? You still really want to lead people towards your home? Su Qing's almond eyes rounded. You wait for me. I will buy a ticket to come back now. No, I don't have this plan. Song Huching said helplessly. She bought me a Mercedes-Benz and a house. I don't know what to do. Ha, rich woman. Su Qing disdainfully said. You take it if she buys it for you. I'll see how much money she has to buy. I told her I had a girlfriend and she didn't seem to care. Song Huching lit a cigarette. There is a girlfriend, she certainly does not care. Let's go to get a license to try. Su Qing apricot eyebrows slightly raised. When you and Qin Zimo were in a relationship, I didn't care. What, the girlfriend counted, and didn't get a license? Are you also open-minded now? Song Huching was surprised. Happiness is earned by oneself. Know it? Su Qing sneered. You give me her phone number. I would like to see what kind of god it is that dares to steal a man from me. Song Huching looked at her, and only after a long time did he smile bitterly. Su Qing, is it worth it for someone like me? You don't get to say whether it's worth it or not. Su Qing Xiaomei frowned. I will come back next month. Let us make a dinner appointment. Together I want to see what she really wants to do. And also, if you dare to say break up with me, I will hold you and die together. Okay. Song Huching rubbed his temples. What if she asks me to meet her parents? You plan to marry her? Su Qing said in a deep voice. No such plans. Song Huching sighed. I want to get married also with you, not just her. He was only halfway through his sentence when he was interrupted by an excited Su Qing. Then go see them. As long as she dares to drag you to meet the parents, then you'll go with her. Ha? Song Huching was stunned. What do you mean? Since she wants you to meet her parents, That means her parents are forcing the marriage, no? Su Ching laughed out loud. If you're not happy to marry her, she's willing to be with you and her parents aren't. When the time comes, she'll be the next Chin Zimo again. But this car and house. Song Huching was a little hesitant. What car and house? Sent you, naturally is not yours? Su Ching smiled and said, we accompany her to play. Shall not collect some youth loss via? This mental state of yours, I don't quite understand. Song Huching said carefully. You're so stupid. Su Ching laughed and scolded. This is so rich. Give you a car to send a room. This is not a replica of Chin Zimo. You a takeaway. Her parents can still be happy? Her parents will probably take her back by then. So won't you be rid of her? Song Huching was silent. The world, he thought, seemed insane. Anyway, first things first, you're not allowed to bring her to the Linchang mansion, or I'll fight you. Su Ching said seriously. Got it. Song Huching sighed. And by the way, no funny business either. Su Ching said with a red face. I really can't help you to find Yun Ning. Anyway, you guys, humph. After she finished, she hung up the video. Song Huching stared at the phone in a daze for a long time before letting out a long sigh. What's wrong? What happened? Sume reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Nothing, just now my girlfriend called. Song Huching laughed bitterly. What did it say? Sume immediately rolled over and sat on top of him. She gave me permission to meet your parents. Song Huching hesitated and smiled bitterly. Do you think she's crazy? Ha! Sume instantly laughed. What did you say to her? Tell me again. Chapter 89. Your bag is fake. So did you talk to her about us? Sume sneered. Said. Song Huching nodded honestly. Then have you ever thought that it's not very nice? Sume said angrily. Isn't she my girlfriend? Song Huching was surprised. You. Sume was furious and pinched him fiercely. She's your girlfriend. Then what am I? Song Huching didn't say anything, just looked at him silently. I'm your girlfriend too. Sume straightened up and said. Isn't she also not married to you? What kind of thing is she? Hurry up. You and I say what she said to you. Okay. Song Huching sighed and told the story. That is a little high on the segment. Sume frowned. How? Song Huching was curious. She wants me to take you back, but if you put off getting married then my parents will definitely think we're just playing around. For a year or two, which is fine. My parents will definitely have a problem with it if it goes on for a long time. Sume squinted her eyes. She's deliberately stirring up conflict between us so that I'll know what to do. Song Huching looked at her with a surprised expression. Oh what oh? Sume did not have a good mood. That is not a good deal. No boyfriend was robbed. Actually still so calm. Some powerful how about, we forget about it? Song Huching whispered. I'll bite you to death. Sume opened her mouth and bit him hard on the neck. Song Huching had no choice but to hug her tightly. Sume's body instantly softened and wrapped her arms around his neck, and her small hands were not honest. Sister, you just, no talking. Sume blushed and blocked his mouth. That can't be here. In case. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, he was pulled into the living room by her. She turned off the lights and then closed the curtains by hand. An hour or so later, Sume leaned over his chest and skimmed. Song Huching, you less and I pretend to be innocent. You don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Well, how? Song Huching was surprised. You tell her everything, and you tell me everything. Just want us to go way by ourselves, don't you think I don't know? Sume pouted. Hey, Song Huching dry laughed. Sincerity is always a must. I lied to you. Lied to her. Are not good is not it? Poof. Sume lightly hummed, petulantly said. Anyway, this is my business with her. Isn't she still looking for me to make a dinner date? Chang, when she comes back from her business trip, we'll just have dinner together. Playing for real. Ha? Song Huching was surprised. Who's playing fake with you? Sume bristled. She's not afraid. What am I afraid of? Halfway through her sentence, Song Huching's phone vibrated again. Li Ching-mu? Song Huching was slightly stunned. Didn't she just finish talking to you? What's the matter? Provoking awe? Sume sneered. No, this is my ex-wife's best friend. She wants me to work in her company, and I don't agree. Song Huching sighed. She probably thinks I can't give my little garden a good life. Ha! Need she be in charge? After Sume said rather dismissively, she looked at him and said, I'll get it? Well, you pick it up? That's not good. Song Huching said with some hesitation. What? You got a crush on her? Sume glared. That's not true. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Sume picked up the video. Song Huching, you. Well, who are you? I'm Huching's girlfriend. And who are you? Sume laughed softly. He's gone to take a shower now. Talk to me about anything. Song Huching was just about to open his mouth, but was glared at by Sume. He immediately swallowed back the words on his lips. Girlfriend? Li Ching-mu first froze, then sneered. Yo, look at your clothes, do not cover the appearance. Is not like what girlfriend? Afraid of shouting outside, right? What did you say? Sume burst into anger, sat up straight. I haven't said you yet. What's the matter? After you finish exercising, you deliberately wear yoga clothes to seduce men, right? I've seen shamelessness before, and I've never seen you so shameless. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. Li Qingmu instantly broke his defense and angrily said, let Song Huching answer the phone. I'm not interested in people like you. Song Huching was just about to reach out, but was slapped away by Sume. Catch what catch? Look at your clothes squeezed like that. You simply don't wear it. So shameless. You're the one who is shameless. Where do you think you're good to? Li Qingmu said in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, there are aprons on the sofa. What's going on? Playing cosplay? This is not to add money, ah? It's also true that Song Huching has just been dumped by his wife, and it's a time when he's lacking love. So it's not uncommon to find someone to play the role of a good wife and mother. That's better than you. Sume sneered back. You can only think of. In your heart you don't think I don't know your little mind. Dress like this in the middle of the night to send a message to a strange man. More shameless than anyone else. Your face is pointed like that. You have done it, right? Li Qingmu lightly laughed. And, look at your age. At least 40 years old, right? Song Huching is also really not picky, ah. Your earrings are Van Cleef and Arpels? Sume said coldly. Yo, quite knowledgeable. Li Qingmu sneered. Unfortunately, Song Huching is a takeaway. He can't afford it. Your earrings are fake. Sume scoffed. Not only the earrings, that bag behind you is also a goods. What's the matter? Being cheated by a man, right? What did you say? Li Qingmu instantly exploded. You have bought Van Cleef and Arpels. I still have a certificate here. You don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Next to him, Song Huching had a stunned look on his face. He could completely understand Li Qingmu's anger. This kind of confrontation is like two men dueling in the basketball court. After a match, the other side said your shoes are fake. That kind of talk is extremely insulting. Your certificate is also fake. The workmanship of the earrings is completely wrong. And besides, your bag alignment is crooked. How can it be the real thing? Sume smiled and said, a woman with big breasts like you deserves to be cheated by men. Where are you? You send me a location. Li Qingmu's face was gloomy. But I am going to sleep with Song Huching to go. You slowly find your kaiju to reconcile the account. Sume compassionately said, by the way, you shouldn't be slept with by a man because of such a fake bag, right? That would also be too pathetic. After hearing that, he hung up the video. Li Qingmu sent it again and she hung up again. It went back and forth a dozen times before it subsided. Snap! Song Huching applauded dumbfounded. She's so tough. Humph, playing with me? I once cursed in that neighborhood homeowners group of ours until 24 people quit the group alright. Sume sneered. Awesome. Song Huching gave a thumbs up, and then his cell phone vibrated like crazy. Chapter 90. Anything can happen in this big Lincheng mansion. Ignore her. It's all cursing. Let's shower and go to bed. Sume let out a light laugh and reached out to pull Song Huching up from the ground. Song Huching glanced at the 24 or so voices that exceeded 60 seconds, and he knew that this was the limit of the voices, but not the limit of Li Qingmu. The next day, early morning, when Song Huching woke up, Sume was gone. He got up and washed up and had just come downstairs when he saw breakfast and a note on the table. Something's come up at the office, so I'll leave you to call. Sume, the font is beautiful, and it's really wordy. Song Huching was just about to go out after breakfast, but after seeing the Mercedes in the parking space in the yard, he hesitated, but opened the driver's side and sat in. After all, it's an estimated half hour out of the neighborhood to the road. Lincoln House. Hello, Mr. Song. Wu Xingsheng saluted him. Well, how did you know it was me? Song Huching rolled down the window and handed him a cigarette. Little Lee saw you yesterday, and he wrote down the license plate. Wu Xingsheng laughed. Gee, awesome. Song Huching smiled and shook his head, then asked, did Yun Ning go out today? No. Wu Xingsheng quietly said. Yesterday all day Miss Yun did not go out. Until now. Okay. Song Huching smiled before driving towards the neighborhood. Boss, the one who drove this car yesterday was also a woman. Lee came up to the table. Don't I know? Wu Xingxing squinted. When that car window is open, it is the smell of Guerlain 7 that comes to the outside of Mr. Song, that girlfriend. 80% of the head is not small. Is it possible that Mr. Song bought it for her? Shaoli said carefully. It's not impossible, but this car doesn't look like Mr. Song bought it. Wu Xingsheng said with an old spirit. What's that supposed to mean? Lee wondered. Remember what Ms. Su said? Wu Xingsheng sighed. She did not allow Mr. Song to drive a Mercedes-Benz's, otherwise Mr. Song would not have given her the Porsche 918 no? But this car, on the other hand, is a Mercedes-Benz? Whose car do you think it belongs to? Awesome, boss. Li's eyes glittered with adoration. Base. Wu Xingxing lit a cigarette, turned to look at the Lin Chengfu. I came here to be a security guard for 3 years. From a small security guard to the position of security chief. Xiao San grabbed Xiao Si. Xiao Si reported Xiao Wu. What things I have not seen. What's the setup for Junior to catch Junior? Li was surprised. Junior is a man. Wu Xingsheng laughed bitterly. Junior really can't help it. So he teamed up with the original partner to arrest people. Asterisk 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 so exciting? Li took a step back in horror. Even more exciting is that Xiao Wu is also a male. Wu Xingsheng said rather sadly. Anything can happen in this huge Lin Chengfu. Building 49. When Song Huching opened the door, Yun Ning was sitting on the sofa watching TV. When she saw him coming, she just glanced at him and wrapped her arms around her chest. What's wrong? Who messed with you again? Humph. Some people say that they don't come back for dinner at night, but they don't say that they don't return home at night. Yun Ning sneered. Yo, look at this. Are you jealous? Song Huching sat down on her side. The hell with your jealousy. If I were jealous, I wouldn't even need to eat. Yun Ning gave him a blank look before wrinkling her agaric nose. Next time you don't come back, send me a message. I slept on the sofa all last night. Well, good. Song Huching nodded, then yawned. What? Didn't sleep well yesterday? Yun Ning frowned. I didn't sleep. Until after 3 o'clock. Song Huching said helplessly. Humph. That vixen outside is shameless. Yun Ning said disdainfully. The vixen out there? What do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. Sister Susu called me yesterday and told me to watch the house. And if you dare to bring an outside woman back, let call her. Yun Ning squinted. And discussed with me all night. What exactly is that woman from? I see that you guys are really idle. Song Huching sighed helplessly. Yun Ning was about to speak. Suddenly Song Huching's phone rang. She glanced at it and couldn't help but frown. Ruan Xingyao, our cooling off period hasn't passed yet, right? That's not what I'm talking to you about today. Ruan Xingyao did not have a good mood. How did you offend Moo? She cried all night yesterday in my place. I asked her what she refused to say. This. Song Huching hesitated before speaking, maybe because her bag is fake. As soon as he spoke, a furious voice came from across the room. Song Huching, if you say one more word, I'll fight you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Song Huching heard Li Qingmu's voice, he immediately said, Sister, I didn't offend you. I didn't say that yesterday. You roll. Li Qingmu snapped. Where are you now? Let us meet and talk. Is it okay not to meet? Song Huching laughed bitterly. It's fine if we don't meet. Then I'll follow Softy every day. And we'll talk about this when you guys go to pull the divorce papers. Li Qingmu sneered. Don't meddle. Song Huching hurriedly said. Why don't I treat you to dinner? As an atonement for your sins? Is this a success? Humph. Count on you having some sincerity. Li Qingmu's tone slowed down a little. 2 hours later, you come to the Guamao apartment to pick us up. And then we go to the Lincheng Hotel to eat a buffet. You're crazy. A buffet there is almost $1,000. Ruan Xingyao snatched the cell phone, but it was snatched back by Li Qingmu. Song Huching, manly man, say please eat but no grass chicken. Okay, in 2 hours, I'll pick you up. Song Huching sighed before hanging up the phone. You're going out again? Yun Ning huffed. It's not because you didn't have lunch. I'm treating you to a buffet. Song Huching joked. A buffet? Yun Ning first brightened up, and then said rather chagrined. If I had known, I wouldn't have eaten that bowl of noodles. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Sister, do you really want to hold the wall in and out? Or what? After Yun Ning blankly glanced at him, she hesitated. Do I want to go change my clothes? Song Huching looked at her and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Sister, don't you have any clothes yourself? Why are you hanging around in my shirt? I like wearing your shirt, can't I? Yun Ning's pretty face blushed slightly. Then she put her legs on his thighs. No, well at least wear some pants. Song Huching said helplessly. It's just you and me in this house. What pants am I wearing? Yun Ning rationalized. It's not like I'm going to wear it like this after Xiao Yuan comes back. Okay. Song Huching sighed. Seeing that he didn't react much, Yun Ning couldn't help but frown and sit in his arms. I'm going for a swim. Song Huching stood up quickly and ran towards the pool. Song Huching, stop right there. Yun Ning immediately went after him and tackled him to the floor. Chapter 91. I have a little question. I don't know if I should say it. An hour or so later, Yun Ning had changed her clothes and slightly put on light makeup. A full head of hair was let down and woven into 2 braids that hung down over her chest. Well, your hair. Did it color? Song Huching was surprised. Aha. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. The property called and said that our house has a haircut delivery business. That doesn't cost money, so I let them come and do my hair. Does it look good? Good looking. Song Huching looked at her light brown hair and couldn't help but tsk. This Lin Chang Fu's barber has a good hand, and your hairstyle is done quite nicely. Hey! Yun Ning instantly blushed and reached out to take his arm. There is a haircut service every month, twice a month. No matter how many people can come to the door to get it done. That's a good feeling. You don't have to go out to get your haircut anymore. Song Huching pinched her face before heading towards the door. Only he just went downstairs and saw Wu Xingxing waiting there. Mr. Song, something's wrong? Song Huching was surprised. It is that last time Miss Su did not say that you are not allowed to drive a Mercedes-Benz well, so we came to ask you if you have any car needs. We have a few more common models here. As Wu Xingxing spoke, he handed over a tablet. Well, Song Huching looked at him with a stunned face. Buddy, do you have your boss flyers? Ha! Wu Xingxing froze for a moment, then laughed bitterly. Mr. Song, don't joke. Where do I have our boss's flyers? I'm just a gatekeeper. Your boss has really taken his business to the extreme. Song Huching shook his head. And your group of security guards is not simple. Just one sentence. You remember in your heart? Mr. Song, I won't hide it from you. Wu Xingshang sighed. Before we came here, we first went to Great Britain for more than a year of special training, by a British butler for us. Don't look at us as just a group of janitors, but each of us has a correspondence with the homeowner who needs to be served. Well, since it's a one-on-one service, why do you need you guys to be security guards? Song Huching was curious. Because the security guard can have more access to the owner's Wu Xingxing squarely said. For example, I guarded the gate, found that something is not right. I can promptly notify you. When you go out, when you come back, bring back which people. We have analysts in the property office will analyze. Song Huching was dumbfounded by what he heard, and Yun Ning's eyes were even wider. She suddenly felt that the neighborhood was selling for so much money and the property fees were high, but it was all worth it. Mr. Song, you can rest assured that the files of our owners, all of them are confidential, and the computers of the archives are not networked, so there is no need to worry about exposing privacy. Wu Xingxing said with a straight face. Awesome. After giving a thumbs up, Song Huching scratched a few times on the tablet, ended up picking a 100k plus car. The model is just a very normal family car, nothing special. Please also ask Mr. Song and Miss Yun to move the sightseeing car. I'll have someone drive it to the gate now. Wu Xingxing bowed. Good. After Song Huching and Yun Ning got into the car, Wu Xingxing immediately got into the cab and started the vehicle. Old Wu, are you specializing in my service? Song Huching handed him a cigarette. More than that, your set of houses. There are 3 people on duty 24 hours a day. One is me. There is also a small Li. Another father is sick. So for the time being the 2 of us are at your service. Wu Xingxing laughed. Okay. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders and didn't inquire about this anymore. Half an hour later. ITC Apartments. That's right. Ruan Xingyao laughed softly. I told you earlier that the family can just buy one of these mobility vehicles. Otherwise, with our salary, how can we afford a luxury car? Yun Ning and Li Qingmu both looked at her strangely. I mean Song Huching's income, Ruan Xingyao hurriedly explained. I'm worried that he's hard up for a luxury car in order to pick up girls. Alright, you worry less about my business. Hurry up and get in the car. Song Huching waved his hand. Poof. Ruan Xingyao hummed lightly and was about to get into the passenger side, but was stopped by Li Qingmu. Let me sit there. I want to talk to him. Alright. Ruan Xingyao's face was breezy, but the corners of her mouth twitched. Yun Ning was well behaved and didn't say anything, just looking down at her cell phone, but she was moving her fingertips around, not sure who she was talking to. Song Huching, who was that yesterday? As soon as Li Qingmu got in the car, she started to get mad. You give me her flyer. Stop it. She's a friend of mine. Song Huching helplessly said. You came up and said that people are doing that line of. People cannot be angry. She has the nerve to be angry? What right does she have to move your cell phone? Li Qingmu said fiercely. What else did she say? I deliberately seduced you. Am I that kind of person? No. After Song Huching answered, he carefully said. She said that your bag is fake. Is this true? And you said. Li Qingmu became furious. No one is allowed to mention this in the future. I will fight with whoever mentions it. It's really fake. Ha? Song Huching was stunned. You, okay. Ruan Xingyao pressed Li Qingmu from the back seat, helplessly said. Mu, Zhao Zhiyu said to me yesterday. He was looking for a substitute to buy. He also didn't know that he had been cheated, and he said that if you are willing to do it, next time you go out shopping with you, you will go to the specialty store to buy one for you to make up for your sins. The hell with believing him. Li Qingmu sneered. I have long begun to suspect. How much money does he only have a month? 10,000 out of it, not moving to send me luxury goods. I'm still afraid of him borrowing online loans, so I don't even dare to have more contact with him. Now it's good that the ones I was given were A-okay. I'm humiliated to death. Well, I have a small question. I don't know when to speak or not. Song Huching lit a cigarette. Don't say anything if it's inappropriate to speak, Ruan Xingyao hurriedly said. No, you say. Li Chengmu looked sideways at Song Huching. You've been carrying these bags for about 80% of your life for a while now, haven't you? Song Huching spit out a mouthful of smoke, laughed lightly, but the little sisters around you, no one found your bag is not right. You say, what they have in their hands, is not the same factory out? The moment these words came out, it directly silenced Li Chengmu and Ruan Xingyao dry. Puffing, Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh instead, attracting Li Chengmu's gaze. Yo, I forgot to ask earlier, who is this little beauty? Nanny for the little garden, Yun Ning said in a serious manner. Mr. Song is my boss. Nanny? Li Chengmu sniffed, did not move, reached over and pinched Song Huching, gritted her teeth and said, are you really panicked by the amount of money you have? And you really hired a nanny? Chapter 92, Song Huching, get off the car. Let's fight one-on-one. Stop it, driving. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Yun Ning was invited. Long ago, not just yesterday. Poof, Li Chengmu coldly snorted. How much do you pay her a month? 5,000. Yun Ning said in a serious manner. 5,000? Li Chengmu, a pair of beautiful eyes, stared round. Are you crazy? You have this money. You might as well send the small garden to me. I only need you 3,000 per month into it? Well, Song Huching and Ruan Xingyao both looked at her with odd expressions. What are you looking at? Li Chengmu bristled. I can't find a date now. Is it hard for me not to experience the joy of being a mom? Not to mention little garden is so cute. There are so many people chasing after you in our building. Why don't you just pick a smooth one? Ruan Xingyao laughed and scolded. Smooth eyes? What do you mean by smooth? Li Chengmu coldly hummed. If you want to be with me, your value is at least 10 million. And the car you drive is also 1 million luxury cars to start, giving me at least 10,000 every month. No, $20,000 of pocket money, which is called a smooth eye. Okay. Sister, what's your age? Song Huching couldn't help but speak. A deathly silence fell over the entire car. A good half hour. Only then did Li Chengmu angrily say, Song Huching, get off the car. Let us fight one-on-one. Don't. Ruan Xingyao hurriedly wrapped her arms around her and soothed. Don't listen to him. What does he know? You only look like you are 20 years old. If I had that, couldn't I just find a 20-year-old? Why do I need to find one that looks like she's 20? Song Huching sent out a soulful question. Song Huching, I'm going to kill you. Li Chengmu instantly fell into berserk mode. However, she was very measured and didn't touch Song Huching anywhere except for her open teeth and claws. 20 minutes later, Song Huching parked his car in the parking lot of the Linchang Hotel. The huffing and puffing Li Chengmu directly got out of the car and walked in front, while Ruan Xingyao sprinted to follow, holding her hand and whispering something. She's going to be pissed off at you, Yun Ning whispered. Isn't she alive and well? Song Huching rolled his eyes. But, do you think I am telling the truth? I have this condition. Can't I find you? Why do you still need to go find her? Asterisk. Q. Yun Ning instantly red face, petulant voice. People also grow very beautiful, well, especially that body. I, a woman, to see her almost not drooling. She waist so small, legs so long, chest, cough, there and so big. You're, Song Huching said with an odd expression on his face. Asterisk. Q. You're the one who's. I'm just saying it like that, okay? Yun Ning gave him a blank look before whispering. I used to hear from my village that with a body like hers, she must be material for a son. Well, Song Huching stood still and looked down at Li Chengmu's waist. If this Yun Ning didn't say anything, he really hadn't realized it. Li Chengmu can be proud of his looks alone. This body, to be honest, belongs to the 1 in a million. In his time, the only thing that can become like this is to have added fillers. Isn't the figure great? Yun Ning laughed. Very good indeed. Song Huching agreed. How do you think she did it? How am I supposed to know that? Yun Ning laughed and scolded. If I knew, wouldn't I have become like this? That's true. Song Huching sighed. I say, you guys are still dawdling there. Hurry up or people are off work. Li Chengmu shouted not far away. Coming. After Yun Ning answered, she pulled Song Huching to follow at a brisk pace. Lincoln Hotel, 2nd floor. Song Huching was just about to go up to pay, but Yun Ning stepped up ahead of him and pulled out a white card and handed it to the waiter. The waiter swiped it and then took 4 tickets to them. Well, what is this? Li Chengmu was curious. The buffet card. Yun Ning put the card into his pocket and said lightly, this card can come to the buffet 24 times a month, and a person is counted once. What? Li Chengmu's eyes widened. Every month? Well, every month. Yun Ning nodded. Where did this come from? How do I do it? How much does it cost? Li Chengmu said in an urgent voice. I don't know. A friend gave it to me. Yun Ning shrugged. Anyway, he couldn't use it all, so he gave it to me. Friends? Li Qingmu gazed at her for a long time, and finally sighed. It's still good to be 20 in the end. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Li Qingmu skimmed his mouth. If you have this ability, that girl shall not go forward and backward to jump on you ah? Well, that too. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Xiao Yun, this card, he himself did not use it once? Li Qingmu carefully said. No need. Yun Ning helplessly said. My friend only likes to go to the big stall, eat barbecue and drink beer. He seems to have little interest in eating buffets. Cumulative? Ruan Xingyao also couldn't help but ask. If I don't eat this month, can I add more times next month? It's fine. You can move next month's count to this month even if you eat more than that this month. Yun Ning laughed. TCH, what kind of godly friend are you? Li Qingmu said enviously. This outburst gave you more than $20,000. It's just a buffet ticket. Song Huching reminded. What do you know? This ticket isn't money. Ha, Li Qingmu glared. Other people's Xiaoyan saved you a small $4,000. So just be happy. Okay. Song Huching shrugged and didn't say anything else. The lunch buffet is not a lot of people. Of course. Also has to do with the price here. Per capita consumption of small $1,000, or some meat pain. Li Qingmu excitedly pulled Ruan Xingyao to find a seat and then ran to start getting something to eat. Song Huching, on the other hand, sat down in his seat and looked at Yun Ning with a smile. This black card of Lin Changfu, you are using it more skillfully than me. This isn't a black card for me. Yunin spread his hands and laid the card on the table. Song Huching came over to take a look and couldn't help but cry and laugh. This card was different from his own, except for the white color of the card, on which there were only 3 big words Lin Changfu written in small seal script, and nothing else. On the other hand, although his black card also had the words Lin Changfu written on it in small seal script, there was a picture of the building of Lin Changfu on the back of the card. This is an affiliate card. If you don't want me to use it anymore, you can just talk to the property and they'll stop this card for me. Yun Ning whispered. Then can you spend money on this card? Song Huching was curious. Yes, it can be swiped as a bank card. Yun Ning laughed petulantly. Wu Xingxing and I said that the balance you pre-existed in the property, I can use all of it. That's pretty good. Song Huching nodded with a smile before moving his gaze aside. Yun Ning glanced at him and carefully put the card away, and inwardly took a long breath. At least, the guy didn't object, didn't he? Chapter 93, Song Huching, don't force me to slap you when I'm at my happiest. A few minutes later, Li Qingmu and Ruan Xingyao walked over with a few plates each, and after seeing that Song Huching and Yun Ning had not moved, they were both quite surprised. You guys aren't going to get food? Why don't you guys take it and we'll just follow with a little bit? Song Huching said, and took his fork to stick it into the AO lung on her plate. Snap! Li Qingmu reached out and opened his hand. I'll eat it later. I haven't taken any pictures yet. Well, feed the cell phone first. Ha! Song Huching snickered. To hell with you. Li Qingmu gave him a blank look before starting to set the plate and take selfies. Ruan Xingyao was a little better than her, just casually snapping a few shots before handing Song Huching the lobster on his plate. Thanks. Song Huching smiled before starting to eat. Seeing this, Yun Ning couldn't help but skim his lips and ran to get something to eat. She didn't have the luxury that Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu would still bring her food. Li Qingmu shot for a full 10 minutes before he was satisfied and started. Well, not sending friends? Song Huching teased. How do you send a raw picture? After Li Qingmu blankly glanced at him, she held her forehead and said, You don't understand even if I tell you. Also, Song Huching smiled before continuing to eat with his head down. Don't just focus on eating. Let's toast Xiao Yun. He has treated us to delicious food today. Li Qingmu laughed and scolded. It's all my friends anyway. It doesn't matter. Yun Ning laughed. Don't. One size fits all. Li Qingmu seriously said. This meal if it is Song Huching's treat, that is what he owes me. Yesterday, I was pissed off for a night, but what does it look like for you to treat me? Next week, I'll be host and invite you guys to take a dip in the Lincoln House. Lin Changfu still has this business? Song Huching was surprised. There is. Ruan Xingyao laughed softly. There is a casino outside the Lin Cheng House, where you can bathe, eat, and bathing centers are similar anyway, but people that are formal. Yes? Song Huching smiled and nodded. Song Huching, don't underestimate that. Li Chengmu Meat Pain said. 1,888 a person, 24 hours, to oversleep to make up the ticket. I have tickets there too. Yun Ning whispered. Ha! Li Qingmu and Yun Ning both stared wide-eyed. 24 times a month? Song Huching snickered. No, unlimited. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. But, I can only go by myself. I can't bring friends. Song Huching instantly realized. It's 80% a perk for homeowners at Pro City House, with card access. Li Qingmu was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth. Then we'll change the place that we add a flyer. I'll find a place to notify you. No need. Yun Ning shook his head and said, Mr. Song gives me a salary, and I can't use this ticket. Anyway, it's free, don't care. How can that work? Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face, after all, it's your favor not. We can't take advantage of you. Pretentious. Song Huching bristled. What do you know? Li Qingmu gave him a blank look. How difficult it is for a little girl like Xiao Yun. We can't be like this. Then I'll pay her. Is that okay? Song Huching snickered. This meal was originally said to be on me not. That's more like it. Li Qingmu sighed in relief. Speaking of, what did you do with those bags? Song Huching asked coldly. Song Huching, don't force me to slap you when I'm at my happiest. Li Qingmu gritted his teeth. Puffing, Ruan Xingyao and Yun Ning both couldn't help but laugh. Just asking. Song Huching lit a cigarette. You want it? Go find it in the trash under my house. Li Qingmu boarded her pretty face and said, those assholes, if you don't have money, don't learn from others to pick up girls. It's also fortunate that my old lady is smart and didn't let them take advantage of them, or else it would be a big loss. I'll go. You're not even being taken advantage of here? Song Huching was surprised. Or do you think? Li Qingmu said disdainfully. Getting 2 bags will set me straight. Am I so easy to get rid of? What should happen then? Song Huching asked again. Why are you asking so clearly? With the amount of money you earn, do you still want to be with Mumu? Ruan Xingyao bristled. That's hard to say. Li Qingmu joked. Maybe he is like his father one day, won the lottery, and got tens of millions of dollars. I cannot guarantee that I really have to seriously consider it. I'm the one with a child. You're giving someone a stepmother. Song Huching laughed and scolded. What's there then? Li Qingmu said disdainfully. It's just that your father won too few prizes, or else I'd be a stepmother for you. Puffing, Ruan Xingyao and Yun Ning both laughed out loud. You're so open-minded. Haven't you ever found a kaiju? Song Huching teased. Where did you get so many kaiju? Have you watched too many TV dramas? Li Qingmu did not have the good sense to say. The richer the person, the less stupid. You really think that the story of marrying the royal family of Cart in his second marriage and ending up being spoiled into a little princess is true? Ah, that's all a lie. If a woman doesn't keep her hands clean, you won't even be able to cry when you find someone you really like. And men aren't exactly generous creatures. Insightful, Song Huching complimented. Or do you think? Li Qingmu laughed and scolded. Those small openings, you let them take a fake bag to cheat the girls who don't know anything is still into. If it is me, I can have to check the capital first, at least buy me a villa, and then give me a few million, which makes me feel at ease, and I still have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with him, to investigate whether he's married or not, or else when the time comes and he joins forces with his wife to recover the money, I won't even have a place to cry. Li Qingmu, if you find a boyfriend, be sure to let me know, Song Huching said sincerely. Why? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Because I want to see what kind of god is actually able to subdue a demoness like her. Song Huching sighed. She's the one who passes through all the grasses, and even the pale ears can't get on her. Ha ha ha. Ruan Xingyao and Yun Ning burst out laughing. That's hard to say. Li Qingmu slowly said. I am not happy. Naturally I want so much money, but I am happy. I don't want money. Backward posting also into just such a man. I myself have not met. You. Song Huching was about to say something when suddenly a strong smell of men's perfume hit him. He glanced sideways and was met with a pair of eyes hidden behind glasses. Song Huching, long time no see. You are. Song Huching was just about to ask who he was when Ruan Xingyao stood up. Yeah, senior brother Gu. Senior Gu? Song Huching and Li Qingmu exchanged glances before she pinched them. What are you looking at me for? I don't even go to the same school as you. How would I know who he is? Well, which school are you from? Song Huching was surprised. Lin Chang University, what's up? Li Qingmu skimmed his lips. Then haven't you been studying for nothing? Song Huching sighed. People Ruan Xingyao, an ordinary undergraduate, actually has the same job as you. You have discredited your alma mater. Song Huching, do you believe I'll make you swallow this fork? Li Qingmu held a steel fork with a very dangerous expression. Chapter 94. Your wife cuckolded you? Don't bother. If you swallow such a big fork, you can't eat a good deal of it? Song Huching hurriedly refused. Then shut the up. After Li Qingmu cursed, he whispered, this old brat looks like a svelte man, but he's not a good person. Well, what does that say? Song Huching was curious. He just looked at me 3 times when he was talking to Soft, and looked at Xiao Yun 8 times, just not once at you. Li Qingmu coldly laughed. The one he is wearing on his hand is a green water ghost, the glasses are Louis Vuitton, the belt is Hermes, 80% is a little bit of small money. Ooh, Song Huching looked at her with a face of admiration. Sister, you're really playing catching kaiju out of the box, or do you think, with these eyes of mine, I've seen more kaiju than you've ever seen on TV? Li Qingmu said rather smugly. Then have you found the difference between being 27 or 8 and 20 years old out? Song Huching laughed softly. Otherwise why others only look at you 3 times? Look at Yun Ning 8 times. Ah, Kai Z is not stupid, is not it? Song Huching, do you really want to eat a fork? Li Qingmu was about to go ballistic when he saw that Senior Gu walk over and put his hands on Song Huching's shoulders. Song Huching, no introductions? Senior Gu, let me introduce you. Ruan Xingyao hurriedly said, this is Li Qingmu, my best friend, and that one is Yun Ning, Song Huching's friend. Hello, my name is Gu Listening Wind, the one who sits and listens to the sound of wind and leaves, suspecting that it is a phantom man who has come. Listening Wind. Master Gu laughed softly. Stage name? Song Huching was surprised. I'm the best at what I do. The corners of Gu Hearing Fang's mouth twitched, but after glancing at Li Qingmu and Yun Ning, who were laughing, he maintained his poise and said, Master Song is getting more and more humorous. This is my real name, which my family's old man took. Okay. Song Huching shrugged, speared a piece of steak with his fork, and continued to eat. Li Qingmu and Yun Ning didn't say anything either, just lowered their heads to eat. Seeing this, Ruan Xingyao hurriedly said, Senior brother Gu, if you have something to do, go and get busy first. I don't have much to do, is to come over here to the company to join the job. For the time being has not found a suitable house, just live in the Linchong Hotel. Gu Hearing Wind laughed. On the contrary, Song Huching, I heard that you and Soft married. At that time I was abroad. I have not come to congratulate you. You can also congratulate me now that I'm divorced. Song Huching joked. Divorced? Gu Hearing Fong was first delighted. Then he said with a stern face, Senior brother, how can you be like this? Soft character is gentle and generous, understanding. What did you do in the end? People want to divorce you? Well, you joined a newspaper? Song Huching was surprised. What do you mean? Gu Hearing Fong was slightly stunned. What he means is, if you're not a paparazzo, why are you so nosy? What does someone's divorce have to do with you? Are you his father or his grandfather? Li Qingmu bristled. Hey, why are you cursing? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. How do I curse? He looks older than you, right? Li Qingmu glared. He is not your senior brother. You are 28. He is at least 30-something, right? Cough cough cough. 2 terms older. Gu Hearing Fong said with a blush on his old face. 2 terms older, that's not 30 years old? Li Qingmu squinted. Go to your father is only 30 years old. Song Huching did not have a good mood. People look as successful people, may not be children our boss. You go and his children to worship a hand. You roll. Li Qingmu angrily rebuked. You are the one who worships his child. Senior brother Gu, don't mind if I do. We're all friends and we're used to joking around. Ruan Xingyao said rather awkwardly. It's fine. We're friends too, aren't we? Gu Hearing Fong pulled a stool and sat on the side of Ruan Xingyao, sighing slightly. However, just now Song Huching was right. What says it's right? Ruan Xingyao was curious. I'm also recently divorced. Gu Hearing Fong laughed bitterly. I'm always out on business. Your wife cuckolded you? Song Huching said coldly. I'm wearing your mom. Gu Hearing Fong almost didn't collapse. How is this mouth so cheap? Song Huching, can you speak? Li Qingmu frowned. What do you mean by wearing a green hat? How difficult it is to say. What should I say then? Song Huching said sincerely. So what's Senior Gu? Your wife has someone outside? Li Qingmu was curious. Not. Gu Hearing Fang's face sank. Doesn't that ing mean something? Stop it. Ruan Xingyao said helplessly. Senior brother Gu, what's going on? Hey, it's just that I travel a lot and work a lot, and she felt that I could only give her money and couldn't give her care, so she divorced me. Gu Hearing Fong laughed to himself. This marriage was originally arranged by the family, and even though I don't like her, I've tried my best to do my best at being a good husband, but she's still not satisfied. Senior Gu, you mustn't think like that. Ruan Xingyao comforted. Marriage, if it is not the last resort, who wants to divorce? Since it's divorced, it's time to move on. Softy, at the risk of asking, what's going on between you and Song Huching? Gu Hearing Fong carefully said, I have someone on the outside. Song Huching pointed at Li Qingmu and said, I got together with her best friend, so I got divorced. Damn, all the good cabbages have been swept away by pigs, right? Gu Hearing Fong cursed in his heart, but on his face he put on surprise and said, Soft, this is you. Don't you listen to him. Ruan Xingyao helplessly said, Song Huching and I, that is a personality mismatch, so we plan to separate. Don't plan to this time after the cooling off period, must go to get a license. Song Huching was unhappy. It's not appropriate for you to keep dragging it out like this. You, Ruan Xingyao was instantly furious, flinging her knife and fork onto the table and glaring at him with her arms around her chest. Song Huching, this is where I have to say something about you. Don't meddle. Song Huching stopped Gu Hearing Fong and pointed at the gate. Your opponent isn't me, it's him. Well, the crowd looked sideways. only to see Qin Chu rushing over this way in a fiery rage. Qin Chu? Gu Hearing Feng was slightly stunned. Gu Hearing Feng? Qin Chu was also stunned for a moment, and then laughed coldly. Who did I think it was? It's not our senior brother Gu. What's the matter? What's the matter? You're planning to hook up with an elementary school girl again? What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Hearing Wind said angrily. What? Qin Chu did not give the slightest face and said, Gu Gun King, others do not know you. I still do not know? You mother asterisk back then on the basis of their own is the student body president, specializing in elementary school girls. Lousy really ing despise you. Ooh, Song Huching had a wrong face. Li Qingmu and Yun Ning even moved their stools to the side, their eyes rather disgusted. Chapter 95 Judging from the results. I should have one, right? Qin Chu, are you looking for trouble? Gu Hearing Feng gritted his teeth. Looking for trouble? You think you are still the student president? Qin Chu laughed out loud. This is Lin Chang. Try moving me. You see I won T get you killed. You. Gu Hearing Wind's back teeth were about to be clenched. Old Qin. Song Huching shouted. What for? Qin Chu squinted in response. Tell me more about that gag of Master Gu's. Will you? I want to listen. Song Huching said with a face full of anticipation. Puffing, Li Qingmu and Yun Ning burst out laughing. Ruan Xingyao's face was also scarlet, and she glared at him rather angrily. What the hell is going on in this guy's head? Qin Chu, if you dare to start rumors and make trouble, you'll wait to receive a lawyer's letter. Gu Hearing Feng said in a deep voice. I think I've taken care of you before. Take care? I'll take care of your grandma's leg. Qin Chu gritted his teeth and said, when the old man in the outreach department pulled more than 20,000 sponsorships, you actually said to the outside world that you went to talk about it, and you call that care? It is also the old man's temper, or not to break your legs. Well, is it possible that you were too abashed at the time? Song Huching whispered. A wimp? I'm a ing wimp? Qin Chu said angrily. How did Gu listen to the wind chase the softness? Back then don't you have a number in your heart? He was close to pointing his nose at you and saying that he wanted to pry you off the wall, and you didn't react at all, and Lousy looked down on you. Well, Song Huching was silent for a moment. Judging from the results, I should have one, right? This scumbag. Qin Chu and Gu Hearing Wind both puffed up their cheeks. Song Huching, what are you babbling about? Ruan Xingyao's face was red with shame. Song Huching, I admit that it is you who won. You are with soft and yet you do not cherish. You as a man? Gu Hearing Feng said with a straight face. You're right. I don't deserve to be with Ruan Xingyao, but haven't I already released her? Song Huching pointed at Qin Chu and said, Mr. Qin's excellence is there for all to see, so I also want them to be happy. In your entire life, this is the only thing you've gotten right. Qin Chu tilted his head and said, Qin Chu, don't talk nonsense. Ruan Xingyao frowned. I have nothing to do with you. Cut. Gu Hearing Feng snorted, causing Qin Chu to instantly turn red. Ruan Xingyao means that they don't have a relationship for the time being, but who can say what will happen in the future? Isn't that right, Mr. Qin? Song Huching laughed. Hey, yeah. Qin Chu hurriedly said, at least, I am a little better than some people, right? When the family ran out of money, they found a woman to marry, and when they got through the hard times, they kicked them out again. There is actually such a thing in the world? Song Huching pretended to be surprised and said, Mr. Qin, please ask what is the name of that person, so that I can make the people around me stay away from him. Poof. Qin Chu didn't say anything and just looked at Gu Hearing Wind. Qin Chu, you'd better be careful with your words and not cause trouble for the family. Gu Hearing Feng gritted his teeth. I go. Mr. Qin, he threatened you. Song Huching was surprised. If I were Wan Xingya would have to consider whether or not to be with you. Otherwise it's a little yakuza who dares to talk to you like this. Your Lin Chang Xinshao's reputation isn't resounding. Threaten me? Qin Chu disdainfully said. Gu Listening Wind, I know that you served as the vice president of the Su group, right? You give me weight. You see I do not stir up this matter for you. Don't you dare. Gu Hearing Feng sneered. Qin Chu, don't think I don't know that you are now on a blind date with the little girl of the Zhao family in Shanghai, right? Lao Zi doesn't break you down, and you're still coming on strong. How dare you fool around? You'll see me not tell your old man about your relationship with Ruan Xingyao. Senior Gu, tell us in detail about how that little Zhao family girl from Shanghai is doing. Song Huching reached out and poured him a drink. As you know, ordinary people like us are very interested in your kind of powerful family feuds. Since you know that you're a commoner, stay honest. Gu Hearing Feng didn't have the good sense to say. Gu Hearing Feng, how do you talk? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. What's wrong with the commoners? We plain people rely on our own hands to support ourselves. What's so smug about you having parents to support you? Moo moo, are you full yet? we'll go back if you're full. Hey, after Lee Chang-moo responded, he stood up with some fondness. She also wanted to hear gossip. This Song Huching can be too much of a dog. Pulling Chin Chu. This dog bites the dog. It's really exciting. Softy, I didn't mean that. Gu Hearing Phone hurriedly stood up. I don't care what you mean. Gu Hearing Phone, I thanked you for taking care of me when I was in the student union in the past, but a commoner like us doesn't deserve to talk to you. After Ruan Xingyao finished speaking, she pulled Li Qingmu towards the door. Softly, Chin Chu's nature kicked in, and he couldn't be bothered to go toe-to-toe with Gu Hearing Wind, so he directly followed him out. I don't think he took a bite, did he? Yun Ning glanced at the meal ticket on the table. Screw you, people don't come here to eat. After Song Huching laughed and cursed, he looked at Gu Xianfeng and said, Senior Gu, you're not chasing out? This will let Chin Chu monopolize the beauty. Song Huching, you're good. Gu Hearing Feng sneered. I originally thought that you were just a soft egg, but I didn't expect you to have some means. I have a daughter. May I ask if Senior Gu has any children? Song Huching was curious. Puffing, Yun Ning covered her mouth and laughed. You, Gu Hearing Feng gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Song Huching, you can't keep a woman like Ruan Xingyao, or you'll be in trouble sooner or later, so you'll honestly get the divorce formalities done, which is the best choice. So, did Senior Gu choose to divorce because he couldn't keep his wife? Song Huching was surprised. You, Gu Hearing Feng covered his chest. He felt like he was going to be pissed off if he talked to this one more time. Senior Gu, be strong. Song Huching pointed to himself and said, who has not been divorced, since the divorce is good to move forward, even if he is cuckolded. Don't take it to heart. Song Huching, I'll you up. After Gu Hearing Feng cursed, he got up and walked toward the door. It is only now that the law is sound. Put in his study time, he had to make Song Huching swallow the plate in front of him. TCH, how rude. After Song Huching skimmed his mouth, he patted Yun Ning's head. Go get another lobster too. I'm not even full yet. Got it, Grand Master. Yun Ning gave him a blank look before getting up to get the food. At this point, Song Huching's phone vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at it, then set it aside. Eating well is most important. Chapter 96, the same moves are useless for a holy warrior. An hour or so later, Song Huching had enough wine and food and took Yun Ning out the door. But before he could get into the elevator, he was grabbed by the collar. Song Huching, are you sick? FMS doesn't answer. Phone doesn't answer. Sister, if you spend money, you have to eat, don't you? Song Huching looked at Li Qingmu with an innocent face and said, otherwise wouldn't this money have been spent in vain? You, Li Qingmu was instantly furious. Soft and I didn't have enough to eat. Then what are you running for when you all haven't had enough to eat? Song Huching said helplessly. Listen to what that Gu Hearing Wind is saying. Ruan Xingyao said with a stern face, it's just like he's a nobleman and we're commoners, right? Who does he count as? Still looking down on us. You got it wrong. Song Huching shook his head. He is simply looking down on me, not looking down on you. This is two different things. Know it? Isn't it the same thing? Li Qingmu squinted. We are friends. If he looks down on you, then he is looking down on us. Well, if you want to say so, is it that I still have to treat you to a meal? Song Huching laughed bitterly. That's more like it. Li Qingmu's face slightly slowed down. Go to Linchan University. Wait, what? About Mr. Qin? Song Huching was surprised. He's such an ingrate standing around here. You guys aren't looking for him. What are you looking for me for? What an ingrate. Qin Shu is still a good person. Ruan Xingyao laughed and scolded. He just answered a phone call and said that the company had something. So he left. Soft, why are you still helping Kai Zi speak? Li Qingmu's brows knitted. Is it hard for you to really like that Qin Shu? He's not even as good as Song Huching. Hey, what do you call these words? Song Huching said in dissatisfaction. Asterisk 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 Q. Ruan Xingyao helplessly said, I just treat Qin Shu as a friend, and have never thought of being together with him as for who he matches up with. That's his business. It has nothing to do with me. See? Song Huching bumped Li Qingmu's shoulder. What? Li Qingmu was surprised. This is what people call a tea master. Ah, one sentence of just a friend, and you fooled them. Song Huching joked. Song Huching, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Don't. Li Qingmu hurriedly embraced her. You tore his mouth. This shall not go to the hospital. Let's go to Linchan University first. Eat and say. Poof. Ruan Xingyao glared fiercely at Song Huching, but didn't continue any further. You too. What do you say about tea masters? Have you ever buried people like this? Li Changmu didn't have the good sense to say. Then I'm a tea master. What is Moo Moo? Ruan Xingyao glared. Lord of the Pond. Song Huching spread his hands and said, isn't the bag and jewelry in her house all contributed by the fish she raised? Although those are fake, But in the end, it's still a catch, isn't it? After he finished, he flew towards the escalator. Song Huching, I'll tear down your shrine, Li Chengmu screamed and immediately chased after him. Stop it, stop it. Ruan Xingyao hurriedly went up to talk out the fight, otherwise it would be bad if the two fought. Yun Ning, who was following behind, couldn't help but sigh. Song Huching didn't know where he got so many adjectives, and they were quite apt. Half an hour later, Lincoln University, an unknown food stall. Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu were wolfing down their food unimaginatively, startling the students next to them. No, is it that hungry? Song Huching said helplessly. I was so focused on watching the action that I only ate a few bites. Okay, Li Qingmu said in a bad mood. And it's all seafood. It's not full at all. That's right, that gu hearing phone is really enough. Ruan Xingyao was also heartbroken. $1,000 a meal for a buffet. And it was actually ruined by him like this. He's your senior gu. Song Huching joked. What senior gu? I want to vomit when I see him. As soon as Li Qingmu's words fell, a familiar perfume scent struck, causing the four to sidestep their heads at the same time. Yo, what a coincidence. Gu Hearing Phone was surprised. I was just about to come here to take a stroll, and I didn't expect to actually encounter another one. He very naturally took a stool and sat beside Ruan Xingyao. Oof. Ruan Xingyao hummed lightly and didn't answer. I say, senior brother Gu, we are all adults. Those who follow are those who follow. What's all this talk about coincidence? Song Huching joked. What does that say? Li Changmu was curious. He, a graduate of Linchang Normal University, doesn't go to his alma mater, but instead comes here to stroll. Do you believe it's a coincidence? Song Huching laughed and scolded. I admit, I did come alone. Everyone. I was much offended between my words just now. I apologize with you. Gu Hearing Fong said with a straight face. Just now I noticed that you guys didn't eat anything. Like this. I'll treat you all to dinner at night as an atonement. Okay? Li Changmu and Ruan Xingyao didn't say anything. They just looked at Song Huching. Song Huching had just picked up his cell phone, but Gu Hearing Fong held it down. Senior brother Song. I have some grudges with Qin Shu that I haven't made clear, so let's not shout at him, shall we? Not. Have you ever seen The Saints? Song Huching laughed. Well, skimmed some of it. Gu Hearing Fong was somewhat unable to keep up with his brain circuits. The same moves are useless for a saint duelist. Song Huching laughed lightly. That's why. I wouldn't summon Qin Shu twice. Puffing, Li Qingmu and the others burst out laughing. Senior brother Song. How old are we? Can we watch less cartoons? Gu Hearing Fong said with a headache. Okay. Song Huching sighed and said, I have something to do later. If you ask them to eat, then you guys go. What's the matter with you? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Today is a Sunday. It's hard to believe that you're also open today? No, I plan to go back to see Xiao Yuan. Song Huching sighed. She just sent me a message, saying that she wanted to buy a fishing set, but her grandfather thought she was too young to buy it for her. I'm in favor of this. How old is she? She's still going fishing. What if she injures herself? Ruan Xingyao said with a straight face. It's out of your hands. After Song Huching skimmed his lips, he got up and said, Yun Ning, let's go. Hey. Yun Ning immediately got up and stood. Senior brother Song, this Miss Yun is. Gu Hearing Fong was a bit hesitant. Who do you care who I am? I don't know you, so don't pry into my business. Yun Ning bristled. You. Gu Hearing Fong instantly turned red. Senior Gu. Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder, said in a serious tone, promise me, don't eat the bowl, but also look at the pot of. Good. You. Gu Hearing Wind was so angry that his liver hurt a little. What the are you talking about? I'm just asking. What with eating from the bowl and watching the pot? Ruan Xingyao stood up with a stern face. Since I'm going to buy it, I'll accompany me tomorrow on vacation, just so I can go back to see Xiao Yuan. I'll go too. I'm transferring tomorrow too. Li Changmu immediately shouted. Ruan Xingyao sniffed and felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart, but didn't show it. Yun Ning was just about to open her mouth, but Song Huching stopped her. You do not still have an internship. Well, you do not go. Do not come to the time of the internship certificate. Cannot get yourself a car to go back. Okay. Yun Ning sighed and didn't force himself to follow. It's not that the internship is so important. It's just that she thinks Song Huching is in enough of a mess right now, and if she follows him back, his parents are afraid they'll tear him apart. Chapter 97, You're going to die. You're scratching me with your fingernail. Song Huching took Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu to the fishing tackle store, then bought a set of 1-meter-long fishing rods, a compact fishing box as well as equipment such as a matza. I said Song Huching, Xiao Yuan is only how old? She is just fishing for fun. Do not need to be so professional? Li Qingmu carefully said. Sister, there's no such thing as a professional or not. Song Huching, who was squatting and picking out a fishing bait, tilted his head and looked at her. It all just stems from poverty. I don't dare to say how rich I am, but it's still possible to buy a set of toys for my daughter. Toys? Li Qingmu and Ruan Xingyao looked at each other, both somewhat helpless. Half an hour later, Song Huching went to the counter to settle the bill. Sir, that's $16,400, give or take $15,800. The store manager was a big, fat man with dark skin and a face full of scruff, and he looked like a veteran fishing man. Over 10,000? Li Qingmu's eyes widened. Ruan Xingyao also had some complicated eyes. She didn't quite dare to open her mouth because she knew that Song Yiqing would definitely dislike her if she did. Success! Song Huching nodded with a smile and scanned the code to pay. Boss, do you take the stuff now, or do we send it to you? The fat store manager cheerfully said. Oh, there's this service? Song Huching snickered. Zhang County sends not sends. Send it. Why don't you? The fat store manager laughed softly. We have daily fishing trips to Zhang County here. I'll connect you with one, and you'll receive it by evening at the latest. Sure, then you can deliver it for me. Song Huching smiled and wrote down his home address, as well as Song Shan's phone number. Well, didn't you say you were going to see Little Garden? Ruan Xingyao frowned. Since someone is delivering the goods, why am I still going? Song Huching laughed and scolded. My mother and father originally disapproved of me buying these things for Xiao Yuan, and now I'm delivering them to the door myself. Isn't that asking for a scolding? You. Ruan Xingyao instantly looked at him with her hands around her chest in exasperation. I'll send you guys to the high-speed train station. Go ahead. Song Huching laughed. Then I'm not going either. Li Qingmu hurriedly said. It is better to softly go to see the small garden. After all, uncle and aunt are angry at that time. It is not appropriate for me to be there. You. Ruan Xingyao stared up. If Song Haking doesn't go, you won't go either? What do you mean? Li Qingmu also seems to realize that it is not right. Hurriedly said. I almost forgot that I still have business to deal with tomorrow. I am just transferring the rest. I am afraid that the company will not agree. Poof. After Ruan Xingyao blared at her, she chirped. Song Huching, you send me to the high-speed train station, and then call Dad to come pick me up. Cough cough cough. Song Huching dryly coughed twice. Ruan Xingyao, that's my father. Just call out Uncle Song still. This is what Mom and Dad themselves said. They said that if I haven't found one yet, I'll call them the same as before. Ruan Xingyao blushed and said, otherwise if Xiao Yuan calls out to my mom and I call out to their uncles and aunts, it won't be appropriate for others to hear. Whatever. Song Huching sighed, then looked at Li Qingmu. Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? I don't have anything to do today. I'll go with you to deliver softy. Li Qingmu spread his hands and said, it's also possible. After shrugging indifferently, Song Huching walked towards the car on the side of the road. Ruan Xingyao hesitated and reached out to pull Li Qingmu. Moo, do you have a crush on Song Huching? Ha? Li Qingmu face full of absurdity. Soft, you did not have a fever. What is the status of his Song Huching? His bank deposits are afraid not even more than me. I can look on him? I'm blind, right? That's true. Ruan Xingyao face slightly slowed down. Whispered. Song Huching is not a good person. You let's stay alone with him. Well, you're talking to me? Li Qingmu pointed at himself and said proudly. You've known me for so many years. Have you ever seen me being taken advantage of by a kaiju? Those of them couldn't even take advantage of me, let alone Song Huching, this little rookie. Also, Ruan Xingyao sighed before getting into the passenger side. Half an hour later, outside the high-speed rail station. Where to, sis? Song Huching smiled sideways. Go to my house, Li Qingmu said carelessly. What? Song Huching was violently shocked, and hurriedly said, Sister, I am not that kind of person. You have to give some money more or less, don't you? Asterisk 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 Q. Li Qingmu's pretty face reddened, and she ranted. I mean, go to my house. I'll talk to you about something. Does your cat know how to backflip? Song Huching said slyly. You. Li Qingmu was instantly disgraced. Song Huching, don't fill your head with that kind of thoughts. I really have something to say to you, so say it. Song Huching said in a bad mood. What? What's wrong with talking about affecting your play in the car? I'll bite you to death. Li Qingmu grabbed his hand and bit it hard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching hurriedly went to push her head, but that hand somehow ghosted down her neck and slipped in. Ah! Li Qingmu screamed and reached out to press her hand to her chest, also pressing his hand in the process. Song Huching was just about to explain when suddenly a figure appeared outside the car window. Sir, no. Well here. After a middle-aged woman in a fluorescent suit was halfway through her sentence, she helplessly said, Sir, miss, this is a high-speed train station, not a place for flirting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching hastily withdrew his hand, but he didn't know what he had hooked. Ouch! Li Qingmu screamed and covered her chest. You're dying. Your fingernail scraped me. The woman over there in the middle sniffed and her face became even more ugly. We'll leave right away. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching started the vehicle and sped away. ITC. A cafe called Encounter. Lee Changmu wrapped her arms around her chest and glared hard at Song Huching. I said, "You've been looking at me for half an hour. Just say what you have to say." Song Huching said helplessly. "Shouldn't you explain your behavior just now?" Lee Changmu said in a deep voice. "Accident. Misunderstanding. I didn't want it." Song Huching sighed. "I just wanted to push your head. I didn't realize that your clothes were so loose that I took over and slipped in. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Just slipping in like that?" Lee Changmu burst into a rage. "Then you think I did it on purpose?" Song Huching sighed. Well, Lee Changmu was slightly stunned. That was a question that caught her off guard. If anything, the guy was doing it on purpose. After all, she called out for him to come to her house for a chat, and this guy took himself to a cafe. Alright, since we can't think of a result, let's get even on this one, shall we? Song Huching laughed. "Get even, you big head. You owe me one." Lee Changmu covered his chest and said, "How long have you not cut these nails? Scratching me to death." Nails? Song Huching spread his hands wide. The nails were neatly clipped on the long, slender fingers. Only on the ring finger of his left hand, he still wore a ring. Chapter 98. You don't think of us as human beings. Well, Lee Changmu also froze for a moment, and only after a long time did she purse her lips and say, "What? Still can't let go of Softy?" "No, just forgot to pick it up." Song Huching removed the ring and placed it in his hand with a grip. "That wedding ring is gone." "Well, you can still do magic tricks?" Lee Changmu was surprised. "I can still fly. Do you believe it?" Song Huching rolled his eyes. "Sisters, have something to say, let's not hide it. It's not easy for me to take a day off. Don't waste my time." "Poof." After Lee Changmu glared at him, she said with a straight face, "Song Huching, you be my boyfriend." Pounce. Song Huching just took a sip of coffee and spit it back into the cup. "Sister, you don't have a fever, do you? Not to mention the fact that I already have a girlfriend. We've only met a few times. I'll be your boyfriend? Are you crazy?" No. Lee Changmu said anxiously. "As you know, I'm already in my 20s. 20-something? Song Huching had an odd expression on his face. "You." After Lee Changmu glared at him fiercely, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'm already 30 years old. I haven't gotten married yet, and my family is already going crazy. What does this have to do with me?" Song Huching skimmed his mouth and said, "Crazy to send a neurological hospital is." "You roll," Lee Changmu angrily said. "Do you believe that I will call the police now and say that you just molested me? I still have your fingerprints there. You're scaring me." "Ha, I can have a license plate in my car." Song Huching snapped and locked eyes with her in mid-sentence. The two immediately got up and ran towards the underground parking lot. When the video was pulled up and deleted, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. "Song Huching, what are you doing installing this for nothing?" Lee Changmu snapped. "What's wrong with you? I'm not installing this. What if I run into someone like you?" Song Huching rationalized. "You." Lee Changmu was so angry that her face was red, but she still forced down her anger and said, "The people in my family are really mad and want me to bring a boyfriend back. With your ability, this Lin Chang's men are at your disposal, right?" Song Huching rolled his eyes. "Wouldn't it be enough for you to pick a smooth-looking one and bring it back to fulfill your family's wish? Asterisk. You. It's not that easy." Lee Changmu glared. "Not to mention that I am not familiar with them. What if they fake me to suffer?" Song Huching was instantly filled with black lines. "No, what do you mean? So I'm safe, right?" "Yes." Lee Changmu nodded. "I think you don't have much interest in me. The other day when I was dressed like that, you just glanced at my chest and then were quite disdainful." "That's not disdain," Song Huching said rather hesitantly, "but I'm a person more principled. To see, not to eat. Might as well not see it, not? Why don't you wear it again? I promise to look at it carefully." "You roll." Lee Changmu tightened his clothes and said with a straight face, "I will give you 10,000 yuan for this matter together. You accompany me to go back to my hometown, counting 5,000, and delaying you for 2 days at most." "No." Song Huching skimmed his mouth. "You find Chin Chu or Gu listening when to them both money don't want. Asterisk. You." Lee Changmu didn't have a good temper. "Why are you so unsympathetic? If I still don't bring my boyfriend back, my mom is going to disassociate herself from me as a mother and daughter." "Then you're your business too, aren't you?" Song Huching squinted. "We can't take your bait. What if your mom wants to force us to get a license? Can it be that I really have to get a marriage license with you?" "You wish." Lee Changmu coldly snorted. "Your task is to accompany me to go to my hometown for 2 days and 1 night. At most I will give you $20,000. Is this enough to be meaningful? You only run takeout for a few $100s a day. This time you have 20,000. You have to run takeout for 2 months, okay? 20,000? Song Huching stroked his chin and said, you swear that if you touch me, you'll never catch a kaiju again. Song Huching, I'll kill you. Li Qingmu lunged up with her teeth and claws, but suddenly, a hand pressed her head to her thigh, and she immediately burst into a rage. Song, shoo. Song Huching reached out and made a silencing gesture to her. What for? Li Qingmu whispered. Just saw your co-workers, this we sit in the car if they see. It cannot be said. Song Huching sighed. Well, have they left? Li Qingmu whispered. Gone. Song Huching let go of his hand. Li Qingmu just wanted to get up, but he pressed his head down again. Song Huching, you're going to die. Quiet. There's another one. Gone? Gone. Li Qingmu had just lifted his head up when Song Huching's hand pressed down again. That's enough out of you. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Let us go. Here are all the people in your unit. Song Huching whispered. It's okay. After Li Qingmu responded, he just lifted his head up. However, he saw Song Huching sitting motionless, his face filled with a bitter smile. Well, she followed his gaze, but saw Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang directly in front of her looking at the two of them as if they were dumbfounded, and the milk tea on the ground was scattered all over the place. Song Huching hurriedly opened the car door, yanked the back collars of the two men, and pressed them against the wall. What did you see? It's. After Zhang Yong stammered a couple sentences, he probably didn't know how to describe it. He reached over and grabbed Sun's head, then pressed his head towards his old man. Song Huching and Li Qingmu both took a step back in shock. Sun Jigang seemed to be in a state of lost soul as well, and was hit several times before he reacted and immediately raised his hand to push him away. Don't you demo. Well, Zhang Yong seems to have just come back to God. His eyes are complex. Looking at Song Huching said, Song brother, my little brother used to have eyes and not recognize Ente. I really did not expect you to be so sneaky. In the parking lot. Off. Li Qingmu immediately exploded, angrily saying, Zhang Yong, if you talk any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. She was probably really pissed off, and with an open hand, she grabbed towards Zhang Yong's face. Stop it. Song Huching smoothly held her at the waist and helplessly said, do you believe me when I say that it wasn't actually like that just now? Well, Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang glanced at each other at once, and both fell into silence. No, what do you guys mean by this? Song Huching laughed bitterly. Song, if you ask us not to say it out, we can do it, but if you say that you guys are picking up something or something, then you are not treating us too much as individuals. Sun Jigang let out a long sigh. Zhang Yong also nodded his head, with a look like you shouldn't insult my intelligence. Chapter 99, Rocket Headbutt. Forget it. Song Huching hugged the already out of control Li Qingmu, and after smoothly shoving her into the car, he sailed away. Zhang Yong and Sun Jigang looked at each other and both silently pulled out their cell phones. I just discovered a shocking secret. Riverside. Song Huching, look what you've done. Li Qingmu huffed and threw his cell phone over. Well, Song Huching took a look and couldn't help but smile. I have to say, Zhang Yong still has some level. He wrote this little essay, all ing enough to get in. After he smoothly chose to report it, he handed the phone back to Li Qingmu. This is no picture. It will be gone in a few days. My reputation has been ruined by you. Li Qingmu gritted her teeth. You have to compensate me. Okay, how about we get married? Song Huching said with a straight face. Ha? Li Qingmu was startled and hurriedly said, That is not to this extent. No, your reputation is ruined now. Hurry up and urge Wan Xingyao and I to get the divorce formalities done. I'll marry you right away. This way you cope with your family and you don't have to worry about revealing yourself. Song Huching reached out and pulled her hand. Don't. Li Qingmu electrocuted half of his hand back, lowered his head and said, Song Huching, I spend a lot of money. You cannot afford to support me. Okay then. Song Huching spread his hands and said, I gave you compensation. Now it is you who do not want it. You. Li Qingmu immediately tilted her head and glared at him fiercely. What a time. This still dare to fool himself. Okay, it's that time of day. I'm going home. Song Huching yawned and said, You also go back early. While your parents are still not here, you hurry to find a new kaiju. Off. Li Qingmu inclined his head out the window. Go to my house. I will treat you to dinner. We will discuss this matter in detail. Don't. I can. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, suddenly Li Qingmu stuck over and reached around his neck to take a picture. What do you think will happen to Softy when I send her this picture? Can't be. Song Huching was shocked. What the hell if Wan Xingyao got hold of this photo? What if she grabbed custody of Xiao Yuan from herself at that time? You still like her? Li Qingmu said quietly. It's not a matter of liking it or not. Song Huching leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. I just want to hurry up with her now and get the divorce done. It won't do any good for me to anger her. Oof, Li Qingmu looked his head out the window. Go to the China World Trade Center apartment. I'll treat you to dinner. Not going to. Well, go now. Song Huching looked at the picture she had already put up on the chat bar and eventually wimped out. Oof, Li Qingmu's face slightly slowed down and retrieved his cell phone. Half an hour later, ITC Apartments. The house here is a small duplex structure, about 40 square feet, not very big. Still, it's nice if you're living alone. With a living room kitchen below and a room above. Song Huching had just entered the door when he smelled an ethereal fragrance, which made him touch his nose. Seeing this, Li Qingmu ran to open the window after throwing a pair of slippers to him. No, sis, how do you wear these slippers? Song Huching pointed to the pink slippers that were shortened, rather despondently. It's not like there's ever been a man in my house. I don't have men's slippers. After Li Qingmu gave him a blank look, she poured a cup of water for him. You stay here, not allowed to run. I go down to buy food. No, let's not have a takeout meal, shall we? Song Huching sighed. I don't need to eat a fat loss meal for the next 2 days. After Li Qingmu dropped a sentence, he went upstairs to change his clothes and ran out. Song Huching couldn't help but feel a little dizzy looking at this room full of pink things, and this sofa, with his legs outside as he lay down, was really a bit short. There was no way out, so he had to lie down on the carpet on the floor. By the time Li Qingmu returned with the dishes and new slippers, Song Huching was already asleep. She hesitated, but turned up the air conditioning temperature a bit, and took the air conditioning quilt in her hand to cover him, before she started cooking. I don't know how much time has passed. When Song Huching woke up, it was already dark outside the window, and on the coffee table, there was an exquisite 3-course meal and 1 soup at the moment. Eat when you wake up. Li Qingmu laughed. I bought you 2 sets of pajamas and bath towels and stuff. You will sleep here today, and we will go back together tomorrow. Asterisk. Song Huching subconsciously covered herself with the quilt and hurriedly said, Sister, accompanying sleep is a different price. Asterisk. You. Li Qingmu glared. You are happy. I am not happy yet. You sleep on the ground at night. I sleep on the bed. And also, that 20,000 yuan. I will pay 10,000 to you first. And when it is finished, I will pay the final payment. Why are you looking for me? Song Huching sighed. Isn't it pretty good that the men in your company casually pull one of them? Didn't I tell you? I'm afraid that other people are pretending to be real. Li Qingmu seriously said. But I believe your character. You are not that kind of person. Then you have underestimated a person. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Snap. Li Qingmu reached out and slapped a pair of scissors on the table. Then just try it well. If you dare to fool around, you see I won't cut you. I'll go. Song Huching subconsciously clenched his legs. Sisters, is it not possible for me not to take this business? No way. Li Qingmu's beautiful eyebrows knitted. I have already talked to my mom to take you back tomorrow. If you dare to let me off the hook, I will die with you. Okay. Song Huching sighed and reached for his chopsticks. After Li Qingmu smoothly gave him a piece of meat, she said with a red face, I cook all the Sichuan and Chongqing flavors. If you like it, you can eat a little bit more. If you don't like it, I'll order takeout for you later. You're a Chuanyu girl? Song Huching was stunned, then skimmed his lips. I said, why are you so fierce? Boo! Li Qingmu lowered his head and rammed it hard. I'll go. Song Huching was instantly knocked over and twisted his chin. Rocket head hammer ah. You irritate me again and I'll run you over. Li Qingmu sneered before continuing to eat with his head down. Song Huching didn't dare to say anything, just silently dried 2 bowls of rice. After Li Qingmu finished clearing the table, he sat cross-legged across from him. Anything you want to ask, you can ask now. Well, are you? Boo! Asterisk. Song Huching covered his chest and tumbled onto his back. Ask, again. Li Qingmu squinted. Are you reading too many romance novels? Song Huching hesitated. Finding someone to pretend to be a boyfriend is such a dog-blood thing. How did you think of coming out here? Song Huching, I'll fight you. Li Qingmu instantly pounced over and rode on top of him, his head fiercely slanting towards his chest again. Chapter 100. Didn't you say you couldn't see Song Huching? Don't bump it. I'm convinced. Okay? Song Huching raised his hands in surrender. Poof. Li Qingmu hummed lightly and sat down on his side. I have also done your identity for you. You are a graduate of Lin Chang University, my senior brother, and now you are working as a team manager in a financial company, with a monthly salary of 12,000. They're going to ask in such detail? Song Huching was curious. How would I know this? In case they ask? Li Qingmu gave him a blank look. Right. You come over. What for? Song Huching said warily. Let's take a couple pictures and I'll use them as my cell phone wallpaper. Li Qingmu skimmed his lips. Since acting, it's natural to act the full set, isn't it? I don't think it's necessary. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, His neck was wrapped around by Lee Ching-moo. The two of them took several pictures with their faces like this, but Lee Chang-moo was in the end a veteran in the field. Even if he was doing his lips on Song Huching's face, he had already kissed in terms of visual effect. But Song Huching could feel that the two were at least a few centimeters apart. When the photos were done, Lee Ching-moo sat there and started picturing. At this point, Song Huching's phone vibrated. Girlfriend? No, Ngwin Sing Ngwin. Ha! Lee Ching-moo instantly panicked and hurriedly reached out to hang up the video. But somehow, I actually pressed the wrong button and tapped on the answer button. Song. The other man said only one word, and then fell silent. Song Huching looked at the wide-eyed Wen Yun and Song Shan, as well as the grim-faced Ruan Xingyao. A good half hour. It took Wen Yun to break the silence. Who's this next to you? She. Song Huching was just about to open his mouth, but he was tugged by Lee Ching-moo. Hello auntie, my name is Lee Chung-moo. I'm a friend of Ruan Xingyao's. Song Huching did me a favor today, so I invited him to my house for dinner. Moo. Didn't you say you couldn't see Song Huching? Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. Lee Ching-moo opened his mouth, but did not concur. No matter how much she had no sense of proportion, she couldn't say that she couldn't see him in front of Song Huching's parents, could she? Cough. After Song Shan coughed dryly twice, he said with a stern face, Rabbit child, what are you doing buying such an expensive fishing rod for Xiao Yuan? You're showing off, aren't you? Yeah. Wen Yun also hurriedly reprimanded. Your father found someone to ask. That set of fishing rods but carbon fiber, at least a few $1,000s. Xiao Yuan how old she is? Suitable to use this thing? I have already bought. People don't give refunds no? Song Huching said helplessly. This time it is even. Next time you dare to do this, you see I do not pack you. After Wen Yun chided with a stern face, he added in a deep voice. After eating, go back earlier. It is not appropriate to be in someone else's home at this hour. Got it. Song Huching hurriedly answered. I'll go back now. So be it. Wen Yun reached out and hung up the video just for a moment. He also vaguely heard Song Shan say something like, my son-in-law is not that kind of person. Phew. Lee Ching-moo and Song Huching let out a sigh of relief at the same time. I say sis, is there something wrong with you? Asterisk you. How would I know? Lee Ching-moo gave him a blank look. On the contrary, you are not divorced. Why do you still send a video over at this point? I guess my parents wanted her to post it. Song Huching lit a cigarette and tilted his head to look at her. Where do I sleep at night? Sleep in the living room. Lee Ching-moo bristled. Then I quit. Song Huching bristled. Unless you let me sleep on the bed and you sleep in the living room. I'll go back now. You. Lee Ching-moo was instantly furious. You're a big man. Why are you so graceless? Letting me sleep in the living room as a woman? You just recognized me as how? Song Huching rolled his eyes. I'll give you 3 seconds now to think about 3. Alright. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep in the living room okay? Lee Ching-moo didn't have the heart to say. Song Huching, how does your girlfriend see you? I really can't pick out the good points in your whole body. Maybe, I look more honest and harmless. Song Huching spread his hands and said, get out of here. You're all bad and oily. And you're still honest and harmless? Whoever trusts you, the bone crumbs will be eaten by you. Lee Ching-moo sneered. Well, yeah, then you're still looking for me to be your fake boyfriend? Song Huching scoffed. You. Lee Ching-moo was suddenly speechless. In fact, Song Huching didn't really seem to have any other shortcomings other than being a bit poor. The two had been together for a day now, and she hadn't seen any impolite behavior from the other party. Of course, it would have been better to sew his mouth shut. I'm going to take a shower. Song Huching got up and headed upstairs, but in no time, his head stuck out from the stairway. What again? Do you want to put your personal belongings away? That lace. Lee Ching-moo screamed and immediately ran towards the upstairs, darting from the bedroom. She loaded up all the changes of clothes and threw them onto the balcony, before glaring at him with a red face. I have a small question. Song Huching lit a cigarette. You say. Lee Ching-moo glared. You don't have a man either. Who are you showing it to by buying such sexy intimate apparel? Song Huching was curious. To hell with you, Lee Ching-moo said in a bad mood. Can't I just wear it for myself? I have to wear it for you stinky men, right? These stinking men? Song Huching was slightly stunned, then gave a thumbs up. In the end, it's the pond master you roll. Lee Ching-moo angrily said. If you want to take a shower, hurry up and wash. I'll change the bedsheets. Hey, that's what hospitality looks like. After Song Huching said with a smile, he then closed the door. No, what do you mean? Lee Ching-moo shouted outside the door. Song Huching, you dislike me, don't you? Or what? Song Huching laughed and cursed inside the bathroom. Hurry up, change a clean set of sheets. I'm going to sleep after my bath. Asterisk you. After Lee Ching-moo cursed, he then disappeared into the doorway of the restroom. Half an hour later, Song Huching did not change pajamas. After all, that pajamas bought back have not been washed, which do not dare to wear it is not. However, it was a good thing that he had the Sumeru ring, and after finding a pair of beach pants to put on, he just walked towards the bedroom topless. Ah, stinky rascal, why don't you wear clothes? Lee Chung-moo, who was sitting on the bed, screamed and covered her face with her hands. It was just a matter of looking through her fingertips and catching a glimpse of her big, dark eyes. No, why are you here? Song Huching frowned. Not agreed that I sleep in the bed. You sleep in the living room. Well, do not keep the promise, right? Chapter 101, if you're really lonely, take your cell phone and go to the living room and shake it. Asterisk 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 you. I'm packing my stuff. Lee Ching-moo's pretty face was slightly red, muttering, it's really hard to see that you have such a good body. Cut. After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he casually took an air-conditioned quilt and covered his body. Hurry up and get out. I'm going to sleep. What's all the yelling about? This is my bedroom. Lee Ching-moo glared. Hey, what about sleeping together? Song Huching face winks. Really cannot. We emulate the ancients. In the middle of the 9 bowls of water who if you cross the line, who is a beast how? I shucks, you think I haven't heard this story before right? Lee Ching-moo pouted. If you passed you're a beast. If you didn't, then aren't you worse than a beast? That's hard to say. What if you pass? Song Huching joked. Asterisk 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 you. After Lee Ching-moo gave him a blank look, she packed up her things and then got up and walked towards the door, but did not walk 2 steps. She had a wary look at Song Huching said, no locking the door, and, do not mess with my things. Got it. After Song Huching yawned, he pressed down on her head and casually pushed her out of the room, then locked the door with a click. Yeah, Song Huching said that you are not allowed to lock the door. Lee Ching-moo exasperated. You're offline ah, we're alone, I mustn't protect myself properly ah. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Ms. Lee, good night, late your ass, you open the door. Lee Ching-moo knocked hard on the door, but Song Huching turned a deaf ear, but instead lay on the soft bed, posing a big character. I have to say, this house is not big, the bed is not small, 1 meter 8 by 2 meters of the big bed, lying is still quite comfortable. The living room, after Lee Ching-moo took a shower, he laid down on the sofa, but she tossed and turned and couldn't get to sleep, so she couldn't help but slide down to the carpet with a puff of air. It was just that even with a layer of bedding, she still felt a little hard. I don't know how much time has passed. She gritted her teeth and got up and headed upstairs. Click, a crunch, the bedroom door was opened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching, who had originally fallen asleep, was awakened, and he hurriedly covered himself with the quilt, alertly saying, what do you want to do? Roll over a little. Lee Ching-moo did not have a good mood. I can't sleep downstairs. We sleep on one side. You dare to come over. You are dead. Cut. After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he was just about to roll over, but the pillow under his head was jerked away. Not waiting for him to freak out, another pillow was shoved under his head. You use this one. This one is new. Something's wrong. After Song Huching blankly glanced at her, he wrapped himself in the air-conditioned quilt, but before he could fall asleep, he suddenly heard Lee Ching-moo speak. Song Huching, are you asleep? Song Huching didn't reply, just closed his eyes. At this point, he got a tug on his arm and went from lying on his side to lying flat. Missy, what time is it? What the hell do you want? I couldn't sleep and wanted to talk to you. Lee Ching-moo had a pair of beautiful hands pillowed under her face, blinking her big eyes at him. Hey, Song Huching sighed. I see you are lacking a man lacking a powerful. Hurry to find someone to get married. Asterisk 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 you. You're the one who lacks a man. Lee Ching-moo laughed and scolded. It's just that I'm lying in the same bed with a man for the first time, and it feels a bit novel. So have you ever had a baby? Giving birth to a child is still a bit new, so go ahead and give it a try. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, gee, how can it be the same? After Lee Ching-moo gave him a blank look, she asked, hey, how did you practice this body so well? Do you have nothing to say? Song Huching laughed bitterly. Poof, Lee Ching-moo lightly hummed. With this nature of yours, no wonder Wan Xingyao wants to divorce you. Any woman, I'm afraid she can't stand you, right? Yes, you're right about everything. Is it okay to sleep? Song Huching said helplessly. If you're really lonely, take your cell phone and go to the living room and shake it. Asterisk 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 off. Lee Ching-moo glared at him fiercely, then turned her back to him. Only then did Song Huching let out a long sigh of relief and rolled over as well, continuing to sleep. The next day, sunlight poured through the window and onto the bed. It made both of them move their eyelids slightly, but they didn't wake up. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open. The two jolted awake with a scream. Song Hutching tilted his head and found a middle-aged woman, who was now covering her mouth, looking at them as if she had seen a ghost. Bitch, what's going on? Accompanied by a footstep, the middle-aged woman returned to her senses and immediately closed the bedroom room door. Nothing, don't come in, go back to the living room. Well, the man at the door was puzzled, but behaved himself and went downstairs. Missy, you, the middle-aged woman stuttered a bit in her speech. Well, Song Hutching and Lee Ching-moo looked at each other, and then both saw the horror in the other's eyes. At this moment, the two of them were hugging together, not to mention that Lee Ching-moo's robe had long ago gone nowhere, and now she was only wearing a small, close-fitting garment, curled up in Song Hutching's arms. The worst thing was that Song Hutching's hand was, at that moment, in her small clothes. Ah! Song Hutching was the first to scream, then covered herself with the quilt. Lee Ching-moo, didn't you say that you would only sleep together and do nothing? Lee Ching-moo was so angry that his face was green, and after quickly picking up the robe from the ground and putting it on, he jumped on Song Hutching, and after viciously pounding a few punches, he was still not relieved, and he bit it with his teeth and hit it with his head. Missy, the middle-aged woman shouted. Song Hutching, come out here, you beastly thing, don't you hide under the covers, I'm going to have to bite you today. The guy almost didn't break her with that scream. It was too much for him to shout even if he did, but he actually gave his own line, making it seem as if he was the victim. The middle-aged woman hesitated after looking at it for a moment. Eventually, he walked out, and before he left, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. When Song Hutching heard the commotion, he exposed his head from the covers and wrapped his arms around Lee Ching-moo in passing. Your mom's gone? Song Hutching, you asshole, Lee Ching-moo said angrily. What are you shouting about? I've lost my face. Nerves. Song Hutching bristled. That's your mom and not an outsider. She looks down on you. It's better than looking down on me, right? Well, Lee Ching-moo froze for a moment, then burst into a rage. Bastard. What kind of words are you calling this? It's not. This is something you're not doing right. Song Hutching said quietly. Didn't you say you were going to take me home? Why is your mom here? Well, Lee Ching-moo instantly calmed down and smiled bitterly. 80% is that I said to them that I found a boyfriend, so they rushed over from the mountain city early in the morning. Okay, Song Hutching sighed. This is good, so as not to have to make a trip. You take your hand out first before you say anything, okay? Lee Ching-moo gritted his teeth. Well, Song Hutching looked at his hand that had reached into her robe, and couldn't help but snappily take it out, and smacked it with his left hand in the process. I'm sorry, couldn't help myself. You roll. After Lee Ching-moo gave him a blank look, she jumped off the bed and started washing up. Chapter 102, is this the time to start talking about dowries? 40 minutes or so later, Song Hutching walked downstairs. At this time, Lee Ching-moo was sitting on the floor with a red face, while on the sofa, a middle-aged couple was looking up at him. Hello aunt and uncle, my name is Song Hutching. Little Song come and sit down. Lee's mother smiled and greeted. It's a little inappropriate to blame us for this, and we didn't say hello to you before we came. It's fine. Song Hutching hurriedly said. This is Moo-moo's home. Naturally it is also the home of uncle and aunt. How can anyone go home and have to greet first? This guy is quite a talker. Lee Ching-moo's eyebrows slightly raised, slightly relieved inwardly. Little Song, we came for no other reason. Lee father was quite reserved. Just this daughter of mine. 3, are not, 20 more than a few, and did not see her talk about a friend? This is not. We heard that she talked about a friend, and rushed over to see you. You do not see the blame. Uncle and auntie, I understand very well about Moo-moo's fist of love. Song Hutching solemnly said, if it were my daughter, talking about friends, I would be more anxious than my uncle and aunt. Little Song can really talk. Lee mother covered her mouth and laughed. Auntie, there is no other meaning. We will just talk casually. Ask a few questions, do not mind. Auntie, you guys haven't eaten early in the morning, right? How about this? I treat you guys to breakfast and let's talk while we eat? Song Hutching laughed. That's fine. Lee's father nodded with a smile. Lee Ching-moo pursed his lips and said nothing. After the group of 4 went downstairs, they got into Song Hutching's car. Xiao Song, this car. Oh, the car isn't mine. Song Hutching shook his head. It was borrowed from a friend. Oh, father and mother Lee responded, but didn't say anything more. Lee Ching-moo slightly raised his eyebrows and threw an inquiring look over. Song Hutching shrugged and drove towards the city. 20 minutes later, the Joy Lounge. This is one of the few places in Lincoln City where you can experience an authentic Cantonese breakfast. If he hadn't run a takeout and taken orders here, he wouldn't have known this. Do your aunt and uncle have any contraindications? Song Hutching laughed. There's nothing to avoid, just keep an eye on it. Mother Lee laughed softly. Good. Song Hutching took the menu and ordered some food before serving a pot of tigwanyan. Song, what else is in the house? I have both parents and a daughter. When Song Huching said this, he was stomped on hard by Lee Chung-moo. Is this guy crazy? Why are you talking about your daughter? Daughter? The eyes of Lee mother and Lee father were suddenly serious. In that case, Xiao Song, you have been married? Noted. Song Huching said with a straight face. After graduating from college, I got married. Why the divorce? Lee's father said in a deep voice. Maybe. She wants the love she had in college, not to live with S. Song Huching sighed. Your daughter lives with you? Mother Lee frowned. Right. Song Huching nodded. In the divorce agreement between my ex-wife and I, the daughters are given to me. The words came out, drawing both men into silence. Lee Ching-moo was also speechless. What did this guy want? A good half hour after breakfast is served, Song Huching handed a cigarette to Lee's father. Uncle, aunt, I don't know what Moo Moo said to you guys, but I think since we're talking about friends, it's natural to be a little more sincere. After all, we can fool you for a while, but we can't fool you for a lifetime, right? Aha. After Lee mother glared at Lee Ching-moo, she said with a straight face, Xiao Song, you are good looking, and seeing you talk is also red, and you are very honest. However, after all, this is a matter for two people to live their whole life. My youngest sister I know, she this character, to put it nicely is what exquisite woman, to put it bluntly, that is the love of vanity. She graduated so many years, every month's salary is spent. Mom, what are you talking about? Lee Ching-moo was so angry that she stomped her feet. Say what? Tell the truth. Lee father skimmed his mouth. People Xiao Song are so honest, we cannot lie to him is not. You this house, or I and your mother to give you supply, otherwise you even have a place to live. Uncle, it's okay, Song Huching seriously said, since I'm with Moo Moo, then naturally I'm responsible for the expenses of the house. I don't dare to say that the houses in Linchang are at her disposal, but I can still afford to buy a general house. Well, you don't have a house? Mother Lee frowned. Yes, but it was given to my ex-wife during the divorce. Song Huching shook his head. It was also my parents' intention. They felt that my ex-wife hadn't done anything to wrong me, so they gave her the house as compensation. Your parents are good people. After Lee's father sighed, he seriously said, Xiao Song, we are all out of the county, don't know anything, but we know that marrying a man and wearing clothes and eating, what love, that's bull asterisk. Ultimately still have to live a lifetime with S. My youngest child, is such a nature? Spend a lot of money, do not know to converge. Old man, if you say it again I won't eat it. Lee Ching-moo reddened her face and glared fiercely at her father. Go. You don't talk nonsense, my youngest sister still has a good place. Lee mother hurriedly consoled. At least she sheds effort on herself. That weight loss is really under the blood. Good hanging did not starve themselves to death. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lee Ching-moo reached out her hand and pinched him hard on his thigh. You laugh again and I'll rip your mouth off. No laughing. Song Huching hurriedly lowered his head. Xiao Song, my daughter has this nature, and I know it very well. Since she chose you, she won't take into account that you're divorced. Lee mother sighed. This bride price is not a bride price. I don't talk to you. You buy a house, even if you pay a down payment. The house is written in both of your names, and I will give her a car to accompany her. About $500,000, you and she to choose. Cough. Song Huching choked at once. This is where we start talking about dowries? Xiao Song, don't feel embarrassed. Lee father laughed bitterly. If you don't bring your daughter, then the two of you live in that apartment as well. But you still have a daughter in the end, don't you? At least there must be a 2-bedroom apartment, right? Your aunt and I don't have much to offer, but if it's harder for you two to get started, we'll pay the mortgage for you first in the early stages. And anyway, Missy's house isn't 2 years old. That's not what I meant, Song Huching hurriedly said. Although I don't have much money, but I can still buy a house and a car. Why don't we wait for dinner? Let us go and look at the caravan? Lee Ching-moo looked at him sideways, his face full of incredulity. Are you serious? Song Huching was also helpless. People had spoken to this point, what else could he do? Chapter 103, if it's not too far, we can go see the fishing rods first. Xiao Song, I have a sentence that I don't know if I should say. Lee's father was a little hesitant. Uncle, you're the elder. Just say whatever you have to say directly, Song Huching said with a straight face. Our generation there is a rule, that women and cars are not borrowed. Lee father seriously said, we do not have a car does not matter, but borrowing someone else's car is not appropriate. Old man, dad, Mother Lee and Lee Ching-moo shouted at the same time. Uncle is right. Song Huching laughed. It's just that my car was sent for maintenance 2 days ago, so I temporarily drove someone else a car, and I'm afraid that my car is also getting better, so I'll let someone drive it. Well, you bought your own car? Mother Lee wondered. Bought. Song Huching laughed bitterly. I still have a daughter in the end. Normal days are still okay, but once the wind and rain or whatever, riding a bicycle is not very convenient. That's true. Lee's mother sighed and then stopped talking. Song Huching, on the other hand, said, "Excuse me," and then took out his phone and walked to the side. "Missy, tell me the truth. How did this little Song actually get divorced?" Lee mother lowered her voice. "How can this be divorced? Her mother-in-law dislikes him for being poor." Lee Ching-mu skimmed his lips. "Poor?" Lee father squinted. "You don't think that your old man has not seen any world, but I can see that this little Song is not like a person who lacks money." "Well, how did you see it?" Lee Ching-mu was surprised. "My stupid girl," Lee's mother said in a bad mood. "You must have made up a string of falsehoods to unite with him to deceive us, right? But look at Xiao Song. He directly made it clear to us." "What does that mean?" "Explain what?" Lee Ching-mu was a bit dazed. "It means he doesn't care at all." Lee father hated iron and steel said. "He is giving us a clear attitude. He just has a girl to live with him. We accept it if we can accept it, and accept it if we can not even. On his terms, it's not like he doesn't have to be you." "Ha? Is that what he meant?" Lee Chang-mu was stunned. "Why not?" Lee mother pointed to the breakfast on the table and said, "Just now I looked at the menu. This meal is thousands of dollars." He didn't even blink an eyebrow, indicating that his usual level of consumption for meals is not low. "What?" Lee Ching-mu hurriedly pulled the bill on the table to look at it, and when she saw the pot of Iron Goddess of Mercy 888, the whole person was going to faint. "Is this guy crazy? Drinking such expensive tea?" "You wait." Lee father frowned. "How do I feel? Like you don't seem to know Xiao Song very well either?" Lee Ching-mu's big eyes were darting around, and she was thinking of a countermeasure, but her mom pulled her back. "Tell me the truth. What exactly is this little Song?" He's actually my best friend's husband." Just after Lee Ching-mu's words fell, she saw Lee's mother raise her hand and immediately changed her words. Ex-husband. Ex-husband. He is the ex-husband of my best friend. How did I give birth to such a shameless thing as you? Mother Lee pinched her fiercely and angrily said, "You seduced him?" Ouch. After Lee Ching-mu let out a cry of pain, she hurriedly explained, No. He was divorced from my best friend before he and I did that." "Why did he divorce your best friend?" Lee's father frowned. "My best friend resents him for being poor," Lee Ching-mu said helplessly. "But my opinion is the same as yours. I think he is not poor, and he may be pretending." "Why?" Mother Lee wondered. "Because yesterday his daughter said that she wanted to buy a fishing rod. He directly bought a set of fishing tackle for his daughter. More than $10,000. Lee Chang-mu whispered. "Over $10,000 of fishing tackle? That's probably carbon fiber. How old is Tu's daughter? Use such a good fishing tackle?" Lee's father said sharply. 4 years old. Lee Chang-mu bristled. 4? Lee's father's tone was 8 degrees higher. "Damn. I can't use such a good fishing tackle at 50 years old. And she's 4 years old. Don't yell. Don't yell." Mother Lee and Lee Ching-mu reached out to cover his mouth at the same time. "Yo, what's up with Uncle?" Song Huching walked over and sat beside Lee Ching-mu. Nothing. Lee mother hurriedly said. "Xiao Song, where is your daughter now? Why don't we meet and find out?" "Oh, she's at my parents'." Song Huching sighed. "My parents are also about to retire now. There is nothing to do, so usually during the summer and winter vacations, they have to leave my daughter with them." "Xiao Song, not uncle," said you. 4-year-old girl. "Use carbon fiber fishing tackle? That is a waste." Lee father painfully said. "That thing is not a toy. If it is not a senior angler, it is not able to play its effectiveness." "Shut up." Lee Ching-mu and Mother Lee chided at the same time. "Yo, looks like uncle likes fishing?" Song Huching joked. "I grew up by the Yangtze River. How could I not know how to fish?" Father Lee sighed. "That is not coincidental. Well, I happen to have a friend to open a fishing tackle store. Are the purchase price? Wait a minute after we look at the house to go shopping?" Song Huching laughed lightly. "The price of entry? Really?" Lee's father's eyes instantly glowed. "Not really." Song Huching gestured. "He has that kind of small fish that can glow. Put it in the water. That thing can swim by itself. That's called bionic bait." Father Lee said hastily. Yeah, bionic bait." Song Huching laughed. "There is also a kind of fishing rod, saying that it is specially matched with that uses this kind of bionic bait. That fishing rod can be very expensive. That's a roadrunner pole." Lee's father excitedly said. "Xiao Song, is that store not too far from here? If it's not too far, it's okay for us to go and look at the fishing rods first." Before he could finish his sentence, he was stomped on by Lee's mother. "Xiao Song, you don't need to take care of him. He is also in a semi-retired state. All day long, he knows to fish, and he is not at home. You can't learn from him. I can't even fish." After Song Huching shook his head, he looked at Lee's father and said, "I will send a message to him, first to see if he is in the store. If he is, we will go over directly after looking at the house." "Well, where are we going to look at houses?" Li Qingmu was surprised. Oh, by the way, my friend recommended a property called the bookstore. As soon as Song Huching's words left her mouth, she grabbed her collar. Are you crazy? That property is more than 30,000 a square foot. For a cheaper look. I go, do you really want to buy or what? Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Anyway, it is just to see. Where to look is not to see it. The service of the big building is a little better. It is not allowed to also car pickup and car delivery. Well, you have a point there. After Li Qingmu nodded, he let go of his hand and even smoothed out his collar. Since Xiaosong has a favorite property, how about we go over and take a look first? Li mother laughed. Your uncle and I also have some savings over the years. If you don't have enough for a down payment, we'll put together a little bit of money as well. That's not so bad. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Li Qingmu covered his mouth. We'll go ahead and look at it. And if we really don't have enough for a down payment, we'll figure it out then. Success. Listen to Missy. Father Li smiled and nodded, and was about to come over and strike up a conversation with Song Huching when Mother Li tugged at his collar. You mention your damn fishing pole again and I'll get you killed. Chapter 104, Marketing Techniques. Sisters, the Joy Lounge. Downstairs parking lot. Song Huching just went downstairs and saw Xiao Li waiting there. Mr. Song, aha. After Song Huching handed him a cigarette, he exchanged car keys with him. Mr. Song, then I'll take the car first? The captain on the bookish side has also given you a good greeting, so you can just go over directly. Xiao Li bowed and said, thanks. Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder. That's what we're supposed to do. Xiao Li smiled at Li Qingmu and the others before turning to leave. Little Song, is that one your friend? Mother Li was curious. Yeah, my friend. After Song Huching nodded, he reached out and pressed the car key. Drip! The lights of a brand new Mercedes flashed, startling Li Qingmu and the others. Well, Song, this is your car? Right. Song Huching walked to the front and back of the car and pulled open the passenger door. Moo moo, uncle and aunt, all get in. Well, Father Li and Mother Li looked at each other and both looked at Li Qingmu. Li Qingmu was also a bit shocked. From what she knew about Song Huching, this guy wouldn't take someone else's stuff to fill up the door. In other words, this Mercedes is afraid it really belongs to this guy. After the three of them got into the car, Li Qingmu said with a sideways glance, when did you buy this car? How come I don't know? Oh, from a friend. Song Huching laughed lightly and stepped on the gas. Song can be a real joker. Li's mother laughed and scolded. What kind of friend sends a luxury car? Song Huching smiled without explanation. Li Qingmu hesitated and opened the storage box in the front of the car. Sure enough, the car's book and license were there. She couldn't help but bristle as she opened it and looked at it. Sure enough, the car belonged to this guy, and it was just a couple days ago. 20 minutes later, bookish, just as Song Huching's car pulled in, several people greeted him with umbrellas. Well, is the sales of this property so enthusiastic? Li Qingmu was surprised. Upscale neighborhood, right? Mother Li was also quite surprised when she looked at her surroundings. It is separated from the Linchang River by a road, next door to a large supermarket called Taiyue City, while a large pedestrian plaza has been constructed on the side of the Linchang River, and it's very easy to get to the west side of the river. As Taiyue City turns a corner and goes onto the Linchang second bridge, compared to the first bridge, the second bridge doesn't have as much traffic and is a bit closer to the IFC building. Hello Mr. Song, I'm Zhou Bin, the sales manager of Shuxiang Mendi, a middle-aged man said with a slight bow. Well, hello, how do you know me? Song Huching was surprised. Manager Wu called ahead with us and said that you are coming over to see the house. Zhou Bin smiled. Our sightseeing car is ready. Please move your steps. Thanks. Song Huching nodded with a smile and greeted Li Qingmu and the others as they got into the car. After Li Qingmu squeezed out Li father, he sat on the side of Song Huching, then lowered his voice and said, what kind of friend are you? So magical. Here to see the house can still make an appointment? Well, that friend of mine is also in real estate. Song Huching laughed. The original referral customer Li Qingmu bristled. But speaking of your house to Ruan Xingyao, it's time for you to buy a set. Zhou Bin couldn't help but give Song Huching a sideways glance. The King of Prosperity house. Just give it away? Is that so bossy? Let's see. Song Huching smiled and shook his head. 10 or so minutes later, the tour bus stopped in front of a small cottage. Li father and Li mother were dumbfounded. They were trying to shout at Song Huching to look at the house, but they didn't say to look at the villa. Li Qingmu was also startled, and hurriedly said, Manager Zhou, we can just look at a high level. It's okay. Zhou Bin politely said, Mr. Song is our valued customer. Take a look at our villa first and give us some advice. If we really don't like it, we can look at other ones. Let's see it first then. Song Huching nodded with a smile and made a pleased gesture to Li's father and mother. Li's father and mother did not want to disgrace their daughter and future son-in-law, and walked toward the villa with their heads held high. Only once they entered the villa, both of them were a little panicked. It wasn't that they hadn't seen villas before, but it was the first time they had seen a villa with its own pool. Well, with a pool? Song Huching was also a bit surprised. Hey, this is the attached pool. If you don't like it, we can fill it in and pave it into a yard for you, Jobin hurriedly said. That's not so bad. Song Huching shook his head. It's just that we have half a year of rain here. The swimming pool is afraid that we won't be able to use it a few times. Why do you even have an opinion? Li Qingmu helplessly pinched his waist. I won't hide it from Mr. Song. The villas we have here are generally not used as residences, Jobin said cryptically. Oh, so it's a place to keep a mistress. Song Huching was instantly enlightened. The villa is two-story, leaning against the outside side has a large terrace, and the terrain here is very high, looking at only 2 floors. In fact, with the distant road as a reference, at least 7 or 8 floors so high. Standing on the terrace, you can see the whole of the Lincoln River in its entirety. How much is a square foot here? Li Qingmu carefully said. This villa is 600 square feet, $14,800,000. Jobin's sentence made Li's father, who had been walking in front of him to eavesdrop, directly soften his legs and fall to the ground. No, you're even more expensive than a house in Lin Changfu, right? Li Qingmu couldn't help but spit out. That's not so much, Jobin hurriedly said. As far as I know, the Lin Chang house is now a flat is the average price of 8 to 100,000. Building King is more than 300,000 a flat. We only combined more than 20,000 a flat. Not expensive. And to be honest, if I wasn't looking at villas, I'd be embarrassed to recommend the large flat we have here to Mr. Song. After Li Qingmu said, excuse me, he pulled Song Huching aside and said through clenched teeth, who the hell are you? Ruan Xingyao's ex-husband. Ah, what else could it be? Song Huching said helplessly. Then what did he mean by that? Li Qingmu glared. Marketing speak, sis. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. It is hard to, as long as the customer, that is not all blowing toward the rich? Well, that's true. Li Qingmu loosened his hand and sighed. You are also too much. Let us look at this house first, and then look at the others. Who will still look into it? Just buy it then. Song Huching laughed. Now that real estate is kind of booming, consider it an investment. Invest your ass. Do you know what the concept of more than $10 million is? Li Qingmu glared. I know. You know? After Song Huching patted her head, he walked to Jobin's side. I sincerely want to give a real price. Li's mother, who had just helped Li's father up, suddenly also had her legs weakened and fell to the ground. Li Qingmu even looked at Song Huching as if he had seen an alien. This guy, he's not crazy, is he? Chapter 105. Did Ruan Xingyao know Song Huching was so rich? Mr. Song. So, I give an auspicious number. How about 12,888,000? Jobin seriously said. The swimming pool is free maintenance for life, twice a year. The property fee is exempted for 5 years, and 2 years of housekeeping service is given. No, make another offer. Song Huching handed him a cigarette. This, Jobin gritted his teeth. My authority is 12,380,000. Then you hurry to call but also with me here to grind what teeth? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Hurry up, I'll give you 5 minutes. Hey, wait a minute. Jobin answered and then flew out. No, are you playing for real? Li Qingmu glared. Or what? Song Huching shrugged. You. Li Qingmu was still about to say something when Father Li and Mother Li walked over. Xiao Song, this house is over $10 million. How much do I have to pay for the down payment? Down payment? Song Huching was slightly stunned, and could not help but laugh dumbly. Uncle and aunt, we have as much ability to do as much as we can, and Mumu and I are not too stable, so it is better to pay the full amount. All 3 members of Li Qingmu's family were wide-eyed. What kind of logic is that? Mr. Song, Jobin ran back, slightly out of breath. Our boss said he wants to make a friend with you. So, you give 1,080 on it. Furniture decoration if you do not like, our company free to you for a new one. You see can? Your boss is good at business. Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder, took out a bank card and handed it to him. Then as if he thought of something, said wait a moment, also ran aside to make a phone call. In less than a minute, he came running back, grinning, and said, I don't have the originals of my papers, so I can do the paperwork with the photos, right? Yes, any number will do. Jobin hurriedly said. Good then, go do the formalities. Song Huching laughed. Hey, please move over. Jobin was very excited to go up to assist Li's father, who was a little weak-legged, and walked onto the sightseeing car. Li Qingmu, on the other hand, went forward to assist the pale-faced Li mother. Sales department. After Song Huching swiped his card, he sent 2 ID photos to Jobin. Jobin opened a glance, first froze for a moment, then immediately returned to normal. lowered his head and began to do the formalities. 5 minutes later. Mr. Song, the real estate license and so on. It will take a month to come down. By then I will notify you by phone. Do you think it is okay? It's okay. Song Huching reached out and shook his hand. I've given our property manager your flyer and phone number. He'll contact you later. Any questions you have to find him can be fine. If he can't reply in time, you can find me as well. Zhou bowed. Thanks. After Song Huching nodded with a smile, he led Li Qingmu and the others, who were still a bit confused, towards the main entrance. Bang, bang, bang. 24 sales stood at the gate. Congratulations to Mr. Song and Ms. Li for becoming the owners of our bookstore. Thanks. Song Huching smiled at the crowd before getting into the Mercedes that had been driven to the entrance of the sales department. Li Qingmu and the others were also a bit giddy as they got into the car. A good half hour. Little Mr. Song, we just bought a $10 million house? Li's father stammered. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Uncle, don't call me that, just call me Little Song instead. Xiao Song, that house more than 10 million. Just give it? They don't give us a certificate or anything? Li mother said anxiously. Isn't this a ticket? Song Huching pointed to the small ticket that was crumpled into a ball and placed in the water cup holder. Oops, Li Qingmu exclaimed. Quickly put the small ticket Zhang Ping, carefully counted, to determine the amount can be correct, which was carefully put into the storage box. Father Li and Mother Li looked at each other, both somewhat silent. I don't know how much time has passed. Song Huching stopped the car. Well, where is this? Li Qingmu seemed to have just come back to his senses. Uncle is not like fishing well. Just now I asked my friend. He is in the store. Let us come over to see. After Song Huching released his seatbelt, he opened the car door and walked down. Why don't we not look at it? Li's father said with some hesitation. We are not a level of people. He looked at those things. I'm afraid to touch a little bit of life. Look at your lack of talent. Li's mother angrily rebuked. No matter how high his level is, he's not our future son-in-law, right? What he sends you, you then is. When the time comes, we give more dowry, is not it? Well, that too. After answering, Li's father opened the car door and followed. Li Qingmu, on the other hand, looked with complicated eyes at Song Huching, who was talking happily with his old man, and his mind was filled with questions. Did Wan Qingyao know Song Huching was so rich? Inside the tackle store. Brother, you're here. The fat boss greeted him with a smile on his face. Brother? Both Mother Li and Li Qingmu were filled with absurdity. This fat guy, he's got to be in his 40s, right? Auntie, sister-in-law, you can't look at me like this. I am after 9 to 5. The fat boss laughed. You like fishing too? Li's father was surprised. Here, the fat boss pointed to the water tank next to him and said, just now my hand's itchy. Went to the artificial lake in the back and dumped 2 shots. That's no run after 9 to 5. Li's father nodded with a smile. Brothers, this is my future father-in-law, old man, but also a senior fishing man. You help him supporting equipment. What hand rod, sea rod, lua all arranged for him on. Song Huching handed cigarettes to the fat boss said, but we say in advance, things are expensive does not matter, but my father-in-law's old man if you take out, but where someone said he was blindfolded, do not blame me for smashing your signboard. Brother, nothing to say, the whole Lin Chang, who does not say that my fat man is a fair person? The fat boss patted his chest and said, but, brother, I have a brother, ready to quit the fishing circle, his equipment is all together. Don't look at the second hand, but they are all top quality goods. Want to take a look? What the hell? Letting my father-in-law use second-hand goods? Song Huching glared. Little Song, what do you know? Li's father reached out to stop him and said in a serious tone, everyone who quits fishing is a sad person. Instead of looking at all that gear, it's better to pass it on to someone who's meant to have it, isn't it? Uncle, you are this. After the fat store manager gave a thumbs up, he then looked at Song Huching. Success. Then you have him send it in for a look. Song Huching laughed. Okay, I'll call right away. After the fat store manager nodded, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Less than 10 minutes, a Land Rover pulled up in front of the store, and a fat man with thick black skin came down, and after glancing at the crowd, he walked straight to Li's father. Old uncle, you can say out of the equipment I have, we also do not want more. Plus car, together 980,000 into it? How much? When Mother Li and Li Qingmu heard this price, they almost didn't faint. Chapter 106 Nanchao Pavilion. Brother, uncle, this is my brother, also after 9-5, you guys call him Xiaodong, the fat store manager introduced. Brother, your car is more than 98, right? Song Huching handed over a cigarette. Land Rover Executive Edition. How can it be $1,670,000 on the ground? You don't know much about fishing, but you kinda know about cars. Xiaodong bristled. How do you know he doesn't know how to fish? Li Qingmu was surprised. Xiaodong glanced at her and didn't say anything. Sister-in-law, no fishing guy is as white as my brother. The fat store manager laughed bitterly. Wow. Li Qingmu responded without saying anything. Uncle, come see. Xiaodong pulled Li's father to the rear of the car and opened the trunk. Li's father couldn't help but curse, only to see that the car is full of all kinds of equipment, and although there are a lot of things, they are all yarded in a well-organized manner, and even tents are there. Dude, there's more to it than that, right? Song Huching joked. There are still some. If you sincerely want them, leave an address and I'll send you the logistics, Xiaodong said in a deep voice. Success. I'll take it. Song Huching stretched out his hand and said, the price I will not return yours. I will give an extra 20,000, which is considered to be the fat man's agency fee. How about letting him treat us to a meal? No problem. The fat store manager hurriedly said. Brother, you can choose any hotel in Linchang. Go to my place, Xiaodong said in a deep voice. My family opened a restaurant. Agency fee I pay my own money. This meal is on me. Okay. Song Huching nodded with a smile and opened his cell phone to scan the QR code that the fat store manager was displaying. FMS arrived at $1 million exactly. Little Motherly just wanted to speak, but she was stopped by Li Qingmu. Brother, you are righteous. After giving a thumbs up, Fatty looked at Li's father and said, Uncle, do you have your ID card with you? I'll go help you get the car's transfer done. Bring it. I happened to bring my ID when I took the high-speed train this morning. Li's father trembled and pulled a few times from his pocket, but nothing came out. Here it is. Li's mother handed over her ID card in a good-natured manner. I'll go to the closing. You take them and wait for me at my store first. After Xiaodong said that, he took the ID card and got into the car. The fat store manager saw the situation and hurriedly said, Brother, uncle, don't worry about him running away. The money is still in me. I am responsible for what happened. I'm not worried. Song Huching laughed and shook his head. Mainly because I see your little brother is full of depression. I took advantage of him and bought him a drink too, didn't I? Brother, you are truly righteous. After the fat store manager arched his hand with admiration, he pointed to his car and said, let's go to his store first and wait for him. Follow my car. Success. After Song Huching answered with a smile, he turned around and walked towards his car. Li Qingmu and the others hurriedly followed him. Car. Xiao Song you don't mind and talkative those things are worth $1 million? We cannot be fooled. Li mother carefully said, Auntie, that Land Rover is worth $1 million alone. Song Huching handed a cigarette to Li's father, reached out and rolled down the window. Fishing tackle I do not understand, but those things are worth big hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, open up the Land Rover. He used something can be poor to go where? That car is worth $1 million? Then haven't we earned that much for nothing? Li Qingmu said excitedly. But don't say that in front of people. Song Huching sighed. If you are not in a difficult situation, who would be happy to sell your beloved things? Uncle, don't you think so? That's that. Li's father seemed to wake up as if in a dream. Not to mention the rest of his things. Just those sea rods he put in. One are at least 20,000 or 20,000. That a car of things, not worse than his car. Song Huching, what difficulties did you say he encountered? Li Qingmu said in a delicate voice. Well, after glancing at her, Song Huching shook his head and smiled bitterly. Did you hear what Fatty said? Well, what did he say? Mother Li wondered. 9 after 5. 9 after 5 now the youngest also early 20s. Then Xiaodong's counted college graduation. At least also 24-5. Right? Song Huching sighed. 24-5 faces a lot of problems. Getting married, having children, inheriting the family business and whatnot. And fishing is a very time-consuming recreational activity. Either his family doesn't approve of him continuing to be an angler, or his wife doesn't approve of him continuing to fish for one of those two reasons. You can tell just based on age? Li Qingmu was surprised. Of course it's more than that. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. His Land Rover is new this year, which means that he just changed. But that kid is not short of money, so he intends to even half sell and half give away fishing. Believe it or not, if uncle is not there, if I go to buy it, people do not sell it. Liar, how could he not sell? Li Qingmu gave him a blank look. I can't help it if I don't believe you. After Song Huching spread his hands, he followed the fat store manager's Wrangler as it turned into an underground parking lot. Yikes! Nanchao Court, Li Qingmu exclaimed. What? Song Huching gave her a surprised look. Nanchao Pavilion, one of the most famous restaurants in our Lin city, Li Qingmu said as if he was counting. This place specializes in Sichuan cuisine. I heard that it's open all over the country. It's a reservation system, and it's very upscale. Yes? Song Huching smiled before pulling up next to the Wrangler. Brother, Xiaodong has arrived. Let's go up. The fat store manager got out of the car and laughed. Well, didn't he do the paperwork? How is he faster than us? Li Qingmu was surprised. The young proprietor of Nan Xiaogu, do you still need to do the formalities yourself? Song Huching rubbed her head. Let's go and also try the craftsmanship of Nan Xiaogu. Promise I won't let you down. After the fat store manager gave a laugh, he led the way ahead. The group had just exited the elevator. The 2 rows of Cheongsamplad beauties all gave a slight million blessings and said in unison, Welcome Mr. Song's great visit to Nanxiao Pavilion. Nice row. Song Huching smiled at the fat store manager. Fatty, here. Xiaodong stood a short distance away and waved. Song Huching went with the fat store manager and followed him into a private room. I don't have much of a choice here. It's all Sichuan cuisine. I've ordered a few of the dishes that the guests have ordered more. If you don't like it, we'll go somewhere else. Xiaodong bluntly said. It's okay. We're all from Mountain City. Sichuan cuisine is right up our alley. Li Qingmu hurriedly said. That's good. Sit down. After Xiaodong greeted him, he hesitated for a moment, but still sat on Song Huching's side with Fatty on his left and right. Dude, if you don't like talking to me, it's fine to sit next to my father-in-law. There's no need to force it. Song Huching joked. Puffing, Li Qingmu and the others all laughed. I now have stopped fishing. Xiaodong pulled out a cigarette and dispersed it. According to my mom, it's better to know a few more rich people than a few fishing guys. Chapter 107, Fearless of the second generation of rich people's playing with things. Fearful of the second generation of rich people's ambition. That's not something I really agree with. Song Huching laughed softly. Fishing is not a normal activity these days. Take you for example. The money spent on fishing must be at least several $1 million, right? Over $3 million. Xiaodong sighed. That's not right. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Buddy, we are considered to be a casual acquaintance. To say a half-true, half-false joke. Your mind is not in the business. Why force it? That doesn't help. Xiaodong said with a bitter face. I have just gotten married. My wife and wife have opinions, and my old mother and old mother have opinions. If this goes on, I can't guarantee that I will be swept away. Only child? Song Huching asked coldly. Right. Xiaodong was surprised. Man, what does this have to do with an only child? I see you like this. There is not much ambition. Simply pick a fight with your mom. Song Huching laughed softly. Instead of letting you go to start a business to take care of business and whatnot, it would be better to let you go fishing. At least, fishing won't be a loss, isn't it? Puffing, the fat man was instantly happy. My old man said the same thing. He opened a store for me. Is at least let him know where I am every day. Earn money does not matter. Do not lose anyway, right? Song Huching joked. I have a saying. You guys listen to it for fun. What's the word? Xiaodong and Fatty were immediately energized. I'm not afraid of the second generation of rich people playing with things, but I'm afraid of the second generation of rich people being ambitious. Song Huching sighed. If I'm not mistaken, you all got up from your mother's generation, right? Hey, how does that look? Xiaodong was curious. It's simple, because rich third generation and rich second generation are two different concepts. Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Rich second generation, basically you guys like this. Say not educated, but also barely mixed a university. Say you have been educated, but and others from childhood elite education up, and too far. Asterisk. You've got a point there. Fatty and Xiaodong were both filled with amazement. Do you want me to give you guys an idea? Song Huching said with a smile. What do you want, brother? Xiaodong immediately said. I'll give you a membership card for our Nanxiao Pavilion. Come to my place to eat in the future. 30% off. Come on, what do I need that thing of yours for? Song Huching laughed and scolded. If your mother's old man really looks at you tightly, then have more children, you know? If one doesn't work, then two, and if two doesn't work, then one more. They feel you're wasted anyway, so why don't you put your minds to your grandchildren, and won't you be relieved? Asterisk. Xiaodong and Fatty were dumbfounded. Li Qingmu's face turned red as she listened and glared fiercely at Song Huching. No, Xiao Song, can this work? Li's father was surprised. The son can't it be that the grandson can make it again? That's no way to settle a score. Song Huching shook his head and said, the son can't because when their mother and father were starting their own business, they barely had time to care for them. The grandchildren are different, and now that their old man is accomplished, he has all the time in the world to toss his children around. Damn, that makes sense. Xiaodong rubbed his hands together in excitement. I gave you the idea and you don't even open a bottle of your good wine. That's uncharacteristic. Song Huching laughed and scolded. I'll get it. Xiaodong flew out. Brother, my name is Chi Nan, and Xiaodong is called Dong Wei. What is your name? The fat man said with a smile on his face. Song Huching. Song Huching smiled. Song. After the fat man shouted, Xiaodong also walked in carrying 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Song, My old man put it in the office. I don't know this stuff. Will drink. Well, after Song Huching took a look at it, he laughed and scolded. Don't make a mess. This thing is a 40-year-old Mao Tai. If this is open, your old man's belt will have to be drawn off. Put the wine back. I'll go get a couple random bottles and we'll just drink. He stood up after he finished speaking, and when he saw that Dong Hui was still ready to open the wine, he couldn't help but reach out and slap him, calling over the waiter to put the wine back. Why don't we listen to Song? We don't understand this thing. If it really opens, at that time, I can't guarantee that you really have to take a beating, Chi Nan whispered. Well, Dong Hui was also a bit vain when he heard this. Looks like he wasn't taught much by his old man growing up. 5 minutes later, Song Huching walked in carrying 4 bottles of Wuliangye. Uncle, make do with what you've got. I'll treat you again next time I get some good wine. Don't. This Wuliangye can be a good wine, Li's father hurriedly said. How much for a bottle? Li's mother whispered. 2,000 or so, Li's father said bitterly. Hiss. Both Mother Li and Li Qingmu had some toothache at once. Let's not persuade anyone to drink. 1 bottle each. As much as we can drink, haha. Song Huching handed them the wine. Chi Nan and Dong Hui didn't make any pretense, and after opening the wine, they didn't even take the small cups, and directly held the wine goblet and were ready to open it. Yo, practicing, Li's father joked. It looks like the wine is still underbought. Song Huching also smiled and nodded. Half an hour later, vomit. The two of them, Chi Nan and Dong Hui, squatted in the corner, hugging the trash can and vomiting. Li's father was also a bit wobbly, but barely able to sit still. Uncle, if it is not yet enjoyable, let us have 2 more bottles. Song Huching laughed. Don't, Li mother hurriedly persuaded. Xiao Song, your uncle cannot drink anymore, it will be bad. That's a deal. Song Huching got up and walked over to Chi Nan and Dong Hui. Dude, is everything okay? No, vomit. Zenon just said a word and spit it out again. Dong Hui was even worse. His entire body was in a state of disorientation. TSK. Song Huching shook his head and laughed softly. Dude, next time you drink, I'm pulling out first. You, vomit. Zenon wanted to talk, but his current state really didn't allow it. Something for another time. After Song Huching reached out and patted his shoulder, he greeted Li Qingmu and the others and headed out. It was only when he passed the front desk that he stopped by to take his order, and told the waiter to go and take care of those 2 inside. Didn't we say they were buying? Why are you still paying the bill? Li Qingmu whispered. If he is sober, then naturally he is the one who pays the bill. He is drunk like that, waiting for his family to come to collect the person. Found that we drink him like that. The single did not buy. That will not be angry? Song Huching joked. Little Song, righteousness. Li's father gave a thumbs up. What kind of righteousness is that? After Song Huching let out a laugh, he led them to the parking lot, where the driver was already waiting. After he sent Li's father and mother to the Hilton Hotel next to the China World Trade Center mansion, he helped send Li's father upstairs and was just about to retreat, but he didn't expect Li Qingmu to follow him out. Chapter 108. I bought a villa and you start talking to me about the old days. Where are you going? Li Qingmu said with a red face. Going home. Where else? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Go home for what? Go to my place. Your girlfriend won't scold you if you drink so much? Li Qingmu gave him a playful blank stare. Go to your house even. Find a place to sit. Song Huching smiled before entering the elevator. This guy. Li Qingmu pursed his lips and followed. Half an hour later. Lincoln River. Is this where you said to sit? Li Qingmu looked at the Mercedes-Benz that had gone away, and looked at Song Huching rather speechlessly. Or what? Song Huching pointed at himself and laughed and scolded. Sisters, I am drinking. Alone, men and women together. In case something happens, it is not good. You. Li Qingmu was suddenly furious and stomped her feet. I'm not afraid of a woman. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of having too many affairs. Song Huching sat on the bench and sighed. Sisters, I have a bunch of things I haven't dealt with myself right now. Poof. Li Qingmu was so angry that he put his hands around his chest and frowned. The car you bought for my father, I can't afford to pay you back for the time being. I already knew that. You pay it back slowly. Song Huching joked. When your father, if you do not play the car and those things to dispose of, and then return to me also into. Are you that generous? This is $1 million. Li Qingmu whispered. 980,000. The remaining 20,000 is what I used to pretend. Not counting what you borrowed. Song Huching said in a serious manner. Puffing. After Li Qingmu could not help but give a delicate laugh. Then she said with a stern face. Do you really think that your money is scraped by the wind? 20,000 yuan. Just to show off that a little bit? People's words are said to that point. I do not show a little. I do not feel past it is not? Song Huching sighed. People would have suffered a loss to make up a hole for others, which is also considered a piece of my mind. You're the one who makes sense. Li Qingmu snapped. Why are you so rich? Soft and soft, why do you want to divorce you? The question is the answer. Song Hutching spread his hands and said, she can be with me for the sake of money. Then naturally for the sake of money she can divorce me not. Instead of this, it is better to get together. She just doesn't want to live an ordinary life. Li Qingmu said softly. Well, I don't want to live an ordinary life with her either. Having money is indeed a good thing. For example, you're all a lot nicer to talk to now, aren't you? Song Hutching joked. Li Qingmu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. There is no shame in a gentleman's love of money. Song Hutching lit a cigarette. But we are two different people, like two parallel lines that will never intersect. What if I'm partial to fellowship? Li Qingmu tilted his head. Then you are the monkey, and we'll buy you a bundle of bananas. Later, Song Hutching laughed. Asterisk 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 you're the monkey. After Li Qingmu gave him a blank look, she took off her high heels and sat on a stool holding her knees. I used to wonder what would happen if I had money. Hey, don't do that. Song Hutching hurriedly said. Sister, I bought a villa. And you started talking to me about the old days. Yikes. Song Hutching, go to hell. After Li Qingmu pushed him with shame and anger, she carried her high heels and ran forward barefoot. But after running for a while, he realized that Song Hutching wasn't following him at all anymore. She hurriedly turned back to look for him, only to find that he had long since disappeared from the bench, and the only thing still burning was an unfinished cigarette on the trash can. At that moment, her cell phone vibrated. Something came up. I'm leaving first, I have to work tomorrow. Say goodbye to my aunt and uncle for me. Song Hutching, are you sick, drinking so much and running around? Where did you go? I came to look for you. Li Qingmu. After Li Qingmu sent out this message, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. She hurriedly popped a video over, but the other person didn't respond either, which made her feel doubly lost. Bookish. Yo, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to ask me out. Sume smiled and walked in front of Song Hutching, her cheong nose slightly moving. Oops. This big noon, still drinking wine? Can't even work up the nerve to ask you out without a drink, can I? Song Hutching reached out and hugged her. Make a monster. Sume said petulantly. You are a busy man. Every day I don't know how many things. By the way, you also have to run takeout on the side. Asterisk 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 you. No insulting my profession. After Song Hutching laughed and cursed, he put his arm around her shoulders and got into the neighborhood sightseeing car, while Sume's Mercedes commercial car followed far behind. Well, it's a pretty nice neighborhood. Sume snapped after she was halfway through her sentence. It can't be. Your girlfriend lives here, right? You want me to go and have a showdown with her? Asterisk 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 what's wrong with your brain? Am I crazy or not? Song Hutching cried and laughed. I'm a person who actually still doesn't like eating soft food very much. Didn't you send a gift to me? I also sent a gift to you. Song Hutching, what do you mean? Sume was rather annoyed. What's the matter? You're going to count so clearly with me? It's not the math that counts. One size fits all, isn't it? Song Hutching squarely said. We men love women. That is the normal interaction of adults. But want me to spend your money? I really cannot do it. 2 lifetimes of soft food. He was still a bit overwhelmed. Parking. Sume let out an angry cry, and then she jumped down from the sightseeing car. Song Hutching also hurriedly followed her out of the car. Seeing this, the driver of the sightseeing bus hastily pulled over and lowered his head without daring to say anything. Sume, don't yell at me. Sume twisted her body to avoid Song Hutching's hand. Hey, Song Hutching sighed and stood aside. For her part, Sume wrapped her arms around her chest and looked to turn her face to the side. I don't know how much time has passed. Jobin drove there and was a little freaked out after seeing the battle. Manager Zhou, what are you? Song Hutching shouted. Oh, Mr. Song, this is the property and land certificates. Jobin immediately handed a briefcase over. All documents are all in accordance with. Halfway through his sentence, he couldn't help but point to the names on the briefcase, and only after seeing Song Hutching nod, did he say aloud, all of them were handled in MS. Sume's name, do you see any other problems? Song Hutching looked at the briefcase and bristled. Forget it, give me to go to the transfer to someone else. Anyway, she also. Song Hutching, what did you say? Sume immediately turned her head, reached out and grabbed him by the collar, and angrily said, who do you want to pass it on to? Well, don't you not want it? Song Hutching spread his hands and said, this is my stuff. It has my name written on it. If you dare to give it to someone else, I'll fight you. After Sume rebuked, she reached out and snatched the briefcase. Seeing this, Song Hutching winked at Jobin. Jobin immediately understood, bowed and said, Miss Su, when Mr. Song came to see this house today, he has been more apprehensive, saying that he doesn't know if you will like it. I won't hide it from you. We have looked at all the villas in one morning. Awesome. Song Hutching looked at Jobin with quite a bit of delight. This guy is a model of a wingman. Chapter 109, One Less Gold Brick. I am indifferent. Humph. I'd be surprised if I believed you. Su-mei did not have a good mood. This villa is more than $10 million. This guy. Anyway, he can look at the second house with you as a ghost. She had always felt that Song Huching was 80% a bit rich, but she didn't expect it to be beyond her expectations. A villa of more than $10 million. This guy didn't even blink an eye, while the one she bought for Song Huching was only half the price of this villa. If this guy is so lazy and still has money, 80% of the time he buys things just by looking at them. Picking and choosing is absolutely impossible. Hey, Jobin gave a dry laugh and personally got into the sightseeing car to lead the two to the villa. What's the matter? Still angry? Song Huching reached out and stopped Su-mei's small waist. You are not allowed to count so clearly with me. Su-mei squarely said, I know you have the ability to not want to owe me, but if we are still divided into each other, it is too rusty. How could I? Song Huching snickered. Isn't this a gift for you? Gifts? Su-mei's eyes softened for a moment, but she still beamed. That's not what you just said. I'm just clarifying my position, no? Song Huching laughed and scolded. I can't be considered a big man, but I'm still a little man, right? A little man's dignity still has to be maintained. Asterisk 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 Q. Su-mei laughed at his comment. When she arrived at the villa, she couldn't help but light up. She prefers this one to the one at the waterfront residence, and the fact that the house number is a big 8 makes her feel lucky. Ms. Su, the services we deliver are all written clearly in the contract. You see, when you have time, just directly call the number above. Jobin lightly laughed. Okay, thank you, Manager Zhou. Su-mei nodded with a smile. Then I'll leave first. If you and Mr. Song want to leave later, you can also call me. I'll arrange a car for you. Jobin winked at Song Huching before retreating. Song Huching, tell me honestly, who did you just want to give this house to? Su-mei delicately said. That's what I'm saying. Song Huching laughed and scolded. This house is yours. You have to agree to the transfer, right? If I can give it to whomever I want, what's wrong with that? Humph, count on you having a conscience. Su-mei reached out and pulled him toward the house. After she opened the glass door to the living room, a river breeze brushed through, refreshing the senses. Song Huching sat down on the terrace and squinted at the Lincheng Bridge. At that moment, Su-mei walked over and straddled him. Song Huching, sister, stop it. Although the terrain here is high, there's no guarantee that someone is watching from outside, not to mention that you're still wearing a sheath dress. Song Huching laughed and scolded. I don't care, Su-mei said in a somewhat hurried tone. Anyway, I am happy now, she said and kissed. I'll go. Song Huching had no choice but to carry her towards the house. An hour or so later, the two appeared in front of the villa. In a couple of days, my dad wants to ask you to have dinner. Do you have time? Su-mei pinched the corner of her coat rather nervously. Dinner? So soon? Song Huching was surprised. Don't get me wrong. It's just a meeting, Su-mei hurriedly said. It's mainly that sister of mine, who wants to meet you. She said she hasn't seen me in love yet, and is curious about what you're like. Puffing, Song Huching wrapped his arms around her. A mother fetus solo at your age is still rare indeed. Nasty. Do you dislike me for being old? Su-mei said with wide eyes. The female big three hold gold bricks well. You are just 2 years older than me. Less a gold brick. I am indifferent. Song Huching laughed. Humph, you're the only one who can talk. Su-mei gave him a coquettish blank stare, then pulled him into the car. Half an hour later, Song Huching got out of the car at the Lincheng Bridge and waited for the business car to disappear before he took a taxi to Lincheng House. Building 49. He had just entered the door when he saw Su Qing sitting on the sofa with her arms around her chest. Yo, second Miss Su is back from her business trip? How come so soon? Humph, you still have the nerve to say that? Su Qing glared. Send a message does not return. Call the phone off. What do you mean? Yun Ning on the side was filled with gloating. A look of you're dead. The phone is dead. Song Huching spread his hands and said, last night followed a few old classmates out to drink. Too late, and everyone slept outside. Yes? Su Qing walked barefoot in front of him and gently moved her nose. Yo, there is more than just the smell of wine on your body. There is also the smell of girlin' no. 7. Which woman in the field can afford to use this perfume? Awesome. Song Huching reached out and wrapped his arms around her. You can smell this? Don't touch me. Su Qing huffed. Did you follow that woman out to fool around again? If I told you that I just met up at noon, would you believe me? Song Huching sighed. Really? Su Qing's eyebrows furrowed. Fooled you I am. Song Huching swore to the sky. Yesterday really dealt with something to go. It was a friend of Ruan Xingyao, and she asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend in order to deal with her family. What? Su Qing fiercely pinched him and angrily said, you're crazy. You're capable of doing this kind of thing? I think I'm crazy too. Song Huching sat down helplessly on the sofa. today can be considered to have finished dealing with her parents. Last night, you were together all night? Su Qing said unforgivingly. That's not true, Song Huching said, half truth, half false. People are just trying to deal with her parents, not really wanting to have anything to do with me. Ruan Xingyao's friends you still don't know, can they look at me? Well, that's true. Su Qing bristled. Her group of so-called girlfriends, there are not a few names but a lot of them, and her eyes hate to grow on the top of her head. Isn't that what it is? Song Huching reached out and wrapped his arms around her. Come back for a few days this time. Do you want to stay over? Poof. When Su Qing heard this, she grunted. The company's business has stabilized, for the time being, so there is no need to go over to work so early, and it is not impossible to come over to live for a few days. Hey, that's right. Song Huching pinched her pretty face. This is what a boyfriend and girlfriend should look like. What's separation like? What separation? Yuck. Su Qing red-faced and slapped him. I will go to Jiang County tomorrow. Well, what's the point of going there? Song Huching was surprised. Go and see the little garden. Su Qing blankly glanced at him. I bought quite a few toys for her out of town, and I'll bring them over tomorrow. And also cultivate feelings with Xiao Yuan. No? Puffing. Song Huching was instantly happy. Humph. Don't laugh at me, then, or I'll hit someone. Su Qing wrapped her arms around him in a rather annoyed manner, with the look of if you dare to laugh I will dare to bite. Yun Ning on the side was happy. At least Su Qing would not be here tomorrow, no? Chapter 110, All beings are oxen and horses, let alone you and me. The next day, Song Huching covered his waist and went into the bathroom, and when he came downstairs after washing up, he found that only Yun Ning was sitting there. Well, where is she? Off to the high-speed train station. Yun Ning gloated. Your ex-wife just sent a video with her, hearing that she is going to Jiang County is very happy, urging her to go over early. Okay. Song Huching spread his hands and lowered his head to start eating his breakfast. You really have a woman outside? Yun Ning said curiously. There really is one. Song Huching said bitterly. She gave me a villa and bought me a car. A rich woman. Ha! Yun Ning exclaimed. 80% is pretty rich. Song Huching sighed. It's just that me this heart is always not very stable. It always feels like something big is going to happen. What's the big deal? Really can't, not just break up? Yun Ning laughed and scolded. It's hard to. You will still be sad because of the loss of love? That's hard to say. Song Huching joked. What if you leave one day and I still cry bitterly? Then you can rest assured. Yun Ning laughed out loud. I won't even go if you drive me away. You have to at least give me a salary until I am 80 years old. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh as well. Laughing, he felt something was wrong and hastily reached under the table and slapped it. Stop it. My back still hurts now. Hey, wait for it. Yun Ning let out a light laugh, still using her small feet to paddle around on his thighs, waiting for breakfast. Both went out to work. Brothers, where's Single More? Old 6. Asterisk. What are you doing with this 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunshine? Quickly come to Hoshi. Lao Wu. I say Xiao Song. Is it really possible that you're planning to marry a rich woman and retire from the world? Lao Zhou. Retreat. My ass. Something's come up at home in the last couple days. Old 6. Just you have a lot of things to do. Hurry up. Hushi University City, take advantage of these days of Single More, hurry to run. Otherwise the off-season is coming. Old Sheen. What the hell? There's an off-season in our business? Old 6. Summer vacation is coming. College students will be on vacation. When the west side of the river are not much single, less a market, is not the off-season? Lao Wu. Makes sense. Be right there. Old 6. Song Huching put away his cell phone and sped across the Linjiang Bridge, rushing towards the university town. I don't know if it was because of the upcoming vacation, but there were indeed a lot of orders today, and they hadn't stopped almost from the time he crossed the border into River West. It ran like this until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the order was slightly reduced, and he was half-starved, so he found a small store and ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Congratulations on reaching the 1,000 unit reward and getting 3 draws. Are you playing me? Song Huching cursed viciously. 500 orders give 5 draws. 1,000 orders give 3 draws? How is this getting less and less? But he knew it was pointless to lose his temper with this thing. One could only sigh and enter the lottery screen. First draw. It started flashing on the big screen. Golden Legend. Golden Legend. Song Huching prayed with folded hands. Obtained the water avoidance technique. Asterisk. What's that? Song Huching couldn't help but be taken aback when he looked at the reward that was flashing with orange light. Water avoidance technique. Silently reciting the technique. One can encounter water without being invaded. It probably means that you can't drown if you fall in the water. Song Huching's eyes were suddenly complicated. You say that this thing is a divine skill. Right, Indeed, it is also a divine skill. After all, if you can't drown even if you fall into the river, what is that not a divine skill? But you say it has much use, and it seems to be of little use. After all, if it is summer is okay, fall into the water can still flutter a few times, but if it is winter, drowning is not dead but also frozen to death. Second draw. Receive a Koenigsegg CCX. What does the old man need this for? Ha! Song Hutching couldn't help but spit out. Is it hard for me to really drive a luxury car to deliver takeout? What kind of brainwashed person would do that? Don't give me a ING car, okay? He was really a little pissed off. What a rare opportunity for a raffle. 3 cars would be a waste of his 3 chances at the lottery. And if he really liked cars so much, wouldn't he know to get them himself? After getting angry for a while, he didn't continue to smoke it a third time. Instead, he looked down and began to eat. When he had finished his meal, he went to the bathroom and washed his hands, before sitting back and lighting a cigarette. Third draw. Gain skill, 1000 techniques. Purple? Song Hutching was slightly stunned. Chijutsu, TEL about 1000 doors. Always changing new peaches for old ones. What the are you going to grad school for? He didn't have the heart to curse. This thing is said to be mysterious. In fact, it is a means of cheating, but he does not gamble. It is really not possible to come to a lot picking skills also become oh, well, 1000 orders for nothing. After Song Hutching sighed, he got up and continued on his journey. I just don't know if it's because of the rich nightlife of college students, but in the evening, the place actually has a horribly low volume of singles. Song, change the place. These college kids are out ING partying. There's no bill for the night. Lao Wu. Wherever big brother goes, little brother vows to follow. Old 6. Don't ING tug on the text. IFC building. A lot of cattle and horses working overtime today. Old Sheen. Asterisk 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 you're hurting me with that. Old 6. Damn. If you don't send a red envelope, I'm coming to crash your car. Old Chow. Ditto. Old Wood. I'm wrong, aren't I? All beings are oxen and horses, let alone you and me. Old Sheen. Hey. After Song Hutching grabbed a 9-cent piece, he straddled the electric car and headed straight for the gathering place of cows and horses. Once he arrived at the place, he went straight to the merchant after grabbing 3 orders first. The first 2 pickups were quick, but not when it came to the cafe. The clerks acted as if they had broken their hands, dawdling in their work, leaving him to wait there. At this point, at the table on his side, a girl wearing black-framed glasses was looking somewhat nervously at the middle-aged man across the table. Mr. Chen, my set of programs should meet your company's standards, right? Xiao Mu Ah. Not that I do not give you face, but our company this single. At least 8 companies are following. Your company volume is not large enough, although the price is moderate, but I really cannot make up my mind. Middle-aged man sighed. It's okay, Mr. Chen, the girl hurriedly said. If you think it is not suitable, we will change it again if there is any other needs, you can also talk to me. Moo, Mr. Chen seriously said. I don't mean that. You must not think in that way. Business is business. Don't mix with messy things. No. Xiao Mu was anxious and almost cried. I also don't mean that. I just came out to do business not long ago. I don't know anything, so if there is anything that is not done right, please talk to me. Puffing, Song Hutching couldn't help but let out a laugh, attracting the attention of the two. Chapter 111. Do you know what the concept of 9 holy grails is? Little brother, don't laugh. I'm really not like that. Mr. Chen laughed bitterly. I know you're not like that. Song Hutching joked. This girl don't look at wearing a pair of glasses, but her body looks good. But when you talk to her, you are looking out the window, showing that you don't have that meaning. Well, after Mu glanced at him, she blushed and lowered her head. Little brother is observant and somewhat interesting. Mr. Chen lightly smiled and handed over a business card. No other meaning. If the little brother is interested in changing jobs, you can come to our company to see. Chao Yang Construction? Song Hutching joked. It looks like Mr. Chen's business is not small. It's just a little fight. Mr. Chen waved his hand. Mu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Girl, people have given me business cards. You're not giving one? Song Hutching laughed. Ha! Xiao Mu froze for a moment, then hurriedly took a business card from her bag and handed it over. Mooching, nice name. Song Hutching let out a light laugh and pointed to the program on the table. Girl, you're talking about business from the wrong angle. Oh, how? Mr. Chen was surprised. The fact that you're willing to come out and talk to her means that their company still has an advantage. Otherwise you're not horny, so why come and grind your teeth with her? Song Hutching patted Mu Qing's shoulder, signaling her to sit in a bit. Little brother, is this intended to be a heroic rescue? To convince me? Mr. Chen smiled and said, I can't talk about heroics. I'm just idling anyway. Song Hutching reached out and stroked Mu Qing's head. causing her to shrink back in fear. But by the time he opened his hand again, a shell had appeared in his palm to do the headdress. What do you mean, Mr. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. How meaningless to talk about business. Mr. Chen, how about we play a small game? Song Huching said slowly. Listen to your accent? You are Chaos Han people, right? Right. What game to play? Mr. Chen said with interest. Let's use shells as oracle. If I throw out 9 holy grails in a row, how about you sign this contract? Song Huching handed him a cigarette, tossing an oracle, also called asking for a cup. In fact, it is the same thing that is usually thrown in temples when you seek the gods. Generally speaking, if the two sides are positive, then it is a yang cup, and if the two sides are negative, then it is a yin cup, and one positive and one negative is the Holy Grail. One of them, the Holy Grail, is a sign that the gods agreed to this. Little brother, this has to be thought through. Do you know what the concept of 9 Holy Grails is? Mr. Chen was surprised. Isn't you not agreeing anyway? There can't be a worse situation than now, can there? Song Huching looked sideways at Xiaomu and laughed. Classmate Mu Qing, don't you think so? Yes. Mu Qing nodded with a red face. That's fine. Mr. Chen leaned back and said with a straight face, little brother, if you really cast the 9 Holy Grails, how about I sign the contract today? Yeah. Song Huching smiled faintly and held the 2 shells in his hand, chanting blessing of Mazu. Wow. 2 shells were dropped on the table, a positive and a negative. Yeah, the Holy Grail, Mu Qing said in surprise. Got it. Don't yell. Song Huching laughed and scolded. There are still 8 more times, he said, picking up the shell again and dropping it again. The Holy Grail again. Mu Qing's pretty face was red with nervousness. Mr. Chen also got serious. For the 3rd time, Song Huching throws again, or the Holy Grail. Mu Qing cheered, attracting a lot of attention. Little brother, do you mind if I check the shells? Mr. Chen smiled. Feel free. Song Huching pushed the 2 shells in front of him. Mr. Chen was not polite and picked it up and dropped it in his hand. Both sides face up. Yang. He didn't say anything, picked it up again, and dropped it again. Both sides face down. Een. Mr. Chen, how is it? Song Huching lit a cigarette. You continue. Mr. Chen opened his cell phone, but instead of taking a picture of Song Huching's face, he just aimed it at the table. Wow. 4th toss. Yeah, it's still the Holy Grail. Mu Qing stood up violently, her hands unconsciously squeezing Song Huching's arm. Snap. Song Huching reached out and gently patted her hand. Girl, please behave yourself. Puffing. Mr. Chen and the people who came over to watch the fun couldn't help but laugh. Mu Qing made a big red face and hid her small white hands behind her back. 5th. Song Huching smiled faintly and dropped the shell again. Asterisk 5 Holy Grails now? Really? It's so divine, isn't it? Now it wasn't just the customers in the store. Even those coffee shop clerks couldn't help but come over. 6th. 7th. Song Huching reports account and rolls. By the time the 8th Holy Grail appeared, everyone held their breath. It looks like it's not even possible to sign a contract with Mu. Mr. Chen laughed to himself and took the contract, ready to sign his name. Mr. Chen, don't be so hasty. If you say it 9 times, it's 9 times. Song Huching reached out and pressed him. 1 less time. It doesn't even make sense, does it? Well, Mr. Chen froze for a moment, then said seriously, the 9th. Wow. 2 shells landed on the table. Everyone looked dead at the table. Wow. 9 Holy Grails. Mu Qing bounced and jumped with excitement, reaching out to hug Song Huching fiercely. This time, however, Song Huching did not push him away and just looked at Mr. Chen with a smile. You can sign now. Little brother, can I have these 2 shells? After Mr. Chen signed, he handed the contract to Mu Qing. Can't. Song Huching's right hand to Mu Qing's head. 2 shells appeared in her hair again. This is the other little girl's lucky thing. Given to you, she will have to look for you in the future. Bad luck. Ha ha ha. Mr. Chen burst out laughing. Little brother is really interesting. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a shout from the counter. 69 is going overtime. Asterisk. Song Huching flew over, lifted the coffee and ran wildly toward the door, leaving Mu Qing and Mr. Chen looking at each other. This guy, who the hell is he? Song Huching at this time but did not think so much, riding an electric bike shuttle in the street. If for this to let him overtime was complained about, he had to go back to tear Mu Qing's contract. But luckily, at the last minute of the last supermarket, he delivered the coffee to the overtime cowhorse. As for himself, he crouched in the stairwell like a hobgoblin, panting incessantly. At this point, his phone rang. Hey, where are you? Li Qingmu's voice came through. I'm at work. Ha, can I help you? Song Huching sat on the stairs breathing heavily. When Li Qingmu over there heard the commotion, he immediately hung up the phone and sent over a video. Chapter 112. If you didn't have a girlfriend, would you be with me? Well, you're really working, aren't you? Li Qingmu's pretty face appeared within the screen. Or do you think? Song Huching laughed and scolded. What's the matter? Uncle and auntie are gone? Gone. They left $500,000 for me. Li Qingmu lightly bit her thin lips and said, they also said that the rest of the money will be given to us when they save enough. As for the bride price. No, sister, we are not joking. Why do you still take it seriously? Song Huching shook her head and laughed. Keep the money yourself. Give it to me when you have it, or if not, give it to me some years later. They took it seriously. Li Qingmu's pretty face flushed scarlet and said, they also said that when the new year comes, they want us to go back together for the new year. And they also asked us to bring Xiao Yuan with us. Go go go, but don't make a scene. I have a girlfriend. Song Huching said helplessly. Humph, don't you dare lie. Li Qingmu delicately said, if you had a girlfriend, would you still be delivering takeout every day now? What does me having a girlfriend have to do with me delivering takeout? Song Huching cried and laughed. This is my profession. Profession, understand. Career, my ass. I stayed with you for a day and a night, and I didn't see your girlfriend call over. Li Qingmu snapped. I know you can't see me. I'm not that kind of deadbeat. Don't worry about it. You're slipping out of it the more you talk. Song Huching helplessly said, we are not friends. What do not see on the? You just can't see me. Li Qingmu apricot eyes rounded. You are so rich. I still say every day that I cannot see you, so you play with me, is not it? I can't even pick up what you're saying. Song Huching sighed. I'm willing to help you because I see you as a nice person. My parents say I'm vain. Where am I good? Li Qingmu laughed bitterly. You're afraid that I can't support Xiao Yuan, so you've been planning to introduce me to a job. This proves that you're a kind person, isn't it? Song Huching said with a straight face. As for what you said about being vain, I don't think it means anything. I'm not as good as you say I am anymore either. Li Qingmu blushed, put her head down, and whispered, if you didn't have a girlfriend, would you stay with me? Of course not. Do you think I'm crazy? Song Huching bristled. You love money so much. It's okay if I have ing money. If I don't have money, then I won't be kicked away by you? I'm not a cheap bastard. If I fell for this once, can I fall for it a second time? Yikes. Song Huching, go to hell. Li Qingmu roared angrily, then hung up the phone fiercely. Cut. Song Huching rolled his eyes before continuing to run around. 9:30 in the evening. He had only just returned to the Linchang mansion, but just as he reached the front door, Wu Xingsheng greeted him. Mr. Song, your new car has been delivered and is now parked in your space. Okay, thanks. After Song Huching took out his cigarettes and handed one to him, he was curious again. Who sent the car? Did you see it? Well, isn't it the Koenigsegg staff? Wu Xingsheng was surprised. They said the car was shipped from Shanghai. Well, when I ask redundantly, Song Huching originally thought that the vehicle was changed out, but did not expect it to be shipped through the proper channels. Mr. Song, your car is really handsome. Wu Xingsheng patted and flattered. Looking at the entire Lin city, I'm afraid it's the only one, right? That's hard to say. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You've been harboring here all day long. Even if someone had, you wouldn't be able to see them, would you? That too. Wu Xingsheng gave a simple laugh. All right, let's go. After waving his hand, Song Huching rode the small electric donkey towards his home. When he got to the parking lot, he charged up the little donkey and was looking at the silver sports car parked off to the side alone. Even though he couldn't use it for a while, he had to praise the handsomeness. With its streamlined body, ultra-low floor plan, and those scissor doors, and orange alloy wheels, it's pretty much a man's dream car. But he just reached out and stroked it before heading toward the elevator. I thought you weren't coming back again today. Just as he opened the door, Yun Ning greeted him with a rather pleased tone. I'm not back here. Don't I have to tell you about it? Song Huching rubbed her head. Poof. After Yun Ning tiptoed on his face and kissed him, she pretended to be disgusted and said, all sweaty, hurry up and go to take a bath. I will get clothes for you. I haven't eaten yet. Song Huching laughed. Yeah, then let's eat first. I'll heat up the food for you, Yun Ning exclaimed before running towards the kitchen. This girl. After Song Huching smiled, the phone suddenly rang. He hesitated, but picked up the video. Halfway through her words, Sumei's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Is it stuck? Song Huching shook his cell phone. She's your girlfriend? Sumei gritted her teeth. Who? Song Huching was stunned, and when he pulled the phone back, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Within the video, Yun Ning was arranging the dishes at this time, as if she had also sensed something and couldn't help but walk over. Within the video, the two women look at each other in all directions. It was just that Sumei's eyes were full of caution and provocation. while Yun Ning's eyes were somewhat curious, but when she saw Su-mei, her entire body was dumbfounded. Yuning, Mr. Su, well, you guys know each other? Song Huching was surprised. I'm interning at Chino, Yun Ning said bitterly. I thought your girlfriend was some kind of god, so it's a youthful and beautiful college student, Su-mei said with a stern face. Song Huching, you really like the younger ones. No, Song Huching was just about to open his mouth when his neck was wrapped around Yun Ning's. What? Can't you like the little one? Yun Ning lightly laughed. If I remember correctly, it seems that Mr. Su is still 2 years older than Song Huching, right? You. Su-mei was so angry that her face turned red. What? Mr. Su still wants to take personal revenge? Yun Ning snickered. I am indifferent. Big deal. I quit. There are people to support me anyway. Yun Ning, you underestimate me too much, Su-mei said in a deep voice. I am a person who has always made a clear distinction between public and private. Public is public. Private is private. I distinguish very clearly. However, are you worthy of Song Huching? Ha! Yun Ning snatched the cell phone, coldly laughed. Mr. Su, you cannot afford to think too much of yourself. You do not really think that. You bought a house and a car for Song Huching. He cannot afford to buy it himself, right? She said, and turned the video to the side a bit. Su-mei was originally still disdainful, but when she looked clearly at the yellow of the Lin Chang mansion outside the window, her pupils contracted violently. Song Huching, you liar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching cursed and couldn't help but be filled with bitter smiles. Chapter 113, Thank you for defending my little pride. Song Huching, it's fun isn't it? Su-mei reddened her eyes and said, no wonder when I said I want to be with you, you pushed 3 and 4. Original you are playing with me. Think I don't deserve you isn't it? No, sis, I have told you that I live in Linqingfu. Song Huching commiserated. When did you say that? Su-mei said angrily. Last time when I was in Linshuayi residence, I said that I have a house in Linqingfu. You said that you told me not to be full of lies. Song Huching said with a bitter face. You, Su-mei instantly blushed, but still glared. Can't you explain one more sentence? You are a man. I am a little woman. What I say? Little woman? Song Huching and Yun Ning glanced at each other, both filled with shock. How did that come out of Su-mei's mouth? Song Huching, I'm coming over now. Su-mei gritted her teeth. No, it's not good, Song Huching said bitterly. Well, you don't say yes, do you? Su-mei stood up and sneered as she changed her clothes. Then I'll make a scene in the Linchang house. I'd like to see if the property there will call you. No, Su-mei, you are a famous person. We cannot be like this. Song Huching saw sweat on his forehead. There is something we can talk about tomorrow, okay? No, we must make it clear today. Su-mei glared. You let me not come over. Not let me come over. Then I will wait in front of the entrance of the Linchang house today. Anyway, tomorrow my parents are going to come back. They asked us to have dinner together. Tomorrow? So soon? Song Huching said with a stunned expression. Don't you talk to me so much. I'm coming over now. Su-mei rebuked, then hung up the phone. Done. Song Huching crumpled against the sofa, gently rubbing his brow. Boss, am I causing you trouble? Yun Ning said timidly. Trouble? Song Huching burst into a rage, reaching out to pull her over, straddling her legs, and raising his hand to slap her arse twice. Oops. Yun Ning immediately blushed, but she didn't reach out to block, just looked at him with big watery eyes now, quite a bit of a pathetic flavor. What are you looking at? You're just doing it on purpose. Don't think I don't know your little mind. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. What's on my little mind? Yun Ning sat on his lap and exhaled. I am not helping Sister Su-ching to cover up. Go go go. You really think I'm a cutie, can't I? Song Huching helplessly said. You can't wait for Su-ching and Su-mei to make a mess. By the time both of them are gone, you'll be happy. Hey. Yun Ning spat out her small fragrant tongue and delicately said. Oops, how could I do this? I am not your girlfriend. I am not helping you solve the trouble? Asterisk 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 Q. Song Huching laughed and cursed before patting her and signaling her to stand up, but Yun Ning wrapped her hands around his neck and said with misty eyes, Mr. Su will not arrive for a while. Asterisk 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 what a time to be. Well, Song Huching had only gotten halfway through his sentence when his mouth was blocked by her. An hour or so later, he sat down at the table to eat while Yun Ning had already started putting on her makeup. I mean, does even use makeup? Why do you think she hasn't arrived for so long? Yun Ning gave Song Huching a playful blank stare. Believe it or not, she's 80% still doing her hair somewhere right now. Well, really? Song Huching was surprised. Forget it if you don't believe me. Yun Ning hummed lightly and continued to put on her makeup. No, where did you get these bottles and jars? Song Huching was curious. A gift from the property. Yun Ning smiled and said, they don't have trial packs. Well, anyway, they are all thrown there, no one wants. When I went to the property last time to get the card, they saw that I was interested, so they sent me a bunch of them. You're such a little wit. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Right? Yun Ning joyfully said, I will go to pay the property fee at the end of this year. When I pay the property fee at that time, they send me a bunch more. Then I don't have to buy cosmetics. That's a good idea. Song Huching was surprised. By the way, do they have anything else to give away? Fish some for me too. Success. I'll check it out next time. Yun Ning got up and hugged and kissed him before whispering, Song Huching, thank you. Well, thank me for what? Song Huching was surprised. Thank you for maintaining my small self-esteem. Yun Ning softly said, if I were someone else, seeing me like this, I still don't know how much I dislike it. Today, you are not allowed to fool around again even if you say that you are going to break the sky. Song Huching alerted. Damn. I ran for a day. Now my waist still hurts. Nasty. Yun Ning couldn't help but smile and pat him, hugging and kissing him again before going back to continue her makeup. Song Huching finished his meal and waited for another half hour. Never saw Su-mei come, so he went to take a shower and changed his clothes. Just like that, he hadn't even gotten a call from Su-mei yet. 10:30 at night. Song Huching thought that Su-mei was not coming and was about to go back to sleep when he suddenly received a call from Wu Xingxing. Mr. Song, has a Miss Su who says she's your friend. Should I let her in? Let her in. Song Huching sighed and helplessly got up and walked towards the door. Yun Ning skimmed his lips and sat down on the sofa with his knees crossed, absently watching the TV. Downstairs. When Song Huching went downstairs, Xiaoli was directing Su-mei to back up the car. Mr. Song, this Miss Su is also your girlfriend? Wu Xingsheng said quietly. It's still now. I don't know if it will still be tomorrow. Song Huching said bitterly. Should we take Miss Yun away first in the name of a fire drill? Wu Xingsheng said seriously. That's not so. Song Huching was taken aback. No, your Lin Changfu still has this kind of service? Yes, if necessary, I can arrange for someone to jump off the building and create a big commotion, to cover Miss Yun to go first. Wu Xingxing seriously said. Song Huching looked at him and was silent for a long time before speaking. When will the property fee be paid? If it's really not possible, I'll pay a little more. Otherwise I can't live with my conscience. Wu Xingxing was about to speak when he heard a sound of high heels. He immediately bowed slightly to Song Huching, then said in a deep voice, Mr. Song, should we record Miss Su's license plate? For the record. Song Huching sighed. Okay. After Wu Xingsheng answered, he bowed slightly to Su-mei again. Miss Su, I'm the property office specially sent to serve Mr. Song. You can write down my phone number, and if there's anything, you can contact me. After he finished speaking, he handed her a business card before walking towards the distance. Chapter 114. If you're afraid she'll be unhappy, then, Song Huching, you're good at this. Su-mei put her hands around her chest and looked at him with frosty eyes. That beetle is Yun Ning's? Yes, Song Huching said with a smile on his face. Yo, also special makeup hair also to have done. Not you so formal right? He said and reached out to put his arms around her. Poof, Su-mei pretty face a red, put the head slightly inclined to the side. No wonder you don't want my car. Their own usual travel are driving a Koenigsegg. This car is afraid of tens of millions of dollars, right? You like it? Song Huching laughed softly. Like what? Can you still send me to me? Su-mei gambled. Like you to drive away. This is a new car. It was just shipped in. I haven't driven it once. Song Huching laughed. You coaxed the ghost? Su-mei did not have a good temper. Here on 3 cars. A Mercedes-Benz that I sent you. A Beetle of Yun Ning. You usually travel, do not all drive Here. Song Huching pointed to the small electric donkey that was charging. I usually travel to ride that. Make a monster. Su-mei blanked him, had a glance. Humph. Anyway, you coax me every day. Not a word of truth in your mouth. Gotta. Song Huching took her hand and walked over to the Koenigsegg, and after pulling open the scissor door, he gestured for her to sit in it. Su-mei hesitated, but still lightly bit her thin lips and sat on the driver's side. Ignition. Song Huching nuzzled. Poof. After Su-mei started the Koenigsegg up, she looked at the big screen full of technology and couldn't help but TSK. In the end, it's still a 10 million level luxury car. What are you looking at? Look at this. Song Huching pointed to the dashboard and said, see the kilometers? 0? Su-mei's eyes widened. You really just bought this car, didn't you? Or do you think? Song Huching rubbed her head. You did not send me my car. Well, this car to send you is considered our exchange of tokens. Asterisk. You. What exchange of tokens? Su-mei pretty face a red, glutinous said. Your girlfriend is still waiting up there. In case it makes her unhappy. I see what you do. Okay then. Song Huching shrugged his shoulders and was about to leave when the corner of his coat was pulled. He glanced sideways and saw Sume looking at him with a puff of anger, like a little goldfish. Song Huching, what do you mean? What? You gonna spit bubbles? Song Huching reached out and poked her in the cheek. Nasty. Sume immediately broke, laughing and scolding. You said that this car is considered a token of our exchange. So what? Are you reluctant to part with it? Or are you afraid that you won't be able to pass Yun Ning's hurdle? Yo, agitation. Ha? Song Huching snickered. Didn't you just say no? Who said I don't want it? I'm just afraid that it's hard for you to do it. Sume red face said. Your real girlfriends are just driving beetles. You send me tens of millions of luxury cars. I'm just afraid that you are difficult to do. Sincerely? Song Huching laughed. Humph. Am I still afraid of her? Sume glared. She's just a few years younger than me. So what? What can she help you? It's just to support her. I'm not so petty. Ha ha ha. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. And you laugh. Sume reluctantly pinched him and said petulantly. Anyway, I will take this car away tomorrow. If she has a problem, you let her come to me. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Xingsheng, who was not far away, ran over. Ms. Su, we offer closing services. May we help you? Could be. Sume bristled. But I want a good license plate. Can you guys get one? If it's the same number as the 5 digits of Lin Chang, this is a bit difficult. Wu Xingxing frankly said. But if you don't pick a city, you can try to get the same number. Well, you really got it. Ha? Sume was surprised. It is nothing more than paying money. What can not be gotten? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Get her 5/8. The city is not limited to how much it cost. Count me. Hey. After Wu Xingxing answered, he hurriedly said, Mr. Song, please also send Miss Su's information to me. I'll go and help her with it tomorrow morning. Success. Song Huching opened his cell phone and sent Sume's documents to him. All the documents for this car are in the car. Take them yourself. Okay. Wu Xingxing nodded, went up from the passenger side, and took all the documents in his hands. I really won't get you into trouble? Sume Chuko said. If you're afraid she'll be unhappy, then, forget it then. Forget what I just said. Song Huching looked sideways at Wu Xingxing. Q. Sume apricot eyes rounded. I mean, if you are afraid that she is not happy, let her roll to Linchu AE residence. Do not live here. Puffing, after Wu Xingxing let out a laugh, he immediately covered his mouth and ran away. All right, get up there. Song Huching patted her head. Poof. Sume carefully put both car keys into her small koan bag before she walked into the elevator with her head held high. When Song Huching opened the door, Yun Ning was currently hugging a pillow and watching TV, and after seeing Sume come, she smiled and waved. Mr. Su, I can't believe I can see you even after work. What are you so proud of? Sume nonchalantly said. How long has Song Huching and his ex-wife been divorced? At most you won't be with him for more than 2 months. You think I don't know how? Mr. Su, don't be so hostile towards me. Yun Ning got up and poured a cup of water for her. I'm not greedy. I'm guarding the Lin Chang mansion and as for what he's like outside, I couldn't care less. You are self-aware. Sume lightly laughed. But, Yun Ning, I really can't imagine that you actually have a rich second-generation boyfriend. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Yun Ning also smiled. Does Mr. Su want me to tell you a secret? What secret? Sume said with a slight raised eyebrow. I'm just a nanny hired by Song Huching to specialize in taking care of Sha Yuan. I'm not her girlfriend. Yun Ning smiled wryly. In other words, your opponent is not me. What? Sume's eyes widened. Your hair is beautifully done today. But, wasted. Yun Ning let out a laugh before flying towards the second floor. You. Sume was shaking with anger. She really didn't expect that she was actually fooled by a little girl. Song Huching looked at Yun Ning's back and couldn't help but sigh. It's not even easy. Yun Ning, you wait for me. When I live in, I want you to look good. Sume's silver teeth clenched as she got up and pulled open the glass door to the pool. Well, want to jump into the river? Song Huching said carefully. Jump your big head. I was so angry with her that my chest hurts. I have to exercise, or I will definitely not sleep well at night. Sume pouted. Well, then I'll go upstairs and wait for you first? Song Huching was just about to make a run for it when she pounced on the recliner. When I say exercise, I don't mean swimming, said Sume, blushing. No, then let's go to our room. Before Song Huching could finish his words, a white color came before his eyes, and the aroma suddenly hit his nose. Chapter 115. Have you heard of the Tai Golden Light Mantra? The next day, early morning, when Song Huching got up, he realized that Sume had long since disappeared. He shook his head and begged the gods that Su Cheng wouldn't come back today. Otherwise that would be fun. After all, he had promised Su Cheng that he wouldn't bring people towards the Lin Chang Palace. When he finished his shower and went downstairs, Wu Xingxing and Xiaoli were standing aside while Su Mei was choosing clothes from 2 hangers. Well, what are you doing early in the morning? Good morning, Mr. Song. Wu Xingxiang first asked a good sound before laughing. This is not a few big brands of the new summer models on the well. Just Miss Su want to see the clothes, so bring her up to see. You guys have a service that is beyond words. After Song Huqing sighed in admiration, he patted Yun Ning, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, and laughed. You wear to and fro is that a few sets of clothes. The other manager who worked so hard to move the clothes up to us not to consume a little bit are sorry for him. You also go to choose a few sets of it. Hey! Yun Ning stood up rather happily and went up to pick out the clothes. Wu Xingxiang, however, nervously looked at Su Mei's face, only to see that she was calm and unconcerned, and could not help but look at Song Huqing with admiration. No wonder they're rich. This is a first-rate way to deal with women. Right. After Song Huqing handed 2 cigarettes to Wu Xingxing and Xiaoli, he laughed softly and said, property fee, am I going to have to pre-deposit some? After they consume later, I am afraid that there is not enough money to deduct. It's okay. Wu Xingxing hurriedly said, Mr. Sonya's credit score with us is 50 million. Credit score? What the heck? Song Huqing was surprised. The credit score is $1.1, meaning that you can spend $50 million, and when the end of the year comes, we will just collect it together with the property fee. Wu Xingxing laughed. Your boss is really good at business. After Song Huqing shook his head, he took out his cell phone and said, but I'm not used to owing other people money. This way, I'll deposit 20 million in advance. That's okay too. Wu Xingxing hurriedly took out his cell phone and sent him the bank account number of the properties office. After Song Huqing transferred $20 million in the past, he leaned on the sofa and carelessly said, by the way, Yun Ning used your trial model cosmetics the other day, and thought it was pretty good, so I'll let her make a list and give it to you, and you'll send some over to her. Well, Yun Ning, who was in the middle of choosing clothes, first froze, then her eyes softened again. Okay, I'll do it the first time after I receive the list, Wu Xingxing hurriedly said. At this point, Su Mei also removed a few sets of clothes and dropped them on the couch. I'm keeping all these clothes. Okay. Xiaoli immediately went forward to record, and then respectfully said, Miss Su, if you have an important event traveling today, we also provide home makeup and hair business. Do you see the need? That's fine. I'll also experience the services of your Lin Chang house. Su Mei lightly laughed. Okay, I'll set it up right away. Li smiled before immediately going aside and starting to make a phone call. TSK. In the end it's the mansion of mansions. This service really has no words. Su Mei looked at Song Huqing and joked. Well, the silver also clatters and hoots like running water. Song Huqing laughed lightly. For a service like this, it's normal to charge a bit more expensive. Su Mei sat down on his side and laughed softly. I've also had your clothes sent over. Later, you'll also have your hair done. Well, I don't have to. Song Huqing shook his head. It's not that I don't respect your parents. It's just that I think it's better for everyone to be casual. No, I'm in charge today. Su Mei hummed softly. Okay then. Song Huqing smiled and nodded, and was just about to go to the dining table to get something to eat. Suddenly there was a buzz in my head. Trigger a temporary quiz task. Correct answers can be drawn twice. What? Song Huqing's entire body was wooden. There's a ing temporary assignment? Question 1. Who was the creator god in ancient times? 1. The great god Pangu. 2. The great god Nuwa. 3. Jesus. 4. Amaterasu. My god, you hammer. Song Huqing cursed without a good breath. What? Su Mei looked at him with a stunned expression. It's okay. Song Huqing shook his head and chose Pangu god. Inside, however, there was a bit of a snicker that the problem was so simple that instead of a temporary assignment, it would have been better to call it a community warming. Congratulations to the host. The answer is correct. Question 2. Within 5 minutes, please recite the Taiyi Golden Light Mantra silently. Remarks, cheating is directly penalized. Barta. Song Huqing's chopsticks fell on the table. What the hell? The Golden Light Mantra? It was the first time he'd even heard the name, let alone meditated on it. What's wrong with you? Su Mei frowned. Have you heard of the Taiyi Golden Light Mantra? Song Huqing said sincerely. Ha? Su Mei looked at him with a stunned expression. The Taiyi Golden Light Mantra? What is it? I'd like to know what it is. 2. Song Huqing sighed and pulled out his cell phone. The moment he looked up the Taiyi Golden Light Mantra, the system directly ruled that he had cheated, and he was only given one chance to draw. But he didn't care anymore at this point. He just looked at the Taiyi Golden Light Mantra on his hand in a somewhat dazed manner. Even though this thing only had a short 130 words, but it was hard enough for him to read it out, let alone pantomime it. What's the matter with you? Not feeling well? Su Mei said with concern. No. Song Huqing sighed and put away his cell phone. As he ate his breakfast, he clicked on the lottery screen. Tick-tock, the light mass kept flickering. He couldn't really see much of what had flashed past, and could only determine, by virtue of the color, whether it was good or not. Gained divine skill, vehicular skill, motorized vehicles. Purple? Song Hutching looked at it without moving, and then lost interest. This is useless. It's not as good as motorcycle riding skills. 10 minutes later, the makeup artist came first. Sume also sat on the sofa and let the makeup artist do her makeup. Yun Ning, on the other hand, watched the makeup artist's techniques from the sidelines on her knees, 80% stealing the lessons. Song Hutching waited for a while and felt a little bored, so he couldn't help but stand up and walk towards the door. Well, where are you going? Sume immediately called out to him. Anyway, you have to mess around for a while. Why don't I just run a few orders around the neighborhood? Song Hutching laughed. No, are you crazy? Sume exasperatedly said. Are you addicted to running takeout or what? Still thinking of going out to run a few orders at this time? Puffing, the three makeup artists and Yun Ning all laughed. It's not that there is an addiction. This is not a line of work to love a line of work. Song Hutching snapped. Sit down for me and don't go anywhere. Sume scolded. Song Hutching had no choice but to plop down on the sofa. Seeing this, Yun Ning sat down on his side and gently rubbed his shoulders. The three makeup artists looked at each other and remained silent. Chapter 116, how about you pretend to be insane and jump off a building? So I won't go today? Half an hour later, the hairdresser and the dress arrived. Song Hutching cut a hair, changed into a set of brand new lake blue suit. In the end, or from the master's hand, suit tailoring just good not to mention. The color is also very beautiful. You run takeout every day. How come I don't see you dark? Sue made sked. I was originally worried that this color didn't suit you. I don't know. Song Hutching spread his hands and sat down on the sofa. Lake blue is actually whiter and still neutral. His facial contours are already softer, so he puts a lot of effort into what he wears, usually choosing more overtly manly ensembles. Now after wearing the neutral-leaning outfit, he felt like he could have come out of nowhere. Leave the tie on. Here, watch, wallet. Sume pulled two things out of her bag. Ooh, Vacheron Constantin. Ha, Song Hutching snickered. Well, it's still an antique model? This watch seems to have cost a lot of money. Over $4 million. Sume laughed lightly. Mr. Song is so knowledgeable about luxury goods. Let's see what brand this wallet is. Berries. Song Hutching reached out and played with it for a bit before laughing softly. This is still handmade by a teacher. On the side of the minimalist model, Berry is a niche Swiss brand, considered one of the top luxury goods, almost always hand-stitched and very artistic. But Song Hutching scoffed at this. What handmade thing can compare to a machined one? After all, people make mistakes, but machines hardly ever make mistakes. But he can't do anything about it. Who made everyone recognize this? Awesome. Sume gave a thumbs up and then put her wallet in his jacket pocket before going back to her room to change. Do you really want to meet the parents with her? Yun Ning whispered. So what's the solution? Song Hutching bristled. Su Qing told me to go. She's so stupid. Yun Ning skimmed her mouth. She still wants to make people's parents disagree. But you are so rich. What makes her parents disagree? Asterisk makes sense. Song Hutching slammed his head. How about you pretend to be mentally ill to jump off the building? I won T go today? Asterisk Q. Yun Ning pushed him without a good mood. If I really dare to say this, do you believe that she can throw me down from this 49th floor? Well, that too. Song Hutching sighed. Then bitterly, then what else can be done now? Have I ever felt? Su Mei, Su Qing, as if the names of two sisters ah? Yun Ning curiously said. No way. Song Hutching blankly glanced at her. The last time we were at Linshu residence, Sume answered her sister's phone call and went. That time Su Qing also happened to call. How can they be two sisters? They just happen to have the same surname. What if? Yun Ning bristled. Just in case? There is such an in case. Then I will just buy a lottery ticket. Song Hutching sneered. Then I hope you hit the jackpot. Yun Ning said expectantly. Asterisk off. Song Hutching reached out and pressed her face, slapping her ass a few times. 5 minutes later, Sume stepped down on her high heels. She was wearing a coral red short-sleeve today, while underneath she wore a pair of black wide-mouthed pants, with a pair of black sandals on her feet, with her hair slightly curled and tied in a ponytail at the back of her head, and with that exquisite makeup, it would be an understatement to say she was in her early 20s. Well, was it good? Good looking. Song Hutching nodded. Not a single other adjective? Sume snapped. It's ing beautiful. Song Hutching said seriously. Puffing, Sume immediately smiled, reached out and took his arm. Let's go. Go to the Lincheng Hotel. Well, you're not driving? Song Hutching wondered. Too lazy to change my shoes. After Sume let out a light laugh. She glanced sideways at Yun Ning and raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Don't have anywhere to go? Want to go eat together? In the capacity of Song Huching's girlfriend? Yun Ning bristled. You. Forget it, let's go. Song Huching had quite a headache as he wrapped his arms around Sumei and pushed her towards the door. Cut. Yun Ning rolled her eyes and turned on the TV. In the elevator. Dead girl, sooner or later I'll make her look good. Sumei huffed. Hey, make her look good. Make her look good. Song Huching sighed helplessly. What do you think you're doing messing with her when you're fine? Boom. The Koenigsegg's engine sounded. Immediately afterward, a silver sharpshooter rushed out and headed towards the gate. And at the gate, Wu Xingsheng, who heard the commotion, had already raised the stopper bar. The Koenigsegg didn't slow down, instead, it throttled up and sprinted away. So damn handsome. Li looked at the Koenigsegg, which disappeared from view in a few seconds, and couldn't help but sigh. Captain, when do you think we'll be able to afford a car like this? You're asking me? Wu Xingxing rolled his eyes. If I knew, would I still be here with you watching the door? Also, Li sighed. The Koenigsegg roamed the road like a rattlesnake, and many people heard the commotion and rolled down their windows to take pictures. Well, isn't this your first time driving a car? How come you're so good at driving? Sumei was surprised. Song Huching was about to speak, but Sumei sighed. Just as well. For a man of your stature, what nice car haven't you driven? Song Huching closed his mouth. You've said your ing piece. What can I say? 20 minutes later, the Koenigsegg was parked in the parking lot of the Lincoln Hotel. After Song Huching got out of the car, he very gentlemanly went to the passenger side and opened the door, extending a hand. Sumei was very reserved and took her hand in hers, slowly getting out of the car. Every move, slow and flashy. Almost got it. There's not a single ghost shadow in this parking lot. Who's it pretending to be? Song Huching said helplessly. Asterisk. Sumei was instantly broken, laughing and scolding. In the future, I have to drive this car to and from work. I have to practice, right? Driving in high heels is a fine of 50. Song Huching bristled. Can't you say anything nice when you're dying? Sumei couldn't help but pinch him, but she couldn't stop laughing herself. The two entered the elevator and went straight up to the 5th floor, but just as they got out of the elevator, they saw Gu Xinfeng and Ruan Xingyao standing there chatting. Injustice, ha? Sumei slightly raised her eyebrows. Her body moved to the left. Half of her body pressed against Song Huching's body. The movement of her heels attracted a lot of attention as well. Gu Xingfeng and Ruan Xingyao were both shocked at this moment. Mr. Gu. After Sumei reached out and shook Gu Hearingwind's hand, she lightly smiled and said, Huching, let me introduce you. This is Gu Hearingwind, the new vice president my father hired. Chapter 117, Num. Mr. Song Huching is still my junior. Gu Hearingphone let out a light laugh and was just about to reach out and pat Song Huching's shoulder when Sumei pulled Song Huching back a step. Mr. Gu, Huching and I have to meet my parents later. Excuse me, meeting the parents? Gu Hearingphone looked at her with a stunned expression. Song Huching, we haven't finished the divorce formalities yet. Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. This doesn't affect Huching's meeting with my parents, right? Sumei laughed lightly. Ruan, although you and Huching are still in a cooling off period right now, but aren't you also with Mr. Gu? Nonsense. I'm here to participate in the business exchange, Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. I'm representing our company, and not only am I here, my co-workers are also here. As soon as her words left her mouth, a fragrant breeze brushed past. What's the chatter so lively? The crowd looked sideways. Song Huching immediately blocked in front of Sumei. Sure enough, Li Qingmu's eyes immediately glazed over once he saw Sumei. It's you. Yo, who did I think it was? Sumei held Song Huching's hand and laughed lightly. So it's Miss Li Ah. Are you done with those things? You. Li Qingmu was about to lash out, but Song Huching stopped him. Don't make a scene. This is an investment meeting. You are still representing your company, so if you argue later, you will make other people watch the fun. Li Qingmu's face slightly eased, coldly smiled. As far as I know, Song Huching's girlfriend is not you. Gu Hearingphone immediately became excited and looked at Sumei with anticipation. He couldn't wait for Song Huching to be killed on the spot. What the are you doing playing around like that? Oh yeah? Sumei lightly laughed. As far as I know, Song Huching's girlfriend is even less likely to be you, isn't it? You. Li Qingmu was immediately infuriated to the point of some chest pain. She thought of herself as sort of an old, but this woman's mouth was like poison. Don't argue. Song Huching hurriedly rounded up the situation. Since everyone has their own business, let's all disperse. Don't gather around. Excuse me, Ms. Li. After winking at Li Chengmu, Sumei, like a victorious peacock, held her head high and pulled Song Huching towards the distance. She's not a good thing at first glance, Li Qingmu said angrily. The last time I sent a video to Song Huching, she was the one who picked it up. Ruan Xingyao looked at her with complicated eyes for a long time before speaking. Moo, what are you doing sending a video to Song Huching? With one sentence, Li Qingmu was dryly silenced. Gu Hearingfang's back teeth were about to be clenched at this point. Song Huching that by what right? Ruan Xingyao, even if, back then, everyone just graduated from college, do not know anything, fell for his bait is still understandable. But what does Su Mei see in him? Could it be that she was also a shallow woman, just looking at Song Huching's face? What was even more infuriating was that this Li Qingmu seemed to be in an unclear relationship with Song Huching as well. Su Mei held Song Huching's hand and began greeting the crowd along the road. Everyone looked at Song Huching curiously, wondering which family's son or young master this was, and how come they hadn't seen much of him before. Well, your parents asked me to meet them at the investment fair? Song Huching was curious. No, it's that you're in the wrong elevator. Su Mei gave him a blank look and said, this floor is divided into two sides. One side is in the exhibition hall, and the other side is a place to eat. Okay, Song Huching sighed, so he followed her around and went to the other side. Su Mei lightly led him into a large private room. A middle-aged couple in the private room was leaning against the window chatting, and immediately looked sideways when they heard the commotion. Little Song, long time no see. Mr. Ming? Song Huching was stunned. You are Su Mei's father? Ha ha ha. Su Ming suddenly laughed out loud. This daughter of mine. Since childhood, she has been independent and accustomed to it. When she started doing business, she was afraid that other people would say that she was taking advantage of my Su Ming. This is not the case. I simply changed all the names, so that everyone can call me General Manager Ming, so as to differentiate herself from her. It seems like Mr. Ming really loves Su Mei. After Song Huching complimented him, he extended his hand to Su's mother again. Hello auntie, my name is Song Huching, Lin Huijun. Su's mother also stretched out her hand and shook his hand. Joked, their father and daughter, at home for dinner are playing mute riddles. I asked them what they do not say. Today can be considered to see the real person. Little Song, you can be even taller and more handsome than old Su said. He's more than tall and handsome. Su Ming laughed softly. Last time in the investment promotion held in the city, he took a few 100 million orders for Qianhua in one shot. So that your daughter in front of many business seniors can be considered a big face? Yeah, there's more to this? Lin Huijun exclaimed. I said how come the performance of Qianhua is so good recently? So it's because of Xiao Song? If I say Xiao Song, you also don't learn the young people to play the character. Have to go to deliver what takeaway? Simply you come to my company to serve well. You first be a chairman assistant. Slowly familiarize yourself with the company's business. Su Ming cheerfully said, when some years, I also retired, the company will be directly to you to take care of. Song Huching was about to speak, but Lin Huijun stopped him. Xiao Song, we also know your concerns, but you don't have to worry. Although Su Mei still has a younger sister, she has little interest in taking care of the company. When the time comes, we'll just divide the shares among her. You really think he's a delivery boy, don't you? Su Mei pouted. Have you seen which delivery man can live in Lin Cheng House? He gave me a 10 million plus villa a few days ago, and yesterday he gave me a 20 million plus luxury car, parked in the parking lot right now. People can't look at a small family like our Su's. Su Ming and Lin Huijun were also stunned. This script, why is it different from what they imagined? Speaking of cars, I feel that your sister has been a little off lately. Lin Huijun laughed and scolded. Oh, what's wrong? Su Mei wondered. I saw your sister, and it looks like she changed cars too. Lin Huijun mysteriously said. The Mercedes-Benz she used to have is still the one I bought for her, but the she recently drove is also a tens of millions of dollars luxury car. She's willing to buy such an expensive car? Su Mei was surprised. She definitely cannot afford to give up. I asked her. She said it was sent by someone else. Lin Huijun laughed and scolded. You and she have been close since childhood. This boyfriend, you have to give her a good gate. Su Mei was just about to say something when the door to the private room was pushed open. You're just in time. You're not clamoring to see your brother-in-law every day. Come and see, brother-in-law? It was accompanied by an exclamation of surprise. Song Huching looked sideways, and when he saw the person who rushed over, his entire body went numb. Su Qing? Song Huching? Su Qing screamed and stepped forward and grabbed his collar fiercely. Chapter 118, Why don't we have a farewell dinner? Xiao Chang, why are you so unruly? Su Ming chided. Why don't you hurry up and let go of your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law? The corner of Su Qing's mouth twitched. Then she gritted her teeth and said, Brother-in-law, when will you and my sister get married? Su Qing, what are you babbling about? Sume red-faced held Song Hutching's hand and said, "We are all still young now, and Hitching also has his own career to do. It doesn't matter if it's a few years late." "Xiao Chang, you and Xiao Song know each other?" Lin Huijun pulled Su Qing's hand. "We've known each other for almost 10 years, Su Qing said, drumming her cheeks. "Ha, you guys still have this kind of fate?" Su Ming laughed and scolded. "No wonder you grabbed people's collars as soon as you came. But next time, don't be like this. Xiao Song is your brother-in-law in the end. You can't be big or small." "Okay." Su Qing frowned and said, "Just now I met Uncle Mu downstairs. His daughter also came. You guys hurry over to see it." "What? Old Mu is here too?" Su Ming first froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It's better to forget about it after all. Today is to receive Xiao Song." "Mr. Ming, it doesn't matter," Song Hutching hurriedly said. "We're all in Lin Chang. When is a meal not a meal?" Listening to this tone of Su Qing, "Your friend should have traveled a long way. Why don't you go and catch up with your friend first?" Saruji has a point. Sume lightly laughed. "We are all in Lin Chang. Since we all know each other, next time we will directly go home to eat well. We still have a lot of business to rely on Uncle Mu. You guys go over to say hello to them first. It's also possible." Su Ming reached out and shook Song Hutching's hand before patting him on the back. "Your Aunt Lin's craftsmanship is good. When you are free some days, come to the house for a meal, and we will have a good drink between the two masters." "Hey." Song Hutching hurriedly nodded his head. "Haikuan, let's go over there first then." Su Ming greeted Lin Huijun and walked towards the door. Once the two left, the atmosphere in the private room instantly condensed. "What's your relationship?" Sume said in a deep voice. Song Hutching hesitated before smiling bitterly. "She's my girlfriend." Snap! Sume raised her hand and slapped him. "Song Hutching, what do you take us sisters for? Still want to embrace left and right? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that I have a girlfriend?" Song Hutching said with a bitter face. Snap! Subaru slapped him again. "You asshole, you know that she is my sister. You deliberately play with our sisters to play, right? Am I going to find out she's your sister?" Song Hutching was on the verge of tears. "You can't even do that on a TV show, can you? You don't know? With your Mr. Song's great powers, would you not know that my sister is Su Cheng?" Sume laughed coldly. "Song Hutching, you play this hand of desire well. It's not even if you lied to me, you even lied to Su Cheng? Lust for a fight?" The corners of Song Hutching's mouth twitched a little. "How far have you gotten?" Su Cheng said in a deep voice. Song Hutching was just about to speak when he ate another big mouthful. "How far can he and I go? How long have we only known each other?" Sume pretended to be relaxed. "On the contrary, how far have you gone with him?" "Me and him." After Su Ching glanced at Song Hutching, she tilted her head to the side. "Although he and I have known each other for many years, nothing has happened. He only recently divorced. Since he's your boyfriend, claim him back." Sume sat down on the stool and crossed her legs. "Song Hutching, I am now officially informing you that we are finished." "Well." Song Hutching looked at her and didn't say anything. "What do you call that?" Su Ching also sat on the stool and sneered. "How bad Su Ching is. I am not so bad as to steal your boyfriend. He and I were originally just playing around. Song Hutching, let's not contact each other again." Song Hutching looked at the two and couldn't help but sigh. "Breaking up, huh?" "Yes." Su Ching and Su Mei both nodded their heads. "Okay then." Song Hutching looked at them and said with a straight face, "Then I wish the two of you happiness in the future." "Song Hutching, you're less disgusting," Su Ching said angrily. "What's the matter? You think I really can't live without you, right?" "That's true." Su Mei also coldly laughed. "Song Hutching, Su Mei is also a person who can afford to let go of the money my company owes you. I will give you as soon as possible. As for the things you sent me, you take it back. I don't want it." "What did he send you?" Su Ching was surprised. "A car, a suite." After Su Mei finished, she frowned. "What did he send you?" "A car, a Porsche." Su Ching gritted her teeth and said, "Song Hutching, you play a good setup. Didn't you say that my sister is a rich woman? You are cheating her money?" "What?" Su Mei angrily said. "Song Hutching, you and her is so said?" "I'm wronged," Song Hutching said bitterly. "I never said so." I. Su Cheng glared. "Song Hutching, you're shameless. I'd say it's almost done." Song Hutching helplessly said. This scolding also scolded. "We should not eat a breakup dinner. How? Breakup dinner?" Su Mei and Su Ching glanced at each other and both burst into a rage. "I'll beat you to death." "Scattergories, you're cheating and you're justified, aren't you?" "Song Hutching, you're not human." Song Hutching held his head and crouched on the ground as the two rushed over, punching and kicking him. A good half hour. There was a knock on the front door. "Who?" Su Mei snarled. "Ms. Su, can we serve the food now?" the waitress timidly asked outside the door. Could be. Song Huching shouted. Su Ching immediately grabbed his hand and bit it hard. Are you a starving ghost? Still thinking of eating at this hour? Not. That also always have to eat some not? Song Huching helplessly said. This is not to come or here. Are you out of your element? Su Mei also angrily rebuked. Su Ching is about to break up with you, and you're still thinking about eating? She is not. You guys want to break up with me? This also can't stop. Song Huching timidly said. Since you want to break up, then before breaking up, we eat a meal together. I'm going to kill you. Su Ching roared, took off her high heels and was ready to slam them towards Song Huching. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching cursed and flew to the other side. Su Ching, you want to smash him to death? Su Mei reached out to block Su Ching. He's your boyfriend. What's the matter? Are you heartbroken? I already broke up with him. He's not my boyfriend, Su Ching said with red eyes. Su Mei opened her mouth, but sighed helplessly. Su Ching, he keeps telling me that he has a girlfriend. Then you still hooked up with him? Su Ching wiped her tears. Su Mei looked at her and also reddened her eyes. Chapter 119, to the three of us falling out of love at the same time. Cheers. Actually, it's not that complicated. Song Huching sat on the other side of the table and carefully said, we are purely misunderstanding. Not misunderstanding? You want to brush this off with a misunderstanding? Su Mei burst into a rage, and just as she picked up the dishes on the table, she was stopped by Su Ching. Listen to him at. Poof. Su Mei coldly grunted and put the dishes down. I'll be Su Ching's brother-in-law, or I'll be Su Mei's brother-in-law. In fact, you all can't accept it, right? Song Huching sighed. Since you can't accept it, it's better for everyone to be friends. What do you mean? Subaru's eyes widened. Being friends? You and me or her? With both of you. Song Huching helplessly said. Let's not be so dogmatic, isn't it? If I'm with any of you, then the other one definitely won't be able to get over this hurdle. It's not easy for anyone to be robbed of their boyfriend by their own sister. So let's not get into a relationship. Let's just be friends. Song Huching, go to hell. With two roars of anger, heels and dishes came crashing down together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching hurriedly raised the tablecloth to block it in front of him. At this time, the waiters had already pushed their food carts in, and after seeing this scene, they were all a bit at a loss for words. MS. Su, still serving? Get on. Su Mei sat down disheveled on the stool and smiled bitterly. Open a few red wines. Yes. After the waiter answered, he immediately placed the dishes on the table and turned to run out. Why are you sitting so far away? Come here, Su Ching said in a deep voice. How about we still sit a little farther away? You just bit me. My hand still hurts now. Song Huching laughed bitterly. Didn't you say to be friends? Since we are friends, why are we still beating you? Su Mei laughed to herself. Come over here. We won't make a move. I don't think it's not that I don't believe in the two of you, but how about the two of you take an oath? Song Huching carefully said. Song Huching, don't force me to whip you. Su Ching gritted her teeth. I will count to 3. If you don't come over, then we will jump from here together. Su Mei gritted her teeth. Don't. Me over here yet? Song Huching sighed and walked towards them. Seeing this, Su Mei and Su Ching tacitly moved aside a seat. Song Huching glanced at the seat, then at the two men with frosty faces, and finally gritted his teeth and sat down. At this point, all three were somewhat silent. After all, after encountering such a thing, even if Song Huching gags again, there is always a hurdle in their hearts that they can't get over. I don't know how long it's been. The waiter brought up the sobered-up wine, and after carefully placing it on the table, sprinted out. After Su Ching got up and poured the wine into 3 tall glasses, she raised a glass of wine and said, brother-in-law, I'll toast you. Subaru, what are you yelling about? Su Mei was annoyed. Song Huching and I have already broken up. He was originally your boyfriend. Is he still my boyfriend now? Su Ching wiped the corners of her eyes and said sadly, I can put up with any more nonsense he does outside, but why does he want to be with you? 1,000 mistakes are my fault, and I will never contact him again. Su Mei also reddened her eyes and turned her head aside after taking a drink from her wine glass. Song Huching hesitated, reached out and took a piece of lobster and set it in his bowl. Snap! He got a slap on the hand. My sister is crying like that and you're still in the mood to eat? Do you have any conscience at all? Su Ching said angrily. Why don't you eat it? Song Huching gave her the lobster with some reluctance. Puffing, Su Mei couldn't help but laugh. You? Su Ching glared at him in exasperation. Have I never eaten lobster or what? AI. In fact, you guys are overthinking things. Song Huching sighed. What do you mean? Su Mei frowned. I was not supposed to appear in your world, whether it is you or Su Ching or you just pretend that you have never known me. How did you live in the past? And how will you live in the future? Song Huching raised his glass and said, I'm very happy to have met you both, and to have spent a very happy time with both of you, and I hope that you will be able to do everything you want in the days ahead. Song Huching, you come when you say you're coming and leave when you say you're leaving. What do you take my sister for? Su Ching chastised. As a friend, Song Huching said with a straight face, whether it is you or Su Mei, I treat you all as my friends, so I don't want to make the two of you unhappy because of these small things. I can see that you sisters are very close, but you're both unlucky to meet a man like me. It's fate and robbery. Puffing, Su Ching couldn't help but laugh and snapped. Why are you talking as if you're going to become a monk? That's not so bad. Song Huching laughed softly. I just think that people live a life, and that's all there is to it. For example, we now feel that this matter is difficult to accept, or particularly sad, but tomorrow, next year, we look back to see this matter, we will find that it is also just like that. That's easy for you to say. Su Mei looked downcast and said, Su Ching has been around for so many years. I've never seen her fall in love. You're the first boyfriend she's ever talked to. Say it as if you have talked about it. Su Ching did not have a good temper. You are 30 years old. You still think you are 17 or 18 years old? You can take your time, right? You think you're young? You are also 27 or 18 years. Younger than me by just 2 years. Su Mei also sneered. You don't fall in love now. Wait until you're 30. You go and be a stepmother to someone else. I'm with Song Huching, and I'm also a stepmother to someone. So what's the point? Su Ching bristled. Would you be willing to change someone else? Su Mei sneered. You, hey, don't argue. Song Huching hurriedly filled up the wine for the two men and raised his glass. Actually, it really isn't a big deal for the three of us to lose our love at the same time. Cheers. You're dying. Su Mei reached out and slapped him, good-humored and amused. Song Huching, why are you always so optimistic? Su Ching sighed. Well, Song Huching tilted his head and looked at her, then sighed. Why Don? I jump from here now and die to show you, okay? Asterisk off. There's not a good word coming out of your mouth. Su Ching was also amused. Okay. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Between us, there is nothing deep hatred. Between your sisters, even less to talk about, is not it? So let's have a good drink. It's best to get drunk. By the time I wake up again tomorrow, I'll have disappeared from both of your lives. Su Ching and Su Mei looked at him with complicated eyes, then burst into tears. Chapter 120, Gu hearing foam like that is the Kai Z. You are not. The three of them drank one glass after another as if they were old friends. Su Mei and Su Ching also blabbed about each other's childhood scandals, causing Song Huching to laugh. I don't know how much time has passed. The door to the room was pushed open. Yeah, you guys kinda get along. Lin Huijun joked. Mr. Ming, Auntie. Song Huching stood up and laughed lightly. There are still things to do on my company S side. If not, please also ask the two of you to send Su Ching and Su Mei back. Hey, Xiao Song, what are you talking about? Su Ming laughed and scolded. One of them is your friend, one is your girlfriend, but they are all my daughters, aren't they? If they are drunk, am I still going to leave them alone? That's. Song Huching nodded with a smile and reached out to shake Lin Huijuan's hand again. Auntie, it's nice to meet you. I'm glad to meet you, too. Lin Huijun laughed. Rush tomorrow. You and Su Mei come back together. We have a meal together. You see, your parents' party is not convenient. Convenient we also recognize. Okay. Song Huching laughed. When I go back and talk to them about this, I'll have Su Mei ask you guys out. Then, Su Ming and Lin Huijun both nodded with smiles. They are how to look at Song Huching, how to smooth eyes. Good family, good looks, and more importantly, character is also good. Su Mei is strong, door to door, and also able to tolerate her can be rarely seen. I'll leave you then. Thanks for the hospitality. After bowing slightly to the two, Song Huching picked up his own jacket and headed for the door. I'll walk you. Su Ming took 2 steps forward. Stay back. Song Huching waved his hand and disappeared into the doorway. At this moment, Su Mei and Su Ching opened their eyes at the same time, and both of them looked at each other with red eyes. Hotel lobby. Song Huching had just stepped out of the elevator when he saw Gu Xinfeng and Wan Xingyao chatting, while Li Qingmu was sitting on the side playing with his phone. Yo, Song Huching, that's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Song Huching walked to the front of the three, handed a cigarette to Gu Hearing Feng. How is the investment meeting? Did you get any business? Our Su Clan is the leading local company in Linchang. There are quite a few who want to cooperate with us, Gu Hearing Feng said rather haughtily. Awesome. Song Huching gave a thumbs up. Didn't you accompany Su Mei to meet the parents? How did it go? Ruan Xingyao asked without moving. Don't mention it. Song Huching sighed. You still don't know what's going on in my family. How can this chicken be worthy of a phoenix? Blown? Gu Hearing Wind was quite surprised. Hey! Ruan Xingyao and Li Qingmu shouted out in displeasure at the same time. No, I mean, you and Mr. Sue didn't make it? Gu hearing Fong forced down his joy and said, obviously. Song Huching laughed softly. Hey, I am a little strange. Why I haven't seen that Chin Chu kid lately? He's busy with a blind date. How can he have time to surround Softy every day? Gu hearing Fong sneered. Blind date? Song Huching looked at Ruan Xingyao in surprise. His family can't see you either? Asterisk 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 Q. Ruan Xingyao didn't he have the good sense to push him? Angrily said. He and I were originally innocent. You can't talk nonsense. Licking dogs really don't deserve to die. Song Huching sighed, puffing. Both Li Changmu and Gu hearing Fong couldn't help but laugh. Go go go. You don't make a mess. Ruan Xingyao laughed and scolded. It's you. And not to mention the Su group. Just the market value of Qianhua is not bad, right? If you are looking for a decent job, it's okay. If you are delivering takeaways every day, it's a hell if people can look at you. Hey, but don't career discrimination Song Huching bristled. You do have a decent job. Isn't this someone who still can't see you? Get lost. Ruan Xingyao reprimanded. I said that Qin Shu and I have nothing. You keep talking nonsense. Then we'll go and register again next month. You have a problem You think the Civil Affairs Bureau is your home is how? Song Huching helplessly said. Once the cooling off period arrives, let's just get the license, and then we'll part ways. How nice. You. Ruan Xingyao was furious and couldn't help but viciously pinch him in the waist. Hey, don't do that. Song Huching hastily shrunk back. Even though I was just abandoned, I'm not so bad as to eat back grass, aren't I? Song Huching, do you want to die? Ruan Xingyao's face was red with anger. Just kidding. Song Huching laughed softly. But you and Gu Listening Wind are quite a match. Aren't they also single now? You roll. Ruan Xingyao glared. I'm not like you. Once divorced, I'm impatient to fall in love. I'll just keep the small garden and live my life is also quite good. Hey, custody is a deal. Song Huching said with a straight face. Poof. Ruan Xingyao snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Alright, let's go. Song Huching laughed lightly. The three of you continue. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he headed towards the front door. Li Qingmu's eyes rolled, pretended to answer a phone call, and followed him out as well. Ruan Xingyao looked at the two men's backs and couldn't help but frown. Mumu seems to be quite interested in Song Huching. Gu hearing Wind laughed lightly. She's the one who can't see Song Huching. Ruan Xingyao bristled. Mumu's vision can be high. Her value is not more than 10 million. She won't even look at it. Oh yeah? Gu hearing Wind's mind moved. Is it hard to believe that you still need to show more generosity? Lincoln River. Song Huching sat on the bench and sighed slightly. What's the matter? Really fall out of love? A fragrant breeze brushed by, and Li Chengmu sat down on his side, pulling out a haul of cold beer from the bag in her hand and handing it to him. Well, such a coincidence? Song Huching was surprised. What kind of coincidence is that? Li Chengmu laughed and scolded. I am afraid that you cannot think. Secretly followed. You so rich. Their family blind? Can't see you? You think I'm rich? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Sister, that is all fake. Well, what does it mean? Li Chengmu said with wide eyes. Hey, villa or not, car or not, all are Su Mei's. Song Huching spread his hands and said, I'm just a takeaway. Where did I get any money? Ha? Li Chengmu was stunned, then said sharply, the car, bought for my father is also her money? Well, then I'm not as lowly as this. Song Huching shook his head. Then why are you acting like a big head? Li Chengmu did not have a good temper. My father's car cost $1 million. How long did you save to save so much money? Hurry up. I'll transfer $700,000 to you first, and I'll give the rest slowly. With it she pulled out her cell phone and started transferring money. No, are you serious? Song Huching was surprised. What do you mean? Li Chengmu was surprised. I'm not a kaiju. Song Huching laughed and scolded. This fishing kaiju got the money, which has the reason to return back. You roll. Li Chengmu did not have the good sense to say. Gu hearing foam like that is the Kaiser. You are not. Then what am I? Song Huching laughed. You. Li Chengmu pursed her lips. You're my boyfriend, or the kind who's met my parents. So what? Well, Song Huching fixedly looked at her for a long time, and then only sighed. I originally thought that you only love money. I did not think that you people also want to. Sis, greedy. Yeah. Song Huching, I'll bite you to death. After his hand that Li Chengmu hugged, she placed it on her lips and gently touched it. Chapter 121, just a breakup. There's no need to curse someone to death, right? Stop it. Song Huching retracted his hand like an electric shock, and laughed bitterly. Sister, my love life is a mess right now, so don't come and join in the fun. Poof, Li Chengmu indignantly said. They are high and mighty young ladies. How can they be compared to ordinary people like us? You is the heart high, always think they are good, but in the end, is not just an ordinary person? When you meet a high family like Su Mei, don't you still have to suffer? you're right about everything, but what's the solution? Song Huching sighed. What do you mean there's nothing you can do? Li Qingmu blanked him. Is with such 1,000 gold miss talk about love talk for a long time? You look at you. In front of my parents are a look of what style, but also really think of themselves as a big young master? That's where you really misunderstood me. Song Huching lit a cigarette. Millions. Look a lot, but in reality, in some places, it is just a night's consumption. He is really not in front of Li Qingmu's parents to show off what? A million, although a lot. But for him, actually really okay. And a stiff upper lip. Li Qingmu did not have a good mood. What are the plans now that you have broken up? Still continue to go run your takeout? Or what? Song Huching spread his hands and said, doing things halfway is not my character. Since embarked on this road, at least to go to the head is not it? What do you mean go to the head? Li Qingmu scolded. You can't run takeout until you retire, can you? She was really getting a little pissed off. This guy didn't know any better. That's not so bad. Song Huching was halfway through his sentence when suddenly the phone rang. Hey, where are the brothers? Jiang Tao's voice came through, blowing the breeze along the Linchang River. Why? What's good about it? Song Huching laughed. This is not to think of you well. Send a positioning to me. We two drink a drink today. Not allowed to bring family. Jiang Tao laughed lightly. Success. After Song Huching hung up the phone, he glanced sideways and saw Li Qingmu glaring at him with a puff of air. What people? Still not allowed to bring family members. To send hay back. I can tell you, you do not go to do bad things, or I will report you. What's wrong with you? Song Huching patted her face and scolded with a laugh. If I really am that out of tune, wouldn't it be better to go straight home with you, and still have to go do something bad? Go. I'm not your anything. What are you doing back home with me? Li Qingmu blushed and tilted her head to the side. Hey, I'm hurt. You could have just said that I'm the boyfriend you met your parents with. Song Huching covered his chest and said, don't you make a fool of yourself. Li Qingmu laughed coldly. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You have such a high heart. To find a girlfriend who is not a big lady of the Su family or some Shin family. Where do you look at ordinary people like us? Hey, it's all in the past. Song Huching self-deprecating. Sisters, said you really do not believe. This person is really some evil. If you do not see parents, do not talk about marriage, that everything is good, but once you come to this step, basically all of them are a good end. Nonsense, you and I. Well, Li Qingmu couldn't help but stare in disbelief in the middle of his words. This guy seems to be making some sense. Ever since he met his parents, he's given himself to send out videos, and he's been received by his girlfriend. I've never seen his girlfriend call before when the two of them stayed together. The two were making small talk. Suddenly a big red Porsche sped up, and after stopping on the side of the road, a man got out of the car. He was about 1.70 meters or so tall, and his looks were not bad, except for the pale face, which indicated that this guy 80% had a lot of stories. Old Song, here. Song Huching beckoned to him. Damn, there are cameras here. 200 violations. Jiang Tao cursed afterward, but still parked his car on the side of the road and walked over. Your young master Jiang is still afraid of violating the law? Stop it. Song Huching took out a cigarette and handed one over. Who gets their money from the wind? I've had a hard time collecting rent too. Okay. After Jiang Tao cursed, he glanced at Li Qingmu and was shocked. What? The woman beside him last time wasn't me, was it? Li Qingmu lightly laughed. Hey, Jiang Tao immediately said. Sister, words can't be said. Like this I have never seen a woman beside old Song. You coaxed the ghost. Li Qingmu slanted his eyes and said, look at you, this is to be emptied of your body by alcohol and color. And Song Huching, it is not a good thing at all. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Sis, that's a bit insulting? Old Song is not a good thing, I recognize, but I am still good. Jiang Tao said with vigor. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Get Lu. I do not bother you two brothers to catch up, but Song Huching can drink a lot at noon. If you are drunk again at night, call me, I will pick him up. Old Song, awesome. After Jiang Tao gave a thumbs up, he looked at Li Qingmu and said, what is sister's name? Li Qingmu, Ada FMS. Li Qingmu pulled out his cell phone. Jiang Tao. After Jiang Tao said that, he immediately took out his cell phone and exchanged flyers with her. Alright, let's go. After waving her hand, Li Qingmu stepped on her high heels and walked towards the road. No, sis, let us send you chant. Jiang Tao shouted. No, I'm not going to waste any time catching up. After Li Qingmu let out a light laugh, he beckoned a cab and took off. Sa, that's ing sa. After Jiang Tao praised, he squinted at Song Huching. Old Song, eating in the bowl and looking at the pot cannot be. Asterisk 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 you. The bowl tipped over. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Now the pot has also run. Nothing. Ha! Jiang Tao looked at him with a face full of shock. Not. That's Sue's sister last time. No more? Roll. Song Huching reached out and slapped him on the head, saying in a bad mood, it's just a breakup. There's no need to curse someone to death, right? You roll. Jiang Tao glared. What I said is to break up. What is wrong? I still expect people to die? But that said, I think you and that Sue sister 80% also have no chance. Oh, what does that say? Song Huching was curious. We're all just regular people, know that, right? Jiang Tao sighed. The necklace hanging around that Sue sister's neck must be at least several dozens of. Seriously, what do you think he figure us? Can't it be that she is not a stepmother and wants to experience what it's like to be a mom? Hey, you don't say. I think it's really possible. Song Huching stroked his chin and said, asterisk 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 you really think people are cuties? Not? Jiang Tao pushed him. Don't bull. Get in the car. Well, where to? Song Huching wondered. Originally was going to let you accompany me to a beautiful woman and a lot of fun place. But now, still buddy to take you to take a break. Otherwise you so borrow wine to dispel the sorrow is not a way, is not it? Jiang Tao looked at him with pity. Chapter 122, I wasn't a thing back then. Let's not talk about how Jiang Tao's car skills are, but he can really curse. You're driving so fast. In a hurry to get married? You're such a asshole. Driving a wedding car? Your mother-in-law got married twice, didn't she? Road is so big. You and I too here to squeeze. Road politics, right? Song Huching's head buzzed as he listened to these words. It was also fortunate that the kid didn't have a convertible top, or else he was worried about whether the two would make it to their destination alive. Most of an hour later, Jiang Tao drove the car to a noisy street. Although it was summer and people really didn't wear much, but the girls here wore even less. Even a gust of wind can be a real treat. Old Song, how's the game going? Nice. Song Huching gave a thumbs up and tilted his head. Not happy. Only the neon sign above read 4 big words, Blue Hole Bar. All spending buddies pay for today. Play with confidence. After Jiang Tao threw the car keys to the parking minion, he took Song Huching and swaggered toward the bar, and when he reached the door, he said aloud to the stamping minion, single, my buddy and I are single. Hey, the junior answered and then stamped a blue-colored seal on both men's arms. I think this is also superfluous. Jiang Tao bristled. Who the comes here to play? Who would ever say they have a date? There are 3 types of blue hole bar stamps. Blue and pink are single, green is married, and big red is divorced. That's hard to say. Isn't there a red one there? Song Huching nudged it a short distance away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I came here without 1,000 also have 800 times. Green has seen a lot, but the big red is really a time to see. Jiang Tao was surprised. Hey, that woman. I seem to have seen somewhere. Song Huching stroked his chin and said, I can go to your grandfather it. This Lin Chang women you have seen. Jiang Tao despised. I said the old song. We cannot be so unproductive. So many good girls do not choose to find a divorced. Looking for excitement is not so looking for not unseen, isn't it? Song Huching skimmed his mouth. This cover big red chapter. Maybe really only one man. But cover pink and green chapter. Do not know how many men have had it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Tao froze for a moment, then sighed. This damn thing is really marriage making people mature. You are getting more and more deep now. Or do you think? Song Huching let out a light laugh and followed him to find a 4-person card seat. It's only early evening and the stage is still being prepared. But many men and women have already begun to drink up. After all, the bar this place, everyone comes to the purpose is different. Some are trying to get themselves drunk. Some are trying to get others drunk. Old Song, do you know why I'm looking for you today? Jiang Tao said mysteriously. Because your rent collection endeavors have been going so well lately? Song Huching wondered. Roll. Jiang Tao did not have a good temper. Lousy if not looking at your dream girl to come. I can specially go to pick you up? The girl of my dreams? Who is it? Song Huching was surprised. And pretend. Jiang Tao laughed and scolded. Back then, you said that in this life, the only person who can make give up Ruan Xingyao is Zhao Xinyan Ir. I wasn't a thing back then. Song Huching sighed. Ha! Jiang Tao was immediately happy. The little comrade has a deep understanding of himself. But, you are not a good thing now, and play seamlessly. This Sue's sister has not even gone far. You have a new love. Don't bull me. I'm just friends with that girl from earlier. Song Huching leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette. If I believe you, then let me not receive a penny of rent this month. After Jiang Tao skimmed his lips, he instantly began to look for a hitch. Otherwise, how embarrassing for 2 grown men to sit in a 4-person booth. At this point, the 2 women walked over and looked at Jiang Tao and laughed softly. We don't have a position. Can we sit here? Well, Jiang Tao was startled violently, and after glancing at the bright red seal on the arm of the woman who didn't speak, He then looked at Song Huching. Sit just sit, casually. Song Huching laughed lightly. Thanks. After the woman who spoke said thanks, she smiled and said, my name is Chen Shui. This is my colleague Mu Qing. Jiang Tao. Song Huching. Jiang Tao also made a self-introduction, smiling and looking at Mu Qing. Mu beautiful. Woman, this is not a coincidence. You divorced. My brother also divorced. I think you should have a common topic. This way, Chen beautiful woman. Let us not be a human light bulb. We two sit at a table at success. Chen Shui readily agreed, then left Mu Qing behind and sat next to Jiang Tang. Mr. Song, the last time. Thank you, Mu Qing said with a red face. You're welcome. A show of hands. Song Huching joked. Why do you have time to come to the bar for a drink today? Don't you have to do business? The company gave me half a month's vacation after that business deal last time. Mu Qing somewhat uncomfortably pulled her short skirt down her thighs and whispered. I took quite a bit of commission, so my colleagues in the company wanted me to treat them to come over for a drink. Oh, where are your coworkers? How come everyone doesn't sit together? Song Huching joked. They all went to wait for Zhao Xinyan. Mu Qing was a little embarrassed. I saw you when I came in, so I dragged my friend over to find you. Well, just to say thank you to me? Song Huching laughed lightly. Aha. Mu Qing blushed and put her head down. Then have a drink with me. Song Huching picked up the beer on the table and knocked it lightly against the table, and the two bottle caps spun and landed on the table. Ooh, old Song, this hand is handsome. Jiang Tao laughed out loud. Right? After Song Huching handed a bottle of beer to Mu Qing, he took two more, then picked up the card holder sign on the table and gave it a flick. The bubbles from the two beers instantly surged to the tops of the bottles, but not a drop fell out. That's an awesome hand. Song. Chen Shui clapped her hands and said, come on, it's fate if we meet. Go A. Walk 1. Several people raised their bottles and clinked them lightly. Boom! Electronic fireworks erupted next to the stage, catching everyone's attention. At that point, the house lights went out. When it lit up again, a woman in a short white dress with a hot and uncharacteristically beautiful body appeared on stage holding a microphone. I now somewhat understand why she was my former dream girl. Song Huching sighed. You're pretending to be a big man. Jiang Tao laughed loudly and said, Zhao Xinyan is the dream girl of our generation. That is, the time and luck are not good. Otherwise she must be a top star now. Chapter 123, can you call it truthfulness without blowing your mind? Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Xinyan. Welcome to the Blue Hole Bar. Just such a simple sentence caused the entire venue to immediately heat up, with countless people shouting her name at the top of their lungs. Beautiful, so beautiful. Jiang Tao exclaimed. Pretty doesn't have you either. Song Huching laughed and scolded. That's hard to say. Jiang Tao was unconvinced. Zhao Xinyan is now working in our Linchang, and we are of similar age. In case there is still a chance? Puffing, Chen Shui and Mu Qing both couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you don't say. Yu Jiang young master has a good appearance and a decent occupation. This is also the lack of an opportunity. If you really let Zhao Xinyan sleep with you for one night, maybe you can really make it happen. Song Huching said in a serious manner. Right? Jiang Tao tilted his head rather proudly, but after looking at Chen Shui and Mu Qing, who were laughing and tumbling over the sofa, he immediately blackened his face. Damn, old Song, you tell me, how can I sleep with Zhao Xinyan for one night? Hey, that's the only technical difficulty to be solved. Song Huching sighed. Asterisk 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 off. Jiang Tao couldn't help but laugh as well. Let's drink so dry how meaningless It just so happens that Zhao Xinyan is now singing lyrical songs. Why don't we play a game? Chen Shui lightly laughed. Hey, this is good. Jiang Tao immediately said. How about we group men and women and play an ancient game? Truth or dare? Chen Shui raised her eyebrows. Confidant. Jiang Tao extended his hand and gave her a high five. This good friend of mine seldom comes to the bar. Shaking the dice or something is not suitable for her. Why don't we play simpler? Chen Shui sat down next to Mu Qing and wrapped her arm around her shoulders. Isn't this a coincidence? This brother of mine is also the first time to come. Like this. How about we play rock paper scissors? Jiang Tao said in a serious manner. Could be. Chen Shui nodded with a smile. The two of them decided on the rules of the game in a few words, without the slightest intention of asking Song Huching or Mu Qing. Come on, rock paper scissors. Hey, handsome Song, rock eat scissors. You've lost. Chen Shui lightly laughed. Hurry up and ask. Jiang Tao urged. People can't choose a dare when they're handsome Song? Chen Shui ranted. Dare is later. Play truth first. Jiang Tao laughed and scolded. Hurry, up and hurry. Success. Chen Shui smiled and wrapped her arms around Mu Qing's shoulders. Handsome Song, why did you get divorced? Song Huching had just opened his mouth when Jiang Tao stopped him. He was away on a long business trip and then his wife had someone else on the outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching was just about to open his mouth when Jiang Tao stomped on him. he couldn't help but swallow back his words with a bitter smile. Handsome Son, you're pathetic. Let's go away. Chen Shui raised her bottle and clinked it with him. Again, rock paper scissors. Hey, Mu Beauty, I can win. Jiang Tao laughed out loud. My question is the same as that of Chen Beauty. Why did you get divorced? Chen Shui was just about to open her mouth, but Jiang Tao stopped her. Stop it. Let her speak for herself. Chen Shui stared up at once. Okay. That's the way to play it, right? Jiang Tao immediately folded his arms and apologized. My marriage was arranged by my family, and I didn't like it, so I got divorced. Mu Qing lowered her head and said, well, hey, follow the rules of the game. Chen Shui knocked on the table. Again, rock paper scissors. I won. Chen Shui immediately said, Handsome Son, what line of work are you in? His family has 3 coal mines in Jiang County, and his old man is a coal boss. Jiang Tao laughed. Ooh. Chen Shui and Mu Qing were both filled with surprise. Song Huqing pulled Jiang Tao and gritted his teeth. Asterisk. Don't you ing blow so big and powerful. Can you call it genuine without blowing awesome? Jiang Tao rolled his eyes. Asterisk makes so much sense. Song Huqing was surprisingly speechless. Again, rock paper scissors. Beauty Mu, what's your impression of my brother? Jiang Tao laughed. Mu Qing instantly blushed and lowered her head. I have a good impression of him. He once helped me. Ooh, there's such a thing as destiny? Chen Shui immediately said. Handsome Son, what is your impression of my family's Qing? Nice. Song Huqing laughed softly. She is actually not suitable for today's outfit. She is suitable for gentle and generous dress. If she wears a JK here, it is guaranteed to cause a sensation. Mu Qing was wearing a short black dress today, and a pair of black stockings on her feet. Seductive enough, but with a lot less flavor. Insightful. Chen Shui gave a thumbs up. Mu beautiful woman. Not to hide, my brother's life is not very good. There is a daughter following him after the divorce. Do you have a child? Jiang Tao laughed. You two don't pretend anymore, do you? The corners of Song Huqing's mouth twitched a little. It's only been a few rounds of play and they all simply ask directly. I don't have kids. Mu Qing hurriedly waved her hand and said, and you're wrong, the child follows him, that means he's a responsible man. It's not a bad fate. Hey, have a vision. Jiang Tao also gave a thumbs up. It's not that I brag. My brother's boudoir is super cute. If it's not that he can't afford to give it up, I want to carry it home and raise it. Really? Chen Shui deliberately said. Where is such a cute child? Children can all be rowdy and very. Hey, you still don't believe me? Jiang Tao immediately took out his cell phone and opened Wan Xingyao's circle of friends, looking for a picture of Xiao Yuan and handing it to her. Yikes, this is beautiful. Chen Shui exclaimed. She looks so pretty. Her mom must be pretty too, right? Mu Qing said enviously. Mu beautiful woman. Not I and you brag. This brother of mine's ex-wife. That was the school flower of our university back in the day. Chasing after her can be lined up from the school teaching building to the school gate. Jiang Tao proudly said. It's also the problem of my brother's job. Otherwise they wouldn't have gotten divorced yet. That's true. Your buddy is also a talented man, isn't he? Chen Shui joked. Hey, that's not true. Jiang Tao immediately said. Mu Beauty, you and my buddy are divorced. Like this. You guys add a flyer? No other meaning, just as a friend. Good. Mu Qing didn't hesitate and quickly pulled out his cell phone. No, didn't you say that divorced ones are bad? Song Huqing said quietly to Jiang Tao. I think you're making a lot of sense. Jiang Tao skimmed his mouth. Divorced cannot guarantee that there is only one man. This is not divorced. Still do not know how many men it is. Hurry up. People QR code are pulled out. Gotta. Song Huqing had no choice but to scan Mu Qing's cell phone. 9 billion girls' dreams? Mu Qing looked at Song Huqing's nickname in surprise. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tao and Chen Shui both doubled over in laughter on the card seat. Seeing and laughing, Song Huqing arched his hand at them. At this point, a bright light hit the room, causing all 4 men to stare. What's the situation? Chapter 124, I've done good deeds in my life. It's only right to take a look, right? Congratulations to the lucky audience at table 66. The MC on stage yelled out and the whole room erupted in applause. No, what the hell? Song Huqing had only finished speaking when Jiang Tao lifted him up. Yo, still a handsome guy. The MC snickered. Hurry up and come up. Today Xin Yan is in a good mood and is willing to sing one of her songs with you. Hurry up and go. This is a good opportunity. Jiang Tao hurriedly said. No, why don't you go? Maybe you guys can really sleep for a night. Song Huqing said helplessly. Ha ha ha. Chen Shui and Mu Qing both laughed out loud. You roll. Jiang Tao also cried and laughed. Let you sing a song with your idol just get. You still want to sleep with people. Too greedy, right? After he finished speaking, he pushed Song Huqing. Song Heching had no choice but to walk onto the stage. What is your name, sir? Zhao Xinyan asked in a glutinous manner. Holy, what a leprechaun. Song Heching was not separated from her by less than a body length, but even so, there was not a single blemish to be seen on her bare face. This is even if this girl height at least 1.7 meters to go up, stepping on a pair of high heels, then Jiang Tao are still a head higher. What's more important is her figure. Seriously, Song Heching was also considered to have eaten and seen people, but it was the first time he had seen someone who came out of a comic, and it was still that kind of a modest comic. After all, no one's body could be so good that it was exaggerated but not out of place, right? The pair of jade rabbits in front of her chest, just based on visual inspection, felt like someone's head was as big as that. Sir, seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhao Xinyan couldn't help but shout twice. Shoo, the whole bar was filled with boos. Speak up. Jiang Tao couldn't help but shout. Ha ha ha. The whole room burst into laughter. Sir, you don't have to be nervous. Zhao Xinyan comforted a sound after. To the stage laughed. Everyone also do not laugh. Ordinary people for the first time on the stage. Is a little nervous? This is a normal reaction. Slowly adapt to a little on the good. TSK, it's still my family Xinyan who's understanding. Are you kidding? Who doesn't know she's beautiful and kind? If you ask me, just let me go on stage. The audience under the stage was talking, full of praise for Zhao Xinyan. Sir, what's your name? Zhao Xinyan asked once more. Qin Chu, Song Heching said in a serious manner. I just now was not because of nervousness, it is just that I am your fan, so close to the idol. This is still the first time, so I want to see a little more clearly. Puffing, the audience on stage burst into laughter. So, what's the difference between me and the TV? Zhao Xinyan laughed delicately. Well, bigger. Pust. Countless people who were drinking sprayed at once. What did you say? Zhao Xinyan instantly blushed and subconsciously covered her chest. No, I mean, you're more atmospheric and gentle than you look on TV. What do you mean you're covering your chest? Song Heching was surprised and said, Ms. Zhao, I, Qin Chu, am a decent man, and will not peek at other people's breasts so lowly. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed so hard they slapped the table. You, Zhao Xinyan glared at him fiercely before putting her hand down. Oh yeah, I usually look bright and early, Song Heching leisurely said. I've done good deeds in my life. It's only right to take a look, right? Jiang Tao instantly fell on his face with laughter, pounding the table fiercely. You, after Zhao Xinyan glared at him, she covered her chest and ran towards the backstage. No, what do you mean? Song Heching looked at the MC with a stunned expression. Cough cough cough. The MC came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Don't be nervous, everyone. Xinyan is going to the backstage to change her clothes. She will be right back. Change of clothes? Song Heching was quite dissatisfied. She's looking down on us decent people as what? Brother, I beg you. Your table is on me today. Let's not talk about it, okay? Someone shouted. If you keep talking, we can just listen to your comedy. Ha ha ha. The whole room burst out laughing again. At this point, Zhao Xinyan is also back. She changed into a pair of washed jeans and a t-shirt on top, but even with such a simple attire, she still couldn't hide her exploding body. You said you were a fan. What song would you like to sing about me? Song Heching looked at her in a daze and froze for a moment. Heart of Rain? Zhao Xinyan said a song. Song Heching shook his head. Sky Blue? Song Heching shook his head again. You don't think you don't know how to sing my songs, do you? Zhao Xinyan's head was filled with black lines. Well, I'm a face fan, Song Heching shamelessly said. What does face powder mean? Zhao Xinyan frowned. Just like your body, not your talent. Song Heching sighed. Where did this brother come from? The whole arena was almost carried away. For the first time in their lives, someone could make being horny sound so refreshing. What a ing face fan. If I hadn't read the book, I would have believed it. You're being a hooligan, aren't you? Zhao Xinyan glared at him fiercely. No, how could it be? It's flirting at best. Song Heching shrugged his shoulders, and after seeing the other party raise the microphone, he immediately said, Wait, just now it was all a joke with you. I'm really your fan. I wrote a song for you. Shoo. Everyone cheered loudly and backwards, yet no one kicked him off. After all, the dude did what so many people wanted to do on stage but didn't dare. Really? Zhao Xinyan looked at him rather skeptically. Don't believe me. I'm leaving. Song Heching made a move to leave, but she reached out and tugged. Don't go away. Sing it then. Well, Song Heching pointed to his arm, skimming his lips. Miss Zhao, we are a gentleman as friend. To see can be, but the hands and feet cannot be. You, as if electrocuted. Zhao Xinyan let go of her hand. Then she wrapped her hands around her chest and glared at him with a puff of anger. Dude, get a guitar. Song Hutching reached out and tapped the MC on the shoulder. Ha! As if waking up from a dream, the MC rushed towards the band to carry a guitar and ran over. Seeing this, Zhao Xinyan also helped with a stand and stuck her own microphone on it. Song Hutching put the guitar on his back and strummed it lightly a few times. For a moment, everyone was quiet. Jiang Tao, your buddy came for real? Chen Shui curiously said. I don't know. Jiang Tao skimmed his mouth. Anyway, I've seen him play the guitar once in 4 years of college with him, and it seems like he doesn't play very well. Well, Mu Qing sniffed and couldn't help but worry. Chapter 125. Are you talking about money? I don't even care to talk about you. A river of stars hangs in the sky to protect the bright moon, and you are like moonlight in my heart. To be crazy for you, to be crazy for you, to laugh for you, to break in. As soon as Song Hutching opened his mouth, everyone was instantly amazed. Zhao Xinyan stood at his side, staring at him in a daze. When this guy doesn't sing, he's so oily that he has to be molested if he's not careful. But when he sings, his temperament steeply changes, although still lethargic. But that brow revealed a few points of seriousness, making his original cynicism a few points less, but more noble and elegant. Song Hutching turned his head sideways and met Zhao Xinyan's eyes. At this point, the chorus kicks in. She is the fantasy that treads the stars and falls into my dreams, the power to ring the galaxy in search of you. The gods gave me in the hardest of times. Leave the only starlight. Ooh, everyone tactically leaned back at almost the same time. This song is indeed amazing. She was the fantasy that stepped on a river of stars and fell into my dreams. They were somewhat convinced that Zhao Xinyan was afraid that she was really a fan of this kid. When the last note falls, Song Hutching opened his hands and looked down at the stage. Snap! Zhao Xinyan was the first to applaud. Only then did the crowd wake up as if from a dream and gave Song Hutching a round of applause. Asterisk 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 brothers are awesome. Jiang Tao stood up and yelled. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst out laughing at all of them. Mr. Sheen, your song is so beautiful. Zhao Xinyan quipped. May I ask what the name of this song is? The Fall of the Fall. Song Hutching laughed softly. Mr. Sheen, you just said that this song is for Xin. The MC laughed softly. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Sheen was just joking. Zhao Xinyan Xiaomei tightened. A song like this, any person who goes and sings it will burst into flames. Well, send it to her. Song Hutching hesitated and looked at her and said, how about you answer me a question, and I will send another song to you, okay? What's the problem? Zhao Xinyan subconsciously asked. How old are you? You? Song Hutching wondered. Ooh, the whole bar erupted in an uproar. Dude, awesome, someone yelled out, followed by a thumbs up from everyone. You? Zhao Xinyan covered her chest and took 2 steps back with a scarlet face. However, she seemed to have thought of something, pursed her lips, came to Song Hutching's ear, and covered the microphone to say a few words. Well, I don't believe it. Song Hutching bristled. Don't believe that I can still let you touch it is what? Zhao Xinyan didn't have the good sense to say. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Everyone was looking at her with a stunned expression. Zhao Xinyan also realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing and immediately covered her face with both hands. No, my question is, how old are you? Where are you talking about? Song Hutching skimmed his mouth and pointed to the stage. I'm not like them. I'm not that kind of person. Here. The men in the room unanimously made an extremely indecent gesture at him. Come on, you guys are just as decent as I am, okay? Song Hutching laughed and cursed before continuing to pluck the strings of the zither. The crowd, which was just about to start cursing, suddenly fell silent. Zhao Xinyan also lowered her hand and looked at him with unblinking eyes. The lilting guitars once again resonated across the stage. How best to describe you? What's special to compare you to? Feelings for you are strong, and yet don't know much about it just by instinct. Zhao Xinyan couldn't help but widen her eyes as she listened to him sing. Was this rascal, who had molested her 3 times, really a particularly good lyricist? Song Hutching swept his gaze from the stage and couldn't help but give a slight lurch, only to see that under the stage, a woman was currently looking at him with her arms wrapped around her chest and a face of condensation. Of course, if the gaze could be turned into substance, he was afraid that there would be a few more holes in his body. His gaze instantly softened. You're as cozy as a nest in a quilt, and yet it's like the wind can't catch it, like the smell of perfume emanating from your wrists, like a love-struck red heel. Zhao Xinyan keenly sensed the change in him and followed his gaze, only to see that not far away, a beautiful woman, who was currently propping up her chin and looking at Song Hutching. This made her frown. She remembered that Song Hutching wasn't sitting in that seat just now. When the last note falls, Song Hutching gave a curtain call salute to the stage, then handed the guitar to the MC and jumped off the stage quickly. Under the gaze of the crowd, he ran to a single card seat, took a woman's hand and ran out, instantly disappearing from view. Xinyan, Xinyan. Only after the MC shouted twice did Zhao Xinyan come back to her senses. Outside the bar, Song Huching and Li Qingmu were holding an ice cream each as they walked down the road. Why are you following? You drank so much wine. What if you were abducted? Li Qingmu laughed coldly. I underestimated you. You even dare to molest Zhao Xinyan. Hey, just kidding. It's really not to the point of molestation. Song Huching laughed lightly. Poof. Li Qingmu pushed her head to the side. Why don't you just accept your fate? Well, resigned? Song Huching was slightly stunned. Song Huching, we're just ordinary people, Li Qingmu seriously said. Let's not have these unrealistic dreams, okay? Zhao Xinyan, no matter how much she's been suppressed, she's still a star. Even if she goes to the platform to bring goods now, her popularity is still very scary. What exactly are you trying to say? Song Huching was surprised. She makes more money in a month than we'll ever make in a lifetime. Do you understand when I say that? Li Qingmu reached out and wrapped her arms around him, gently leaning her head on his shoulder. We came from an ordinary family, so we have to resign ourselves to our fate. We should just get married to an ordinary person and have a child, and then live out this life. Hey, wait a minute. Song Huching egg pain, not to mention whether I have thoughts about Zhao Xinyan. Even if I do, isn't this the same thing as you guys fishing for kaiju? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Qingmu's almond eyes rounded. We are fishing for Kai Z is to figure their money, and we will not let them take advantage of you. That is to figure money? I don't even care to say you. Then if a rich old man wanted to marry you, you wouldn't? Song Huching rolled his eyes. I'm not marrying, Li Qingmu said in a deep voice. What kind of person I am myself, I am very clear. The object I want to find is also at most an excellent ordinary person, not that kind of rich second generation or rich third generation. It's over. Song Huching held his forehead and said, You're miserable. You fell in love. Song Huching, Li Qingmu roared, her hands wrapped around his neck. You don't use this dangling tone to talk to me about feelings. I'm not happy. I'm very unhappy. Song Huching looked at her in a daze. 1,000 words that eventually turned into a sigh. Chapter 126, You follow me and read. We swear to heaven today to be brothers and sisters with different surnames. Roadside. Breeze. Song Huching leaned against the railing and didn't say anything. After Li Qingmu adjusted her emotions, she lightly hummed. Don't go back at night. Then where am I going? Song Huching was surprised. Go to my house. Li Qingmu twisted her head to the side. You drank so much wine at noon, didn't even eat dinner in the evening, and ran here to drink. What if you get drunk at home? But, Song Huching, I'm not discussing this with you. Li Qingmu frowned. Go to my house. I'll cook for you. Song Huching wanted to say something else, but Li Qingmu had already called a cab and shoved him in. ITC Apartments. Why don't you take a shower and I'll make dinner? After Li Qingmu brought him a pair of men's slippers, she stomped upstairs again and brought him a blue bath towel and pajamas. Song Huching stood still and looked at her for a long time, but finally shook his head and walked towards the upstairs. Li Qingmu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he listened to the footsteps. If Song Huching insisted on leaving, she really didn't know how to retain him. Half an hour later, Song Huching sat on the floor and looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, and couldn't help but praise. I can't tell that you're really good at your craft. My mom taught me to cook since I was a kid. I'm usually just lazy, not incapable. After Li Qingmu gave him a playful blank stare, she served a bowl of soup and set it in front of him. Song Huching took a sip, and immediately brightened up. You're so good at this. You've caught up with the chefs at Nanchao Pavilion. Darn it, how can you say it's so good? After Li Qingmu cursed with a laugh, she curiously said, Well, did you still go to the Southern Overseas Pavilion afterward? Nope. Song Huching spread his hands and said, The only time I went to Nanchao Pavilion was when I followed you. Hey, then how do you say that my soup is better than the chef at Nanchao Ji's cooking? Li Qingmu was surprised. It is because I have not drunk, so I just said so. If you have drunk, this is not a lie. Song Huching justified. You, Li Qingmu immediately cried and laughed and pushed him. You relying on this mouth do not know how many girls coaxed, when the soft fear is also so fooled. That's true. Song Huching sighed. Girls used to be a little bit dumber, but nowadays girls are all smarter and don't fall for it. You, Li Qingmu was just about to say something when suddenly Song Huching's phone rang. Well, Song Huching was quite surprised when he looked at it before connecting the video. Mr. Song, are you okay? Mu Qing's figure appeared in the video. Seeing this, Li Qingmu immediately wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at him coldly. Oh, I'm fine. Didn't I send a message to Zhang Tao, saying that I had to leave beforehand? Song Huching laughed lightly. Zhang Tao is talking to me, but I'm worried about you, Mu Qing said with some embarrassment. Oh, thanks. Song Huching laughed. We are all friends. Have time to come out to eat together. Yeah, so do you have time tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. Mu Qing immediately said. Tomorrow. Song Huching words just to the edge of the mouth. Immediately feel a pain in the ribs. Hastily said. Tomorrow is afraid not. These 2 days work is busy. When I have time I send a message to you. Okay then. Mu Qing said with some loss. Then I'll ask you out again if you're busy. Okay, bye. After Song Huching hung up the video, he looked at Li Qingmu with a bitter face. Not. What are you doing? What for? Li Qingmu sneered. You just met this woman at the bar, right? Well, what's the problem? Song Huching was surprised. Of course there's a problem. Who goes to a bar for a good girl? Li Qingmu squinted his eyes. If you are just playing that is no problem. But how old are you now? Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to help Xiao Yuan think about it, right? Help her think of what? Song Huching said in dismay. If you find a girlfriend, it will be Xiao Yuan's mom. Her mom goes to the bar every day to get drunk. How bad is this for her? Li Qingmu skimmed his lips. Hey, what you said seems to be somewhat reasonable. Song Huching stroked his chin and said, Poof. Li Qingmu looked at him rather smugly. So what if Kun her old man isn't a good person himself? Drag her old man out to be euthanized? Song Huching said with a wink. Yeah, Song Huching, you go to hell. Li Qingmu flung him to the ground with open teeth and claws. Asterisk 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 stop it. Dinner's ready. Song Huching hurriedly wrapped his arms around her waist, a faint fragrance brushing against his contempt. It was a little sweet and warm, just that distinctive woman's body odor mixed with some perfume. Song Huching, I know you can't see me. Li Qingmu wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, but I can wait for you to recognize reality one day, and we will be together again. Not, you may not know me very well. Song Huching helplessly said, I'm not necessarily looking for that kind of $1,000 lady. In fact, I think I'm doing quite well on my own. You are indeed remarkable for your age. Li Qingmu exhaled. At this age, without relying on the family, those who can take out $1 million are few and far between, but this is only the limit of what ordinary people can do. Why do you keep thinking I want to go to a rich woman? Song Huching said helplessly. Isn't this what you and I said is human nature? Li Qingmu softly said. It's people who want to live a good life. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching felt as if he had been hit by a boomerang he had thrown out. Song Huching. Li Qingmu's eyes were a bit mesmerized. I like you. Stop it, sis. Song Huching hurriedly put her down from her body, then rushed to the kitchen with a scooped bowl of rice set on the table, followed by inserting 3 cigarettes. What are you doing? Li Qingmu was surprised. Come over here and kneel. Song Huching fell to his knees. Well, Li Qingmu glanced at him, but still knelt at his side. Repeat after me. We swear by heaven today to be sworn brother and sister in a different name. Li Qingmu looked at the solemn Song Huching, first froze for a moment, then burst into a rage. Song Huching, I'm going to kill you. Asterisk 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 don't take the chopper. Song Huching spread his legs and ran towards the upstairs. Don't you run. Li Qingmu angrily rebuked and chased after him with his sword raised. Song Huching hurriedly got into the room and locked the door. Open the door. Not open. Well, don't open the door for the rest of your life if you dare. Li Qingmu viciously kicked the door of the room before turning to leave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching disheveled and lay down on the bed, rather helpless. It's all in a day's work. Buzz off. The phone suddenly vibrated. He looked sideways and realized that it was a video sent by Su Qing. Hesitation. He ultimately did not dare to pick up or hang up. After all, his let each other know. It is not good. Really kill to seek revenge. I don't know how much time has passed. He fell asleep in a daze, and when he opened his eyes again, he realized that Li Qingmu was sitting beside him, looking at him with a sneer on his face. Chapter 127. Kneel. Asterisk 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 sister. What do you want to do this late at night? Song Huching shrank away from the quilt as she hugged it. What can I do? Li Qingmu coldly laughed. You are not quite able to say well. You continue to say. Really not. We two again worship also into. No, you really don't understand the situation I'm in right now. Today. Song Huching, I don't want to hear any more of your crap stories. Li Qingmu seriously said. I like you. That is simply like you. Whether you are poor or rich, it doesn't matter. Even if we have to beg for food together in the future, I also recognize it. Hey. Song Huching leaned on the bed, lit a cigarette. In the past, Ruan Xingyao also said so. You. Li Qingmu was instantly furious and fiercely pinched him, angrily reprimanding. In the future, you're not allowed to mention other women in front of me. No one? What about Song Xiaoyuan? Song Huching was a little hesitant. Do you have to be mad at me to make you happy? Li Qingmu raised his hand. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Song Huching sighed helplessly. Song Huching, I know that you are now entangled with Su Mei, but it doesn't matter. I can wait. Li Changmu leaned over his chest and said with a red face, when you've made things clear with him, we can move on from there. Or when Xiao Yuan is a little bit older, we can have a child. Not. Why is this about children? Song Huqing's eyes widened. Li Chengmu said with rounded eyes. What do you mean? What do you mean? I won't have a child? Or are you afraid that after I have my own child, it will be bad for Xiao Yuan? That's not this thing. Song Huqing snapped. Don't worry. Since I, Li Chengmu, am with you, then I will treat Xiao Yuan as my own daughter. Li Chengmu lightly hummed. That's going too far. Song Huqing laughed bitterly. Li Chengmu didn't answer again and just looked at him quietly. Why don't you wait for me to clear up my business first, and then we can talk about other things? Song Huqing carefully said. As long as you dare to walk out of this room door today, then you wait for me. I will go to Jiang County tomorrow and talk to your parents about our marriage. Li Chengmu said in a deep voice. Why are you doing this? Song Huqing said helplessly. The old lady likes it. After Li Chengmu reached out and turned off the table lamp, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Song Huqing, I'm a little scared. Fear is even. No. You. Well. Before Song Huqing could finish his sentence, he was pressed down on the bed by her. He looked at Li Chengmu's marvelous figure through the moonlight outside the window and couldn't help but subconsciously swallow his saliva. Boy, that's scary enough with clothes on. That undressed. He realized he was still conservative. The next day, early morning, when Song Huqing woke up, Li Chengmu had already disappeared. He lifted the sheet inside at the blinding red color. At this point, the door to the room was pushed open. Li Chengmu walked in as she wiped her hair, and a hint of pink flashed across her pretty face when she saw Song Huqing sitting on the bed. Good morning. Song Huqing laughed softly. Good morning. Li Chengmu twisted her head to the side, somewhat afraid to look at him. I still have to go to work today. When I get off work I will come back to prepare dinner. I have things to do today. Song Huqing got up and wrapped his arms around her, sighing. Why Don? We hold off for 2 days while I take care of my own business. Aha. Li Chengmu's voice was like a mosquito bird. I will give you enough time. If you miss me, you will come to me. Good. Song Huqing hugged and kissed her, but he propped his hand against his chest. No fooling around. I'm still in pain. Li Chengmu delicately said. Wait for me to slow down for 2 days before I'm allowed to do bad things. I'll go. I just kissed you and you thought of that? Song Huqing laughed and scolded. I don't know what's going on in your head? After Li Chengmu rolled her playful white eyes, she snapped. Hurry up and take a shower. I'll prepare breakfast after I blow dry my hair. 40 minutes later, Song Huqing supported his rather tired body and got off the bus to stand at the entrance of Lin Changfu. However, what made him feel surprised was that the always enthusiastic Wu Xingxing and Xiaoli saw him as if they had seen a ghost and hurriedly ducked into the security booth with their heads down. Knock knock. What are you two doing? Song Huqing knocked on the door of the security booth. Mr. Song, why don't you go home first? Wu Xingsheng opened the window and said with a bitter face. Yesterday you didn't come back for a night. We also didn't sleep for a night. Why don't you do us a favor and let us go? When Song Huqing heard this, his sword brows slightly raised, and he immediately intended to turn around and walk away. ********. Xiaoli immediately rushed out and blocked the waist to hold him. Brother, you can't go. This you have to go. That is going to be a big deal. What kind of person is coming? Song Huqing raised an eyebrow. This can't be said. Wu Xingxing hurriedly said. Brother, you hurry back. If you don't go back, it will really kill someone. That bad? Song Huqing's insides jumped wildly. Little Li, hurry up and bring the car over. We'll send Mr. Song back. Wu Xingxing hurriedly urged a sound, regardless of Song Huqing happy or not, quickly stuffed him into the sightseeing car, and drove toward the 49th building. Hey, you say, me that house. Obviously the 49th floor. According to reason shouldn't it be called the 49th floor? Why do you guys want to say it's the 49th floor? Song Huqing cocked his head and said, my Mr. Song, hey, what time is it? You're still thinking about these issues? Wu Xingsheng cried and laughed. You first go home and take care of your family affairs. Other things, we'll talk later into it? What's going on in my house? Song Huqing was curious. Wu Xingxing immediately closed his mouth, not daring to say more. Seeing that he couldn't extract any useful information, Song Huqing couldn't help but sigh. 5 minutes later, he stood at the front door of Building 49 and hesitated for a long time before finally opening it. Just as soon as the door opened, he saw a figure rush forward and hit him hard on the leg with a stick. ********, get on your knees. ********. Song Huqing looked at Wen Yun, who was holding a stick, and Song Shan, who was standing next to the sofa, and couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. It's not. How did you guys get here? We don't come and know about these assholes you've done. Wen Yun reached out and pinched his ear, angrily rebuking. Song Huqing, you can Now have a few stinking money is not allowed, right? Every day and night do not return. You are trying to go to heaven, ah? Well, stay out all night? Song Hutching looked at her with a stunned expression. Who told you that I don't sleep at night? What do you say? After Wen Yun cursed without good breath. Then he lowered his voice. What exactly do you mean now? Su Qing also even if. How your family still have a girl. Chapter 128. Let's get a license. You said Yun Ning ah. She is the nanny I hired. Song Hutching was surprised. Not. What are you guys talking so quietly for? Don't you yell. Song Shan was just about to say something when suddenly there was a loud noise coming from the stairs. The three of them looked sideways, and they were seeing Su Qing slowly walking down, and behind her were Su Mei and Yun Ning. Yo, Subaru's awake? When Yun immediately went forward and pulled Su Qing's hand, smiled and said, Don't worry, I have just taught my family that brat a lesson. If he doesn't pick up the phone next time, you call me directly, I will teach him a lesson. Yeah. After Song Shan kicked Song Hutching's ass, his face was full of smiles and said, Su Qing ah, you don't know this kid of my family. He has been timid since he was a child, and there's nothing wistful about it, and I just called his college classmates too. It's that Jiang Tao. They were drinking together all last night and didn't go anywhere else. Well, Song Hutching's eyes widened. No, why did you even call Jiang Tao? Who gave you the call? What do you care? When Yun did not have a good temper. I know that it is difficult for your classmates to get together, but you cannot call and not pick up ah. Next time you dare to do this, I will break your legs. Got it. After Song Shan gave Song Hutching a wink, he said in a serious manner, we should also go to pick up Xiao Yuan. Later, we still have to catch a bus back to Jiang County to go. Let Su Qing clean up his own. No, where did you put little garden? Song Hutching was surprised. Her mom took it to her company. When Yun said with a stern face, how about throwing Xiao Yuan back and forget about it? Song Hutching carefully said, we've been playing in Jiang County for so long. It's almost time, right? It's not even halfway through this summer vacation, so how is it almost over? Song Shan's tone was an octave higher. What's the matter? Now that you have a few stinking dollars, you're looking down on Jiang County, aren't you? Don't you forget that you're also from Jiang County. Hey, get it? Speak properly, don't make personal attacks. Song Hutching didn't have the good sense to say. Poof. Song Shan snorted coldly and was about to open his mouth, but Subaru walked over, smiling, and lifted 2 bags from beside the couch. Uncle, aunt, I don't know what you like, so I just went and bought you something. Don't mind. Hey, Su Qing ah, you cannot be so polite. When Yin pulled her hand and said, don't spend money on us in the future. Now the rabbit cub is not rich. We don't have any money. Just ask him for. I know, uncle and auntie, let me see you off. Su Qing laughed. No need. That what Wu Xingsheng does not say that the neighborhood has a car shuttle well. I directly call him. Let him help shout a car on it. After Wen Yun hugged her, he looked at Su Mei again and said, Miss Su, this rabbit cub in my house has given you trouble. I am really sorry. Nothing. Su Mei lightly laughed. I don't have much to do anyway. I just came over to give Su Qing a companion. Well, this bugger has a big house, so it's okay to come and stay more often and add some popularity to the house. When Yun smiled before giving Song Shan a wink, Song Shan immediately understood, carrying things to go out, but after 2 steps, and then turned back, opened the cigarette and wine cabinet, loaded a few cigarettes and a few bottles of wine, and only after this long go, Song Hutching listened to the sound of the gate being locked, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. There's no need to alarm them about our business, is there? Song Hutching, don't accuse people. Su Qing sat on the sofa and sneered. Yesterday, you yourself did not answer the phone, so the uncle and aunt called me here. I sent you a video and you did not answer it, and they just rushed from Jiang County early in the morning. Song Hutching sat on the sofa on the right side and looked at Su Mei. What do you mean by this? What do you mean what? Su Mei said in a deep voice. Song Hutching, you have a good tactic ah. Sheep are all taken up by you. You now say go away? You want to be beautiful. That's true. Su Qing also sneered. On the front foot and I say break up. The back foot is not home at night. Still do not know which wild woman to fool around in yesterday. Yun Ning sat in the corner and made a quick gesture to him to go upstairs. Song Hutching immediately understood and hurriedly said, I'll go take a shower. Later, Su Mei sprinted forward and pressed him down onto the couch, wrinkling her agitated nose as she began to sniff. Don't make a scene. Don't make a scene. So many people are here. Song Hutching hurriedly dodged. Asterisk off. Su Mei glared. Chanel no. 5. You were with Li Qing Mu yesterday, weren't you? Asterisk. Song Hutching looked at her with a stunned face. Not. Which eye of yours saw me with Li Qing Mu yesterday? And your sophomoric? Su Mei didn't have the good sense to say. Yesterday when I passed by that woman, I also specifically smelled the perfume she used on her body. Ruan Xingyao used was not this flavor. Only Li Qingmu used Chanel No. 5. Song Huqing, you're awesome. Su Qing wrapped her hands around her chest. Break up on the front foot, and then seamlessly dock on the back foot. No, what do you guys want? Song Huqing said with a bitter face. Don't want to do anything, just upset in my heart. So what? Su Qing said in a deep voice. You ate it all up and now you want to leave after patting your ass? You don't even want to think about it. So what do you want? Song Huqing helplessly said. As long as I have I'll give you into it? I want this house. Are you willing to part with it? Su Qing sneered. Okay, I'll call now and I'll transfer the house to you, okay? Song Huqing said with a straight face. Snap. Su Qing took an arrow step forward and fiercely slapped him. Who cares about your broken house? Song Huqing, don't think you have any greatness, and I don't have to be with you. Well played. Su Mei also helped. Song Huqing, you don't think you are rich and have something great. We Sues are not worse than you. Then let's go get a license. Song Huqing said seriously. Ha? Su Qing, Su Mei, as well as Yun Ning all stared wide-eyed. You guys discuss it. I'll immediately finish the formalities with Ruan Xingyao, and we'll go and get a license. Song Huqing lit a cigarette. As for who to get a license with, you guys have the final say. Is this a done deal? Su Qing was instantly furious. Song Huqing, what do you take me for? You said to get a license just like that? He didn't say he had to get a license with you either. Su Mei said quietly. What did you say? Su Qing angrily said. So what you mean is that he wants to go get a license with you? Didn't you say at home that you would never contact him again? What are you doing here again? Su Mei bristled. Ha! Su Qing was angry and laughed. Su Mei, this is obviously you first. What did you say to me at home? You said Song Huqing was supposed to be my boyfriend, and you didn't care at all. Didn't you also say that the men chasing after you can be lined up from Linchang Normal to Linchang University? You can find any man who is better than him, so why are you still pestering him? Su Mei squinted. Chapter 129, Song Huqing, how can you still sleep? Well, Su Mei, then the two of us will make things clear in front of him. Su Qing sneered. From today onwards, whoever contacts him is a dog, okay? Okay. Su Mei gritted her teeth and said. Then we're leaving now. Just go. Su Qing huffed and puffed and picked up her bag, but just as she walked to the door, she turned back, lifted her slender thighs, and kicked hard at Song Huqing's small feet. Asterisk. Song Huqing immediately squatted down and frantically rubbed his feet. Poof. Su Mei raised her right hand after a cold snort. Song Huqing hurriedly blocked his face with his hands. Snap. A crunch followed. Su Mei also stepped on her high heels toward the door. Yun Ning sneaked to the door and heard the elevator ringing before she opened the door and looked at it, which made her run back. Did really get by me yesterday? You crow's mouth. How dare you? Song Huqing did not have a good mood. Damn. Such a dog blood thing can be encountered by me. Really bad luck. What's so bloody about it? I guessed it long ago. Yun Ning bristled. Well, what does that say? Song Huqing was surprised. Think about it. If you look at the way Su Qing dresses, you can tell she's rich, can't you? Yun Ning smiled and said. You look at Su Mei. That is also rich. Both surnamed Su, but also rich. Lin Chang is only a little how big? They are not just sisters? You roll. Song Huqing did not have the good sense to say. You are inferring after the fact. Then I also know. But who can think of it beforehand? Hey, Yun Ning rather gloated. Now it's played out, isn't it? I'll see how you end it. No, when did they come? Song Huqing was curious. It came last night. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. Around 9 o'clock. Su Mei came. First, about a little more than 10 o'clock. Su Mei also came. Do you know why the uncle and aunt will come? Why? Song Huqing was curious. Because Su Mei and Su Qing had a fight. Yun Ning laughed softly. Su Qing said that she and you have met the parents. Su Mei said that seeing Jiahang is not much use. Anyway, you do not come back at night. Su Qing does not dare to call your parents. Asterisk. Song Huqing cursed. Suddenly bitter face. How about, we change the gate code? Do you know why they hit you just now? Yun Ning smirked. Why? Song Huqing was surprised. It's because I changed the gate code. They couldn't open the door when they came yesterday. Yun Ning was full of innocence. Then Su Qing couldn't stand it, ran to the property office to find Wu Xingsheng to ask for blame. Wu Xingsheng was forced to do nothing, so he let someone open the lock to open it. I'll go. Wu Xingsheng doesn't have any professional ethics. Song Huqing did not have the good sense to say, and also said what will give me a good cover. This person Su Qing did not even do anything. He sold me. That can't be said. Yun Ning sighed. Who let the person Su Qing? And he said, that if you don't open the door for her, she will give your downstairs car a fire. I'll go. Song Huqing was immediately taken aback. Su Qing could be tougher than he thought. By the way, what's the situation between you and Lee Ching-moo now? Yun Ning laughed. Isn't that still the case? Song Huching sighed. Hurry up and tell me. Yun Ning said with a face full of curiosity. Go, 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 go. Song Huching did not have a good temper and said, hoping that you are watching from the sidelines and not suspecting that things are big. I can be annoyed now. How can you say that? Yun Ning laughed and scolded. I'm a woman. A woman doesn't know what a woman is thinking better than you do? Well, you have a point. Song Huching stroked his chin and told her what had happened. Well, did you think you were done with Su Ching and Su Mei? So that's why you did that yesterday? Yun Ning said with wide eyes. Hey, think about it with your ass. If you had an older or younger sister in this situation, would you still contact me? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, yes, why wouldn't I? Yun Ning rationalized, if I were Su Ching, you would have been my boyfriend, why wouldn't I contact you? If I am Su Mei, that is even more so. You Su Ching yourself want to play with me. It is hard not to blame me? Well, it's okay to think that way? Song Huching was surprised. Why not? Yun Ning straddled his body and wrapped her arms around his neck and said, I told you that the Su sisters are not the most difficult to deal with. If you were to be known by Lee Ching-moo about your current situation, she would have to kill you. Asterisk 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 you. Talk just talk. You don't move your hands. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Hey. Yun Ning lightly laughed. I'm not fighting with them. Nor will I add to your worries. This is not good then do I still have to thank you? Song Huching cried and laughed. That's no thanks to. Yun Ning murmured in his ear. But you have to be quick. It is not allowed. Who kills a horse gun again? Then you can be even more unclear. You're such a leprechaun. Song Huching laughed and cursed before dropping her on the sofa. Hee hee. Yun Ning instantly covered her mouth and laughed. Sure enough, near noon, Song Huching was sprawled out on the sofa watching TV in boredom, while Yun Ning sat on his back and massaged him. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded from the front door. Yun Ning immediately moved off of him and sat cross-legged on his right side. Song Huching, you're actually sleeping? Su Ching angrily ran over and stretched out her foot and kicked him in the ass. Hurry up, I want to sit. No, isn't that still so wide? Song Huching commiserated. I'm going to sit here, can't I? Su Ching glared. Okay, you said it. Song Huching had no choice but to climb up. And you have nothing to say to me? Su Ching gritted her teeth. Say what? Song Huching helplessly said. When I was talking to you about this, didn't you say? What did I say? Su Ching didn't have the heart to say. Can't you mention her name for once? I thought you knew. After all, the last time to participate in that investment meeting. Well, wait, Ruan Xingyao does not know Su Mei? Song Huching was surprised. Why would she want to know Su Mei? Su Ching was also slightly stunned. No, you have been bosom friends for so many years. Ruan Xingyao even stayed at your house. It's hard to believe that she hasn't even met your sister? Song Huching's eyes widened. What do you call that? Why does she have to know Su Mei? Su Ching bristled. Look at Su Mei's face. She hates to have her eyes on the top of her head. Is she happy to know my friend? Zira. A mechanical voice sounded. The gate was pushed open. Su Ching instantly blushed. Snap. Su Mei clapped her little hands and walked in, her face full of frost. Say, you go on. Hey. After Song Huching sighed, he moved to the side and curled up into a ball. Chapter 130, You're such a doghead mastermind. Say what? This is supposed to be the truth alright. Su Ching didn't have the good sense to say. You really think I don't know, don't you? Su Mei sat down on the sofa, hooked her legs together, and sneered. Song Huching is telling the truth. What? Song Huching and Su Ching looked at her curiously at the same time. It was your bad idea, right? Let him go and meet my parents. Because of Qin Zimo's previous experience. And he's a delivery boy. So you think mom and dad will have a stigma against him? Su Mei said disdainfully. You were anticipating his character as a person. That's why you indulged him so much. Well, what's my character? Song Huching was surprised. What character do you have that you don't know? Su Mei angrily rebuked. You but where you can explain one more sentence. People Qin Zimo can go? So what if her family is rich? Don't you have any money? What do you call that? Su Ching glared. Qin Zimo himself is not firm. Why do you want Song Huching to explain? If she wants to go, let her go. What's the matter? If she leaves, Song Huching won't be able to find a girlfriend? Ha! Su Mei scoffed. You yourself played a bad game, but you still have the nerve to shout. Su Ching here. Not everyone will dislike him for being a delivery man. At least, when I didn't know that he was rich, I didn't dislike him either. As for my parents' side, if they really object, you know my character. The big deal is that I'm old and dead. so what's the point? Isn't it a bit ungrateful to say that? Song Huching said carefully. Shut up. Su-mei glared. Now there is no business of yours, it is me who is talking to your girlfriend. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you see that I will not throw you down. Well, Song Huching immediately covered his mouth, not daring to say anything more. Su-mei, what exactly do you want? Su-ching said with a straight face. That's what I should be asking you. Su-mei smiled and said, I heard Mom say that she's already arranging a blind date for you. Su-mei, you'd better stir up this matter for me, Su-ching leisurely said. Otherwise I will be honest with Mom and Dad. I know Song Huching can be earlier than you, and I still have evidence. I've got all the chats he's had with me saved, so I'll show them to Mom and Dad when the time comes, and I'll see what you have to say about it. You. Su-mei was instantly furious. Poof. After Su-ching lightly hummed, she looked at her and seriously said, Su-mei, we are also sisters in the end, don't make it too ugly. What do you want? Su-mei said in a deep voice. For a period of half a year, we are not allowed to contact Song Huching in this half a year, Su-ching squarely said. This half year, we also carefully think about whether we really like him. If after half a year, then we will talk again. Subaru, are you still playing games with me? Su-mei scoffed. 2 hours ago, right here, you say who contacted him who is a dog-s. This time we play for real. Su-ching did not think. There is also an additional rule that whoever violates the rules first, whoever counts as a loser. Is this okay? Could be. Su-mei held out her hand. Snap. Suzuru and her reached out and patted each other on the back. Well, do you guys want to ask my opinion? Song Huching said weakly. How dare you have an opinion? Su-ching reached out and slapped him, and said in a bad mood. Song Huching, I warn you, in these 6 months, if you dare to fool around, I 1T live, and you 1T want to live either. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not so much, really not so. Song Huching immediately saw sweat on his forehead. Subaru, what's all this nonsense? After Su-mei cursed without good breath, she sneered. What is good about letting him die? Directly castrate him. I will see what he does. I'll go. Song Huching subconsciously clenched her legs. Hey, this is good. Su-ching sneered. If you dare to fool around, you see me not castrate you. Don't dare. Don't dare. Song Huching shook his head violently. I don't think you'd dare. Su-ching looked sideways at Yun-ning. Sister Su. Yun-ning immediately cried out in a well-behaved manner. You'd better keep an eye on him. Su-ching sneered. I am not going to drive you away, but you have to think clearly. Not everyone has me so good to talk. By the time you lead the wolf into the house and be driven away, don't come to find me to cry. Hey. Yun-ning hurriedly nodded. Sister Su, don't worry. I 1T let anyone come in. Su-mei frowned. Besides you guys. Yun-ning added. Poof. Su-mei's face slowed down a little, got up and said, since there's nothing to do, let's go. Mom and Dad want us to go back for dinner today. Rush what? Su-ching also stood up and nodded Song Huching's head before heading towards the door. A good half hour. It was only then that Song Huching lit a cigarette. Hey, what do you think they mean by this? I didn't think about it. Yun-ning frowned, but I feel something is wrong. You're full of crap. Song Huching didn't have the heart to say, if this is right, what am I asking you for? No, what I said was wrong was that Soji was wrong. Wait, what are you yelling at Subaru for? Song Huching stared wide-eyed. Sister, you cannot give them nicknames. What's Su-air? According to you, then Su-mei is not Suda? How hard to hear. Dae-su? Yun-ning cocked his head. You roll. Song Huching cried and laughed. You ing don't come to the set. If this is heard by them, at that time you 80% again have to put the responsibility on me. I am ing fast becoming sinus E. Hey. Yun-ning instantly laughed. Second Miss Su. Second Miss Su okay? Poof. Song Huching bristled, not bothering to talk to her again. Don't you think it's not right? These things are almost all led by the second Miss Su, saying what half a year of no contact and so on. I always feel that there is something odd about this. Yun-ning said seriously. Are you saying that she won't keep her promise? Song Huching was surprised. That's not true. Yun-ning bristled. I just think she is counting Su-mei. Well, what does that say? Song Huching reached out and wrapped his arms around her. It's easy. Yun-ning rolled a playful white eye and said, Su-mei and you have met your parents. You said that in this half year. If her parents say they want to see you, but she can't meet with you, what do you say? Then wouldn't her parents not think you guys broke up? Even if she explains herself, her parents shouldn't listen, right? When it drags on for half a year and Su-air takes you back, wouldn't that be the right thing to do? Asterisk 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 can't be, can it? Song Huching said in horror. Even if Su-air, I poo-poo. Su-ching took me back. Her parents should have a problem with it, right? Have an opinion, and absolutely do not agree. This is two different things, okay? Yun Ning laughed and scolded. Now is not ancient times, as long as the woman insisted on. You have seen a few argued with the children. Holy, you're a ing doggerel. Song Huching pinched her face and kept changing shapes. Chapter 131, Song Huching, you'll have to beg me. Asterisk 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 you're the doggerel. After Yun Ning cursed without a good breath, she sighed again, but Su Er still thought of this matter as simple. How? Song Huching said sharply. Su Mei is not stupid. What I can see, how can she not see it? I think, she 80% also see it, just will be a trick. Yun Ning laughed bitterly. How is this even the art of war? Song Huching said with egg pain. Think about it, you met Su Mei's parents, but it's you and Subaru that your parents identify with. Yun Ning pinched his fingers and said, this half year, if you don't show up with Su Qing in front of your parents, they will definitely say this too. No, when it drags on for half a year, won't Su Mei be able to go back with you to see her parents openly? Hiss. Song Huching immediately had some toothache. These two they're no slouches, but, if you ask me, they are all too confident. Yun Ning gloated. This is only one night. You and Li Qing Mu that what, and then give you to come half a year time. How can you still remember who Su Di and Su Er are? Screw you, am I that tone deaf? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, hey, I don't even care to talk about you. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. Even if it makes a mess to the chicken and dog at that time, it doesn't matter. Song Huching was just about to say something when the phone suddenly rang. Well, Yun Ning couldn't help but squeeze her eyebrows after she stretched her neck to take a look. Why did your ex-wife think to call you? Stop it. Song Huching cursed before connecting the video. Song Huching, what's wrong with you? What? Where did you go last night? Mom and Dad couldn't find you and asked me to call your friends one by one. Ruan Xingyao said in a bad mood. This is not in Jiang Tao. I Jiang you big head. Ruan Xingyao glared. Can you believe that asshole Jiang Tao's words? I asked him to give me a look at you. He either said you went to the restroom or that you got drunk and threw up all over yourself. How many years have I known him? I still don't know how much he can drink. You're drunk and he's still alive and kicking. What's he kidding? Yesterday. Song Huching just wanted to explain, but it seems to think of something, cannot help but straighten out. You care where I went yesterday. What does this have to do with you? You are in charge of you. You asshole, where are you? See if I don't beat you to death. Ruan Xingyao's face was red with anger. I don't tell you. What's the matter? Song Huching laughed coldly. We're cool where to stay. What are you coming to get together? Sick. Fine. Song Huching, there will be a time when you beg me. Ruan Xingyao cursed and then hung up the phone. Offline. Song Huching bristled and pointed at the phone. She also said that I have something to ask her. Do you think she is not funny? I rather think you're being funny. Yun Ning sighed. Aren't you asking her to get a divorce certificate? This cooling off period will soon be over again. What good is it to you if you offend her like this? Asterisk. Song Huching stood up violently and typed a video over quickly. That's when a big red exclamation point popped up. Pulled the plug? Yun Ning snickered. Go. Stop it. Song Huching hurriedly called again. The user you are calling is on the line. It's over. Song Huching immediately saw sweat on his forehead. Ha! If you don't get a license during this cooling off period, you're 80% hanging. Again. Yun Ning scoffed. Song Huching was just about to scold her twice when he suddenly got an idea and called a video to Li Qing Mu. But just as the video connected, Ruan Xingyao appeared in the video. Song Huching, what do you mean by harassing Mu? No, Sister Ruan, you don't and I general knowledge Song Huching licked his face and said, tomorrow, not today, let's go and get the divorce license into it. No way. Ruan Xingyao squinted. I have been very busy with work lately. I don't have the time to talk about it next month. No, Ruan Xingyao, you can't be like this, Song Huching said with a bitter face. We had an agreement. Why are you going back on your word? What out and out? Are you talking like a human being? Ruan Xingyao sneered. Anyway, there is no time this month. If you want to mess with me again, we will go to court. I have evidence in my hand. And at that time, it is still not clear whose custody of Xiao Yuan is. Asterisk. Song Huching instantly got an egg on his face. Now that's passive. Poof. Ruan Xingyao snorted coldly. And, you don't harass Mu, or you wait for me. She hung up after that. What do you think you're being so arrogant for? Yun Ning sighed. Go. Stop it. It's annoying. Song Huching turned around and walked towards the upstairs after slapping her arse in an unfavorable manner. Hey, where are you going? Yun Ning shouted. Nothing much going on anyway. I'm off to work. As soon as Song Huching's words left his mouth, he was tugged by her. No. Yun Ning did not have a good temper. What time is it? You still go to what class? Not allowed to go today. Just at home. No. What are you doing at home? Song Hutching helplessly said. The two of us stay together. In addition to watching TV, brushing the phone. Is to do that kind of thing? Might as well go out and run 2 orders. No. What do you mean? Yun Ning scolded. Being with me is not as good as going to run a takeout, right? Well. You wait for me. See if I let you go out today. No, sis. You don't take off your clothes. Asterisk. It's broad daylight. Evening into the night. No matter how much Song Hutching begged and struggled, Yun Ning still didn't let him go in the end. When he woke up the next day, he actually felt a little dizzy. Yun Ning was instead humming a little song as she made breakfast with a red face, looking like she was in quite a good mood. The two had breakfast. Song Hutching mounted a small electric donkey and began the takeout journey. Brothers, Song Han-san is back. Old 6. Asterisk scared me. We thought you'd ing married into the family. Old Chow. I can go to hell. Right. I'm a pure man, and I'm marrying into a rich family? Are you insulting me? Old 6. Almost got it. There is no shame in eating soft food. You are done with your business? Lao Wu. It's almost done. It's time to get a career this month. Hurry up and report your position. Old 6. Don't go to Hoshi. It's almost a ghost town over there. Guamao. Hurry up and send breakfast and coffee to Nyoma. Old Sheen. Copy that. Coming right up. Old 6. After Song Hutching sent out a red envelope, he immediately sped towards the China World Trade Center. Chapter 132. I believe in Mazu. Do you? Song Hutching had just arrived at the China World Trade Center when his cell phone began to vibrate. He opened it and immediately raised an eyebrow. These old boys really didn't lie to him. The state trade order is really much. He took a few orders quickly before dashing towards the merchant. By the time he had all the merchandise, he had just parked his car under the Commerce Building. Suddenly someone was heard shouting, "Someone's jumped the shark." Well, Song Hutching froze slightly and tilted his head to look, only to see that on the rooftop of the China World Trade Center building, there was a person who was sitting on the fence at that moment, with his legs exposed. He just glanced at it and headed towards the building. It's not that he's so cold-blooded, it's just that he's just an ordinary guy. And what else can he do when he gets together except to cause trouble? Song Hutching carried the takeout 1 floor at a time, and when he finished the last one, he was just about to enter the elevator, but he found that all the elevators were facing upwards. There was nothing he could do but turn toward the stairs. He knew very well in his heart, after all, jumping off the building is such a big thing. It is estimated that the elevator will not be able to go down for a while. Taking the stairs is a little tired, but it is better than waiting there, is not it? But what he didn't expect was that he had just reached the stairwell, when suddenly a group of people came clattering up and rushed towards the upper floors. Asterisk. Song Hutching cursed and was about to retreat back, but a group of people came out of the hallway as well, wrapping themselves around him and rushing toward the stairs. This your ass. He was tearfully pushed by the crowd up 2 floors to the rooftop. At this time, the rooftop was already full of people. In addition to some people from official organizations, there were also some people who had set up their cell phones, and even the most exaggerated thing was that he saw someone eating human blood buns live on air. This was a real eye-opener for him. It really is a big world. Song Hutching looked at the mess of a group of people, cannot help but find a place to squat and watch the fun. After all, to come to the well, cannot be a trip for nothing, is not it? Don't you come over here. The sudden roar caused Song Hutching, who was lighting a cigarette, to tremble. He looked sideways, only to realize that the jumper was a woman in her 20s, with a fairly clean look, and that big belly that made his eyelids flutter. It's a pregnant woman, isn't it? Song Hutching moved a few steps forward. Ms. Chen, please remain calm. After all, if you don't think of yourself, you have to think of your children, don't you? We know you're having some hard times, but you don't have to worry. Things will work out. Negotiators are holding up loudspeakers to keep persuading. This caused Song Hutching to frown. Suddenly, there was a tug on the corner of his coat. Well, Mr. Song, what a coincidence, to meet you here as well. Mu Qing revealed a small smile. I'll go. At such a tense moment, you still have the mood to greet me? Song Hutching laughed and scolded. No way. Mu Qing sighed. She was tricked. Oh, you know her? Song Hutching was surprised. Actually, you recognize it. Mu Qing pointed not far away and said, she is the daughter of Mr. Chen. Half a year ago, Mr. Chen was transferred to Lincheng to serve. He also followed, and then he was, like that. After the belly was big, that person disappeared. She could not think for a moment. She went to the rooftop. I go, Mr. Chen's daughter? Song Hutching was stunned. Her family situation is okay. How did she meet the yellow hair? Yellow hair? Mu Qing was filled with surprise. It is the kind of uneducated man who likes to hook up, like me. Do you understand if I describe it like this? Song Hutching laughed, puffing. Mu Qing covered her mouth and let out a laugh, then ranted, Mr. Song, where does anyone talk about themselves like this? Forget it if you don't believe me. Song Hutching stroked his chin and said, what was the girl's name? Chi Chin. Mu Qing pursed her lips and said, she is also a poor person. In order to be together with her boyfriend, almost flipped with General Manager Chen, but now in the end, her boyfriend does not want him again. Well, it's like you understand her? Song Hutching laughed. I used to. Don't ever borrow your stuff. After Song Hutching took off his vest and threw it to her, he wiped his right hand towards her head again and then walked towards the edge of the rooftop. Well, as Mu Qing hugged his vest, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face, and after gritting her teeth, she followed suit. Don't come any closer. Song Hutching had just taken 2 steps with his mask on when he was stopped. Sir, I'm her boyfriend. Song Hutching playfully said, this is a relationship issue between me and her. What? You're the scumbag? The surrounding crowd was first shocked, and then immediately became angry. Beat him to death. I don't know who shouted, and a group of people rushed over. Stop it all. Officials were just about ready to step in and stop it, but with 3 punches and 2 kicks, Song Hutching put the group on the ground, and in less than 10 seconds, a vacuum formed around him. You play with other people's feelings, and you dare to hit people? A young man lying on the ground angrily rebuked. I'm not playing with your feelings, why are you yelling? After rolling his eyes, Song Hutching took 2 steps forward. Don't you come over, Chen Zhizhi shouted in a stern voice. Shout what? After Song Hutching cursed, from roughly 4 or 5 meters to her side, he also tumbled over onto the rooftop and sat across the railing. Who are you? Chen Zhizhi chortled. ******, you're not her boyfriend, are you? The negotiator said angrily. Don't argue yet. After Song Hutching roared, he looked at Chen Zhizhi and said, Chen Zhizhi, I am a fortune teller. I pinch my fingers and count. The child in your belly is the descendant of the star of Wentsu. What are you talking about? Chen Zhizhi was filled with absurdity. I say the child in your womb is the descendant of the star of literature. He doesn't deserve to die. Song Hutching flipped his right hand, and 2 shells appeared in his hand. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you now. If I throw out the 9 holy grails, then you go down, and if I can't throw them out, I will jump down and pay for the lives of the wenchings, okay? Kneeling on the side of the ground crying in pain, Chen General heard this. The whole person froze. How does this set of rules seem a little familiar? 9 holy grails? Chen Zhizhi froze for a moment, then said with complicated eyes, do you know what the 9 holy grails mean? I believe in Mazu. Do you? Song Hutching said with a straight face. Chen Zhizhi hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I believe it. Believe it? Then watch. Song Hutching was just about to throw, but subconsciously glanced downstairs and immediately covered his chest. Sorry, I'm a little afraid of heights. I'll go down and throw it. The entire rooftop was silent. Everyone looked at him with complicated eyes. You make such a big ing scene and you say you're afraid of heights? Chapter 133, Zhang Tao is your best friend. How can you watch him get beaten up? Did you deliberately trick me? Chen Zhizhi said angrily. I'll go down and throw it. You just sit on the rooftop. Song Hutching hurriedly said. You won't die if you sit there anyway. It's no big deal. Poof. Chen Zhizhi snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Song Hutching, on the other hand, jumped off the guardrail and sat down on his knees. Watch it. After he clasped his hands together and pretended to pay his respects, he then tossed the 2 shells towards the sky. Everyone took a step forward with wide eyes. The Holy Grail. I don't know who shouted, and everyone rejoiced. Only Mr. Chen looked at Song Hutching with complicated eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Song Hutching moved quickly and didn't play anything fancy. Second. Yikes. The third. ******. Fourth one. With each one he threw, a cheer came from the crowd. When he threw the 8th one, Chen Zhizhi had sat sideways, staring intently at the shell in Song Hutching's hand. In fact, when the 5th grail appeared, she actually believed it. After all, 5 holy grails would be a very rare occurrence, let alone 8. After Song Hutching threw the shell out for the last time, everyone held their breath while the bloggers who ate human blood buns disliked the camera. 3 seconds later, *******, that's 9 holy grails. Ha, that's pretty divine. No wonder they believe in Mazu. That's too powerful, isn't it? The crowd immediately exploded. Chen Zhizhi looked at the 2 shells on the ground somewhat out of her mind, not knowing what she was thinking. I said that Mr. Chen, you still don't hurry to go and pull down your daughter? Song Hutching lowered his voice. Well, it was only then that Mr. Chen seemed to wake up as if from a dream, and darted over to pull Chen Zhizhi down from the guardrail. Song Hutching, on the other hand, walked towards the outside of the crowd after picking up 2 shells from the ground. Quite a few people wanted to follow him over and shoot him, but they couldn't help but stop in their tracks after he gave them a hard stare. After all, this guy had the real guts to hit someone. Mr. Song, you're awesome. Mu Qing walked over, her eyes full of little stars. It's okay. Song Huching wiped her right hand and the two shells appeared on her head once again. Mr. Song, how did you do it? Mu Qing whispers, 2 times in a row. I was able to cast 9 holy grails. That can't be said. Where's my dinner guy? Song Huching laughed lightly. Alright, I have to go to work. After he finished, he was ready to head towards the stairs. But at this time, Chen Zhizhi rushed over, pulled his arm, and said with red eyes, Master, please count for me where my boyfriend can be? How much money I am willing to pay? No, Song Huching just wanted to refuse, but saw Mr. Chen make a pleading gesture at him, and couldn't help but say helplessly, what's your boyfriend's name? Jiang Tao. Chen Zhizhi said sharply. He is 28 years old and graduated from the Linchang Normal University. Jiang Tao? Song Huching and Mu Qing's eyes widened at the same time. Yes, Jiang Tao. I haven't spent much time with him, and I don't know much information. Chen Zhizhi wiped her tears and said, did he tell you about his occupation? Song Huching whispered. He said that his family has several office buildings and his parents are in business. Chen Zhizhi said somewhat shyly. No, he should tell you that his occupation is to collect rent. Song Huching said with complicated eyes. Yes. He told me that his occupation is to collect rent. Chen Zhizhi's eyes widened. Master, can you even figure this out? Do you want to see him very much? Song Huching was a bit worried. Master, I am pregnant with his child, and now that the child is older in months, he can't be without a father, right? Chen Zhizhi said with a red face. Song Huching looked at her and finally sighed. Find a quiet place and I'll help you find him. Really? Chen Zhizhi surprised. Master, as long as you help me find him, how much money I want I am willing to pay. It's not a question of money asking. After Song Huching laughed bitterly, he took out his phone and called out. Half an hour later, Cafe Chino. Old Song, what time is it? What are you doing calling me here so early in the morning? After Jiang Tao staggered into the cafe, he sat on his butt on the side of Song Huching and said with some excitement, do you know how many beautiful women's flyers I added after you left that day? Cough. Song Huching dryly coughed twice before nudging his mouth to his side. Well, Jiang Tao looked sideways and was confronted with a rather thinly veiled little face. This is, snap. Chen Zhizhi raised her hand and slapped him, directly knocking him out of his seat and onto the floor. Asterisk. Why are you still hitting people? Jiang Tao covered his face in aggravation. Mr. Chen, don't be impulsive. Song Huching hurriedly stepped forward to stop General Manager Chen, who had already raised his chair, and said rather awkwardly, this Jiang Tao was 80% drunk yesterday. Extenuating circumstances. Oof. Mr. Chen snorted coldly and put down his stool. No, bro, you really don't know her? Song Huching looked at Jiang Tao with a bitter face. Well, let's see. Jiang Tao tilted his head and looked at Chen Zhizhi for a long time before he said in surprise, Chan Meng. Hey. Song Huching sighed and then took a step back. I'll beat you to death. Chen Zhizhi burst into a rage and took the cup on the table and smashed it fiercely at Jiang Tao. Mr. Chen, on the other hand, danced with a stool. A stool directly smashed Jiang Tao over the ground. On this is not yet relieved. Go up to him is a fierce kick. Many waiters stood at a distance, glanced at the wailing Jiang Tao on the ground, then looked at Song Huching, and ultimately did not dare to go forward. At this point, an exclamation of surprise rang out. Song Huching. Well, Song Huching looked sideways just in time to see Li Qingmu and Ruan Xingyao looking at him playfully. Ruan Xingyao came over to take a look and couldn't help but say angrily, Song Huching, are you crazy? How did you watch Jiang Tao get beaten up? As she spoke, she pushed away Mr. Chen and Chen Zhizhi. Who are you? Chen Zhizhi asked in a stern voice. Sorry, she's my ex-wife. You guys go ahead. Song Huching pulled Ruan Xingyao away rather awkwardly. Asterisk. Old Song, are you still a ing person? Jiang Tao said sadly. That's right. Song Huching, are you still a human being? Ruan Xingyao also angrily rebuked. Jiang Tao is your best friend. How can you watch him get beaten up? Well, Song Huching hesitated before whispering, he knocked up someone else. What? Ruan Xingyao and Jiang Tao's eyes widened at the same time. Well, Song Huching lowered his head rather ashamedly and said, he also mispronounced people's names. Asterisk. Ruan Xingyao was furious. Her backhand was a slap, jerking Jiang Tao, who had just stood up, back to the ground, and then she lifted her high heels and stomped on him. Chapter 134, give him another chance. Maybe he'll get it right. Asterisk. Don't be impulsive. Song Huching hugged Ruan Xingyao and pulled her aside. Let go of me. I'll beat this to death. Ruan Xingyao angrily rebuked. Later, Jiang Tao covered his stomach and climbed up with difficulty holding the table, gritting his teeth. Let me guess again. Guess? Everyone froze. Dude, how about? Don't talk. Jiang Tao reached out and blocked Song Huching, pondering for a moment. Chun Yao Yao, right? It must be this name. It can't be wrong. I'll kill you. Chen Zhizhi instantly stormed out, and joined forces with Mr. Chen to press him for a burst of hammering. Li Qingmu walked over to Song Huching's side and said with a face full of absurdity, Do you think he's crazy? I think that he just wants to prove himself. Song Huching touched his chin and said, After all, guessing wrong twice in a row belongs to a small probability event, doesn't it? That's true. Ruan Xingyao nodded approvingly. I think, give him another chance. Maybe he can really guess right. Isn't it a matter of guessing the name now? Li Qingmu held his forehead and said, If you guys don't think of a way, he'll have to be killed here today. Well, Song Huching and Ruan Xingyao glanced at each other and hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. 5 minutes later, the bruised and swollen Jiang Tao sat beside Song Huching, his brows furrowed. Both Chen Zhizhi and Mr. Chen were indignant. Jiang Tao, if you don't give us an account, we will die together. Hold on, I'll wait your ass. After Song Huching took the tablecloth and covered Jiang Tao's mouth, he said with a smile on his face, Mr. Chen, Jiang Tao, this kid's character I know best. It's useless for you to talk to him. Then who do I talk to that is useful? Mr. Chen said with a stern face. Here, the main man is here. Song Huching nudged at the cafe door. Everyone looked sideways at the same time, only to see a middle-aged couple looking there. Yikes, you called Jiang Tao's parents here? Ruan Xingyao covered her face. Or else let him guess again? Song Huching bristled. Then he'll be killed, right? Ruan Xingyao was a bit hesitant. Don't doubt it, he'll really be killed. Mu Qing couldn't help but speak. Well, Li Chengmu and Ruan Xingyao frowned at her at the same time. Where did this girl come from? Uncle, auntie, here. Song Huching stood up and beckoned. Xiao Song, did you call us? In such a hurry to meet something urgent? Jiang father said with concern. Well, it's kind of an emergency. Song Huching said bitterly. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Construction. Mr. Chen said with a stern face. Hello, my humble self, Jiang Yuda. Jiang father smiled and extended his hand. Chen Jianjiang extended his hand and shook it despite being filled with displeasure. Here's what happened. Song Huching helplessly said. It's that Jiang Tao once had a relationship with this MS. Chen. And then what happened? He knocked someone up. What? Jiang Yuda and Jiang mother stood up violently. Uncle, other people, Mr. Chen, is also a person of status and position, and will definitely not take this kind of thing and touch it. Song Huching whispered. The main problem now is that Jiang Tao doesn't seem to remember this. Boo! I remember. Jiang Tao slammed the table, startling everyone. What do you remember? Jiang Yuda asked. Chen Xiaolian, right? I remember you have a mole. They're on your chin. Jiang Tao said excitedly. Everyone lapsed into silence. Little Song what does this mean? Jiang Yuda said cautiously. Well, Song Huching hesitated before speaking. Just now, Jiang Tao mispronounced people's names twice, and this is the third time. I'll kill you. Chen Construction roared angrily and was about to go forward. Slow down. Jiang Yuda reached out to stop him and said angrily. In-laws, this is my failure to teach my son, and the family is unfortunate. I will deal with it. After he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Jiang Tao's hair and slammed it hard towards the sofa. Jiang mother, on the other hand, picked up a stool foot from the floor and viciously spanked Jiang Tao's ass. Ow, ow, old Song, help. Song Huching, hurry up and help. Jiang Tao hissed and struggled, yelling, but whether it was Jiang Yuda or Jiang mother, the strike was so clean that even his legs were tied with a silk scarf. Why is he this obsessed with guessing Chi's name? Mu Qing said carefully. Perhaps. Song Huching looked at Jiang Tao with complicated eyes and said with some intolerance. Perhaps. He is also confirming whether he has slept with Chen Zhizhi or not. 20 minutes later. Chi, good boy. Jiang mother took Chen Zhizhi's hand and said. Don't worry, we recognize the child in the belly. We'll give you whatever you want. Auntie. Chen Zhizhi looked at her, tears falling like rain. Older brother. Big sister. I am not such an unreasonable person. Chen Construction said with a sullen face. But this kid Jiang Tao is full of talk, saying that his family has a few office buildings. I checked, and there is no such thing at all. Cough cough. Jiang Yuda said with some embarrassment. Chen old brother, my family is not an office building, but my family has more than 30 sets of houses and more than 2 dozen storefronts. Don't worry, as long as Zhizhi marries in, all these things will be hers and the child's, and I won't give a single penny to that brat. Well, when Chen Construction heard this, he couldn't help but frown at Jiang Tao, whose nose was bleeding. This kid's family is more solid than he thought. I'm not marrying. Chen Zhizhi wiped her tears and said, instead of marrying him, he goes out to fool around every day. It is better for me to give birth to the child by myself, and I will raise it by myself. Ghosting? Jiang Mother's tone is 8 degrees higher. Backhand slapped Jiang Tao's head crooked. He used to be not so faulty. These years your uncle and I busy with other business. How he still go out to fool around. She cursed while not moving and glancing at Song Huching. Song Huching immediately understood, weakly raised his hand and said, Auntie, I'm sorry. It was me who took Jiang Tao out to play. Good buddy. Jiang Tao looked at Song Huching gratefully. Little Song, how can you do this? Jiang Yude painfully said, I know you and Ah Tao are good brothers, but why don't you also teach him to learn something good? What's more, Yao Yao is also here. Can you afford her? Uncle, I'll take care of it myself. Ruan Xingyao reprimanded, reached out and grabbed Song Huching's collar, raised his hand to 2 big mouths. Song Huching, I gave you a daughter. You still go out to fool around. Are you still human? Asterisk. Your ing communicating a personal vendetta? Song Huching gritted his teeth. If you say that again, I'll give you 2 more slaps. Ruan Xingyao pushed him away after a cold snort, then righteously said, Uncle and Auntie, I promise to discipline Song Huching properly in the future, and definitely won't have such a thing happen again. Chapter 135. Once I had a friend. Hey, a good boy is a good boy if he can learn from his mistakes. Jiang Yude hypocritically said, Xiao Song and Ah Tao are good friends, from college until now, and we all look forward to them learning more, right? Aha. Ruan Xingyao nodded her head vigorously. In-laws, our family is a demolition family. There is not much culture. Like this, I have this sentence here. In the future, the family's affairs, all of them are handed over to Zhizhi to make decisions. Jiang Mother said with a straight face, if this brat of mine doesn't listen, we'll just kick him out and let him starve to death outside when the time comes. That's not so bad. Chen Construction's face slowed down a little. This is not married before. Love to play is right, but after marriage as long as there is a sense of family responsibility. In that case, how about setting the wedding date at 11? Jiang Yude seriously said, how do you need to prepare for the wedding? Zhizhi, you make a list. It's fine for your aunt and I to go and buy it. It's also fine for you and Ah Tao to go and buy it yourself. After he finished, he opened his purse and handed over a card. The code for the card is the bunny's birthday. Jiang Mother added, there are $3 million in it. If it's not enough, you'll talk to me again, and I'll transfer money into it. Enough is enough. I actually don't want to make the wedding too complicated. Chen Zhizhi said with a red face. Yes, this woman will only get married once in her life. Mustn't it be grand? Jiang Mother pulled her hand said, Auntie, why don't you guys and Mr. Chen chat slowly? I have some prior departure on my side. When Jiang Tao has something to help, just have him call me directly. Song Huching laughed. Cough. Jiang Yude coughed twice after a serious. Xiao Song, you come out with me. Uncle may have to say you 2 sentences. You so young, can learn well. Hey. After Song Huching answered obediently, she followed him towards the door. I'll go and take a look too. Old Song, this person has a thin face. Don't cry later. Jiang Tao dropped a sentence and then hurriedly followed him out as well. Seeing this, Ruan Xingyao and the others also followed him. Stairwell. Little Song, this time uncle has to thank you properly. Jiang Yude sighed with a cigarette in his mouth. I can't imagine that in my lifetime. I still have a day to hold a grandchild. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Damn, old Song, you still have the face to smile? Jiang Tao rushed in furiously and angrily said, where did you find this woman? I don't even remember that there is such a thing. Okay, you remember? You have to remember everything. What's wrong with that? Jiang Yude did not have a good temper. You change girls than change clothes are more diligent. If not today, Xiao Song here. Lazi's old face are going to be you lose finished. I said stop it. Song Huching said helplessly. Do you know what this chick did just now? Done what? Jiang Yude and Jiang Tao looked over at the same time. She climbed up the rooftop of the China World Trade Center building. Ready to jump, know it. Song Huching sighed. If it is not saved, then you guys can have fun. Her old man must not fight with you. Asterisk. Jiang Yude and Jiang Tao simultaneously saw sweat on their foreheads. A good half hour. Jiang Tao only stammered. Old Song, you can't blindfold me. Really? Mu Qing pushed the door and walked in, with Li Chengmu and Ruan Xingyao behind him. Zhizhi was really on the rooftop just now, and if it wasn't for Mr. Song's timely intervention, now I'm afraid to jump down. Song, thank you. Jiang Yude held Song Huching's hand in a death grip. Jiang Tao, however, murmured, It's over. Well, what does he mean? Li Chengmu was curious. He means that this Chen Jiji is so powerful that he won't have a good life in the future. Ruan Xingyao skimmed her lips. There's another meaning. Song Huching laughed softly. His youth is over. Buried today. Puffing. Li Changmu and Mu Qing laughed at the same time. Old Song, you say if I climb up to the rooftop now, then you can jump off, just to get it over with. Jiang Yude slapped him hard on the head and angrily rebuked. You're a ing pig head. Ah, she has a child. Naturally she will focus on the child. You just don't stay out at night. You said you went to work to go to work. She cares? Ha! Li Qingmu and Mu Qing simultaneously squinted at him. Cough cough. Jiang Yude immediately blushed with his old face and snapped. You are all friends of Jiang Tao. All of you are your own people Arin. T.U. Dad. But I still can't get it in my heart. Jiang Tao said bitterly. You said it's been so long, who knows if that child is mine? What if it's not? Just in case you're asked, just in case. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. You wouldn't wait for the baby to be born and then sneak off to do a paternity test? Song Huching, why are you giving people such bad ideas? Ruan Xingyao chided. Not a bad idea. It's a fact. Song Huching squarely said. Instead of putting this in the heart, slowly formed a knot. Might as well do a paternity test. Seek a peace of mind, is not it? I think old Song is right. Jiang Tao seriously said. This matter can be a little more serious. Cannot be so confused. But then again, Lao Song, you look just over the top. Xiao Yuan, that girl is so beautiful. Do you not have doubts? Snap. Jiang Yude and Ruan Xingyao simultaneously threw a slap onto his face. What the are you babbling about? Exactly. Song Huching righteously said. Although I and Ruan Xingyao that what? But I absolutely believe in her character. Ruan Xingyao's face slowed down a little when she heard this. Okay. Jiang Tao sighed. ISN. Tia, true that we have a forensic institute in Lincheng? Yes. There's one on the west side of the river and one on the east side of the city. And I have a phone number I can send you if you don't want to wait in line. Song Huching pulled out his cell phone. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Jiang Tao's father and son and Li Qingmu and Mu Qing all subconsciously took a step back. Song Huching, how did you get the number of the Forensic Institute? Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. Well, Song Huching instantly reacted. His face unchanged. Once I had a friend. Go to hell. Ruan Xingyao slapped him hard and angrily said. You want a divorce, don't you? Wait for it. After she finished cursing, she huffed and puffed towards the door. Softly, after Li Qingmu shouted, he followed at a brisk pace. Well, Xiao Song, you and Yao Yao are getting a divorce? Jiang Yude was surprised. Uncle, let's stop, okay? Song Huching said bitterly. Can you wipe Jiang Tao's ass first before asking about me? Also, Jiang Yude sighed. When a few days pass, your aunt and I will ask you and Yao Yao out for a meal. It's really no big deal, isn't it? Hey. Song Huching let out a long sigh and turned toward the door. Mu Qing also followed behind him at the same pace. Chapter 136. Which family's young lady are you again? Well, what are you following me for? Song Huching looked sideways at Mu Qing. I think I want to treat you to dinner after you helped me last time. Mu Qing said with a red face. Dinner? Fine. Then pick a day and make it today. Song Huching shrugged. Do you have a familiar restaurant? Let's go over now if you have one. I haven't been in Lin City for long either. Mu Qing was a little embarrassed. I'm not too familiar with Lin Chang. You find a place. My treat. That's fine. Song Huching led her to his electric car and pulled out a helmet from the trunk and handed it to her. Mu Qing didn't make any pretense, and hastily snapped the helmet onto his head, then straddled behind him. It's not that this car hasn't even moved yet. You don't have to hold it so tight. Song Huching said helplessly. I'm sorry. It's my first time riding an electric car. I'm a little scared. Mu Qing whispered. First time in an electric car? Song Huching looked into the rearview mirror with an odd expression on his face. Aha. Mu Qing whispered. I once went to the track to ride a motorcycle when I was a kid, but my family thought it was too dangerous and wouldn't let me. Racing motorcycles? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a bit as he looked at her carefully. To be honest, Mu Qing belonged to the kind of woman who, at first glance, wasn't particularly stunning, but the more she looked, the more flavorful she became, especially the soft and tender aura on her body. It was really pitiful to see. How? What happened? It's okay. Song Huching shook his head before twisting the throttle. The electric car immediately moved and headed towards the banks of the Linchang River. 20 minutes later, Nanchao Court. Do you have an appointment? Sir? A waitress in a cheongsam came up. I just sent a message to Dong Hui, and he said that he left a seat for me. Song Huching laughed. Oh, so it's Mr. Song, the waiter immediately said. The young master gave instructions. If Mr. Song comes to eat in the future, we are free. Inside please. That won't be necessary. Song Huching shook his head before following her. The waiter led the two to a seat by the window and laughed softly. Mr. Song, in fact, if you eat hot pot, it's more appropriate to sit in the hall than in a private room. Of course, if you need a private room, we've left one for you. Just sit in the hall. Song Huching smiled and said, eating hot pot, you have to have a little fireworks to have flavor not. You are very good at doing business. Thanks for the compliment. The waiter smiled. Mr. Song, my surname is Zhang. Is the store manager of Nan Xiaogu? If you have any needs, just call me directly. After she finished, she handed over a business card. Okay, thank you Manager Zhang. Song Huching nodded with a smile. It's just the two of us eating. You watch over the serving. Okay. Manager Zhang responded before pouring tea for the two of them before turning to leave. Is this owned by your friend? Mu Qing curiously surveyed the surroundings and complimented. The environment here is good. It is estimated that the decoration alone will cost a lot of money. Which family's first lady are you again? Song Huching laughed bitterly. What missy? Mu Qing shook his head and said, my family is doing business in Shanghai. Although the business is doing okay, there are many rich people in Shanghai. Our family is nothing. Then why can't you think of coming to the city as a crappy salesman? Song Huching was curious. Crappy salesman? Mu Qing's eyes widened. I that bad? Or what? Song Huching laughed softly. What kind of person is Chen Construction? Do you know? Well, what people? Mu Qing was curious. Guess why he's such a big president? That he's willing to spend time with you even though he clearly doesn't want to sign a contract with you? Song Huching said slowly. There are no more than two reasons. First, he has his eye on you, but it's obvious that he's not. Second, he doesn't want to sign a contract with you, but he has to accompany you in your act. Mu Qing covered her mouth in surprise. That seems to be the case. She asked Chen Jian to meet her several times, and Chen Jian was willing to come out and talk to her every time. But as soon as it was time to sign the contract, he started to look the other way. At first, she thought that Chen Construction was having some kind of non-concerns about her, so she was all set to give up on this client. But after chatting a few times, the other party didn't seem to have this intention at all, which made her think for a long time and not figure it out. Now that Song Huching said that, it seemed like it all made sense. You'd better be good and go back. Song Huching laughed softly. Do you really think that the salesman is so good to be how? According to your current income, you are afraid that it is a little difficult to support yourself. Mr. Chen, that list. I took a lot of commission. Mu Qing said with a red face. Although my family doesn't give me any money, I'll save it myself, so it shouldn't be a problem. Not everyone is Mr. Chen. Understand? Song Huching squarely said. The day I signed the order, it was me who played a set. But you won't have such good luck next time. Mr. Song, don't underestimate me. Mu Qing seriously said. Although I don't have any ability, I will work hard. I believe that I should have no problem supporting myself. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Nowadays, in this society, it's a little hard for you to starve to death. But if you want to live a good life, I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? What kind of deep hatred do you have with your family? How dare they not even give you living expenses? My family forced me to marry. Mu Qing looked out the window and said with a red face. I was young and thought it was nothing to marry, so I listened to them. But after I married, I realized that life was not what I wanted at all. Well, what does that say? Song Huching curiously said. Your family has money, firewood, rice, oil and salt basically don't need you to care about. This kind of life is not good? There's more to life than there's also spiritual empathy. Mu Qing looked into his eyes and said, if two people love each other, even a roadside stall is happy. But if they don't love each other, living in the palace is not happy. Well, how about I give you a little advice? Song Huching carefully said. What's the suggestion? Muching is sitting upright. Watch less TV shows. Song Huching sighed. It is not that only the sensational is love. The mediocre is also love. You and my ex-wife's thoughts are very similar. She also does not like to live a mediocre life. No. Mu Qing hurriedly explained. I am not talking about flat and booming. I am talking about the person. That person, if you do not like it, no matter which kind of life, it will be very boring. You're a real scumbag when it comes to comments like that. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Then if you don't like it, why do you want to get married again? Now after you get married, you a young and unintelligent, can cover up everything? Mu Qing froze slightly, then stared at him in a daze. Chapter 137. I do think that my ex-wife is a bit better than you. At this point, Manager Zhang had already brought up the steaming hot pot, followed by a waiter pushing a small food cart. Mr. Song, this is the side dishes I matched for you. I don't know your eating habits. If the match is not right, you shout me in time. I will change it for you immediately. No, we'll just eat whatever we want. Song Huching laughed softly. Go ahead and go about your business. I'll call out to the waiter if something happens. Okay, Mr. and Ms. Song, enjoy yourselves. Manager Zhang refilled the two with tea before stepping aside. Mr. Song, do you think I did wrong? Mu Qing said seriously. That's not true, Song Huching joked. But, you can swap the genders and look at this matter again. Let's say you're a man who marries a woman, and when some years pass, you think you don't like her, and that you married her back then because of family pressure. Thinking about it that way, I think it will give me some new feelings, but he didn't really mean to marry me either. Mu Qing couldn't help but retort. His father failed to invest and owed a large amount of money. Marrying me is just to pay off his father's debt. Well, Song Huching looked at her with a dismayed face. No, you wait for. Words first, that master is mixed to this point. He is still not satisfied? What do you mean? Mu Qing said with wide eyes. He got the money and a beautiful daughter-in-law like you. What else doesn't he know? Song Huching spat. If this kind of thing fell on me, I could wake up laughing in my ing dreams, right? Mr. Song, don't joke. I don't think I'm pretty myself. Mu Qing lowered her head a little shyly. We can argue about other things, but if you're going to talk to me about whether a woman is pretty or not, I'd advise you to forget it. After Song Huching poured a plate of beef into the pot, he was quite curious and said, is it hard for him to have any problems there? Where? Mu Qing looked at him in surprise. It's that aspect. Song Huching spread his hands and said, if he doesn't have problems in that area, I really can't think of any reason why he would divorce you. Yikes. Mu Qing instantly covered her face and whispered, I haven't even shared a room with him. How do I know if he has problems in that area? Asterisk. How many years have you been married? Song Huching's eyes widened. 5 years. Mu Qing was a little embarrassed. I married him right out of college. He hasn't touched you in 5 years? Song Huching was dumbfounded. No, then when you lived together, he endured? We don't live together. Mu Qing blinked her big eyes and said, I have my own house. Why do I want to live with him? Both of them are unfamiliar with each other. How uncomfortable it is to live together. Song Huching was actually speechless for a moment. That's a good reason for her. Don't talk about me, do you? Mu Qing was curious. Why did you divorce your ex-wife? Because she thinks I'm poor. Song Huching fished up the beef and put it in her bowl. How much is my monthly salary? She doesn't want to deal with firewood, rice, oil and salt every day, and wants to think about the kind of good life of living in a big villa and having a nanny at home. How could she? Mu Qing exasperated. Their own family conditions are not good. Do not think of relying on themselves, but instead think of relying on a man. Then since this is the case, why did you get married in the first place? Young and uninformed. Song Huching smiled and said, Mu Qing was immediately choked, and after giving him a playful blank stare, she lowered her head and started eating. But I do think that my ex-wife is a bit stronger than you. Song Huching laughed. We're better than me. Mu Qing snapped his head up. At least, she still gave me a daughter, didn't she? Song Huching pointed at her and said, as for you, you are very similar to a friend I know. Both are female bodhisattvas, and all mortals like me are not worthy to be with you. Nasty. What female bodhisattva? Mu Qing glared at him without a good mood. If you don't like it, then why do you want to give him a child? Well, Song Huching was slightly stunned. What's wrong with you? Mu Qing was surprised. Nothing. Song Huching shook his head. I just want you to this sentence. But, everyone is changing. Maybe like today, tomorrow will not like. So these things, do not force. Not at all. Mu Qing squarely said, if you like a person, then you have to be unswervingly like it. Which even if he later changed, but one still has to remember his own initial heart well. People like you, commonly known as love brain know it, right? Song Huching laughed and scolded. If you really fall in love with someone, you only have to suffer. Falling in love with a person, originally is to pay Mu Qing rationalized, if he can give you a return, that is naturally the best. But if he cannot give you a return, then you do not love? Damn, it's the first time I've heard someone say dog licking in such a moving way. Song Huching sighed. Go. I'm the one who isn't a dog licker. Mu Qing laughed and scolded, but I'm just talking on paper. I've never liked someone in my life, and when I do like someone, I still don't know what it will be like. That too. Eat. Song Huching dropped some more side dishes into the pot. At this point, he was tapped on the shoulder. Song Huching. Well, Song Huching took a sideways glance, and could not help but be happy. Qin Shao, this Lin city is really small, and I can meet you every other day. Ha! Qin Shu was his. This Qin Shao shouted cool. Cannot help but cheerfully said, Lincheng only a little more place. There are only a few places of consumption. Encounter is not very normal? That too. Song Huching nodded with a smile and looked sideways at the female companion beside him. Let me introduce you. This is my female friend, Zhao Yenner. Qin Shu laughed. Don't you dare. The girl frowned. I'm his blind date, not a girlfriend. Song Huching joked. The advanced state of a blind date is a fiancé, not a girlfriend. Yes, fiancé. Qin Shu quietly gave him a thumbs up. It's a blind date, not a fiancé. After Zhao Yener corrected herself, she looked at Mu Qing and said, since we're all friends, let's eat together. What's the point of having a hot pot for two people? Hey, Yun is right. Qin Shu immediately said, old Song, sit a little bit inside, this meal is on me. Mu Qing sniffed and winked at Song Huching. Is this a dog liquor? Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 138, he doesn't see you as an opponent, or even as a person. Your name is Song Huching? Zhao Yener suddenly said. Well, Song Huching looked sideways at Qin Shu. No, what are you looking at me for? Qin Shu glared. I'm not allowed to look you in the eye? Song Huching winked and said, 80% you said a lot of bad things about me in front of your fiancé. I'm wondering if I should admit it, isn't it? Puffing. Mu Qing and Zhao Yener both laughed. Old Song, am I that kind of person? Qin Shu was quite a bit vain. Zhao, what did he say about me? Song Huching smirked. He did not say much about you. Just said that you are poor and ghost-like. Married a beautiful wife. Result, now your beautiful wife wants to divorce you. Ready to give you a green hat. Zhao Yener said lightly. Bad-mouthing people behind their backs. What a thing. Mu Qing sneered. Hey, I'm not saying anything bad about him. This is just stating a fact, okay? Qin Shu bristled. Do you know what he does for a living? How much money can he earn in a month by delivering? Takeout? You should also be clear in your heart, right? What's wrong with delivery? A delivery boy isn't better than you? Mu Qing disdained. You are not relying on the family, has a few money in the outside flaunting well. If you do not have your parents to support, you are afraid of their own cannot live it? This freeloader still looks down on others who struggle on their own. I've seen it all. Well, Song Huching looked at her rather surprised, and said in a sincere tone, I take back the words I just said to you. What? Mu Qing was surprised. You're not a crappy businessman. If you negotiate half as sharply as you dislike people, you'll be able to be a salesman 80% of the time. Song Huching sighed, puffing. Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh. I see that you are not bad. You clearly know that Qin Shu will say bad things about you behind your back as if you don't care at all. Didn't he buy me dinner? Song Huching pointed at Manager Zhang, who pushed the food cart over and laughed. Manager Zhang, this meal will find Qin Xiao to pay the bill later. Hey, Manager Zhang answered with a smile. One meal to get you out of here, right? I don't think so, right? Zhou Yener smirked. What's the matter? I should drag your fiancé out and beat him up so that it hurts in your heart, right? Song Huching laughed and scolded. That's not so bad. You can press his head into the hot pot. Zhao Yener laughed softly. It's really not possible for you to scoop up a spoonful of soup and dump it on his face. Yun. Qin Shu's eyes widened at once. Whose side is this on? That I can't do. Song Huching skimmed his lips. In case this is done, it doesn't matter if he is ruined. Am I not also finished? He is alone. Death is not enough. I can still have a daughter to feed. Cut. Zhao Yener gave him a blank stare. You are nothing more than not wanting to see him in general. You despise him from the bottom of your heart. He is like a clown in your eyes. He despises me? What makes him look down on me? Qin Shu jumped as if his tail had been stepped on. It's easy. Zhao Yener smiled and said, from the beginning of my matchmaking with you, the name of Song Huching has appeared 32 times in these 2 days, but you have not mentioned the name of his beautiful wife once. This shows that you are jealous of others. And I talked to Song Huching a few times and thought that he didn't look like a cutie. Then it shows that he doesn't even see you as a rival. Or even, he doesn't see you as a person at all. Pust. Mu Qing, who was drinking water, sprayed out at once and hurriedly wiped it off with a tissue in her hands and feet. Song Huching, you're pig-headed. Song Huching tugged at Qin Shu in an angry manner. You believe whatever she says? How much money do I make in a month? How can I look down on you? If I really wanted to be so bullish, would I still be able to divorce Ruan Xingyao? Your fiancé is obviously trying to provoke you to see if you have a good temper or not. Cough cough cough. Qin Shu immediately coughed dryly twice and said in a serious manner. Yen Air, I don't have many merits as a person, but compared to Song Huching, I'm still good. Hey, Zhao Yener sighed and looked at Song Huching and said, if you dare to say that I am his fiancé, again I will directly throw the hot pot in his face. Do you believe it? Asterisk. What are you flinging in my face? Qin Shu said in horror. Because I think that if I fling the hot pot at Song Huching's face, he would press my head into the hot pot. Zhou Yener shrugged her shoulders. Puffing. Mu Qing burst out laughing. This girl is kinda funny. The person I despise the most in my life is the one who beats women. Qin Shu said with great righteousness. How about eating something first? Song Huching said helplessly. It's also possible. Qinshu picked up his chopsticks and was ready to give Zhao Yan'er meat, but just as his hand reached over, he was hit by Zhao Yan'er on the back of her hand. Dude, public chopsticks, Song Huching said bitterly. Oh, sorry. Qinshu hurriedly retracted his hand and picked up the communal chopsticks to give Zhao Yan'er some meat. This time, Zhao Yan'er didn't refuse. Instead, she even looked at Song Huching with interest. No, what are you looking at me for? I was wondering why your wife divorced you. Zhao Yan'er smiled and said, a man, like you should be able to earn a lot of money even if he is eating soft rice, right? Asterisk 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 Q. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, if I go and eat soft food, won't my wife divorce me even more? Making money, not too shabby. Zhao Yan'er glanced at Mu Qing and said, I think you're just on your way to eating soft food right now. What? Qinshu curiously sized up Mu Qing. Doesn't he look like a rich woman? Ah, if it's all seen by you, it's really not a rich woman. Zhao Yan'er skimmed her lips. How does this look? Qinshu was curious. Ask your classmate. Ah, he should be very experienced. Zhao Yan'er snickered. Him? What's his experience? Qinshu said rather disdainfully. He's only seen a few rich people since he was a kid. Teach him a lesson. Zhou Yunan egged on. Asterisk 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 off. After Song Huching laughed and cursed, he sized her up and said, actually, right, this is easy to see. How? Qinshu was surprised. Like you're, ahem, this friend of yours. Song Huching laughed softly. Actually, you can tell a rich woman in general by looking at her bag and car, but for a particularly rich woman, you'll have to look at her makeup, shoes, and the perfume on her body. She has such good skin. It's definitely not something that can be cultivated overnight. The crystal high-heeled sandals on her feet, the diamonds inlaid on them are the real deal. This pair of shoes must be tens of thousands of dollars at least, or even more than $100,000. Ha? Qinshu looked at him with a stunned face and subconsciously said, not looking at the clothes, but the shoes first? It's not like she's attending some important occasion. The clothes she's wearing are nothing more than a regular Chanel suit. Song Huching skimmed his lips. Such clothes, ordinary white-collar workers try hard, can afford to buy, but people who spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy shoes, or a few not? What about the perfume? Qinshu asked again. Girlin 6. Song Huching spread his hands and said, this model is more intense compared to Guolan No. 7, indicating that your friend, at heart, is the kind of person who dares to love and hate? Girlin 6? Qinshu seemed to have remembered something and was just about to move over to smell it. Snap! Zhou Yan'er raised her hand and slapped him. Try it again over here. Puffing, Song Huching and Mu Qing both laughed out loud. Chapter 139. He looked at me with no emotional fluctuations in his eyes other than teasing. I'm not curious. Qinshu covered his face and said, have you ever been to jail? You're so curious. Why don't you go to jail? After Zhao Yan'er cursed without a good breath, she then looked at Song Huching with a smile on her face. Are you really a delivery boy? How come I feel a bit unlike it? Look at what you're saying. You've only seen a few takeout workers. Song Huching laughed and scolded. I'm talking to you. Our industry can be said to be full of talent. You can't underestimate us. That's true. Zhao Yan'er nodded and pulled out her cell phone. Let's leave a flyer. I think you're kind of funny. Qinshu immediately looked sideways as if he wanted to kill someone. FMS even. Song Huching shook his head. If you and Qinshu don't make it later, he'll still think that I've spoken ill of him behind his back. That too. Zhao Yan'er nodded and then stopped mentioning it. Count on your boy's knowledge. Qinshu lowered his voice and said, if you dare to add her FMS, I will press your head in the hot pot. Hey! Song Huching let out a light laugh and didn't reply. A few people just chatted in a nonchalant manner. All of a sudden, the music playing at Manchao Pavilion changed all of a sudden. Mr. Song, it's the fall. Mu Qing said excitedly. I hear you. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Zhao Xinyan is quite talented. This song is good. You like Zhao Xinyan? Zhao Yan'er was surprised. Big stars, who doesn't like? Well, Song Huching said halfway through his words, but could not help but be a little stunned. Zhao Xinyan, Zhao Yan'er, are you hardly sisters? He originally wouldn't have thought so, and Su Qing Mei really taught him a lesson. She wasn't originally called Zhao Xin, she was called Zhao Xin. Zhao Yan'er said slowly, it's just that her family didn't allow her to go to the entertainment industry, but she must go and changed her name. Aya, Yan Air, you have a big star sister? Qinshu said excitedly. Who says she's my sister? Zhao Yan Air bristled. There are so many surnames Zhao under the sky, and there are many with the same name. Name close as my sister? Then Qinshu Huang is not your brother? Yunchan, you're so funny. Qinshu laughed out loud. Qinshu Huang was a person from thousands of years ago. How could he be my brother? Well, Song Huching wanted to say something. What are you trying to say again? Qinshu raised his eyebrows. From my limited knowledge, I think Qin Shi Huang should be surnamed Ing. Song Huching whispered. You. Qin Shu immediately turned red and glared at him fiercely. You're the one who's read a lot of ING books, aren't you? What are you showing off? Come on. I was wrong, okay? Song Huching laughed softly. Mu Qing, have you eaten? Enough, we withdraw. Don't block the earth here. Hey, let's go then. Muching stood up as well. Don't go away. That's just where it's at. Zhao Yener laughed and scolded. There's nothing for everyone to do anyway, so let's have a drink. Who says I'm fine? I have to work this afternoon. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You and your fiancé take your time playing. After he finished speaking, he scattered his legs and ran because Zhao Yener had both hands on the handle of the hot pot basin. You slow down a step. I want you to drink this pot of soup. Next time we'll drink together. Song Huching waved his hand in the distance before getting into the elevator. Mu Qing also followed at a brisk pace. Downstairs. Where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? Song Huching snickered. Ha, you really have to work this afternoon? Mu Qing was surprised. Otherwise, what do you think I'm cheating? Song Huching laughed and scolded. If I don't go to work for a day, maybe there are still people starving somewhere in Linchang. Asterisk 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 Q. Mu Qing was instantly amused by him. So all the people of Linchang are relying on you to feed them, right? It's not on me. It's on this profession of mine, Song Huching said in a serious manner. At the very least, without us, the younger generation might actually starve to death a few times. Go go go. Cut the crap, Mu Qing delicately said. But this meal said that it was my treat, but it turned out that someone else paid the bill, which doesn't count. Next time I have to invite back. No problem. Song Huching laughed lightly. Let's make a dinner date sometime. Do you want me to send you now? No, I'm not getting in the way of you earning money. Mu Qing extended her hand and said, Mr. Song, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're my first friend in Lin City. Said I am a little touched. How insincere to shake hands. Hug a little. Well, before Song Huching could finish his sentence, Mu Qing opened his arms and hugged him. That really put him off. What? Not satisfied with a hug? What else do you want to do? Mu Qing teased. No, I was just kidding. Song Huching smiled sarcastically. It's not good to hold a favor hostage. Puffing, Mu Qing couldn't help but laugh. We've both been married once. Don't care about the details. You seem to have changed a little different. Song Huching was surprised. I'm in front of strangers and in front of friends. That's definitely different. Mu Qing laughed, jouching. Song Huching, we are friends now. Friend. Song Huching patted her back. If you don't let go, I'm going to yell molestation. Then let's go to the police station together. Mu Qing playfully said. I've never been to the police station in my entire life, let alone someone suing me for molestation. Go, 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 don't be a jerk here. After Song Huching laughed and cursed, he waved his hand and said, let's go to work, bye. Mu Qing also waved his hand and watched his little electric donkey disappear from his sight. At this point, a fragrant breeze. How long has it been since the divorce and you found a new love? I'd love to, but people can't see me, can they? Mu Qing looked over sideways and met a pair of sparkling eyes. It's you. How did the family choose such a thing for you? What do you know? To get married is to choose such a person. Zhao Yener laughed softly. My sister is bent on becoming a big star. My family has just 2 daughters. If we don't find a softie, can we really find a strong husband? What if he gets up to no good and eats my Jedi family? That's true. After Mu Qing covered her mouth and let out a laugh, she sighed. Why do you think? He went to deliver? Who knows about that? Zhao Yener skimmed her mouth, but it always felt like he was not an ordinary person. The eyes he looked at me had no emotional fluctuations other than teasing. Teasing? Mu Qing was surprised. It's like the kind of feeling of seeing a big cabbage about to be arched by a pig. A little sorry, but more gloating. You know, right? Zhao Yener sighed. Ha ha ha. Mu Qing burst out laughing. Don't say. 80% of Song Huching really see it this way. Chapter 140, Retribution? Capitalists are afraid of this? In the following days, Song Huching wandered in this part of the China World Trade Center. This college students are on vacation. The impact on his business is really quite big. Asterisk 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 Song. Are you ing high? Old Sheen. Nerve. I'll call the police if you slander me again. Old 6. What's the situation? Old Wood. Look at the charts. Old Sheen. Asterisk 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 Song. You ing ran up to list 1? Lao Zhou. Base so unsteady at his age. Old 6. After Song Huching finished his reply, he opened the leaderboard. First place, 72 singles. Old 6. Damn. No, we have to treat ourselves to a barbecue. Old Sheen. Yeah. No running away from this one. Old Wood. Okay, 6 o'clock. How about seeing you at 9? Old 6. 6 won't do. 7:30. And don't go to 9. They're closed for the next 2 days, so find a booth under the Linchang Bridge. Lao Zhou. No problem. Whoever gets their first orders first. Old 6. After Song Huching sent the message, he took 3 more orders in his hand and ran towards the Linchang Bridge. 8 o'clock sharp. He had just finished delivering his last order to the late-night snack stand under the Lincoln Bridge. Are you crazy? Old Sheen laughed and scolded, saying 7:30. What time is this? There's nothing I can do. Can't I send you an order and you don't answer it? Song Huching let out a laugh and cursed, and sat down on old Zhou's side. Lao Zhou immediately opened a bottle of beer and set it in front of him. Right. In a few days, old Sheen's son will get married. Let's go together to have a good time. Lao Wu carefully said. Ooh, this is a great thing. No kidding, we'll definitely be there. Song Huching laughed out loud. He knows Lao Wu's concerns. They treat themselves as friends, but this kind of thing is good. Right, and good. But you people go. Always have to be on the gift, is not it? We all earn hard-earned money, and it's ultimately a bit embarrassing to give away red bombs. Xiao Song, we have to say clearly, the old Qin squarely said, although we are friends, but send gifts on 200. More than 1 point do not want. What good things in your family in the future? I also send 200. Chang, you're the big brother. You have the final say. Song Huching agreed quickly, then raised his glass and said, come on, brothers go away. Walk 1. Old Wood and the others all raised their glasses. Song Huching had only drunk 2 cups when suddenly the phone rang. After he smoothly answered it, a petulant laugh came from the phone. Gee, where is this drinking? Under the Linchang Bridge with some friends. Want to come? Song Huching joked. Linchang Bridge? This is not coincidental. I happen to be shopping with a few sisters in Taiyue City. Give a positioning. I will come over immediately. The other party rejoiced. Success. Song Huching let out a laugh before hanging up the phone. No. Song, who is it? Old Sheen couldn't help but open his mouth. This voice sounds a little rusty. Well, a friend. Song Huching raised his glass and laughed. Friends again? Lao Wueg Pain said. Xiao Song you don't mind brother talkative you cannot engage in this way That's true. Old Sheen also said helplessly. You've got a friend on the left and a friend on the right. Sooner or later something will happen. That Mr. Su doesn't look like a good-tempered person. Lao Zhou wanted to say something. Hold it. Song Huching helplessly said, I have these things in my heart, but I am not the kind of person you think. Well, the 3 of them looked at each other and all silently raised a middle finger. Hey, you guys still don't believe me. I'm talking to you. Song Huching was just about to say something when suddenly a fragrant breeze brushed by his side, followed by his neck being wrapped around. Song Huching, coming? Song Huching hurriedly introduced. This is Li Qingmu, Lao Zhou, Lao Wu, and Lao Qin, all of whom are my colleagues and friends. Hello everyone, my name is Li Chengmu. After Li Qingmu fell to greeting them, she sat down on Song Huching's side. Hello to you. Old Wood and the others' gazes were a bit dull. It's a ing ghost. Song Huching this kid around the girl. That is a race of beautiful. Today Li Qingmu dressed in a grey professional set of dresses. Feet also stepped on a pair of black backless high heels. The body was an explosion, making a few people afraid to even look at her more than once. Why are you free to go shopping today? Song Huching poured a beer for her. Not to mention, isn't our project team in charge of Zhao Xinyan recently? Didn't she? She released 2 new songs? Now going all over the world to play songs on programs, temporarily stopping our side of the business. Li Qingmu snapped. Zhao Xinyan? She's from your company? Lao Wu said excitedly. Isn't her recent release Fallen and Red High Heels? These 2 songs are really good. That's not true, is it? It's been blowing up lately. You can hear it everywhere. Old Sheen also laughed and scolded. I also heard from someone that it was written for her in a bar, saying they were her fans. Old Chow said mysteriously. What's so rare about a fan? She turned out to be a star alright. Lao Wu was unimpressed. It's not. The problem is that fan says he's a fan of her face. That is, he likes her body and doesn't like her talent. Old Joe laughed and scolded. That brother is a man. Lao Wu praised. Zhao Xinyan like appearance. Who do not like it. I say brothers, why don't we change the topic? Song Huching said with a bitter face. Well, the 3 of them glanced at him sideways and immediately understood when they saw him frowning. 80% of the time, this kid was also a fan of Zhao Xinyan, and chatting about Zhao Xinyan made Li Qingmu unhappy. Hey, here comes the flower boat. Old Chow suddenly shouted. Flower boat? The crowd looked sideways, only to see a brightly lit ship slowly approaching in the direction of the Linchang Bridge, and on the deck, someone was holding up a microphone and singing. Still, the Lincoln River was so big and a bit far from the shore that they didn't hear what was being sung up there. Let's just go to the flower boat for a midnight snack sometime. Old Sheen said enviously. What's the matter? You can't even have a midnight snack? Song Huching snickered. What do you know? Lao Wu sighed. Boat ticket 488. Consumption on board is calculated separately. I heard that there is a guaranteed consumption. That kind of place. Is our ordinary people to go? I'll go. So expensive? Song Huching was surprised. Isn't it expensive? Old Chow smiled bitterly and shook his head. This flower boat boss is also wanting money to think of money crazy. Set such a high price. Also not afraid of retribution. Old Chin skimmed his lips. Retribution? Capitalists are afraid of that? You've got to be kidding. As soon as Song Huching's words fell, the flower boat seemed to be out of control and crashed towards the bridge pier. Chapter 141, Who Did You Kiss? There's a sweet taste in my mouth. Ah, there were screams from the shore, and that flower boat was directly split in two by the bridge pier, and the people on board fell into the river like dumplings. Asterisk 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 I have opened this mouth? Old Chin muttered. Stop ing talking and get to the rescue. Old Wood let out an angry cry and flew towards the river. Song Huching didn't hesitate and directly followed. Song Huching, don't go. Li Qingmu tried to reach out and pull, but he directly lunged. A group of 4 darted to the shore. Old Chin was the fastest, took off his coat and pants and jumped into the river. Lao Wu and Lao Zhou are still more cautious. The 2 men in the bank to find 2 broken tires, which led to jump into the river. When they turned back to try to find Song Huching, they realized that Song Huching had long since disappeared. Song Huching was potentially in the water at the moment, swimming quickly towards the flower boat. He recited the water avoidance technique in his heart, although he could not be bothered by breathing, but in the water, he was affected by the water resistance, which was very exhausting to his physical strength. Underneath the water, a number of people were already unconscious and falling towards the bottom, and after reaching out and pulling 2 of them, he surged upwards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He just showed his head and startled Old Chow. How the did you swim so fast? Don't ing bull me. Song Huching dragged the 2 men up and then lay down on the tire. Hurry up and find a board. Put the men on it. I'll go down and see if there's anyone else. You. Old Zhou was just about to say something, but Song Huching had already disappeared into the water. Having no choice but to pull the 2 men who had fallen into unconsciousness, he began to look around for a board. 3 minutes later, Song Huching ventured out again and brought up 2 more. Xiao Song, here. Old Chin sat on a big board and kept waving. Come thee over here. I'm dragging someone and I can't swim. Song Huching shouted. Coming. Old Chin jumped straight into the water and pushed the board and swam over. Song Huching pushed the man onto the board before diving into the water again. He didn't know how many people he had pushed onto the boards, but the nearby boards were densely packed with almost all of them, and Old Chow, among others, kept looking for broken boards so that they could wait for him to haul them up. When he ventured out once more, he suddenly heard someone scream, Zhao Xinyan. Zhao Xinyan is missing. Who? Song Huching looked sideways at Old Chin. She seems to be shouting Zhao Xinyan, right? Old Chin was a little uncertain. No, it's Zhou Xinyan she's shouting at. Old Zhou pushed a board and swam over, sighing. Just now I heard someone say that the one who sings on the bow is Zhao Xinyan. She is the guest of honor invited by the flower boat, but after so long, the person is afraid that it is also gone. I'll go down again. After Song Huching dropped a sentence, he once again dug into the water and started searching those who had sunk to the bottom of the water and did not move anymore. He did not bother. After all, from the time they fell into the water until now, it has been more than half an hour. Even if they pull people up, there is no point. He searched for a while and was about to give up when he saw a large red figure floating in the water, slowly falling towards the bottom. Well, Song Huching immediately sped up and swam over, reaching out to pull her in. Only when he got her to his side did he get a good look at the other party. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zhao Xinyan? It was a good thing she was wearing a big red dress. He couldn't really recruit him under this dimly lit water. At this moment, Zhao Xinyan's mouth gulped a little. Bubbles appeared. Song Huching immediately tried to swim upstream, but she violently hugged him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He cursed and hurriedly tried to pull her to play at not floating upwards. But Zhao Xinyan didn't know whether she was frightened or driven by instinct. She just hugged him one by one, and it got tighter and tighter. Song Huching had no choice but to pinch her nose and keep pouring air into her mouth. I don't know if it was due to getting oxygen, but Zhao Xinyan actually slowly opened her eyes. It was just that the river was dim and she couldn't even see the other person. Song Huching had no way to speak in the water, and just tugged on her hair, signaling her to let go. Zhao Xinyan understood and slowly loosened her hands. Song Huching wrapped his arms around her and slowly floated upwards, only just showing his head. He heard Old Chin bawling, Xiao Song, where are you? Well, when Zhao Xinyan heard the shout, she looked clearly at the person who had her arms around her through the light on the bridge, and couldn't help but exclaim, it's you, owe me a favor. After Song Huching let out a laugh, He pulled a plank and threw her on it while sinking into the water himself. Chin Chu! Chin Chu! Zhao Xinyan instantly shouted in an urgent voice, but could not get a single response. At this point, a head appeared from behind Old Chin and reached out to yank on his foot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Chin was instantly scared and screamed. Looking back, he couldn't help but break out in curses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. UING scared me to death. Ha! Song Huching snickered. I see you crying so hard. Isn't this a tease? Tease? Hurry up and get up here. Old Chin cursed and reached out to pull him, but to his surprise, he dodged. Don't mention it. You're being a hero here. I'm leaving. Don't mention my name, haha. Song Huching laughed. What does SH mean? Old Chin was a bit stunned. We'll talk about it later. And anyway, don't mention my name. The three of you are the ones who saved the day. Remember. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching dived into the water and disappeared from his view. At this point, two planks drifted over. Not. Where's Song? Old Wood wondered. I think I just heard him speak. Run. Old Chin frowned. He said for us not to mention his name. Do what he says. Old Joe said seriously. Why? Old Chin was curious. He's not smarter than us, is he? Lao Wu bristled and said. Since he doesn't want people to know his name, then naturally there is a reason for him is not it. We don't want to do bad things with good intentions and cause trouble for him. Also, Old Chin sighed as he watched the speeding rescue team. Zhao Xinyan, on the other hand, sat dumbly on a board, touching her lips from time to time, not knowing what she was thinking. Lincoln River. Song Huching had just climbed onto the shore when he saw a silhouette rushing over. Snap! The other man raised his hand and gave him a big mouth first, after which he then hugged him and bawled. Well, Song Huching, slightly stunned, then also embraced the other party tightly. It's okay, this is all a small scene. Asterisk 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 Q. Li Qingmu said angrily. Do you know how many people drown every year for saving others? What does this have to do with you? Are there any of your relatives or some of your friends on the boat? That's not true, Song Huching leisurely said. But aren't there you on the shore? I know you're waiting for me, so I'll be fine. You're my lucky goddess. You. When Li Qingmu heard this, she immediately turned red. Without waiting for Song Huching to react, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips. But before Song Huching could speak, he was suddenly slapped again. Who did you kiss? There's a sweet taste in your mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching covered his face, greatly shocked. How the can you kiss that? Chapter 142. Let me go. I'll bite him to death. It's night. ITC Apartments. After Song Huching took a shower and brushed his teeth, he tiptoed into the master bedroom. At this time, Li Qingmu was lying on the bed and swiping her cell phone, and when she saw him coming, she let out a cold snort and sidestepped her body to the side. Song Huching was also happy to be free and lay down on the other side. After a day of running takeout and swimming in the water for so long, he was really a bit tired, and in no time, he fell into a deep sleep. But before he could fall asleep, he was violently shaken awake by Li Qingmu. Wake up, I say sis. Stop it, will you? Song Huching said in a bad mood. Didn't I tell you that it was to save people at that time? No, Li Qingmu said with a pale face. Ruan Xingyao is here. Hey, if it comes, it comes. What's the big deal? After Song Huching skimmed his mouth, he was about to lie down, but then he sat up violently. Not. Who did you say came? Ruan Xingyao, Li Qingmu said anxiously. You hurry to get dressed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching climbed up quickly and just put his clothes on when the doorbell rang downstairs. He froze slightly, and then smiled bitterly. Why Don? We simply talked to her explicitly. Are you out of your mind? Li Qingmu's face was red with anxiety. If she really knows about it, with her nature, she must stab the sky. Well, then why are you still with me? Song Huching was surprised. Is this the time to talk about this? Li Qingmu Jiao rebuked. You hurry to find a way to hide, or else it will be over if she really sees it. This house is this big. Where can I hide? Song Huching blankly glanced at her. Just say that I just got my clothes wet, so I came to you to deal with the clothes. Calm down. It doesn't matter. You. Li Qingmu was about to speak, but the phone was already ringing. Having no choice but to ask Song Huching to hurry down and open the door. 10 seconds later. Song Huching, why are you here? Ruan Xingyao's scream scared Li Qingmu to the core. What are you yelling about? Song Huching gave her a blank look and said, what's the matter? You're still afraid that I'll hook up with your best friend? Asterisk 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 you. Who do you think you are? And a toad wants to eat swan meat? Ruan Xingyao sneered. That doesn't make it so. Song Huching did not have a good mood. I just delivered takeout to this neighborhood. Accidentally fell into a puddle, so I came here to take a bath. What? Can't you? Ruan Xingyao was instantly furious and her face turned red. Fiercely pinched him. Song Huching, don't think I don't know you. Don't know to go home when your clothes are wet? Ah? What kind of bath did you take when you came to Moomoo's place? You just did it on purpose, with bad intentions. Hey, Song Huching was immediately happy. Whispered, this is all seen by you. You shameless. Ruan Xingyao hung on for dear life. At this time, Li Chengmu also came downstairs. Softy, what brings you here? Is it okay if I don't come? Ruan Xingyao immediately pulled her behind herself and sneered. Song Huching, I'm warning you. I don't care how you lie to girls outside, but Moomoo's is my good sister. If you dare to lay hands on her, I'll fight you. And what if she goes after me? Song Huching bristled. Then I'll fight you too. Ruan Xingyao glared. Geez, what are you guys babbling about? Li Chengmu stomped her foot with a red face. Moo, don't fall for his tricks. Ruan Xingyao gritted his teeth and said, you think he is honest? I tell you, he is actually all pretending. He is a smooth talker, the most good at cheating girls. You say it as if I lied to you. Song Huching laughed and scolded. How come you didn't lie to me? Ruan Xingyao reprimanded. I have been married to you for 6 years. Have you ever told me a word of truth? No, what do you mean by that? Song Huching was surprised. You obviously can earn money on your own. But when you were with me, did you say that to me? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. And when you were with me, your personality wasn't even like this, and you're still saying you didn't lie to me? Well, I lied to you. After Song Huching lit a cigarette, he spread his hands and said, so what? The child was born anyway. You asshole, I'll bite you to death. Ruan Xingyao was completely enraged and was about to pounce with her teeth and claws open. Don't! Li Qingmu hurriedly wrapped her in an embrace. Soft, calm down. Let me go. I'm going to bite him to death. Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Cut. Song Huching leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and leisurely said, come, and bite me to death. You. Ruan Xingyao was so angry that her face turned green, and it was fortunate that Li Qingmu was like a rope, pulling her to her death, or else she would have to fight Song Hiqing today. Stop it. Let's have a conversation not. Li Qingmu persuaded, and only then did he press Ruan Xingyao onto the sofa. I say Ruan Xingyao, do you have any sense of boundaries? Song Huching sat down on the carpet and complained. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing in someone's house? And you didn't ask if it's convenient for them. Song Huching, do you believe I'll really fight you? Ruan Xingyao gritted her teeth. I say Song Huching, don't be angry with her all the time. Li Chengmu also didn't have a good temper. Soft is my good sister. What's wrong with coming to me at night? Humph, he's scolding me for spoiling his good deed. Ruan Xingyao sneered. It's the middle of the night. What clothes don't go home, but instead run here, obviously with bad intentions. That's why I said you have no sense of boundaries, aren't you? Song Huching sneered. Hey, then I'm here just in time. Ruan Xingyao wrapped her hands around her chest and laughed softly. I don't just look at Moo today. In the future, I will come to Moo every day. I will see what to do. When Li Qingmu heard this, his smile froze on his face. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, well, you take care of your best friend. I'm going home. After he finished speaking, he got up and headed for the door. I send what? Ruan Xingyao reached out and pulled Li Qingmu, cautioning, Moo, you don't can believe him. This guy used to be pretending. Deceiving girls is very tactful. He's got a beautiful college girl at home. You really think he's some kind of nice guy? What? A college girl? Li Chengmu covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes stabbing at Song Huching as if they were sharp swords. That's true. Ruan Xingyao bristled. That college girl is pretty, and last time she even came to my place to help Xiao Yuan organize things. Song Huching, you're such a beast. Li Chengmu gritted his teeth and cursed. Song Huching, do you hear me? Get the hell out of here. Ruan Xingyao said smugly. You still want to lay your hands on Moo. And wait. Chapter 143, Xin Xiao's righteousness. Ask the whole Lin Chang who doesn't know? Come on, count on you. Song Huching spread his hands and said, if you have the ability to keep your best friend for the rest of your life, otherwise I will sooner or later send you a wedding invitation with Li Qingmu. You. Ruan Xingyao was enraged by these words and picked up the cup on the table, ready to smash him. But how smart Song Huching was, he directly turned around and slipped out, and closed the door in his hand. Soft, you don't get to know him, Li Qingmu said helplessly. Moo, do you have your eyes on him? Ruan Xingyao said quietly. Ha? Li Chengmu's eyes widened at once, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Knowing you, if you didn't have your eye on him, why would you let him come to the house? Ruan Xingyao sighed. I've known you for several years, but I've never seen you invite a man to your home. Is he not your husband? Li Qingmu said with a bitter face. How to say that we are also friends? He has difficulties. How can I also have to help him not? You're just kind-hearted. Ruan Xingyao did not have the good sense to pull her hand. Song Huching is utilizing you for this. You must not fall into his trap. How could it be? What kind of person am I? Do you still don't know? Lee Changmu sighed. Song Huching looks good, and his character is also good, but these are useless. Does he have money? That's true. Ruan Xingyao was immediately happy again, although Song Huching did not have a word of truth. For me, he really does not have much money. Let us not fall into his trap. Li Qingmu is famous for acting on money. If you don't have money, she won't even say a word to you. Song Huching, in Li Qingmu's eyes, simply belonged to the kind of guy who wouldn't even look at him. Lincoln House. It was almost 1 o'clock when Song Huching arrived home. He opened the door only to find Yun Ning lying on the sofa watching TV at the moment. Yo, still up? You're not even home. What am I doing sleeping in so early by myself? Besides, tomorrow is the weekend and not working. Yun Ning joked. Why did you come back at this hour today? Got kicked out by the woman outside? Ha! Song Huching was instantly happy. Not to mention, your guess is really accurate. Asterisk 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 you. Call you fat and you're gasping. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. You haven't even taken care of Su Di and Su Er, and you still dare to fool around outside. Don't you want to live? So where do you think I've been? Song Huching sat down on her side and looked at her with a smile. Flower boat crashed into the bridge pier. Such a big thing. The whole Lin City is spread all over the world. Do you really think you don't know? Yun Ning complacently said. I just read the report. Lao Zhou, Lao Qin, Lao Wu because of the rescue of people are on the front page of Lin Chang. Secretary Qi even received them personally and said he'd give them a commendation. Well, what does that mean? Song Huching was surprised. Zhao Xinyan said that the one who saved him was another person. Not the three of them, but she did not say the name. Guess, who is she talking about? Yun Ning smiled and said, it can't be me, can it? Song Huching bristled. You Lin City take out F4. 3 are here. Zhao Xinyan and said that the one who saved her is not the 3 of them. It's hard not to be. Is it a fairy in the sky? Yun Ning said in a bad mood. And saving people and then leaving, pressing for these false names. Who else but you? Oops. Song Huching reached out and pinched her little face. Complimented. Also really don't say that you really have the talent to go as a detective. Don't go to work. Go to be a private detective. Specialize in catching the little 3 to go for people. Asterisk 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 you. Yun Ning sat across him and laughed softly. If I go to be a private detective, the first one will first find out all of your little 3, little 4, little 5 and then send their information to Su Di and Su Er. I will see what you do. I go. No wonder it is said that the needle behind the wasp's tail, the most poisonous woman's heart. You want me to die? Song Huching said in horror. Death is not so bad, but they don't want you and you have no place to go, so stay at home. Yun Ning's pair of beautiful eyes narrowed into a letter. It's not like I dislike you anyway. Go. Cut the crap. Song Huching yawned and said, okay, you slowly watch TV. I went to bed. Song Huching, you don't even take a bath on such a hot day? Yun Ning said in disgust. I washed it. Song Huching gave her a blank look. Washing in the river doesn't count. Hurry up and take a bath. I will get you clothes. Yun Ning urged. No, I really washed it. No, it must be washed. Asterisk 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 are you asking me to take a shower? I don't even care to break you down. It's no use knowing. Hurry up. Yun Ning pouted and pushed him into the bathroom, but she herself followed. The next day, early morning, Song Huching was sleeping with Yun Ning in his arms when suddenly the phone rang. Well, Yun Ning climbed up to take a look, slightly surprised. Song Huching, that dead-licking dog called you. Who? Song Huching opened his eyes in surprise. It's Qin Shua. Yun Ning picked up the phone and put it to Song Huching's ear. Hey. Song Huching only said 2 words, and his face became extremely brilliant. An hour or so later, the Joy Lounge. Song Huching and Yun Ning had just entered the door when they saw Qin Shu waving at them from a short distance away. Old Song, here, I say, young Qin, calling me for morning tea so early in the morning? It looks like it's coming from a bad place. Song Huching smiled and sat down on the stool, and Yun Ning sat down beside him. Screw you, we don't see eye to eye with each other, but in the end we're still classmates, aren't we? After Qin Shu laughed and cursed, he handed the menu to Yun Ning. Yun Ning, casually order, whatever you like to eat. You follow the old song. It is also rare to eat a good meal. Hey, thank you, young Qin. After Yun Ning's pair of beautiful eyes curved, the corners of her mouth sketched out a cold smile. Old Song you say brother to you how? Qin Shu reached out and wrapped his arm around Song Huching's shoulders and said, every time I meet you, isn't it a brother who takes the initiative to buy the bill? Hey, that's true. Song Huching immediately said, young Qin is righteous. Just ask the entire Lin City. Who doesn't know that? That's more like it. Qin Shu smiled and said, Buddy is so good to you. You help Buddy a small favor. Is not too much, right? You say. Song Huching immediately said, You Qin Shao a word. I have no hesitation to go up the knife mountain and down the fire sea. Good buddy. Qin Shu was greatly moved, and then held his hand and said, brother, you go to seduce my fiancée. Ha! Song Huching's entire body froze in place. Yun Ning, however, reached out and pulled him to his side, picking up the tea on the table and splashing it onto Qin Shu's face. You pervert. Asterisk. Qin Shu was scalded and immediately rushed to the bathroom. Chapter 144, Are you here to choose a concubine? 5 minutes later, Qin Shu walked back with a face full of gloom and said angrily, Yun Ning, are you crazy? It's a damn good thing this isn't boiling water, or else I wouldn't be disfigured. Your disfigurement equals a facelift. Yun Ning sneered, still wiping Song Huching's hands with the wet towel. Dude, it's not me talking about you. Song Huching looked down at Qin Shu's old brother after, sighed, if we have defects, then go to cure. Lin Cheng's hospital cannot see, then go to Shanghai. Yangcheng, Xiangjiang, really cannot, go to the capital to see it. You are so inappropriate, although I don't mind doing you this favor, I guess, but if I want my son to call you his father, I really can't get over it in my heart, can I? No, what do you mean? Qin Shu's eyes widened. This way, if the child is born, you and my child worship a child into it? Song Huching sighed. Qin Shu's face turned green with anger. You're treating me like a loner, aren't you? Well, what else? Song Huching and Yun Ning were both stunned. You guys. Qin Shu looked at the naive appearance of the two, and instantly felt a bit of sweetness in his throat. If he didn't have to beg this asshole, he would want to die with this. Qin Shu, if you can't give birth, don't get married. You let Song Huching go and your wife. Eek, I really look down on you. Yun Ning disliked. Asterisk. That's not how it works. Qin Shu's tone was 8 degrees higher. Who the said I can't have a baby? I can have a baby. Well, the entire restaurant was silent. Sir, could you also please not make a lot of noise? The waiter came over and said, rather awkwardly, we have complete faith in your fertility. Puffing, Song Huching and Yun Ning immediately lowered their heads and laughed. Asterisk. Off. What business is it of yours? After Qin Shu drove away the waiter, he gritted his teeth and said, if you guys laugh, I will directly throw boiling water on your faces. We don't laugh. Song Huching and Yun Ning hastily collected their expressions. Poof. Qin Shu calmed down a bit before sighing. Song Huching, you know, right, Zhao Yenner's sister is actually Zhao Xinyan. Ha, it's really her sister. Ha, Song Huching was surprised. This is still false? After Qin Shu rolled his eyes, he proudly said, yesterday, the flower boat had an accident. Zhao Xinyan was on the boat, and in the middle of the night, I also sent my parents to visit her. You sent your parents to visit Zhao Xinyan? Song Huching froze for a moment. Meaning, you were the driver and you didn't see Zhao Xinyan? What's wrong with you? Qin Shu didn't have the good sense to say, what is someone else Xin? She's a big star, right? Is a big star something you can see just because you want to? Wait, Xinyan? Yun Ning's eyes widened. If I remember correctly, the fiancé you were talking about just now, is Zhao Yenner, right? That's what I'm having a hard time with. After Qin Shu sighed, he then looked up at the ceiling. Sometimes, I really feel that too much charm is not a good thing. What do you mean? Song Huching and Yun Ning looked at each other. Yesterday after I sent my parents back, Xinyan added my FMS. She said she had been looking for me for a long time. Qin Shu's old face reddened and said, as you all know, I am a shy person. Not so casually. You do not say so many psychological feelings into it? Hurry up and say, how is it after I added you to FMS? Yun Ning urged sharply, his eyes glittering with gossip. She said she also just realized that I am her sister's fiancé. Qin Shu said somewhat shyly, but she told me to rest assured that she would take care of her parents. What does that mean? Song Huching was surprised. It means that she wants to be with me, and she says she misses me. Qin Shu red face said, in fact, Yen Er is also good, but old Song you know, Yen Er that character, I do not like too much. Instead of Xin this soft a little character, more suitable for me. No, you are here to choose a concubine? Song Huching cried and laughed. Since this is the case, why don't you just talk to Zhao Yenner explicitly? Her character, I believe she won care. Not. Wait a minute. Yun Ning blinked her big eyes and said, could it be that you guys don't think there's something fishy about this? Zhao Xinyan is a big star. What does she see in Qin Shu? Yun Ning, don't push me. Qin Shu gritted his teeth and said, you talk nonsense. Again I really fight with you. Stand up and shout that I and Lao Song are a pair, and we all go on the news together. Well, asterisk brother, don't be impulsive. Song Huching was shocked and trembled. sideways head chided. Yun Ning, what do you call these words? Other people. Chinchao is a talented person. It is your turn to object? Hurry up and shut up. Okay. Yun Ning bristled, and after chucking a piece of roasted suckling pig to him, he himself lowered his head and ate. Poof. Chinshu's face slowed down a little, looked at Song Huching and said with a straight face, Old Song, you have a reason for that, but you still can't be a human being in the end. What does that mean? Song Huching was surprised. If I become with Xin Yen, then Yen Er is my sister-in-law. Although sister-in-law is half of brother-in-law's ass, right? Pust. Jun Ning choked and turned red. I mean, how old are you? You can choke on something you eat? Song Huching gently patted her back to calm her down, and in the process brought her another cup of tea. Cough cough cough. Yun Ning for a long time before slowing down. Ice Complex looked at Chin Chu said. I said, listen to you this tone. You still want to eat in the bowl to look at the pot? Hey, what do you call that? Chin Chu glared. Xin Yen is interesting to me, but Yenner feels good to me too. Their Zhao family is just 2 daughters, married to who is not married? Then what are you looking for Song Huching for? Yun Ning was curious. Old Song, I know you are not generous. Like this, you help me hook Zhao Yenner, I give you 50. No, 300,000. Is it good enough? Chin Chu squarely said, but I have to say the ugly words in advance. You are only allowed to fall in love with her, not allowed to have anything with her, or I won't give you a penny. Song Huching and Yun Ning looked at each other and both fell into silence. Chin Chu didn't rush, but just placed his fingers on the table and tapped gently. A good half hour. Song Huching only sighed. If I really hooked Zhao Yenner to the hand, her family just 2 daughters, you think, I will still look at all on you this 300,000? Well, Chin Chu was first stunned, then sneered. Come, less you cannot even keep the soft and soft, even if you marry into the mansion, that is only to be swept out of the door. High society isn't as simple as you think. Brother, let's just recognize reality. $300,000 is quite a lot. Puffing, Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching just on her, have spent an unknown amount of money. 300,000 is not enough for him to send a woman a car. Chapter 145 Plan B. Dude, it's not that I won't help you. Song Huching sighed. Zhao Yenner looks very good. I also have some heart. But you think what makes her like me? You're not bad looking. Chin Chu said with some irritation. Besides being okay looking? Song Huching laughed bitterly. I'm almost useless, aren't I? Think about it. I can't even manage Wan Xingyao. How can I manage Zhao Yenner? Well, Chin Chu pondered slightly. I think you have a point. You're almost useless except for your human-like appearance. Ability can't work. Family can't get it. Hey, it's a good thing I still have Plan B, or else it's really a waste of my time. Plan B? Song Huching and Yun Ning looked at each other. At this point, a silhouette walked over. Yo, Song Huching and schoolmate Yun are here too? Gu Hearing Fong? Song Huching looked at Chin Chu with considerable surprise. You don't want him to do that, right? What? Gu Hearing Fong was just about to sit down on Yun Ning's side. Yun Ning, however, pointed to the seat to the side of Chin Chu and said, you sit over there, Chin Chu has something to find you. Well, after Gu Hearing Fong glanced at her, he helplessly sat down on Chin Chu's side. Gu hear the wind. This person also do not like to hide. Chin Chu gritted his teeth. You help me to fix Zhao Yenner, I will give you 200,000. What? Fix Zhao Yenner? Gu Hearing Fong was slightly stunned. Isn't she your fiancée? You're asking me to fix her? Right. As for the reason, you don't need to care about it but you can handle her. In the future Zhao family's property, we split it in half. Chin Chu gritted his teeth. I know you have some skills, otherwise you wouldn't have gotten your own company up by eating soft food. If you say I eat soft rice again, I'll fight you. Believe it or not? Gu Hearing Fong said with a scowl on his face. Come on. You didn't eat soft food. Is this a success? Chin Chu didn't have the good sense to say. Excuse me, I have a small question. Song Huching said carefully. Says. Chin Chu and Gu Hearing Fong both squinted at him. You have your own company. Why do you want to come to Sue's to join? Song Huching was curious. Chin Chu couldn't help but laugh. How do you think his family's company originally ran into a crisis? It wasn't even his blind chicken command. Gu Hearing Feng's veins were exposed on his forehead as he heard the words. It was obvious that he was on the verge of breaking out. Gu Senior, don't be angry. Song Huching hurriedly persuaded. This young man, who has not made a mistake, it is not. Chin Chu, did you call me over on purpose to humiliate me? Gu Hearing Fong gritted his teeth. I know you are great, now and Zhao Yenner is on a blind date. Aren't you eating soft rice? What's so great about you? Come on, let's not fight, okay? Qin Shu skimmed his mouth and said, "Anyway, the condition is this condition. What if you are happy with it? I will ask Zhao Yener to come out, and you will meet and chat. If you don't like it, then it's not something I've mentioned." Gu Hearing Feng frowned at Song Huching. "What's he doing here?" "Oh, he's having morning tea with me," Qin Shu downplayed. "You can rest assured." "What level of him?" Zhao Yener face he cannot see. "You are still afraid that he went to inform on how?" "That's true." Gu Hearing Feng's face slightly slowed down. "Song Huching, since you have finished eating, you go first. Qin Shu and I still have things to talk about." "What, we go first?" Yun Ning was dissatisfied. "You don't know to reopen a table with Qin Shu yourself?" "Old Gu, not that I'm talking about you. You're being really petty." Qin Shu got up and said, "I said that I invited people Lao Song for dinner. You kicked people out as soon as you came. This is not appropriate." "Hey, in the end, it's still Qin Xiao who is sensible, isn't it?" Song Huching smiled and said, "I say Song Huching, you're so damn unproductive." Gu Hearing Feng despised. "If you want to call out to other girls for morning tea, pay for it yourself too. Use it to rub it in? Why else would someone else, Ruan Xingyao, not be able to look at you?" Yun Ning sneered. "What do you mean by rubbing it in?" "Other people's Qin Xiao shouted for Song Huching to come for breakfast, so I can't follow, right? You." Gu Hearing Feng's face turned green with anger. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, he'd have to strangle the. "Okay." Qin Shu did not have a good temper. "Go, let's south change the place to talk. Waiter to settle the bill." The waiter immediately trotted over and respectfully said, "Sir, you have consumed a total of 5,409,000, to give 5,004 well. How much? 5,004? Qin Shu's tone went an octave higher. "Damn, what did you eat? So expensive." "Here's the list." The waiter handed over a menu. Roast suckling pig, sunflower white-cut chicken, tiguanyan. The corners of Qin Shu's mouth twitched, and the words of cursing reached his mouth, but after seeing Yun Ning's large, unblinking eyes, he swallowed his words. "Song Huching, you're still ruthless." Gu Hearing Wind sked. "Look at you being petty." Yun Ning despised. "Also big city to come? People Qin Young will not care about so little money." "That's true." Qin Shu gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Hearing Wind, although you studied at the university in Linchang, but in the end, it is not normal for us to eat more than 5,000 for this breakfast." "Normal?" The corners of Gu Hearing Feng's mouth twitched. "Do you think Linchang is Shanghai, where 5,000 is normal? You're afraid you'll bleed from the corners of your heart. Okay, let's talk somewhere else." After Qin Shu paid the money, he looked at Yun Ning again and laughed. "Yun's sister, next time we come out to drink morning tea again, the China house in Linchang can be better than the food here." "Hey, thank you, young Qin." Yun Ning gave a sweet laugh. When Gu Hearing Feng saw this, he suddenly realized, and looked at Song Huching with pity. This kid is really a wimp. Qin Shu has pried the corner in his face. He actually did not react at all. "Okay, go." After waving his hand in a very dashing manner, Qin Shu led Gu Hearing Wind towards the door. "Hey, when do you think we'll kill him again?" Yun Ning chucked a piece of white-cut chicken to Song Huching. "That's something to look for." Song Huching laughed and scolded. Although Qin Shu, this kid's family has some family money, but his pocket money is afraid not much, more than $5,000 a breakfast, but also enough for him to drink a pot. "Hey, I should have known that I would have thrown a few winks at him just now," Yun Ning said rather regretfully. "Ha ha ha, you really take him for a kaiju?" Song Huching laughed out loud. "What kaiju? Isn't he an ingrate?" Yunin blinked. "You." Song Huching was about to say something when suddenly a fragrant breeze brushed behind him. "Yeah, Song Huching, why are you here?" "Well," Yun Ning and Song Huching turned around at the same time, and were seeing two great beauties with a lot of charm looking at them playfully. Chapter 146, Let's have two children. The elder one will take your surname, and the younger one will take my surname. "Well, why are you guys together?" Song Huching was surprised. "I don't have many friends in Linchang, and Muching doesn't have many friends in Linchang either, and we're from the same place, so it's not like we're just meeting up to have breakfast together." Zhao Yener glanced at the table and couldn't help but tsk. "Song Huching, can't see. You picking up girls is still quite down." "Well, Song Huching, don't you want to introduce it?" Mu Qing looked at Yun Ning with a smirk. My name is Yun Ning. I'm his daughter's nanny." Yun Ning immediately said, "Specialize in transporting and tutoring children for him." "Yo, you're really giving it up then." Zhao Yener sat on her but on Song Huching's side and laughed softly. "This meal, I'm afraid it won't be several thousand, right? The dishes have not moved much. It's not like I'm paying for it anyway." Song Huching spread his hands and said, "How about sitting down and eating together? This doesn't bother you guys, right?" Mu Qing said with a red face. "Nah." She started eating up. "What's there to disturb or not?" Song Huching pointed at Zhao Yener and laughed. Mu Qing couldn't help but shout. You didn't hear him, Zhao Yen'er lightly said. This is 80% of which wrongdoer to buy the bill. Anyway, do not eat for nothing. This roasted suckling pig are only a clip of chopsticks, or Song Huching and Yun Ning eat. You are not acting like a great lady. Song Huching lit a cigarette and joked. Isn't it true that Missy doesn't eat what others have eaten? Nerves. Zhao Yen'er blankly glanced at him. Do you think that my family's money is blown by the wind? Rather, it is you. Which wrongdoer was slaughtered by you so early in the morning? Your fiancé. Song Huching smirked. Qin Shu that? Zhao Yen'er was stunned. He will be so generous, treating you to such a meal? She is? Yun Ning looked at Song Huching with considerable surprise. What is it? Zhao Yen'er's brows knitted. Nothing. It is that Qin Shu called Song Huching early in the morning and said that he found a beautiful girlfriend, which is not to find him to show off. Yun Ning immediately said. Puffing. Mu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Who's his girlfriend? Zhao Yen'er said in disgust. I haven't promised him yet. No, you guys didn't bump into Qin Shu? Song Huching was surprised. He just left on his front foot, and you guys came on your back foot. No. Zhao Yen'er shook her head and said, but I can't become with him 8 times in the future. Don't say that he is my fiancé. Oh, what does that say? Song Huching was curious. Don't ask. Anyway, Zhao Yen'er looked at him sideways, could not help but narrow her eyes and said, Song Huching, why don't you forget about it with me? The money is at your disposal. We will have a child with my surname. I will help you raise your daughter, and in the future she will marry and I will prepare a dowry for her. Pust. Both Mu Qing and Yun Ning immediately spewed out the tea in their mouths. Yun, what's gotten into you? What madness? Zhao Yen'er laughed softly. Anyway, it is to be married. Who is not to be married? At least, I see that Song Huching is quite agreeable. No, which of you is marrying someone? Isn't this looking for a flunky? Song Huching cried and laughed. Well, Zhao Yen'er tilted her head and looked at him and said, if you think it doesn't sound good, this way, we give birth to 2, the older one with your last name, and the younger one with my last name also becomes Yunchan. Stop fooling around. Mu Qing was so angry that she stomped her foot. People, Song Huching is not the kind of person Qin Shu. What, this kind of person, that kind of person? Zhao Yen'er did not think that person in this world are similar, with money are the same. You. Mu Qing wrapped her arms around her chest and glared at her fiercely. This woman. What a lunatic. Better not. Song Huching shook his head and said, I have a good life now. I don't want to get involved in your mansion feuds. Hey. Zhao Yen'er sighed and said, if you are really not happy about the child following my surname, this matter can also be discussed. No, you're mistaken. Song Huching shook his head. It doesn't matter to me if the child follows the surname. I just simply don't like you. Ha ha ha. Mu Qing burst out laughing. Yun Ning also held back a bit. You don't like me? Zhou Yen'er looked at him rather surprised. Sister, it's not that I'm talking about you. Are you too confident? Song Huching sighed. Although you look good. Right, but I'm not a youngster in my early 20s. Looks are not the most important thing for me anymore. What does that mean? Zhou Yunan was a bit dazed. He means, you're too skinny. Yun Ning skimmed his mouth. He likes the kind of some meat, the body to be better. Like your friend, he likes it the most. You. Zhao Yen'er was instantly doubly insulted, and just as she was about to pick up the teacup on the table, her hand was pressed down. Hey, don't mess around. This is what Yun Ning said. If you want to splash, splash her. Screw you. I'm just translating for you, alright. Yun Ning laughed and cursed. Okay, stop it. Mu Qing hurriedly persuaded. Song Huching, don't you care? She is just joking with you. I was also joking with her. Song Huching spread his hands and said, Poof. Zhao Yen'er loosened her hand and gritted her teeth. Song Huching, you less look down on people. Mu Qing's breasts aren't any better than mine. Hello. Mu Qing hurriedly went up to cover her mouth and chastised. If you talk nonsense, then you will go to the side to open a table. Poof. Zhou Yunan slapped her hand irritably, signaling that she was not going to say anything. Only then did Mu Qing let go of her and blushed a little. Where is Mr. Song? Your daughter? It's at her grandparents' house for the summer vacation, so I'll pick her up after some days. Song Huching laughed. I love kids too. Mu Qing pursed her lips and said, in that case, don't I have to treat you to dinner? When she comes back, I'll treat you all to dinner together. By the way, call Ms. Yun as well. Until then, Song Huching was non-committal and looked sideways at Yun Ning. Have you had enough? Eat up. Yun Ning nodded. Success. Then you guys take your time eating. We'll go first. Song Huching had just gotten up when he was yanked back into his seat by Zhao Yen'er. What time is it? What are you doing home? Going home? Who says I'm going home? Song Huching laughed and scolded. Today is Saturday. I still have to start work, okay? Work? Delivery? Zhao Yener was slightly stunned. Or do you think? Song Huching laughed softly. Okay, eat slowly. Have time to play together. When are you going to rest? Zhao Yener couldn't help but ask. Not telling you. Song Huching dropped a sentence and ran off, pulling Yun Ning with him. You asshole. Zhao Yener just wanted to get up and go after her, but she was held down by Mu Qing. Chapter 147. Listen to me. I don't know her. Oops. What are you doing? Poof. Zhao Yener didn't have the good sense to say. This asshole. He's a crappy delivery boy. How dare he dislike me? Puffing. Mu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He knows you are joking. Otherwise, with your temperament and looks, how can he dislike you? Who said I was kidding? Zhao Yener tilted her head and said, if you're going to marry someone anyway, isn't it all the same who you marry? At least, Song Huching, that boy is much more interesting than Qin Shu can be. Are you stupid? Do you know what kind of person Song Huching is? Is it hard for your parents to agree? Mu Qing didn't have the good sense to say. Why don't you agree? Zhao Yener skimmed her mouth. They Qins only how big a little, and they join forces also cannot be pleasured. What benefits? In that case, that might as well find Song Huching it. At least his family background is clean, is not it? You. Mu Qing's face turned red with anger. Ha! Zhao Yener couldn't help but laugh and teased. If you like someone, why don't you talk to him? Asterisk 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 you. What does that say? Mu Qing said with a red face. How many times have I met him? I don't even know where he lives, not to mention, I haven't seen his daughter yet. What if his daughter doesn't like you? Zhao Yener said with interest. Then take your time getting along. Mu Qing lowered her head and said, anyway, the days are still long. His daughter won't always dislike me, right? You, what do you know? Zhao Yener laughed and scolded. Did you see that woman beside him? Do you really think that's her daughter's nanny? Who are you kidding? What do you mean? Mu Qing was surprised. At least, that woman is not that simple for Song Huching. Zhao Yener leisurely said. She looks so pretty, outside casually hooking her finger. I don't know how many men are willing to give her money. Why should she go to be a nanny? This. Mu Qing froze for a moment. Your opponent is not me. Zhao Yener smiled and said, it is better for me to go first to explore the road for you, to see what the situation is. Go go go. What do I want you to explore? Mu Qing squinted. Do you really think I don't know what you're playing at? Anyway, Song Huching, you are not allowed to contact him, or we should not be friends. He can't even look at me. You really think I can become what? Zhao Yener said quietly. Well, that too. Mu Qing was immediately happy again. Hurry up and eat. After we finish eating, we will go to Lin City and take a good stroll. ITC. Song Huching was running between floors when suddenly the phone vibrated. Old Song, dinner once in the evening, Nanxiao Pavilion. Old Sheen. Wait, what does Old Song mean? Old 6. You kid is a man. Calling you Little Song is bullying you. From now on you'll be Old Song. Lao Wu. Screw you. Doesn't calling me Little Song make me look younger? Old 6. Stop it. 6:30 p.m. Nanxiao Pavilion. Don't see you there. Lao Zhou. Success. Old 6. Song Huching hung up the phone and then continued to run. Even on a Saturday, there were still quite a few cattle and horses at work, especially in companies that don't have a supply of coffee. Those cows and horses can depend on it to keep them alive. Evening. Song Huching ran the last order, found that it was already 5:30, hesitated, and finally stopped taking orders. Riding a small electric donkey rushed to Nankiaj, but after arriving at Nankiaj, he found that it was only 5:45, and there was no hurry to go up. So he lit a cigarette in the parking lot and began to count up. By all accounts, he's over 1,500 orders now, but why haven't the rewards come yet? Is it hard to run up to 2,000 orders? This Thai system, it doesn't even have a count. Unless it took the initiative to find itself, it couldn't even open the interface itself, as if it had never existed. Song Huching was thinking about this when suddenly the phone rang. He took a look at it and couldn't help but stare slightly. A strange friend request, blank avatar. He hesitated, but chose to pass. But the video was sent the moment the friend went through. Well, Song Huching hesitated and pointed the camera at the parking lot, which connected. Song Huching, Qin Zimo? Song Huching was quite surprised to see Qin Zimo in the video. She seemed to have lost a lot of weight from what she had been, and her spirits were a bit depressed. Song Huching, where are you? Qin Zimo pouted. Well, Song Huching hesitated, but turned the front camera on. But he didn't expect that as soon as the camera was pointed at him, Qin Zimo immediately reddened his eyes. Song Huching, you asshole, why did you delete me? Sister, do you really think you're reading a romance story? Song Huching laughed bitterly. We were originally two worlds of people. Why should we be bitterly entangled together? Nonsense. I told you to wait for me. Wait my ass. Song Huching laughed and scolded. You were supposed to have your own life, and I was supposed to have my own life. You think you are a cowherd? And waiting for you. You. Shin Zimo was instantly furious and gritted his teeth. Song Huching, you don't keep your word, do you? You wait for me. When I'm done with this side of things, I'll. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Huching hung up the phone straight away, after pulling the other side of the black, and then set their own FMS account to not active search, which is a long sigh of relief. Yo, that's quite a move. Well, Song Huching jerked back, but his lips met a soft mass. You. Jo Yunon covered her mouth and took a step back. Are you nuts? Why are you still taking advantage of me? Song Huching covered her mouth in a very aggravated manner. Why do this guy's lips taste like peach? You asshole, that was my first kiss. Jo Yunner burst into a rage and stepped forward, pinning his head with his wrist. Asterisk. If you touch me again, I'll shout molestation. Song Huching said sharply. I'll fight you. Zhao Yenner's anger intensified and she directly wrapped her hands around him and bit down on his shoulder. Asterisk. Song Huching let out a cry of pain and moved his hands directly down to grab her arse. Oops. Zhao Yenner's back was attacked and immediately screamed. You still dare me to bite you. She cursed as she opened her mouth, ready to bite him again. But Song Huching immediately pinched her mouth and said in a bad mood, you belong to the dog. Why do you like biting people so much? You have the nerve to say that? Zhao Yenner's chin was pinched, but she still had her teeth and claws open. Don't let go of me if you have the guts, or I'll bite you to death. Song Huching was just about to say something, but he glanced at his afterglow, seeing the three people standing there dumbfounded, immediately pushed away Zhao Yenner, and said in a sharp voice, you guys listen to my explanation. I don't know her. Song Huching, what do you mean? Jo Yunner became furious. What's wrong? Is it embarrassing to know me? Old Zhou, Old Qin, as well as Old Wu looked at Song Huching, and then at Zhao Yenner, who had pounced on her again, and could not help but fall silent. Chapter 148, you three don't even want to die. You deserve this money. Nanchao Court. Old Zhou and the others sat on one side, while Zhao Yenner and Song Huching sat on the other side, but the two were in very different states. Song Huching sipped from his teacup while Zhao Yenner had her arms wrapped around her chest and glared fiercely at him. Old Song, this is, oh, her name is Zhao Yenner, a hiss of mine. Halfway through his sentence, Song Huching suddenly felt a pain in the back of his foot and immediately changed his words. She's my friend. Poof. Jo Yunon loosened her heels. Friends again? Old Wood and the others were quite a bit of eggheads. I've known this kid for so long, and he's been surrounded by one woman after another, and they all say they're friends. Alright, why are you three so generous today, and invited me to such a high-class place for dinner? Song Huching smiled and said, cough. Old Qin coughed twice before raising his eyebrows and saying, the three of us got $1 million each. $1 million? Really? Song Huching was surprised. Not. Who is so generous? Seeing the Courage Award of 200,000, the company awarded 200,000, and then, those people together to put together 600,000 to us three. Lao Wu didn't pick things apart. The three of them discussed it all night yesterday and wondered why Song Huching didn't want to show up in public, but since they had said so, they didn't dare to rashly poke their nose into the matter, in case their good intentions went astray. Could be. Song Huching rejoiced. Then this meal you should treat yourselves. The three of us will discuss it. $3 million, and the four of us will split it. Old Zhou whispered. Don't do that. Song Huching laughed and scolded. What should be yours? You take this money that does not belong to me. I do not want a single cent. Old Song, Brother Qin, you have to listen to me on this, don't you? Song Huching said with a straight face. The three of you don't even want your lives. This money is what you deserve. The three men fell silent, although Jo Yunner was also curious. She didn't open her mouth. After all, if people said it so vaguely, then it was obvious that they didn't want her to know, and it would be asking for trouble if they went to ask. Okay, Lao Song, we three bear your favor. Lao Wu raised his teacup and said, in the future, if something happens, you greet. Frowning is not a good man. Asterisk. That's what you greet me with? Song Huching laughed and cursed before calling out waiter. Manager Zhang immediately trotted over and respectfully said, Mr. Song, come 4 bottles of 1 catty ergwo. Song Huching laughed. 5 bottles. Cho Yana corrected. Well, Song Huching and Old Zhou and the others all looked at her in surprise. What's the matter? Can't give up? Zhou Yanan raised an eyebrow. No, how can it be? Old Qin hurriedly said. Beauty. 5 bottles of ergwo. Okay. After Manager Zhang smiled and nodded, he immediately shouted for a waiter to go out and buy wine. Girl, it's not that we can't spare it, it's because we're afraid you'll drink too much, Old Wu said with a bitter face. Drinking too much is drinking too much. This is not Song Huching. Cho Yunan didn't think so. Well, old Joe and the others looked out again. This isn't like a regular friend. If you drink too much, I'll leave you on the street. And when you're taken by the homeless, you can't blame me. Song Huching bristled. Try it then. Zhao Yener laughed softly. Anyway, no matter what happens to me, I will be the first to blame it on you. Cut. Song Huching blankly glanced at her, not bothering to talk to her. Not for a moment. The two-pot came. Manager Zhang also sent 5 wine goblets and wanted to personally pour them wine, but was stopped by Old Qin and the others. Manager Zhang, we're all roughnecks. Just do it yourself. Okay, so call me if you need anything. Manager Zhang smiled before backing out. How do you drink it? A dry sip or what? Song Huching smiled and said, don't you scare people. Lao Zhou sweat hairs are standing up. This cup of 2 taels 5. A mouthful of dry. This is still someone in? That's true. Lao Wu also hurriedly said, drink slowly, everyone progresses the same into. Alright. Song Huching shrugged indifferently. I say, you guys, this money don't go to spend the day messing around. Go to your, we are so unreliable people. Old Qin gave him a glance and said, we 3 have thought about a person to buy a set of houses, and they too also received their wives and children to Linchang, which is considered to be a settled life. Hey, this is good. This is good. Song Huching laughed. Old Song, don't mind your brothers nagging either. Lao Wu sighed. It's just a divorce. It's not a big deal to find another one, as long as it's good for our daughter. Yeah. Old Zhou also hastened to echo. You are now young, a table of talent, but ultimately there is still a day of age, is not it? Besides, our daughter is still small. She also has to grow up. Well, what does it matter? Song Huching was surprised. It's stupid. Old Qin rolled his eyes and said, how can you teach your daughter? It's still a woman's job to teach her, isn't it? When she becomes a big girl, she can't still talk to you about everything, right? That's not appropriate either. Isn't this still me? Zhou Yener said coldly. Go. What business is it of yours? After Song Huching said without a good breath, he laughed and scolded. Isn't my daughter's mom still in Linchang? When she really reaches the big girl's time, her mom will teach her. Hey, this cannot be so. Think. Old Qin squarely said, we are a daughter, not a son. Wrong. Even if it is a son, you cannot just leave it to your ex-wife to ignore. Well, what does that say? Song Huching was surprised. What he means is that our daughter cannot leave her sight. In case your ex-wife looks for it again, our daughter can never go to her house to sleep. Once something happens, it is too late to regret. Old Zhou seriously said. Well, Song Huching frowned and became serious as well. They have a point. After all, there are a lot of perverts out there. If something happens, it's a big deal. I think they're right. Zhao Yener leisurely said. The girl is still in her own good to raise. Your ex-wife, since she divorced you, looks like it is not a peaceful person. It is better to be careful. As soon as she spoke, a figure suddenly appeared in front of their table. Yo, if it isn't Song Huching. Well, you're. Song Huching looked at the flamboyant woman in front of him and hesitated slightly. Geez, pretend you don't recognize it? The woman sneered. It's only been a few days since he divorced Yao Yao, and he's found a new love? Who is this? Zhou Yener frowned. She. Song Huching hesitated for a moment before saying indistinctly. Lai Li. Chapter 149. Auntie, you're stuck in powder. You can mix well now. You even come to Nanxiao Pavilion for dinner. Lai Li sneered. Who is she? Zhao Yener frowned at Song Huching. My ex-wife's friend. Song Huching said helplessly. Ex-wife's friend? Zhao Yener's eyebrows slightly raised, smilingly looked at Li Li and said, Auntie, you also come here to eat aunt? The corners of Song Huching's and Old Qin's mouths twitched a bit. This Lily looks like she's in her early 30s, so she's not going to call people auntie, is she? What did you call me? Lily's eyes widened. Auntie. Zhao Yener reached out and held Song Huching's arm, weakly said, you look young, like you are only in your early 40s. Puffing, Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Old Qin and the others put their heads down and pinched their thighs violently. Bastard, which one of your eyes saw that my old lady has 40? Lily burst into a rage. No, I mean, you look like you are only 40. Zhao Yener hurriedly said. You mean I'm more than 40, right? Riari's teeth clenched. Zhou Yener glanced at her and lowered her head. Auntie, you're stuck in powder. Lily didn't die of anger. However, she couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhou Yunan again at this moment and hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Awesome. Song Huching applauded. What's awesome? Zhao Yener surprised. I said are the truth okay, so hot days, but also wearing leather pants boot stockings. My mom are not so dressed up okay. Puffing, Song Huching burst out laughing. Come on, brothers, go one, walk one. Old Chin and the others also raised their glasses. At this point, Song Huching's phone rang. Well, Ruan Xingyao, your ex-wife ah? Zhao Yener said curiously. How do you know? After giving her a rather surprised look, Song Huching connected the video. Song Huching, what's wrong with you? Why are you arguing with Lily again? Song Huching was just about to speak when the phone was snatched away by Zhao Yener. What's the matter with you? What's a fight got to do with you? Who are you? Ruan Xingyao looked at Zhao Yener and couldn't help but be inwardly shocked. This girl, how she looks so good. I'm Song Huching's girlfriend, and I was the one who argued with that ant just now. So what? Zhao Yener bristled. Why are you so rude? Ruan Xingyao said angrily. Lily is a friend of Song Huching and I. Hey, it's your friend, not mine. Song Huching corrected. Hear that? Zhao Yener said rather proudly. Aunt, can't be like this as a human being. That old auntie said something like mixing can or something as soon as she came, and it makes people's stomachs turn when they listen to it. She is not more than $1,000 all over the body. Pretend what rich people, and more upscale place, but also just a meal. Who still cannot afford to eat is how? What did you call me? Ruan Xingyao screamed. Auntie, what else could it be? Zhao Yener skimmed. That aunt looked how also have to be 40 or 50 years old. You maintenance can, but you and that aunt is a friend, should be the same age, right? You, Ruan Xingyao almost didn't spit blood in anger. Song Huching, just wait for me. After she finished, she hung up the video. Hey, Zhao Yener immediately smiled triumphantly. How was it? I did okay, didn't I? Could be an ass. Song Huching did not have a good mood. I still have a cooling off period with her. Originally, I offended her last time, and she has been dragging her feet and refused to go with me to get a divorce certificate. This is good, and I have to wait again. Ha? Zhao Yener was surprised. You and her aren't divorced yet? What's wrong with a cooling off period and not getting it? Song Huching sighed. Go directly to the prosecution. Calm what? Zhao Yener did not think. My family has a few very powerful lawyers. I will help you fight the lawsuit. Asterisk 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 Q. Song Huching squinted. What did you yourself just say to her? You don't remember how? What? Zhao Yener was surprised. You said you're my girlfriend. What if she recorded a screen or something, and wants to take custody from me? Song Huching bristled. The marriage is divorced. Where is my daughter? Yeah, why didn't you say so? Zhao Yener was anxious. You hurry to apologize with her and get the divorce certificate first. Apologize? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched as he opened his cell phone and sent a message out. A bright red exclamation point popped up. Zhao Yener glanced at him and fell into silence. This is bad. All right, Lao Song. The boat to the bridge is naturally straight. Drink drink drink. Old Chin began to round off the conversation. Yeah, let's go one. Lao Zhou and Lao Wu also raised their glasses. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Zhou Yener beamed. Big deal. Next time I'll invite her for dinner and apologize to her face to face. You still apologize to people? Song Huching was surprised. I did something wrong. Why don't I know how to apologize? Zhou Yener bristled. If she wants money, I'll compensate her for as much money as she wants just. Come on, don't add to the confusion. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Come, have a drink. Poof. Zhou Yener grunted lightly, but touched him anyway. It was just the wine that made her keep spitting out her tongue once it was in her mouth. It's too spicy. Sister, do you want to call for a drink for you? Old Chin laughed. No, I can drink it, Zhou Yener said in a serious manner. Come on, eat. Song Huching chucked a piece of beef into her bowl. Thanks. Zhao Yener's pair of beautiful eyes immediately turned into the shape of a crescent moon. An hour or so later, 4 empty bottles were placed on the table, and Old Chin and the others were all a little flushed, but they were still moving freely and were still conscious, but not Zhao Yener, who was currently leaning on Song Huching's shoulder, her eyes slightly closed, while she had only had one drink. Old Song, we're pulling out and you're taking little Zhao back? Lao Wu squeezed his eyebrows and said, all right, you guys be careful on the road. I'll handle her. Song Huching laughed. Chang, tomorrow Sunday, you 80% will not open. Monday see. Old Chin patted his shoulder. Brothers took advantage of this time. Screw you. What nonsense are you talking about? This is what you deserve. Song Huching laughed and cursed. Be careful on the road. Send a message in the group when you arrive home. Success. The three of them finished their check and headed for the door. Song Huching, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and just dialed Mu Qing's number. But at that moment, Lily ran over with a middle-aged man in a rage and reached out to hit him on the hand. Puff! The cell phone fell into the fondue pot. Chapter 150. Ask his wife if she wants to file a divorce lawsuit. We'll try to get Mr. Zhang out of the house. Kid, you're pretty wild. The middle-aged man sneered. Do you know who I am? After Song Huching glanced at the still rolling hot pot, He reached out and leaned Shoyun against the wall and stood up. What? Who are you scaring? Lai Li sneered. This is Nan Xiao Pavilion. How dare you make a move? Snap. After Song Huching slapped her over on the floor, he directly pulled the middle-aged man's hair and pressed it onto the table. I say, are you being a kid? No. The middle-aged man was only in the middle of his harsh words when his face was pressed against the hot pot, and the steaming heat almost made him wet his pants. Song Huching, don't mess around. Lily sat on the ground, covering her face and screaming, somebody, kill someone. As soon as she spoke, Manager Zhang ran over with a group of security guards. Just after seeing this scene, they were all startled as well. Mr. Song, calm down a little. Poof. Song Huching reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's hair, yanking it slightly upwards. Are you sick? Do I know you? Brothers, I was wrong. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Mr. Song, what the hell is going on? Manager Zhang whispered. Go adjust the surveillance and ask me what for. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. Hey. Manager Zhang answered and rushed to the front desk to call up the surveillance. Half a minute later, she ran back and bowed. Mr. Song, we compensate. For all your losses, please also let go of him first, okay? Song Huching backhanded the middle-aged man and threw him to the ground after giving him a resounding slap. Manager Zhang, call the police. The middle-aged man screamed. I want to see. There is still no king's law in this Lin City. I will call my lawyer over now. When he finished, he started to call. Let me borrow your phone. Song Huching looked at Manager Zhang. Hey. Manager Zhang hurriedly handed him his cell phone. Song Huching sat down next to Zhao Yener and dialed the phone number as well. 10 minutes later, the police didn't come. Just a man in a suit who arrived first. Mr. Zhang, are you alright? Counselor Chen, sue him for me. I want him to go to jail. The middle-aged man snapped. Mr. Zhang, let me handle it. Just as Chen Dazhou wanted to go forward, he was stopped by Song Huching. I don't want to talk to you right now. Something to talk to my lawyer. Your lawyer? Lily sneered. Song Huching, what are you pretending? Look at your poor look. You still have a lawyer. This lady, please watch your language. If you offend my client again, there will be a lawsuit. A soft laugh rang out, drawing sideways glances from the crowd, only to see a group of people walking over. The one at the head was dressed in civilian clothes and had a smile on his face. Holu. When Chen Dazhuang saw him, his face changed drastically. Yo, who did I think it was? So it's little Chen. After lawyer he gave a light laugh. He walked over to Song Huching. Mr. Song, if you still have things to do, you go here and leave it to me to handle it. Success. Song Huching reached out and helped Zhao Yener up, walking towards the door. Little Chen, we haven't fought for a long time. This time we have to play well. Lawyer, he smirked and looked at Dazhou Chen. He law. We want to not reconcile it? Chen Dazhou immediately saw sweat on his forehead. Chen Dazhou, Mr. Zhang hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered. This ELV is from a very big place? It's not great. It's that we don't have any chance of winning. Chen Dazhou looked rather scornfully at the group of people behind lawyer he. The group of people around him. Any one of them, we can't eat them. Really? Lai Li frowned. Song Huching is just a small employee. He can still hire such a powerful lawyer? Let me put it to you this way. The group of people around He Lu. The strike fee is $500,000 to start. As for He Lu, you have money but also cannot be invited. I say this, do you understand? Chen Dazhou gritted his teeth and said, if you don't reconcile, it's fine, but you have to be prepared. 80% of him will go after your company. What does that mean? Mr. Zhang was horrified. You think he can send you in just for a fight? Chen Dazhou sighed. If you really want to send you to jail, it must be from your company. Zhang, your company, whether it can withstand the investigation, you know it in your heart. Just now that person since the He Law invited, 80% is rushing to send you in. You look at the He Law team, civil, criminal, financial, almost all flush. This is not rushing to send you in is how. Mr. Zhang was so frightened that his legs were a bit weak, and just as he came up to He Lu, he heard a woman on the other side speak. Boss, his profile checks out. Aha. He Law took the tablet computer handed over by his men, and could not help but be happy. Zhang Zijian. Zhang, yo, his wife is not the one beside him. Take a few more pictures. Ask his wife if she wants to fight the divorce lawsuit, and we strive to make Zhang a clean house. Mr. Zhang's legs went limp and he fell to his knees. By the way, call this Ms. Li's company, and ask them what's wrong with their company. How can such a misbehaved person still be recruited into the company? He Lu lightly said. Yes, A few of his men responded and immediately went to the side and started making phone calls. He Lu, this is just a small matter. There is no need to be like this. Chen Dazhou hurriedly dissuaded. Provoking trouble is indeed no big deal. He Lu laughed lightly. I have also read. What happened? And my client did not provoke you. And you first hit people's cell phones into the hot pot. Which is not right. We pay. Mr. Zhang immediately saw sweat on his forehead, and Lily was too scared to say anything. Compensation? He Lu reached out and helped him up. Mr. Zhang, you are worth only a few million. Cash flow is not more than 2 million. What do you take to compensate? What does it mean? Mr. Zhang said bitterly. So many of us came out. Just the attorney's fees have to pay big hundreds of thousands. Plus the compensation to my client. You have to prepare at least 3 million. He Lu said in a serious tone. Mr. Zhang, like this. I'll give you one night to raise the money. Then I'll go and communicate with my client. If he's willing, then you'll pay the money. If not, let's see you in court. $3 million? Mr. Zhang was once again paralyzed. Well, that's the starting price. He Lu sighed. I am also the first time to meet with my client, but I heard that his character is quite good. 3 million is only a starting price. I will try to help you to communicate. Help me communicate? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Mr. Zhang's dirty words were already on his lips, but in the end, he swallowed them back. Chapter 151, Did you undress me? Song Huching regretted it just as he left the house, because not only did he not find a penny in Zhao Yan'er's bag, he couldn't even open his cell phone. The woman didn't know what her quirks were. She didn't even have fingerprint recognition or face recognition set up. He looked up at the signboard of Nanchao Pavilion and hesitated, but in the end, he didn't pull the face to go back and ask for help. Originally, he could still ride the small electric donkey back without drinking, but now that he has been drinking, he can't ride the car, which is a problem for him. Thinking about it for a long time, Song Huching reached out and called a cab, then shoved Zhou Yun'er in. Where to? The cab master bristled. Damn it, all the good cabbages have been swept away by pigs. Even just glancing at it, he almost didn't get blinded by Zhao Yan'er's fair and slender thighs. Lincoln House. After Song Huching said without moving, he covered Zhou Yun'er's thighs with his own vest. Lincoln House? The cab driver tightened his grip a few times when he heard the name of the place. After all, who doesn't know if you look at Lin Chang, the people who live there are either rich or noble. Half an hour later. Boss, here it is. The cab driver didn't dare turn around this time. Wait, drive over a bit. Song Huching pointed at the main entrance of the Lin Chang mansion and said, Boss, Lin Chang Fu won't let outside cars in. I know. I told you to lean over and didn't he let you go in? Song Huching said helplessly. The cab driver looked at him before finally pulling over. Sorry, cabs are not allowed. Well, Mr. Song, a rather unfamiliar security guard immediately came over when he saw Song Huching. Mr. Song, I'm Ding Li, and Tin Wu, Li Yuan are on the same team. Din Li, a stage name? Song Huching was surprised. Hey, Ding Li was a little embarrassed. My original name was Ding Jiangwo, and then I changed it after I arrived in Linchang. Puffing, the cab driver couldn't help but laugh. Song Huching didn't laugh, but just helplessly said, pay my fare first. Okay. Ding Li immediately pulled out his cell phone and scanned the code to pay, then reached out to help him leave the car door. Only when he saw the confused Zhao Yan'er, he didn't go forward to help assist her, but just looked at Song Huching and said, Mr. Song, should I send a car to send you back? Go back? After Song Huching glanced at Zhao Yan'er, he hesitated for a moment before finally shaking his head. Go to a nearby hotel and get me a room. We have a hotel right here in Lincoln House. Just wait a moment and I'll bring the car around. After Ding Li said that, he immediately ran to the security booth and said a few words to his colleague, and then he started a Mercedes from the parking space next to him. Your car? Song Huching was surprised. No, the company car. Sometimes the owner wants us to pick up and drop off, so it is parked here. Ding Li hurriedly explained. Okay. Song Huching didn't ask any more questions, and after stuffing Zhao Yan'er into the car, he let out a long breath of relief. Mr. Song, you forgot your phone or? Ting Li glanced in the rearview mirror. Dropped. Song Huching helplessly said, Today, I ran into 2 psychopaths. Well, wasn't he the lawyer I just shouted for Wu Xingsheng to help me find one? How come you don't know? Ha? Ding Li, slightly stunned, hurriedly opened the FMS group. Suddenly sweat on his forehead. Sorry, Mr. Song, I just came back to work today. I forgot to unlock the group message. It's okay. Song Huching shook his head and joked. I won't go complain about you. Don't worry. Hey, thanks Mr. Song. Ding Li took a long breath. Less than 5 minutes. He parked the car in front of a rather elegant hotel. Song Huching took a look and found that this hotel named Lin Shui Restaurant actually opened in the neighborhood. Dingli nimbly ran to the front desk to help Song Huching do the check-in formalities, and only then did he take the room card and ran to his side. Mr. Song, need us to send a new phone over for you? A new cell phone won't help. I've lost my card. Song Huching sighed. We can help you get your card mended too. Dingli hurriedly said. We have cooperation with several big carriers, while the card can be mended 24 hours a day. TSK, your Lin Chang Fu's service. There's really nothing to say. Song Huching nodded with a smile. Chang, you help me get my card mended and send a cell phone over. Okay, I'll get right on it. Dingli bowed slightly before sprinting out. Song Huching assisted Zhao Yener into the elevator. He waited until he was in the room, and then he let out a long breath. Only just after lighting the cigarette, Zhou Yunan sat up violently. Song Huching was startled by this scene, and then said without any good humor, Sister, you're pretending, aren't you? But Zhao Yener didn't say a word and just stared straight at him. Well, Song Huching hastily stubbed out his cigarette and held out his hand in front of her. Zhou Yunan, however, didn't have any reaction. Song Huching could not help but frown. It's hard not to get alcohol poisoning. He was mulling this over when suddenly Zhou Yunan violently tackled him to the ground. Vomit. Song Huching looked at his body and couldn't help but slap himself. You're so cheap. Why are you drinking? After Zhao Yener threw up, she looked much better. Only her clothes were ruined too, and her body smelled of unpleasant alcohol. Song Huching climbed up, glanced at her and then at her small kunai, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why didn't anyone call her? An hour or so later, Song Huching, who had changed into a pair of pajamas, sat down on the sofa, and with complicated eyes, he looked at Zhao Yener, who was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, and suddenly sighed a long sigh. What have I done to deserve this? Song Huching slammed his head and lay down on the bed. He made up his mind to leave as soon as his clothes were dry, to get away from this troublemaker. Thinking about these things, the alcohol came up and he drifted off to sleep as well. I don't know how much time has passed. When Song Huching opened his eyes, he realized that it was still dark outside the window, and was just about to climb up and get dressed to leave. When he turned around, he was met with a pair of big eyes. He was so startled that he tumbled over and fell out of the window. You took off my clothes? Zhao Yener said in a cold voice. No, I shouted to the waiter to come in and take off the. Song Huching hurriedly said. I just called the front desk and they said there's no such thing. Zhou Yener gritted her teeth. I don't believe it. You play another. Song Huching said calmly. If you hadn't undressed me, my clothes would be piled up in the tub with the trash? Zhao Yener said disdainfully. Lin Shui Restaurant's service is very good. If it was a waitress who took off my clothes, they would definitely send my clothes to dry cleaning. Holy, how did I forget about that? Song Huching snapped his head. It's a ing mistake to drink. Chapter 152, You're practically trampling my dignity on the ground. You looked at my body. You have to be responsible for me. Zhou Yener said with a red face. No, I didn't see anything. Song Huching immediately said. When I rinsed you out, my eyes were closed the entire time. Song Huching. Are you coaxing a ghost? Zhao Yener's silver teeth clenched. You can take me off my underwear with your eyes closed? Practice makes perfect, sis. Song Huching justified. I am not talented. Whether it is a single row of buttons, double row of buttons, front buttons and back buttons, and even suspenders. One hand to solve the problem. I don't believe you. Prove it to me. Zhao Yener sneered. Ha, you doubt my abilities? Song Huching glanced at her and just stretched his hand out, but immediately retracted it. Wary. Immortal jump, right? I'm not falling for it. Zhou Yunan looked at him and uncovered her robe. Seeing clearly this time? I'm blind. Bye. Song Huching quickly ripped off his clothes and was ready to run, but Zhao Yener moved faster, sprinted up and locked the door, then opened the cell phone lock and wrapped her arms around him. What are you doing? Song Huching quickly went to grab the phone, but the other party put the phone on the lock, and then handed it to him. Here, you can have it if you want it. You. Song Huching looked at the cell phone in his hand and said helplessly, Sister, you still don't have fingerprints and face recognition set up just to do these things? I still have a cell phone at home. The photos will just be downloaded directly from the cloud when the time comes. Zhao Yener spread her hands and said, How about we put our clothes on first? Song Huching said bitterly, You've seen it all before anyway, with or without. Zhou Yener was indifferent. Song Huching was instantly silenced by the dry. It was a long time before he sighed. You're not supposed to like me, are you? Of course. Are you crazy? Zhao Yener was surprised. Do you really think you're so handsome out of the sky that I'd fall in love with you after seeing you once? That's not it. Song Huching hurriedly said. We meet in Ping Shui. Today's matter you do not say. I do not say. Anyway, no one knows not? Just pretend that nothing has happened into it? No way. Zhao Yener didn't have the good sense to say, you did that to me, and just did nothing happened and that's it? What kind of person do you take me for? But, you're not looking at me here? Song Huching was on the verge of tears. This is not a psychopath, is she? I'm not looking at you, so take your time. Zhao Yener bristled. Anyway, after getting married, there are still decades of time. Isn't that how my parents slowly wore themselves out? You still practicing marriage before love? Ah, sister, what era are you from? Song Huching said with egg pain. Isn't that what happens in families like mine? Zhao Yener bristled. Hardly. You still think I can go after my own love is how? Well, Song Huching pointed at himself and said, I am a delivery girl and you are $1,000 lady. Is it not considered pursuing love? You are now a delivery man, when tomorrow is not. Zhao Yener leisurely said, I will give you the chairman of 3 companies, and then give you $30 million, enough for you to marry me home. Isn't this the same as marrying yourself off? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, hey, I'd love to. Zhao Yener laughed softly. Those 3 companies is my own investment. My parents do not know this matter. By the time I then give you to do a cattle a little while education and work background, this is not young talent? Song Huching looked at her with complicated eyes. If you can get it that way, there's not 10,000 but 8,000 people fit in the proconsular city. Not to mention, this S-brain is spinning really fast. When you're out and about, you give yourself an identity. You're the only man who, when seen, doesn't have a single ounce of desire in his eyes, whether it's for money or anything else. Zhou Yunan said seriously. Hey, Song Huching let out a long sigh. It's come to this, I really can't hide it from you. What do you mean? Zhou Yunan frowned. I can't. Song Huching tilted his head to the side. No? What can't? Zhao Yener was surprised. It's just that I'm not good at that. Song Huching said sadly, you saw my ex-wife. Pretty, right? Why did she divorce me? Do you think she really loves money? No, she just wants a real man to give him care, but I can't do that. Ha? Zhao Yener took a step back in shock, and then frowned. You roll. You obviously have a daughter. Hey, it's all tears when you talk about it. Song Huching laughed bitterly. My parents, in order to want me to pass on the family line, the decades of pension are taken out, to do several test tubes, which got such a daughter. You. Zhou Yunan was also dumbfounded. No wonder Song Huching was not interested in her. In Muqing that was not interested at all. Ms. Zhao, if you can accept such a marriage, we are not impossible. Song Huching sincerely said, let's get married, then go and make a child, and inherit your family's family business in the future. What do you think? Zhao Yener was stunned for a long time without saying anything, and just sat dumbfounded on the bed. Seeing this, Song Huching quickly picked up his clothes from the sofa and ran to the bathroom to change afterward. Just opened the door of the room with the intention of slipping away. Suddenly, the back of his collar was tugged. Damn, dingly that how to hang the cell phone on the door. After Song Huching cursed, he sidled over and said, Miss Zhao, is there anything else? There, I don't believe it. Zhao Yener's tone was unusually calm. Well, what does disbelief mean? Song Huching calmly closed the door to his room after reaching for his cell phone. You prove it. After Zhao Yener reached out and unlocked the door of the room, she said with her hands around her chest, you give me medical proof, or I'll call your ex-wife and I'll ask myself. Gollum. After Song Huching secretly swallowed his mouth, he angrily said, Miss Zhao, you simply put my dignity on the ground and trampled on it. Goodbye. After he finished, he reached out and opened the door to the room. You go? It's okay. I will find your ex-wife. Those photos, I will also show her. Zhao Yener leisurely said. Snap. Song Huching reached out and closed the door to the room. Ms. Zhao, this is between us and has nothing to do with anyone else, right? Right. Zhao Yener nodded and said, if things are really like what you said, then I will kneel down and kowtow to you and admit my mistake. But if you lied to me, then what do you say? This way, you delete the photo. I will get you a medical certificate to see tomorrow. What do you think? Song Huching said seriously. No, I have one of the most direct methods of proof. Zhou Yunan said with a red face. What? You don't take your clothes off. Song Huching instantly went numb. Chapter 153, Song Huching. You liar. More than 2 hours later. Liar. Zhou Yunan cursed with a red face. Ms. Zhao is truly a miracle doctor with wonderful hands. Song Huching complimented. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** gritted her teeth and said, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to contact Mu Ching again or I'll cut you off. Muching? Song Huching was slightly stunned. She and I are just ordinary friends, right? You and her are just ordinary friends, but she's not ordinary to you. Zhao Yener sneered. I'm talking to you, she has her eye on you. Isn't she friends with you? Song Huching was surprised. You don't even let your friends. What's that? Are you still human? You off. After Zhao Yener cursed without a good breath, she suddenly laughed again. Mu Qing, that person. I knew her when she was a child. Her vision can be very high. What does it matter? Song Huching was surprised. The man she looks at definitely won't be bad. Zhao Yener laughed softly. I'm not like her. Divorced can slowly find. I don't have so much time, nor so much energy. Asterisk. You think this is an investment? Song Huching's face was full of absurdity. The man she sees, you just use him, right? Sister, do you think this is reasonable? Reasonable? Why not? Zhou Yun'er said with a straight face. Isn't that what marriage is all about anyway? What's so unreasonable about it? Well, aren't you forgetting to consider a question? Song Huching said with odd eyes. What's the problem? Zhou Yun'an frowned. What if I am already engaged or have a girlfriend? What should I do about this? Song Huching sighed. Ha! So what if you have a girlfriend? I give you so much money. It's hard to believe that you will still leave me and stay with your girlfriend? Zhao Yener said in disbelief. You're not a child anymore. How should you choose? Do you need me to teach you? Song Huching was silent for a long time before he spoke. I feel like you're acting like the kind of bully who forces good people into prostitution. Well, is it? Zhou Yun'an was slightly stunned. Isn't that how it's done in dramas? Let's watch less TV, okay? Song Huching sighed. Anyway, things are already like this. Big deal. You keep her outside. I turn a blind eye, not on the line. Zhao Yener laughed softly. Aren't all you men like this? Is it hard for your old man to be the same? Song Huching said helplessly. Right. Zhao Yener bristled. I have quite a few younger siblings out there. But, what's the use of that? Asterisk. Family learning. Song Huching was surprised. Asterisk. You. Cut the bull. Asterisk. Zhao Yener laughed and scolded. A bastard is a bastard, and will never be able to get on the stage. The shares of my family have already been divided, and my sister and I will share them equally, and they are no more than taking $1 million or so. But what if? I'm not short of money either? Song Huching said softly. This is what I believe. However, you are no longer short of money. And where can you be rich? Zhao Yener shook her head. Xinshu's family doesn't lack money either. And it's still the same as a pug? Hey, it's not the same. Song Huching shook his head. Even if he is rich, he will always be like this when he sees a woman. That is nature. Don't insult him. Ha! Zhao Yener couldn't help but laugh. Then how rich are you, Mr. Song? Is there a house in Linchongfu? Is there a luxury car with tens of millions of dollars? Song Huching looked at her with complicated eyes. If you are really so rich, then today's matter is forgotten. After all, a man who is too capable can't be happy with a child following my last name. Zhou Yener joked. How about going to my house to sit down? Song Huching said softly. Could be. Zhou Yun'an agreed in a single breath. 20 minutes later, Lincoln House. Mr. Song, you're back. Tingley pulled the door open, and in the process also blocked the roof of the car. Thanks for today. Song Huching handed him a cigarette. Hey, it's all part of my job. After Dingley received the cigarette with both hands, he hurriedly said, Mr. Song, do you want to go home? The sightseeing bus has already driven over. Good. Song Huching reached out and pulled down Zhao Yener, who was still in a daze. The two didn't say a word on the road, and Dingley didn't dare to speak. With that, the three were silent all the way. It wasn't until after going up to the 49th floor that Zhou Yun'an heard the sound of that door lock opening and couldn't help but have her eyelids jump. Who the hell are you? An ordinary man. Song Huching sighed. You. Zhao Yener was just about to say something when she felt a wave of dizziness after seeing Yun Ning, who had come down from upstairs in her pajamas. Song Huching hurriedly assisted her and helplessly said, Yuning, get a cup of honey water for her to drink. She is drunk. Hey. Yun Ning responded before rushing to pour water. Snap. Zhao Yener raised her hand and slapped Song Huching. Song Huching, you liar. Yun Ning, who was pouring water, shook her hand, then gloated and looked at Song Huching. Sister, what did I lie to you about? Song Huching laughed bitterly. You. Zhou Yun'an immediately choked. She seems, never asked Song Huching's identity, and the information given by Mu Qing's side only said that Song Huching was a deliveryman. Sit down. After Song Huching rubbed his face, he helped her to sit down on the sofa. She's your girlfriend? Zhou Yener gritted her teeth. Hey, I'm not. Yun Ning immediately said. I am just the housekeeping staff here. Your emotional entanglements have nothing to do with me. Poof. Zhao Yener's face slightly slowed down. Then she gritted her teeth again. Song Huching, what exactly do you do? Take out man. Song Huching said, spreading his hands. You. Zhao Yen'er raised her hand again, but Yun Ning held it down. I'll testify that he's really a delivery man. Ha! A delivery man can afford the proconsul house? Zhao Yen'er laughed back in anger. There are not many people in Shanghai who can afford the Lin Cheng house, and you can send takeout for a lifetime, but you don't see that you can buy a toilet here. Wait, there is also a Lin Cheng mansion in Shanghai? Song Huching curiously said. Do you know the boss behind the Lin Cheng mansion? Why do I feel like they're so godly? I'm not here to discuss how to do business with you. Zhao Yen'er gritted her teeth. Song Huching, you better give me an explanation, or I will definitely not let you go. No, why don't you keep your word? Didn't we agree? Song Huching aggravated. I thought Qin Chu was a stupid person. I didn't think you were also a fool, actually believing the words of a woman. Zhou Yen'er wrapped her arms around her chest and said, You really think I don't care about anything, don't you? You're a future husband, not a stranger who comes and goes as he pleases. I just said those things at the hotel just to stabilize you. I'm not as generous as you think I am. Do you hear me? Puffing. Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. This is going to make the house even more lively. Chapter 154. You're not saying this to stabilize me, are you? Actually, I have a marriage contract, Song Huching carefully said. With whom? Cho Yunan's tone was calm. That can't be said. Song Huching sighed. But I swear that my girlfriend and I have already met our parents. What's there in meeting your parents? Zhao Yen'er did not think. You take me to see her. How much does she? Well, halfway through her sentence, her eyes suddenly got complicated. Song Huching lives in Lin Chengfu, the other side of the family conditions. Certainly not bad. Money is not necessarily get it right. Hey, Song Huching looked out the window and sighed. Miss Zhao, what do you see in me? Didn't I tell you? Let's be sincere, okay? Zhou Yunan looked at him and fell into silence. It was a long moment before she tilted her head to the side. I don't know. I just get the feeling that you're kind of fun, and you don't have the usual mercenary look and the groveling at the sight of rich people. Well, Yun Ning looked at her in surprise. Meh. Zhao Yen'er let out a self-deprecating laugh. It is also that those who can afford to buy a house in Lin Chengfu are all rich on one side, so how can they grovel at the sight of rich people? According to your worth, it's not difficult to buy a house in Lin Chengfu, right? Song Huching said helplessly. Yes, I also live in Lin Chengfu, but it's the Lin Chengfu in Shanghai, Zhao Yen'er said seriously. Song Huching, you are my first man. The next one is better. The next one is better behaved. Snap. Song Huching takes a big shot to the mouth. Puffing. Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. I'll let you talk out of your ass. You're losing out, aren't you? Don't you talk to me in such a flirtatious tone. Zhao Yen'er's brows knitted. There must be quite a few women around a man like you. But I'm not that kind of casual person either. So, Song Huching covered his face with both hands. So let's get along for a while. Zhao Yen'er laughed coldly. Maybe when some days I don't like you anymore. It is not possible to say. Well, you're not stabilizing me with those words, are you? Song Huching said cautiously. You. Zhao Yen'er was ashamed and angry. She just raised her hand, but she saw that he covered his face, so she couldn't help but stand up and viciously kicked him in the calf. Asterisk. Song Huching covered his feet at once. That's a strong hoof. Zhao Yen'er hummed softly and looked sideways at Yun Ning. Where's his room? I'm going to rest. Upstairs. Where are your clothes? Yun Ning looked at her robe with some difficulty. She does have a lot of new clothes, but she can't wear them for her. Can she? Dropped it off at the hotel. I called the hotel to send it to dry cleaning for me. After skimming her lips, Zhao Yen'er reached out and lifted Song Huching's collar. Not. What for? Song Huching was surprised. Go to bed. What time it is? Cho Yunan glared at him with a red face. I'm not sleepy right now, Song Huching whispered. Then go to bed too. Zhou Yen'er didn't care if he agreed or not, tugging on his clothes and heading upstairs. Yun Ning looked at the two men's backs and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. I wonder what would have happened if I had sent a message to Su de Su Air. She tilted her head and thought for a while, and finally decided to become a human being. Otherwise Song Huching was afraid that she would really lose her life. Bedroom. After drilling into the bathroom and taking a shower, Zhao Yen'er took off her hotel robe and smoothly took a white shirt from Song Huching's closet and put it on. Then she wandered around the bedroom barefoot. What color did you choose for these curtains? They're so ugly. This bed is too small. I'll get a bigger one tomorrow. Gee, the color of the sheet, it doesn't match the floor color at all. Song Huching looked at her and smiled bitterly. Sister, aren't you tired? I'm not tired. I slept, didn't I? After Zhao Yen'er finished, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face. You're not allowed to do bad things. I'm still in pain. No, are you crazy? Song Huching blankly glanced at her. If there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep first. You take your time wandering around. Where's your home computer? Zhou Yen'er bristled. What do I need that for? Song Huching helplessly said. I don't even have the time to play with my cell phone. I still play with the computer? Who said play office Zhao Yener did not have a good mood towards the door, but just before reaching the door, she made a sideways face at him. Sleep, sleep, all day long you know how to sleep. You will turn into a pig sooner or later. Cut. Song Huching covered himself with a pillow after blankly glancing at her. The next day, the sunlight poured in. Well, Song Huching opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Yener, who was hugging herself as if she was an octopus, and couldn't help but sigh. Reaching out to push her away, he realized he didn't push it once. Well, he looked over sideways and was met with Zhao Yener's eyes that looked like they were hiding stars. I have to say, Zhao Yener is good looking. He had originally thought that Zhao Yener was the kind of bony person with a withered figure, but once his clothes were off, he realized how wrong he was. Zhao Yener's legs were very slender, and her waist was like it was going to break when she twisted it, but where it should be big, it was not small at all. And even Song Huching felt that the girl was not modeling to increase the proportions of certain places. That pretty face was only the size of a palm, but it was so exquisite that even when he came over to look at it closely under the sunlight, Song Huching didn't find even a single blemish. What are you looking at? Oh, didn't see anything, Song Huching said carelessly. Seeing you reminds me of a story. What story? Zhao Yener exhaled. It's a Fuso couple, and after they've been together for 60 years, the man is dying, and his wife asks him what his last wish is that she can fulfill it for him. Song Huching said in a serious manner. He said that either he wanted to see his wife without makeup or he wanted to climb the Himalayas. Finally, his wife chose to climb the Himalayas. Puffing, Zhao Yener burst out laughing. Bummer, I'm not wearing any makeup. Really? Song Huching reached out and pinched her face. Really? I don't look like this with makeup, Zhao Yener said seriously. Gee, that's something. Song Huching sighed. You do not make up or so good looking. This if you put on makeup, then which woman dares to stand with you? You hate it. Zhao Yener's ears were suddenly red. Hey, Song Huching let out a light laugh and was about to get up when she wrapped her arms around him. Sleep a little longer. No, it's after 12. No, need to sleep some more. Asterisk. You're sleeping here. I don't even care to break you down. Yeah, Song Huching, I'll bite you to death. After Zhao Yener chortled, she pressed him down on the bed and smoothly wrapped herself in the air-conditioned quilt. Chapter 155, Their principle is to save money for owners. By the time Song Huching came downstairs, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Yun Ning was sitting on the sofa watching TV at this time, and after seeing him, he could not help but snicker. Lunchtime is over. Solve it yourself, ha. Call out for someone to bring something to eat. I'm starving. Song Huching leaned back on the sofa with quite a headache. You know you're hungry now? Yun Ning gave him a blank look before picking up the phone and calling out. But the phone had only been put down when the doorbell rang. Asterisk so fast? Song Huching was surprised. Well, it shouldn't, should it? Yun Ning froze for a moment as well, getting up and going over to open the door. Mr. Song, we are here to deliver furniture to you, smiled a middle-aged man in a suit outside the door. Furniture delivery? Yun Ning looked sideways at Song Huching. No, I didn't buy any furniture. Song Huching was also a bit dazed. I bought it. Zhao Yener came down from upstairs and waved her hand. All come in. Be careful. Don't scratch my home floor. Yes. After the middle-aged man answered, he said a few words to the door, and then he put on his own shoe covers and walked in. Mr. Song, please get up a little bit. We want to move this set of sofas. Oh, sorry. After Song Huching stood up, he then reacted. Wait. I have a good sofa. What am I doing changing it? Where's the good? Zhao Yener bristled. The living room is so big and the sofa is so small. It doesn't look good at all. I like a wider sofa that I can lie down. Well, you're not planning on staying here to come, are you? Song Huching hesitated. You wish, Zhao Yener said with a red face. I am not that kind of casual person. If you want to live together, at least you have to meet your parents. That's good. Song Huching let out a long breath. What do you mean? Zhou Yunan stared up at once. No, he means, after all, there is still a little child at home. If you live in so much, I am afraid that the little child will not be able to accept it in his heart for a moment. Yun Ning hurriedly said. Hey, that's what I meant. Song Huching hurriedly said. Poof. Zhao Yener blankly glanced at him. You're a father. You didn't think of the little one at all. Just in time. I also designed the room for her. Well, do you know where her room is? Song Huching was surprised. Downstairs. Zhao Yener justified. She is only so big a little bit. How inconvenient to go up and down the stairs. And she is still a girl. And you live in a layer like what? Then, should I move down and live with her? Yun Ning hesitated. Whatever, I'm not your boss. After Zhou Yener skimmed her mouth, She took a ponytail from Hao's wrist and bundled her hair, and started directing the workers. Song Huching and Yun Ning were then driven to the terrace to eat. Do you think she's playing for real? What play really? Yun Ning skimmed his mouth. She is the kind of missy temperament, pampered. Anyway, and do not want you to spend money. Let her go. Well, at no cost to me? What do you mean? Song Huching was surprised. She's also a resident of the Linchang house, and people withhold their own money. Yun Ning spread his hands and said, just now, Wu Xingxing sent me a message. Why did he send you a message? Song Huching was surprised. Shouldn't he be talking to me about this? Then how do I know? Yun Ning's pretty face reddened, and she snapped, go talk to him yourself, and in the future, let him look for you directly when he has something to do. Then forget it. Song Huching shook his head. It's kinda nice to leave these things to you. You said, do we need to hire another person? What do you mean? Yun Ning's eyebrows knitted. Do you think the house is unclean? Or do you think my cooking is not good? No, this is not the summer vacation is almost over. Well, small garden, that girl is also going to come back. This daytime to send her to kindergarten is still into, but at night she more than 3 o'clock on the school. You do not have to go to work? Song Huching said helplessly. When I applied for the job, I agreed that I would pick up my daughter from school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon every day, and I only joined the job after they agreed. Yun Ning spread his hands and said, holy, you're telling me they all still want you? Song Huching's eyes widened. Oof. Yun Ning blushed and tilted her head to the side. My job is the president's assistant. Generally speaking, if there are no important customers, it's just to organize the documents and stuff for General Manager Su. What special talent do you have? Song Huching was curious. I am fluent in 6 languages, all of which have taken a business certificate. Yun Ning whispered. Gee, you're good. Song Huching slammed her thigh. No wonder you made such an offer. Su Mei could accept it. Asterisk Q. Yun Ning reached out to the hand on the thigh to take away. Pouted. You cannot move your hands and feet. Zhao Yenner's temper cannot be good. Wait and hit you again. Cut. Song Huching rolled his eyes and was about to say something when suddenly Zhao Yenner walked up. Song Huching, a lawyer is looking for you. What kind of trouble are you in? Lawyer? Song Huching mused for a moment and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Inside the living room, lawyer he sat on the sofa with an assistant and immediately stood up when he saw Song Huching and the others coming down. Mr. Song, Miss Yun, Miss Zhao, He Lu, I'm sorry to trouble you about yesterday. Song Huching reached out and shook his hand. No trouble, it's my part. Lawyer he handed over a folder. Zhang Zijian's company is not a small problem. If Mr. Song wants to send him into jail, I think 5 to 8 years should not be a problem. What kind of person offended you so hard that you'd send someone to jail? After laughing and cursing, Zhao Yenner unwrapped the dossier. When she saw the picture, Zhang Zijian had beaten Song Huching's cell phone into the hot pot. She couldn't help but burst into a rage. What kind of person is this guy, daring to be so arrogant? Stop it. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Just a simple conflict, not a big deal. Let him apologize and compensate even. Mr. Song, the other party's settlement offer is to compensate you 1,600,000 in cash, plus apologize with you personally. Lawyer he smiled bitterly. We originally set 2 to 3 million, but Zhang Zijian really can't get that much money. Well, Song Huching glanced at him with a stunned face, then shook his head and laughed bitterly. All of your lawyers in Lin Changfu are so arrogant, asking for so much money right after opening their mouths. Their principle is to save the homeowner money. No. Zhao Yenner skimmed. You look at this file on the fee. Their lawyer team alone lawyer fee will be 800,000. If you do not let the other side out, you are not 800,000 got a sentence of apology? You really think you're money of the gale to scrape? $800,000 in legal fees? The corner of Song Huching's mouth twitched. The service of this Lin Changfu is good. This price is really not cheap. Chapter 156, The First Deep Love of Lin Chang. Okay, this surname Zhang's assets are only $3 to $5 million. You ask him for $1,600,000 in cash. Almost the car has to be sold. Zhao Yenner stuffed the dossier into a file bag. Lawyer you make the call on this. The extra money goes to the property fee. Okay. Lawyer Ho answered and then waited a little longer. After seeing that Song Huching didn't have any reaction, he then opened his mouth and said, Mr. Song, I see that you have a daughter under your knee. Is her transfer formalities and household registration done? If not, I'll do it together for you. Well, they're all in Lin Chang. Do they still need to move their household accounts over? Song Huching joked. Of course we're moving. Zhao Yenner picked up. The schools in Lin Chang are self-contained. From kindergarten to elementary school to then university as well as studying abroad. They are all sets. If she doesn't have her account moved over, it's not good to build a file. and every stage of her development will be closely observed and documented by the school's teachers. Ms. Zhao seems to know our Lin Changfu very well. Lawyer, he laughed lightly. I'm the one who studied at Lincoln House. So what's the point? Cho Yunan didn't think so. Fine, do as she says. Song Huching sighed. Okay, I'll get right on it. After bowing slightly to him, lawyer, he walked towards the door. Jo Yunner was about to go and see the workers at work, but she was held down by Song Huching. Don't go away. Have a chat. Talk about what? What kind of person runs this Lincheng house? It looks like it's in the hands of the world. Song Huching lit a cigarette. That's where you're mistaken. Zhao Yenner shook her head and said, it is not the hand and eye of the Lin Chang house. It is the hand and eye of the owner of the Lin Chang house. The Lin Chang house started to establish it a long time ago. You can understand that it is a club. Club? Song Huching was surprised. Yes, just like our Zhao Group has contracted all the luxury goods as well as legal services and land development in Shanghai's Linchangfu. Zhao Yenner leisurely said. That's why I'm both a resident of Linchangfu and a businessman of Linchangfu. I'll go. So it's like this. Song Huching drifted off. Although I don't know what kind of business you're in, people like you are basically the residents, or consumers, of the Lincoln House. Zhao Yenner laughed softly. You only need to pay, and there are people to do everything for you. But if you want to be a supplier, the qualification audit of Lin Changfu is very strict. Take the Su Group. They've always wanted to join Lin Changfu and become a supplier to the perfume industry here. But the committee felt that the perfume they developed themselves was still almost interesting. And it's been a few years now, and they've never been able to pass the audit. No matter what happens to the Lin Chang mansion, there aren't a lot of residents. Are there? Yun Ning wondered. That's a narrow vision if you look at it that way. Zhao Yenner shook her head and said, take our Zhao Group for example. We have more than 3,000 luxury stores alone. If Su Group's perfume passes the audit, we will also lay their products in our stores accordingly. And there are at least dozens of homeowners like me in Lincoln House. So how much do you think Su's branding, and even sales, would be boosted if they joined in? Then a house like the one here shouldn't be sold to ordinary people. Song Huching joked. You're so stupid. Zhao Yenner covered her mouth and laughed. Those who can afford the Lin Chang residents are not ordinary people, no? Tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of residents. Is that something that ordinary people can afford? Even if you can afford it, what about the cost of the property and the guaranteed spending? Is this something the average person can afford? Just like you, although no one knows what you do, since your money is clean, you're almost a top-tier tycoon in this part of Linchang. That too. Song Huching shook his head. Taking tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of clean money out to buy a house like that can't really be the average person. Why don't you tell me exactly what you do for a living? Zhao Yenner wrapped her arms around his neck and said in a petulant voice, I swear, I'll never tell anyone. Delivery. Song Huching spread his hands and said, I also swear that if I'm not a delivery man, then I'm a turtle. Asterisk 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 you. Don't say never mind. After giving him a blank look, Zhao Yenner got up and headed upstairs. Can't really tell. Yun Ning sked. What can't be seen? Song Huching was surprised. I also thought that this sister is a love brain, but I did not expect that people are a female president. Just now when you talked to that feeling, I thought I was attending a company meeting. Yun Ning laughed. Do you really think that the rich second generation is a dry meal? Song Huching laughed and scolded. The rich second generation that you can see, basically have little brain, but those rich second generation that you can't see, that can be the elite of the elite. Yes? Yun Ning tilted her head and said, then Qin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind are considered rich second generation that I can see, right? Puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. Screw you, don't keep mocking people Qin Shu. If you want me to say it, people Qin Shu that is the first deep love in Lin Chang, okay? Ha ha ha. Yun Ning instantly laughed. Right. The first deep love in Lin Chang is deep love to anyone, right? You. Song Huching was about to say something, but the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Ruan Xingyao? Yun Ning was surprised. Stop it. Song Huching pressed her small face and pushed her aside before connecting the video. Song Huching, where are you? At home. Where else? Come out and have dinner together. Ruan Xingyao lowered her voice and said, Lily has been crying in my place for an afternoon. Ask her anything and she refuses to say. Did you hit her? Nerves. Song Huching laughed and scolded. With her character? But if I dare to move one of her fingers, she did not call the police early? Well, that too. Ruan Xingyao helplessly said. 4 o'clock. Nanxiao Pavilion. Don't be late. There's no need. Song Huching smiled bitterly. It's just that she and my friend had a little misunderstanding. Friends? Ruan Xingyao pondered slightly, then gritted her teeth and said, that woman from yesterday, right? What about that girl from yesterday? I don't have a name for her? When Zhao Yenner opened her mouth coldly, She almost didn't scare Song Hutching into peeing. Ruan Xingyao frowned and was about to say something when suddenly the corner of her coat was tugged. She had to hold her tongue and said, "I'll treat you guys to dinner this afternoon. 4 o'clock at Nanxiaga." Zhao Yener just wanted to refuse, but she didn't know what to think of, and skimmed her lips. Then I won't see you at 4. She hung up after that. No, what did you promise her to do? Song Hutching said helplessly. You haven't gotten a divorce decree from her yet, right? This must not go along with her a little Zhao Yener laughed softly. And, she should not know that you are so rich, right? So, Song Hutching spread his hands. So, Law was invited by me, and the people are the ones I have to deal with. So naturally I'm the one who has to deal with it. Zhou Yun'er sneered and ran upstairs to make a phone call. I'm going too. Yun Ning beamed and wrapped her arms around Song Hutching. ******, you're a war correspondent, aren't you? How come you're everywhere? Song Hutching pinched her face without any good humor. *****, I'm helping. Yun Ning straightened up and said, if Zhao Yener makes a move to hit you again, she can still help you stop her? Well, that makes sense. Song Hutching was suddenly dazed. If anything unexpected really happened, Yun Ning could really help. Chapter 157. Are you guys acting in a drama? After Zhao Yener and Yun Ning changed their clothes, those workers were still carrying things, which made it more difficult for Song Hutching. After all, it was already after 3 o'clock. It's fine, let them get it here. These merchants are all hand-picked. By the Lincheng government, no one dares to have unclean hands. Okay. Song Hutching sighed and led Zhao Yener and Yun Ning towards the door. Just after arriving downstairs, Zhou Yun'an couldn't help but spit out her words. You are at least a person who lives in Linchengfu. Why do you still drive a million or so Mercedes? What else should I drive? Song Hutching was surprised. It depends on your preference. As soon as Zhao Yener's words fell, Wu Xingxing walked over. Mr. Song, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Song Hutching handed him a cigarette. Here are 2 papers for you to sign. Wu Xingxing spoke in a cryptic manner. Let's see. After Song Hutching took it, he realized that it was a vehicle transfer agreement. He immediately turned his back and signed his name before handing it over quickly. What else is hidden? Zhao Yener sneered. You think I didn't look at how? You fell quite deep. They're on driving a million or so cars. Out of the way to send people tens of millions of cars. Hey. Song Hutching gave a dry laugh and didn't dare to answer. Wu Xingsheng, on the other hand, respectfully handed a business card to Zhao Yener. Ms. Zhao, this is my business card. If there's anything you can directly notify me. Got it. After Zhou Yun'an accepted his business card, she pulled open the car door and got in. Song Hutching reached out and patted Wu Xingxing's shoulder before getting into the car as well. Yun Ning, on the other hand, obediently went to the back seat. Only the corners of her mouth hooked up slightly. Quite a bit of bloating. All the way there, Zhou Yun'an looked out the window. Song Hutching didn't dare to speak either, but just drove the car seriously. A good half hour. You're not going to explain this to me? Zhou Yun'an wrapped her arms around her chest and looked over sideways. What explanation do you want to hear? Song Hutching said bitterly. Tell me about your fiancé. Zhao Yener was halfway through her sentence, but then changed her words. Yun Ning, it's better for you to speak. I don't believe this guy's words. Generally speaking, Song Hutching wouldn't lie. Yun Ning whispered. It's not so much that he cheats, it's just that he will selectively say things. Zhao Yener sneered. This. Yun Ning looked at Song Hutching with some difficulty. Just say it if you're told to. What's so unseemly about it? Song Hutching bristled. Say both? Yun Ning said bitterly. 2. Zhou Yun'an's tone was an octave higher. Cough cough cough. Song Hutching old face red, hurriedly said. In fact, there is a misunderstanding. Or else on my such a body and family appearance. Others are not stupid, is not it? From now on, you're not allowed to talk. After Zhao Yener glared at him, she looked sideways at Yun Ning. Actually, it's kinda complicated. Yun Ning began to tell the story of Song Hutching and Su Cheng and Su Mei, but she did have a heart and just used the words first lady and second lady instead. Zhao Yener's face was filled with absurdity when she heard it. Are you guys in a TV show? Puffing. Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh. Song Hutching also thought it was quite ridiculous, and I reminded him, at the time, that he didn't quite believe it. Who would dare to believe that? Zhao Yener sighed. If you put it that way, they won't contact Song Hutching in this half year? Well, for now. Yun Ning whispered. Hey. Zhao Yener suddenly laughed. Half a year can change a lot of things, especially they are still sisters. Get it wrong. This half a year, they all run is not allowed to say. The way I look at it, they seem to be serious. Yun Ning reminded. So what if it's serious? Zhao Yener laughed softly. In the end, it's still a pro-sister. They can't get down this cruelty, and in the end, it's still a lose-lose situation, and it's cheaper for others. Well, that makes sense. Yun Ning laughed. Right? Zhao Yener squinted her eyes. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. You do your own thing well. I won't drive you away. Hey, thanks ms. Zhao. Yun Ning looked at her with gratitude. You're so damn much like a second ghost with this look. Song Huching bristled. Get lost? You're the one who's a second ghost. You're the one who's still a pseudo-army. Yun Ning didn't have the good sense to say. Puffing, Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh. The other Yun Ning is being wise to the times. What do you know? Cut. Song Huching blankly glanced at her and didn't say anything. The three of them arrived at Nanchao Pavilion after talking and laughing. Just as he entered, he saw Zhang Zijian and Lili standing at the door, while Ruan Xingyao stood aside rather helplessly. Yo, where's the welcome? Song Huching joked. Asterisk 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 Q. After Ruan Xingyao blankly glanced at him, she pulled Lily and said, Lily, Song Huching is here. Let us go to the private room to talk. Hey. After Lily answered, she glanced at Zhang Zijian. Miss Ruan is right. Let's go to the private room to talk. Mr. Song, two ladies, this way please. Zhang Zijian personally led the way in front. Mr. Zhang is polite. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he followed him. Inside the booth, Ruan Xingyao, however, looked at Yun Ning for a few moments before placing her gaze on Zhao Yener. Song Huching, don't introduce, don't need him. Zhao Yener laughed lightly. My name is Zhao Yener, I'm Yun Ning's college classmate. Well, Song Huching looked at her with a stunned expression. Good lord, that's a lot of falsehoods coming out of your mouth. Hello Cho, I'm. Zhang Zijian's words were only spoken when he was glared at by Zhao Yener. What classmate Zhao? Classmate Zhao is what you shouted. Looks like He Lu didn't make it clear to you, did he? Ha? Zhang Zijian's entire body was confused. Lilai and Ruan Xingyao were also dumbfounded. What was this? He Law is my hired lawyer. What do you have to say to me? Zhao Yener laughed softly. This. Zhang Zijian looked at Song Huching. She's right, I'm just a delivery guy. How can I afford any lawyer? Song Huching laughed softly. What words you communicate directly with Zhao Yener is, I'm just a companion. You. Zhang Zijian didn't die of anger. So you're a fox. Ha? What's the matter? Mr. Zhang is not convinced? Zhao Yener sneered. He Law and I said, the information he has got it all. Unconvinced. Let South see it in court. No, how could I? Zhang Zijian full of smiles. Ms. Zhao, I am not a thing. Much offense. But also ask you to be magnanimous and let me off the horse into it? With that, he stood up and bowed deeply. Ms. Zhao, I know it's wrong too. Really cried Pearly. Also please forgive me. I will never dare again. Chapter 158. I asked her to tutor my daughter. Not me. Poof. Zhao Yener, hands around the chest, leaned on the seat, coldly laughed. Junior will have the consciousness of Junior. Do not engage in things every day. This old thing mixed to this age, but also only so much body value, can withstand you a few squandering? Well, are you teaching her how to be a mistress? Song Huching was surprised. Puffing, Ruan Xingyao couldn't help but laugh. You off. Zhao Yener didn't have the good sense to say, if you talk any more nonsense, I'll press your head into the hot pot. Hey. After Song Huching let out a laugh, he handed a cigarette to Zhang Zijian. Zhang Zijian hated the hell out of him inwardly, but he had a smile on his face. It seems that Miss Zhao and Mr. Song are quite close. Common friends. Zhao Yener skimmed her mouth and said, He Law and I said, that if you pay the money that you should pay, this matter will be settled. Ms. Zhao, we can't get $1,600,000. Lily wiped her tears and said, please also be generous. Then forget it. Zhao Yener shrugged her shoulders and said, the cost of just asking He Lu and the others to come out is in the millions. Since you can't get it out, I have to come out with this breath, don't I? But think about it, this old guy next to you won't be stepping on a sewing machine for years. Don't meddle. Zhang Zijian hurriedly said, Ms. Zhao, I will compensate you in 1 point. That's more like it. Zhao Yener yawned. Hurry up and eat. We still have things to do afterward. Hey. Zhang Zijian laughed bitterly, and did not dare to make another demon. Just looked at Song Huching and said, Mr. Song, do we want to have a drink? Don't. He's going to drive later. Zhou Yener said in a deep voice. Forget it then. Let's all have drinks. Zhang Zijian hurriedly said, aha. Zhao Yener lowered her head to eat, and the entire private room fell silent. At this point, Ruan Xingyao said softly, Song Huching, I stayed at Shore Zitinglan. Let Xiao Yuan stay at my place. No. Song Huching said with a straight face. Miss Ruan, we have a deal. If you back out, we can go through the legal process. Xiao Yuan's kindergarten is there. Is it hard for you to come over every day to pick her up and drop her off? Ruan Xingyao didn't have the good sense to say, I've taken care of her new school. Song Huching shook his head and said, you don't have to worry. About her, I will take care of her. Miss Ruan, I was specially hired by Mr. Song to take care of Xiao Yuan. Yun Ning said with a straight face, her 3 meals a day, as well as homework tutoring, are all run by, you can rest assured. Song Huching, you still hire a nanny for your delivery? Lai Li was curious. Yeah, is it rare? Song Huching laughed. Mr. Song, how much do you pay Miss Yun a month? Zhang Zijian was curious. 5,000. Song Huching lit a cigarette. 5,000? Zhang Zijian was shocked. With Yun Ning's looks, he didn't even think 50,000 a month was much. I said General Manager Zhang, I am letting her tutor my daughter, not letting her come to tutor me. People are seriously getting paid okay. Song Huching laughed and scolded. Hey, Zhang Zijian smiled rather awkwardly, but inwardly, he was unimpressed. You look like a ing man, but at the end of the day it's still a man. We're all men. Who doesn't know who yet? Just as he was wondering how to ask Yun Ning for a phone number, suddenly the door to the private room was pushed open. Song, yo, isn't this young Dong? Song Huching stood up. Hey, what Dong Xiao? Just call me Xiao Dong. Dong Hui laughed. This is not listening to Sister Zhang said you came well. I just happened to come to the store, so I came to say hello to you. This time you cannot go to the checkout. Don't intervene. This is someone's treat. Can't brush off someone's peace of mind. Song Huching reached out and patted him on the shoulder. If there's something you go ahead and get busy. Let's drink together when we have time. Success. Dong Hui smiled at Zhang Zijian and the others before turning around and going out again. Mr. Song, why does this person look a little familiar? Zhang Zijian touched his chin and said, Nanchao Pavilion is owned by his family. Why doesn't this look familiar? Song Huching laughed lightly. I'll go. I'll say it. Zhang Zijian shook his head and said, I have eaten with the boss's wife of Nanchao Pavilion twice. I said how does this person look so much like the boss's wife? Zhao Yener and Yun Ning directly lowered their heads to eat, not bothering to listen to him blowing awesome. And you know the owner of Nanchao Court? Ruan Xingyao looked at Song Huching in surprise. More than that, I also know our Lin City's chief government official, but he doesn't seem to recognize me. Song Huching sighed. Asterisk 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 Q. Ruan Xingyao was amused. Alright, since everyone has eaten well, let's disperse. Song Huching looked at Zhang Zijian and smiled. Mr. Zhang, broke the bank. It's okay, I should. Zhang Zijian hurriedly said. Miss Zhao is really sorry this time. Alright, just give the money. After Zhou Yun'er said that, she got up and headed out. Yun Ning also followed behind her at the same pace. It was just that before the group reached the hall, they saw a silhouette rushing over. Softly, Qin Chu, you're eating here too? Ruan Xingyao was surprised. Hey, Before Qin Chu could finish his words, another silhouette came over. Gu Hearing Fong? Song Huching couldn't help but laugh dumbly. This Lin Chang is really small. Yener, let me introduce you. This is my senior, Gu Hearing Fong. After Qin Chu finished his introduction, he smiled bitterly. I called you many times. Your phone didn't get through. I sent you a message, and I didn't see you back. Did you encounter something? Busy. After Zhao Yener spat out a word, she looked at Gu Hearing Fong with interest. Have you been married before? Hey, Gu Hearing Fong hurriedly said. I once had an unfortunate marriage. Why the divorce? Zhou Yunan laughed. Yener, we also just finished eating. How about we find a place to sit? Qin Chu laughed. Otherwise it's not like we're stuck here chatting, is it? Zhao Yener looked towards Yun Ning. Yun Ning, however, looked towards Song Huching. Hey, you guys chat about yourselves. I still have something. I have to go home. Song Huching laughed lightly. See you all later. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was racked to the side by Qin Chu and Gu Hearing Fong. Left and right. Old Song, what the do you mean? No, I'm going home. Song Huching winked and said. One of you is interested in Ruan Xingyao, and one of you is interested in Zhao Yener. Isn't this just right? Go go go. Don't ing bull me. Qin Chu did not have a good temper. You cannot go. You this go. Later Yener certainly cannot pull face and we go to drink together. Yeah. Gu Hearing Fong also hurriedly said. Song Huching, you don't want to run away alone. You now and soft divorce certificate has not yet been received. If you go, she does not also have to go? Well, not. Wait, Song Huching said with an odd expression on his face. Who exactly are you guys chasing after? Why do I feel that there's something wrong with you guys? Hey, what who's chasing who? Qin Chu skimmed his mouth. He is just helping me to attract Yen Air's attention. Hardly. You really think that Yen Air will look at him? Chapter 159. Even if he's getting money from soft food, we still have to bite him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You look down on Senior Gu so much? Song Huching was surprised. Song Huching, don't arch the fire. Gu heard the wind skimmed his mouth. Chase the girl, each by means. No one said can be 100% can get on the hand, right? Just like the student girl beside you. you may not be able to get started? That's true. Song Hutching spread his hands and said, you guys are in pairs, so I won't be here to be a light bulb for you. Less ing bull. 5,000. Chin Shu gritted his teeth. Hey, might as well go back to bed. Song Hutching yawned. Damn it, I'll give 5,000 too. Gu Hearing Wind said in a hateful voice. How about 10,000 each? Song Hutching said with a bitter face. You all know that I am a delivery man who still has to work during the day tomorrow, and if this sleeps late, it will not be good if I don't have the spirit tomorrow. Look at your poor ass. Gu Hearing Wind did not have a good mood. Hurry, up and take out the QR code. Young Chin, what do you say? Song Hutching looked sideways at Chin Shu. 10,000 is 10,000. What's this? But I'm just a night's worth of booze. Chin Shu was very quick to pull out his cell phone. After Song Hutching collected the money, he walked over to Yun Ning's side. Just when he saw Lily holding Ruan Xingyao's hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, where's Mr. Zhang? He had to go back first. Really downplayed. In fact, he and I are not familiar, just ordinary friends. As she spoke, she went to look at Chin Shu and Gu Hearing Phone. Then since we're all friends, let's find a place to sit. Chin Shu laughed lightly. How about the Blue Hole Bar? Recently that's been a hot mess. I won't go to the bar. It's too rowdy. Ruan Xingyao shook her head. Hey, I know there's a clear bar under the second bridge. How about we go there for a drink? Gu Hearing Wind immediately said. Clear bar. Ruan Xingyao looked at Song Hutching with some hesitation. Old Song, you're not going to run away halfway, are you? Chin Shu gritted his teeth. That can't be, Song Hutching said in a serious manner. Anyway, I don't have anything to do when I go back. To sit together. Softy, come along, Chin Shu advised. Gu Hearing Fong and I both drove a car, so we're not afraid of not being able to sit down. That into it. Ruan Xingyao agreed, then playfully said, Song Hutching, don't you also drive a car? I'll go in your car, just so I can talk to you about the matter regarding the small garden. Chin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind revealed expressions that looked as if they wanted to eat someone. I can't fit in my car either. Song Hutching spread his hands and said, recently Yun Ning has to move things. The car is stuffed. Forget it then. Ruan Xingyao glared at him in exasperation, then walked towards the elevator entrance. Softy, wait for me, really immediately followed. Parking lot. Yo, Mercedes? Gu Hearing Fong slightly raised his eyebrows and said, this car is cost-effective. 1 million or so cars. It is considered good. Barely enough, Chin Shu bristled, but I still prefer Lamborghini and Ferrari. I'm lucky to have a car to get around. How can I be allowed to pick and choose? Song Hutching joked. That's true. Chin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind both raised their heads rather haughtily. Softy, this Song Hutching is driving a $1 million luxury car? Lily whispered. I don't know. Ruan Xingyao laughed bitterly. Since the divorce, he and I have met more than once to feel strange. It used to be a look away. Really lowered her voice and said, this guy is 80% rich. We can't let him off so easily. Ruan Xingyao looked at her in surprise. What do you mean? Hang him first. Really whispered. Wait to feel out how much money he has before saying. If he has a few million worth, then there is no hurry to divorce, is not it? We can't plant a tree in front of us and multiply the coolness in the future. Can we? We have to spend the money before we leave anyhow. Ha? Ruan Xingyao looked at her with a stunned expression. What? Don't be anxious. Yet aren't you still not licensed with him now? When the time comes I will give you an idea to stabilize him first. Lily sneered. Even if he is eating soft rice to money, we still have to bite him. Ruan Xingyao stared at her in a daze and couldn't help but fall into silence. Car, what favor did those two guys give you just now? You actually agreed to eat with them? Zhao Yenner laughed softly. Actually, I originally did not intend to refuse. Song Hutching snickered. You didn't see that Lily drove Zhang Zijin away, right? 80% of them are planning to lay hands on Chin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind. Since there is a lively scene to watch, why rush back? Just to watch the fun? Yun Ning bristled. Not right. With your character, it would be a ghost if you didn't knock Chin Shu and Gu Hearing Wind. Hey, one gave me 10,000. Song Hutching rolled down the window and laughed softly. You talk about this and money to take. There is also a hilarious thing to see. Where to find to go. Puffing, Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh. These two, in your mind, that's a proper big injustice, isn't it? Hey, that's not what Song Hutching said. Yun Ning snickered. He said that Chin Shu is the no. One deep love in Lin City. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yenner immediately laughed and fell back. The first deep love in Linchang is a good name. Half an hour later, a number of people were sitting there on a small dock under the second bridge, sitting and drinking and talking, while a small stage was constructed on a piece that extended out from the dock. At that moment a girl was sitting there holding a guitar and softly singing an unknown song. Her voice was clear and kinda recognizable. She was tall and fair-skinned, only wearing a pair of large black-framed glasses that almost covered most of her face. Feel free to order whatever you want to drink. It's on me today. Qin Shu cheerfully pulled back the stool before sitting on Wan Xingyao's side. Song Huqing, however, sat down against the railing and plopped down there to watch the woman sing. Sit next to Go A, Yun Ning whispered. Well, Song Huqing turned around, but saw that Gu Hearing Phone was sitting on Zhao Yenner's side as if he were a cowhide, and on Zhao Yenner's right-hand side, there was an empty seat. Obviously, that was reserved for him. Having no choice but to get up and sit over, he gave up his seat against the railing to Yun Ning. After the group sat down, drinks and snacks were served. Yenner, can I call you that? Gu Hearing Phone lightly laughed. Puffing, Song Huqing spewed out a mouthful of wine. No, I don't know you. Zhao Yenner squinted her eyes. Wouldn't it be nice to get to know each other a few more times? Gu Xianfeng wasn't annoyed, just smilingly pointed at Song Huqing and Qin Shu. I was their senior brother. Back when they entered the student council, I was the president of the student council. Well, then aren't you very old? Zhao Yenner frowned. You, Gu Hearing Feng's smile froze on his face. Is this looking at things from such a clear perspective? Chapter 160, Old Song. Why don't you sit next to me? Yenner, don't be like this. Everyone is a friend. Qin Shu rounded off the conversation. Softy, aren't you going to introduce your friend? Hello everyone, my name is Lily. You guys just call me Lily like Softy. Lily said as she fell in line. Hey, some people say that friends of beautiful women are all beautiful women. Now it seems to be true. Gu Hearing Wen smiled and said, Gu Xiao is too kind. Really smiled rather shyly as well. The atmosphere eased. Song Huqing held his beer, but his gaze went to the woman who was singing. What's the matter? Fancy someone else? Yun Ning teased. No, I just felt curious. Song Huqing shook his head. Oh, curious about what? Zhao Yenner raised her eyebrows slightly and said, she has come to the bar to sing, but wear a pair of glasses to cover the appearance of what? Song Huqing laughed lightly. Generally speaking, singers, looking pretty always has an advantage, doesn't it? Maybe people don't want others to see her. Qin Shu was unimpressed. That's why I'm curious. Song Huqing spread his hands and said, let's see, you're just idle. Gu Hearing Phone bristled. Why do you care so much about others? What's the matter? Do you still want to pick her up? I said, you guys talk about yourselves. What do you care what I do? Song Huqing laughed and scolded. It's not like there are dice or something. How nice for you guys to play with dice. You, Gu Hearing Phone was about to say something when two men in suits suddenly walked over. Brothers, there's nothing to do anyway. Let's have some fun together. Screw you, we're a few friends chatting. What's your business? Qin Shu sneered. Yo, brother Hua. Didn't you say that you have face in Lin City? Now it seems that people don't give you face. Another man joked. Hey, where's the face? Hua laughed lightly. Brothers, let me introduce myself. I am called Hua Gao, and he is called Chen Hulu. Like this, let us play together, and this meal today is on me. You, Gu Hearing Phone was about to open his mouth, but he was stopped by Qin Shu. I said who is it? So it is Hua. Got to sit together. Okay, I'll just go say hi and come. After Hua Gao smiled at the crowd, he led Chen Hu to the bar. No, what kind of person? Gu Hearing Phone was curious. Engaged in real estate. Lin Shui Egio heard of it? It is his old man to get. Read recently. In the field took a lot of land. My family and they have some cooperation. Qin Shu lightly said. Yeah, Lin Shui residence is a high-grade villa area, right? Lily exclaimed. Right. Qin Shu sighed. People have reported their names. Can't not give any face at all not. In the middle of his words, he couldn't help but look at Song Huqing. No, what are you looking at me for? Song Huqing was surprised. Old Song, not that I look down on you. After all, such a bureau. You cannot insert words. Why don't you go to the side to sit into it? Qin Shu squarely said. Puffing, Zhou Yunan couldn't help but laugh. Really was quite a bit gloating. But on the contrary, it was Ruan Xingyao, her eyebrows furrowed, looking not very happy. Success. Song Huqing agreed readily, took his beer and sat down at the table next to him. Yun Ning didn't say anything and followed. Qin Shu, don't go too far. Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. Soft, it's not that I am excessive. It's just that Old Song a delivery person. We don't mind, but what if people mind? Qin Shu laughed bitterly. That's true. Zhao Yenner nodded approvingly. You can all be young talents. Song Huqing and you can't talk together. Hey, it's still Yenner who has insight. Gu Hearing Phone complimented. You, Ruan Xingyao was just about to stand up, but she was pulled back by Li Li. Softy, Song Huqing won't run away, so isn't it better to know a few more rich people than anything else? I don't know any of them. How about you keep me company? This, Ruan Xingyao hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat back down. When Zhao Yenner saw this, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Not for a moment. Hua Gao then came with Chen Hu, followed by 2 waiters with a lot of good wine. Yo, what's that dude doing sitting there? Hi, just now is also to meet together to spell the table. Qin Chu cheerfully said. Hua Xiao, Chen Xiao, sit down. Hey, one of Hua Kao and Chen Hu sat on Lily's side, while the other sat on Zhao Yener's side. Other side. Song Huching, how much do you think she can earn in one night? Yun Ning wondered. I don't know. Generally speaking, the resident singer is about 200 or so a night. Of course, there are big venues that cost a little more. Song Huching shook his head. Might as well go to work then. Yun Ning skimmed her lips. Finding a stable job would be several thousand a month, wouldn't it? A lot of the resident singers are part-time. Song Huching spread his hands and said, of course, there are some professional singers, singing although it looks as if they don't earn much, but in reality, if someone orders a song or something, it's not very difficult to earn more than 10,000 a month. Well, is it? Yun Ning looked toward the stage. The woman stood up and took a sip of water before exhaling a cloudy breath. Perhaps sensing that someone was looking at her, she looked sideways as well. Song Huching raised the bottle in his hand and shook it. The other party hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over. Hello sir. Hello, nice singing. Song Huching laughed. Thanks. The woman pointed to the stage and said, we can also order a song here. Send a rose and you can order a song. A rose? Yun Ning curiously looked around and couldn't help but spit out her tongue. Yeah, a rose costs $100? Aha. The woman nodded and whispered, that's the price the owner set. What is your name? Song Huching said softly. My name is Ding Sweet. Everyone calls me Sweet, the woman said with some embarrassment. Do you know Zhao Xinyan songs? Song Huching laughed. Will. Tiny Sweet nodded. Does every capital city? Song Huching blinked. The big. Most of them. Tintin Sweet blushed and said, I used to be a fan of hers. Okay, your baskets are $900 a piece, right? Song Huching joked. I will buy you 100 flower baskets. From today, you sing Zhao Xinyan's songs for half a month. No problem, right? 100 flower baskets? Ding Tianyi covered her mouth in surprise and looked at him with an incredulous expression. This guy, he wouldn't be playing with her on purpose, would he? After Song Huching smiled at her, he waved at the waiter not far away and then whispered a couple sentences. After the waitress first gave Ding Tianyi a surprised look, she then darted towards the bar. It wasn't even 20 seconds before a man's excited yell rang out over the speakers. Mr. Song sent us Sweetie 100 flower baskets, so let Sweetie sing a song for our honorable Miss Yun. Red high heels. Everyone applauded. Snap. Sparse applause broke out on the dock. After all, 100 flower baskets can be $90,000, counted as a luxury. Chapter 161, Good Fight. You have the balls to kill me. Yo, out with the kaiju. Hoggle joked. You can't say that about people picking up girls, it's only right to put down some money. Chen Hulu laughed lightly. The two of them spoke in a breezy manner, but Qin Chu and the others were dumbfounded. This Mr. Song is talking about Song Huching, right? Mr. Song, who else can Miss Yun be if not him? Gu Hearing Phone gloated. This kid is usually stingy. This picking up girls is really willing to do it. Zhao Yener instead looked sideways at Ding Tianyi for several moments. This woman looks like she has a nice body, but it's not like she's going to say she's going to make that guy move, is it? You know her? Yun Ning also looked at Song Huching curiously at this moment. Recognize. Song Huching sighed softly. Her daughter is a classmate of Xiao Yuan. Picking up Xiao Yuan from school. Has seen her twice. Kun San's mom? Yun Ning was surprised. Could it be that you are interested in her? No. What are you thinking? Song Huching knocked her head and scolded with a laugh. I heard Qin Zimo say, before that her husband died and she raised her daughter by herself. Today has not earned those two wrongdoers a sum of money, as a good deed. So it is. Yun Ning came to a realization and couldn't help but prop his chin up, quietly listening to Ding Tian singing. Tiny Sweet's vocals are pretty good, but the pitch is almost interesting. The song Red High Heels was sung, but it won a full house. Just as she started to sing the second song, Zhou Yun'er sat down across from Song Huching. Well, what brings you here? Hey, can't play with those straw men. Zhou Yun'er bristled. Either he's talking about what car he bought, or he's blowing the family's yacht or something there. It's a headache to listen to. Ha! Song Huching couldn't help but laugh and was just about to say something when he didn't realize that Chun Hu followed him. Yunchan, why are you sitting over here? What's it to you? Zhao Yener bristled. Don't shout so affectionately. I'm not familiar with you. This one will be born, but won't it be cooked in two? Chen Hulu obediently sat on the side of Zhao Yener, looked at Song Huching and slightly raised his eyebrows and said, Brothers, you can have a chick by your side. Puffing, Song Huching burst out laughing. Didn't your girl sit over here by herself? What's it got to do with me? Yo, you've got a mouth on you. Chen Hulu laughed softly. Where do you work? What does it have to do with you? It's not like I know you. Song Huching smirked. Ha ha ha. Jo Yunon couldn't help but laugh as well. Why does that sound so familiar? Little brother has quite a character. Chen Hulu lit a cigarette and laughed softly. What about me? I'm generally a good talker, but if you're going to be naughty, then I'm not so good at talking. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. A burly man in black stood up from the side table and walked over to Song Huching's side. Well, is he rich? Song Huching looked at Zhao Yener. A few dimes in your pocket, I guess, Jo Yunon said, spreading her hands. Then what's the point of hiring a bodyguard? Those who don't know really think it's some worldly young man. Song Huching bristled. Yo, pretend I don't exist, right? A hint of sternness flashed in Hulk Chan's eyes. Who? Invite this Mr. Song out. Yes. The black-clothed strong man's hand just rested on Song Huching's shoulder, and said in a cold voice, Kid, are you leaving on your own, or am I sending you out? Hey. Song Huching sighed and stood up. Zhao Yener gritted her teeth and was about to stand up when she saw Song Huching pick up the wine bottle on the table and viciously throw it towards Chen Hu. Boo! A crunch. Hulk Chan fell to the ground in response. Uing. Tiger was only halfway through his sentence when he was punched in the stomach. He immediately bent over and covered his stomach. Boo! Song Huching takes an elbow strike directly to the back of the head. Pust. Who immediately a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The whole person lying on the ground, as if a dead dog. After Song Huching kicked him away, he walked over to Hulk Chen and reached out to pull his hair. What did you just say to me? Fine. Good fight. You have the ing balls to get me killed. Chen Ho snapped. Snap. Song Huching raised his hand and delivered 3 resounding slaps. It knocked Hulk Chan off his feet. How ing dare you? Say, you continue to say. Song Huching sneered. Brothers. Hua Gao hurried over. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Old Song, are you out of your ing mind? Xin Shu also ran over and said with a pale face, do you know that he is? He's your FA. There he is. Zhao Yener despised. Look at you, this cowardly look. Still chasing girls. That Hua Gao is close to using his hand to embrace Ruan Xingyao. You do not dare to put a fart. She is blind to see you. You. Xin Shu was scolded to the point of turning red. But you can't hit people. Gu Hearing Feng pretended to be unhappy. Everyone is a highly educated person. Violence. Riot your ass. Zhao Yener nonchalantly said. You are no better. Holding high and stepping down. Like a eunuch. I finally understand a little. Why Mu Qing could not see you at that time. If I were him and married a thing like you, I'd be ashamed of myself. Yo, he's Mu Qing's husband? Song Huching was surprised. Ex-husband. Cho Yana corrected. Ex-husband. Song Huching snapped and smiled, then looked at the dumbfounded Ruan Xingyao. You lessen your gang of girlfriends to come and go. Look at Li Li that way. Hate to sell you. Song Huching, what are you babbling about? Lily said rather annoyed. You? Song Huching skimmed his mouth. Look at yourself on your thigh. There is a handprint it. I feel unworthy for people Zhang always, looking for a what the hell. Well, Ruan Xingyao looked down. Sure enough, there was a handprint on Lily's stocking. I just didn't know who had touched it. After Song Huching lit a cigarette, he looked at Ding Tianyi, who had frozen. You go ahead and sing your song. This has nothing to do with you. Oh, Tintin Sweet reacted instantly, picking a softer song and singing it again. Brothers, we all make a living in Lin Cheng's territory. Be a man and leave a thread. We'll see each other in the future. Hua Gao said with a straight face. If I don't give you face, what can you do to me? Song Huching stomped on Chen Hu's chest. Hulk Chen felt that if he pushed any harder, his own sternum would shatter. You. Hua Gao's face turned ugly. You? The family only a few son Learn to play with women. Zhao Yener rather disdainful. What? Not convinced to call your old man over. You. Hua Gao was so angry. What the are you my elder, and you call my old man over? Chapter 162, Huang, swear that I will never share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Old Song. Xin Shu came over and gritted his teeth. They don't dare to do anything to Zhao Yener, but it's more than enough to deal with you. Puffing, Jo Yunon couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xin Shu, what's in your head? What do you mean? Xin Shu frowned. Guess why Song Huching dared to make a direct move? Zhao Yener smiled and said, do you remember what Mu Qing said? Song Huching was playing along with you. You really take yourself seriously. You. Xin Shu's face turned green with anger. You still know Mu Qing? Gu Hearing Feng was surprised. More than just knowing each other. People Mu Qing is pursuing Song Huching. Surprised or not? Zhao Yener laughed lightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Hearing Wen said angrily. Song Huching has the right to do so. He's not better than you. Ha? You don't even dare to put a fart in front of Chen Hu. He dares to make a direct move. Do you dare? Zhao Yener bristled. Gu hearing phone was instantly silenced by the dry. He indeed did not dare to offend Chen Hu and Hua Gao. After all, in the Lin Cheng territory, Hua Gao and Chen Hu were considered to be powerful. Brother, is it alright if we apologize with you? Hua Gao gritted his teeth. Don't say anything about apologizing if you don't have the heart for it. Song Huching retracted his foot, laughed lightly. Buddy, do not rely on a few money on the rampage. This barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. I will kill you two today. That is also 1 for 2, is not it? Hua Gao didn't say anything, but just helped Shen Huan up. Seeing this, Song Huching kicked Tiger, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Again, die and lie down outside and get out of the way. Hey! Tiger climbed up quickly and ran out in a huff. You can't earn this much money in a month, so you really can't risk your life, can you? Song Huching sat back in his seat again and looked sideways at Ding Tianyi, who was singing. Surprisingly, Hulk Shan and Hua Gao didn't leave either. The two just went and washed their faces before sitting across from Song Huching again. Brother, I don't know where you mix, but you have good hands. This time I admit it. So, what do you want? Song Huching was surprised. Shake the dice. 10,000 a game. Dare to come. Chen Hulu gritted his teeth. 10,000 a game is too little. 100,000 a game. Song Huching laughed lightly. Hiss. Ruan Xingyao sucked in a breath of cool air and was about to go forward to dissuade her, but she was stopped by Zhao Yener. It's none of your business. He lost. I'm paying. You. Ruan Xingyao looked at Zhao Yener, who had a serious face, pursed her lips and retreated to the side. Brother, it's not that we don't believe you. We don't know each other well. This 100,000 a game. There has to be a statement, right? Hua Gao said in a deep voice. Just press me down here. Zhao Yener sat down on Song Huching's side and laughed softly. I count 1 million chips. Not a problem, right? If he doesn't give money, then I give. I can't afford to give. Then whatever you guys do well. Yener, why are you also following old Song and fooling around? Qin Shu said in pain. Well, Song Huching was slightly stunned before he sighed. In the end, it still has to be the first deep love in Lin Cheng. Puffing, Yun Ning burst out laughing. But think about Song Huching also said the right. Qin Shu were scolded by Zhao Yener into this. Actually still acting here. Not right. Look, not like acting. Good. Chen Hulu gritted his teeth and said, 100,000 a game. Without credit. Chang, come on. Song Huching laughed lightly. Without any pretense. Hulk Chen took 3 dice from the table, placed them in the dice cup, and shook them. Half of the people in the clear bar were attracted over, but they just didn't dare to get close. They could only stand not far away and watch. Ruan Xingyao clenched her fists at this moment. Hulk Chen opened the dice cup and got lucky, shaking a 5. Dude, it's your turn. Success. Song Huching took the dice cup and shook it smoothly before pushing it in front of Zhao Yener. I'll drive? Zhou Yunan was surprised. I'll share half of it with you if I win. Song Huching joked. Yeah. Zhao Yener agreed with alacrity and opened the dice cup with her hand. Ooh, 4, 5, 6. Someone shouted. 100,000 now. Zhao Yener smiled and said. Again. With a clench of his teeth, Hulk Chen once again shook the dice bell. Got lucky this time and shook a 6. Hoggle let out a long sigh of relief. Song Huching, still with that deadpan look, shook his hand smoothly and pushed it in front of Zhao Yener. Zhou Yunan didn't make any pretense and opened it with her hand. Asterisk 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 another 4, 5, 6, Qin Chu exclaimed. 200,000 now. Song Huching reminded. Again, Chen Hu took off his jacket. He really didn't believe it. Is this kid really that evil? An hour or so later, Chen Hulu's eyes were lifeless as he slumped in his chair, and Hua Gao beside him looked at Song Huching as if he had seen a ghost. Just now, there were 30 consecutive hands, and in these 30 hands, that kid was always 4, 5, 6 inch. No, not all of them. When Chen Hu shook a hand of 4, 5, 6 inch, the other party directly shook a leopard. Young Chen, what do you say? Song Huching laughed lightly. I lost. Chen Hulu lowered his head and said, 3 million. I will transfer it to you. He hadn't reneged on his debt, and of course, he knew that Song Huching had played a bit of a trick, but he and Hua Gao had tried their hardest to keep an eye on the kid and never found anything. Ruan Xingyao whole person is also a little confused. This is 3 million? You transfer it to Zhou Yunan. Song Huching stood up after stretching. Brothers. Hua Gao hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, are you a professional at playing this? Well, you said play craps? Song Huching froze for a moment, then shook his head and said, not, I am just a delivery person. I'll testify that he really is a delivery man. Zhao Yener playfully said. Still, you know how to play. Chen Hulu laughed bitterly. With your means, you don't know how much money you can earn when you move your fingers. Hey, I don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs, Song Huching said seriously. Puffing, everyone around them laughed. No, Where's Huang? Xin Shu was surprised. Huang, swear that I will not share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Sung He Hyong raised his right hand. Asterisk 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 Q. Zhao Yener snapped. Also Huang Mao. You for that little thing, even the surname do not want it right? Ha ha ha. Hulk Shen couldn't help but smile as well, pulling out his cell phone and transferring $3 million to Zhao Yener. Song Huching glanced at Ding Tianyi, who was singing, and after sidling up to Zhao Yener and saying a few words, he led Yun Ning towards the door. Zhao Yener then paced to Ding Tian's side and skimmed. Give an account number. What? Ting Sweet was slightly stunned. Give a bank account number. Zhou Yunan said it again. Ding Tianyi hesitated for a moment, but still took out her cell phone and reported her bank card account number. But when she saw the amount that arrived, her entire body froze. That guy told me to tell you that you sing terrible songs in the future. Stop singing and get a real job. After Zhou Yunan finished speaking, she left without looking back. Ding Tianyi looked back at the mocking eyes of the people around her and couldn't help but clench her teeth. That guy talks really bad, but $1 million is really a lot. Chapter 163, I've got all 10 fingers, which means I'm not awesome. Young Qin, this friend of yours is not simple. Hua Gao sighed. Where is it not simple? Qin Shu was surprised. I know he's cheating, but the dice are my handy. He just shook it slightly, and he wasn't even the one who opened the dice cup, but he can still win steadily. Chun Hulin bitterly laughed. My bodyguard once won a sparring championship and couldn't even walk around under him, which means that he's also top-notch in terms of stature. A guy like that, just go and take a field and play, and get $10 million a night. That's just like playing. Ha! Ruan Xingyao covered her mouth in surprise. She could now understand why Song Huching was so rich. It's not right, is it? Qin Chu frowned. I have known him for many years, but he has always been a poor man. Poor? Hua Gao was full of absurdity. He is only playing with you. He went along and rewarded a resident singer $1 million. Buddy, do you have the courage? This. Qin Chu finally realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but burst into a rage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's been fooling me for almost 10 years. Puffing. Ruan Xingyao couldn't help but laugh. Ridiculously. He cringed himself. That guy fooled Qin Chu for 10 years. Wouldn't he have fooled himself for 10 years as well? No wonder Su Cheng said that Song Huching didn't lack money. At this point, a man walked in and bowed. May I ask which one is MS? Ruan Xingyao Ruan. I am. What's wrong? Ruan Xingyao said in a deep voice. It's like this. MS. Zhao asked me to come and take you back. Are you leaving now or later? The man bowed. Ruan Xingyao glanced at Lily and hesitated before whispering. I'm leaving now. Softly, Really shouted. Lily, in 2 days my daughter-in-law is coming back. I have to go back and pack up. Ruan Xingyao sighed. If you want to play, then play a little longer. After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lily to reply and followed the driver towards the door. Lily, it's still early. Let's drink 2 more cups. Hua Gao lightly laughed. This, really pretended to hesitate for a moment, but shyly nodded her head. Gu Hearing Feng and Qin Shu looked at each other and felt rather bad luck. There you go. Chicken and egg. I should have known I would have gotten tough and told these 2 guys to off at the time. Lincoln House. Song Huching took a shower and went down to the first floor. You are quite caring. Out of the blue you give people $1 million. Zhao Yener skimmed her lips. How can you spend money that isn't spent anyway? Song Huching sat on her side and laughed softly. It's earned ill-gotten gains anyway. That's true. Yun Ning laughed and scolded. This guy's sympathy is between 50,000 and 100,000. You want him to take $1 million out to relieve others. Don't even think about it. Ha! Zhao Yener couldn't help but laugh. It's really hard to see. You can still shake the dice. Hey, right. When Mu Qing said that you threw 9 holy grails twice in a row, is it hard not to also rely on cheating? Otherwise you think it's really a bodhisattva blessing? Song Huching sighed. This is my best skill. You cannot go around yelling. It's weird to believe you. Zhao Yener pouted. You have such means. No wonder you don't lack money. Hey, that's not what it says. Song Huching said with a straight face. This thing can be played for fun, but if you really take it to make money it cannot be. And you can see my hands and know that I am not very powerful, he said and put both hands out. Zhao Yener pulled his white and slender fingers and turned them over and over, but she couldn't see any difference. No, what do you mean? Yun Ning wondered. Really powerful people. Basically 10 fingers cannot be all in the. Look at me. 10 fingers cannot be not less than 1, which means that I am not powerful, Song Huching said in a serious manner. Ha ha ha. Yun Ning instantly doubled over on the couch laughing. Asterisk 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 you. Playing with us. Zhao Yener ranted. But this is good. We are not short of money. It is not necessary to go to the tip of the knife to beg for life. By the way, I am going back to Shanghai tomorrow. Well, you're not in Linchang? Song Huching was surprised. How could it be? Zhao Yenner gave him a blank look and said, I came over for a blind date. After this is over, I naturally want to go back to Shanghai to take care of business. Then wouldn't you be living apart? Yun Ning blinked. Living apart? Nice try. Zhao Yenner coldly hummed. This is only temporary. Wait for my sister to get married after we meet our parents. When the equity distribution dust settles, I don't have to stay in Shanghai every day. That's a shame. Song Huching pretended to sympathize. Don't you dare. Zhao Yenner did not have a good mood. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. I am not afraid to tell you. Yun Ning is my person. If you dare to have any misbehavior, you see me not castrate you. Yo, what favors did you give the second demon that she actually became your person? Song Huching joked. Song Huching, you say that I am a second ghost again. I will fight you. Yun Ning said angrily. Asterisk 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 Q. Zhao Yenner reached out and wrapped her arms around Yun Ning and sneered. If you bully Yun Ning again, be careful, I will beat you. Hey. Song Huching bristled and got up to head upstairs. I'm going to rest too. After Zhao Yenner pinched Yun Ning's little face, she got up and followed. Now Song Huching is happy again. Yun Ning looked at her back and muttered. She was gloating in the afternoon. In case Su Cheng and Su Mei randomly came to fight against Zhao Yenner, then there would be fun to be had. Now it seems that there is no chance at all. After all, people Zhao Yenner will leave tomorrow. There is no chance to face the line. The next day, early morning, after Song Huching got up and washed up, he went downstairs to find Yun Ning sitting alone at the dining table. The man left, said he was going back to the office for a morning meeting and booked an early flight. Phew. Song Huching took a long breath and sat down across from her. I say, you this ass of emotional debt, what are you going to do? Yun Ning curiously said. I don't know. Song Huching leaned back in his chair with a bitter smile on his face and said, the current situation, that's taking one step at a time. That's true. Yun Ning palpitated. This group of women are not to be messed with in case they really go crazy and rip your head off. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. Summer vacation is almost over, right? I've got to go pick up little garden. Song Huching couldn't help but outline a smile at the corner of his mouth when he thought of his daughter. But Yun Ning splashed him with a pot of cold water. Su Qing called me in the morning. She said that in 3 days she and Su Mei will go together to pick up Xiao Yuan, and asked me to tell you that it is best for you not to show up. No, later. Song Huching was full of absurdity. Sisters, that is my daughter. Right. What does it mean for them to go and pick up? I don't know. Why Don? You call Su Cheng and ask? Yun Ning blinked. You. Song Huching immediately choked. It wasn't that he didn't dare to call Su Cheng. It was just that if Su Mei was there, it would be over. I've been a bit backward lately, so I'd better not play with this kind of gambling luck. Chapter 164, 2000 Single Rewards. Song Huching set sail again, riding a small electric donkey speeding on the road, and the group is still joyful. It looks like old Sheen and they did not get a bonus and slacken off on their work, but instead, they worked harder. After all, life has seen hope, hasn't it? Now he was so incredibly familiar with Gujin and Guomao that he didn't even need to look at the other party's address. Just by looking at the tail number he basically knew who had ordered the takeout. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Song Huching found a small restaurant to settle dinner, and just as he sat down, his cell phone vibrated. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Song, have you taken your medication? So fierce? Ran to number 1 on the daily list again for s sake. Old Sheen, make a fuss. Work hard. You can do it too. Old 6, I'll be damned. I can't believe I let him get loaded. Old Wood, work hard. Fight hard. I want to be top 1 too. Lao Zhou, puffing. Song Huching couldn't help but laugh. But then, there was a ding in my head. The 2000 orders achievement has been reached, earning 5 chances in the lottery. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Huching clenched his fists tightly. That's right. With 2,000 orders, you have to give 5 chances for the lucky draw, don't you? He held back his joy and flew through his meal, and went to the restaurant's toilet to wash his hands and face, which held his breath to start the lottery. That is, the conditions do not allow and the lottery has a time limit. Otherwise he high and low have to go back to the bath burning incense. First draw. Song Huching's mind moved, and the large screen immediately flashed. A good half hour. The flashing stopped. Asterisk 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 golden legends? He snapped his body taut. Acquire fire avoidance technique. Song Huching's eyes were suddenly complicated. The trick to avoid water. The trick to avoid fire. As the name suggests, fireproof. But it's useless to give it to him. He's a grown man, who has nothing to do with playing with fire. Hey, he sighed and pressed the draw button again. Second draw. Acquired 70% of the shares of Black Knight Takeout. I'll go. Song Huching looked disgusted. What does he need this for? He hasn't even spent the $50 million he drew last time, and the system is very supportive of his view. After all, This thing is the blue reward. Third draw. Obtain the introductory manual for cultivation of immortality. The air body is the same source. Ha! Song Huching jumped up violently, and then sighed with a predicate sigh. This thing, it's a bit of a cockamamie. His biggest dream is to draw ranked in the immortal class. If he can draw this thing, the preliminary process, basically dispensable. But the problem is that now there's a primer. To learn or not to learn? That ing stumped him. If you say you want to learn, what if you have a stroke of luck one day and draw the ranking in the immortal class one step ahead? But if you don't learn, what if you can't draw ranking in the immortal class on the day you die? He sat quietly for 10 minutes and finally decided to study it. The so-called air body with the same source, in fact, is to attract gas into the body. In essence, anti-Jequin or something not much difference, are used to strengthen the body. Fourth draw. Obtain a heart protector pill. A heart protector? Song Huching was startled violently, then carefully read the introduction. Heart protecting pill, protecting the heart chakra. All diseases will be eliminated. Cannot bring back the dead or prolong life. It's powerful, but the limitations are great. And, aren't all the diseases and prolonged life in conflict? He cocked his head for half a day, but never came up with a clue. Fifth draw. Golden legend. Golden legend. Song Huching shouted furiously in his heart. Gain the skill. Spirit finger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a golden legend. Ha! His entire body was revitalized, but after reading the skill description, he was bitter again. It's the equivalent of the equalizer. Using chi as a sword, killing people invisibly. It's awesome to watch, but the problematic part is the previous sentence. Using chi as a sword. He doesn't even have chi. What's he going to use as a sword? Poke people to death with his fingers? Song Huching sighed and leaned back in his chair dejectedly. Gotta. All that hard work for so long. For nothing again. It's better to keep fighting. He shook his head and set off on his journey once more. 9 o'clock at night. Lincoln House. Song Huching had just opened the door when he saw Yun Ning looking at him with an odd expression on her face. What for? Why did you go to deliver? Yun Ning said seriously. What do you care why I go delivering? Can't I like it? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. And cheating. Yun Ning coldly grunted. You are the big boss of the Black Knights. You deliver takeout to do market research. Aren't you? It's broad daylight. Why are you still dreaming? Song Huching skimmed his lips. If I were the boss of the Black Knights, would I ing as? Well, he was only halfway through his sentence when he saw Yun Ning slap a document on the table. It's not a proper document. This thing should be called a quarterly statement. Black Knight has a market capitalization of $30 billion, almost the highest of the 3 takeout platforms. But, the market capitalization thing doesn't mean it's really worth that much money. The Black Knights did turn a profit though, making almost $2 billion last quarter. Later. Song Huching looked at the document and fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, back then, the market capitalization of his world's largest takeout platform was more than $900 billion, right? What the hell is this $30+ billion? Even if it's a 3-way split, how can it be hundreds of billions of dollars? Do you want to go back to manage the company? Yun Ning pursed her lips. What's wrong with me? What company am I going to manage? Song Huching couldn't help but freeze after blankly glancing at her. What are you doing looking at me like that? Yun Ning instantly reddened and looked her head out the window. You're covered in sweat. Take a shower before you're allowed to make a bad move. Nervous. After Song Huching cursed, he smiled and said, Does Miss Yun want to be the president of the Black Knight? Ha? You're saying that I'm going to be the president of the Black Knights? Yun Ning was taken aback. Yes, the president of the Black Knights, Song Huching said with a straight face. I'll give you 3 days to leave from Qianhua, and then go to Black Knight to join. Well, by the way, where is Black Knight's headquarters? In Lin Chang. I just graduated from college. No, I haven't even graduated from college yet. You let me to serve tens of billions of listed companies, and also to be the president? Yun Ning was filled with absurdity. She even wondered if this guy had dropped his brain. Su Qing, Su Mei and Zhao Yener, who's not more suitable than her? You are the person I trust the most, aren't you? Song Huching hypocritically said, if I wasn't afraid that the equity transaction would cause turmoil, I would have no problem sending you the Black Knight. I'm the one you trust the most? Yun Ning was struck by lightning, and her eyes instantly softened. Yes. Before Song Huching could finish his sentence, he was pounced on by Yun Ning and flopped onto the sofa, frightening him so much that he shouted in a rush. No, sis, I haven't even showered yet. It's not like I mind you. Yun Ning turned off the living room's headlamp after giving him a coquettish blank look. Chapter 165. In fact, my greatest dream is to include foot baths in medical insurance. 1:30 in the morning. Pay all 5-star Knights all social security. That's fine. After all, the 5-star Knights are the cornerstone of our company. Give all the 5-star knights a base salary at the local rate every month, and give them a guarantee as well. Hey, this is not bad, I agree. That foot bath is included in the reimbursement. You roll. Inside the bedroom, Yun Ning glared fiercely at Song Huching. Are you out of your mind? And foot baths incorporated into the reimbursement? Just forget it if you don't agree. Song Huching said rather regretfully. Actually, my biggest dream is to include foot baths in health insurance. Get lost. If you dare to mess around, I'll fight you. Yun Ning said angrily. Don't intervene. I now have a waist pain. Wait for me to slow down for 2 days. Song Huching said in horror. Q. Yun Ning's pretty face reddened, but then she wrapped her arms around him and said in a glutinous manner. Song Huching, I'll manage the company for you. So will Su Ching and the others have an opinion? You'll tell them? Song Huching squinted. Of course not. I'm not stupid. Yun Ning showed his teeth. Then it's a done deal. Song Huching shrugged. Anyway, they don't know. You go to be your president well. When the time is ripe, I will give you a share of the shares, so that you can enter the board of directors. I don't want it. Yun Ning sighed. I go to manage the company for you. They 80% will not say anything. After all, I am the professional manager. Well, if I really take your shares, they have to drive me away. You've hardened your wings and you're still afraid of them? Song Huching said disdainfully. I'm not afraid, but what if you get slaughtered by them? Yun Ning said bitterly. I'm young to guard so much money, although I can raise Xiao Yuan, I guess, but, damn, I'm still dead. Why are you thinking about my afterlife? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. It's not just in case. Yun Ning skimmed his lips. Off and go to sleep. Song Huching rubbed her pretty face fiercely and turned off the lamp. Darkness. Yun Ning blinked her eyes and looked at Song Huching, whose eyes were closed tightly, through the moonlight outside the window, and smoothly wrapped him in her arms, murmuring in a voice that only she heard. That's nice. The next day, early morning, Sun Yikyung got up at 5 o'clock. It wasn't that he had much self-discipline, it was just that what was called the air and body together required breathing and exhaling in the early morning. Terrace. He sat there on his knees, his thoughts emptied, and he began to breathe as the book said. For a moment, a breeze swirled around them. The whole thing levitated upwards for about a second or two before he sat back down. However, he still didn't open his eyes and just continued to exhale. I don't know how much time has passed. The sunlight poured down on his face, making it seem as if he was glowing all over. At this point, Song Huching opened his eyes. The golden light in his eyes flickered away, and then he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Well, he looked at the dirt and grime that had surfaced on his body and was slightly stunned. It wasn't that this kind of thing was so strange, it was just that he had been tossed around by Yun Ning all night yesterday, but with just 2 hours of breathing and exhaling, he actually didn't feel tired anymore, and instead, his body was full of spirit. There's something about this air-body homology. After Song Huching muttered to himself, he got up and went downstairs to take a shower. It was only after he came out of the shower that he realized there was actually an old acquaintance standing in the living room. Yo, Master Seiki? Mr. Song. After Master Guan politely shouted, Heat sked. When I first saw Mr. Song, I knew that you were not an ordinary person. I don't like men. Thanks, Song Huching said in disgust. Q. I don't like men either. Isn't that a compliment? Master Guan couldn't help but laugh. What are you doing in my house this early in the morning? I called out. Yun Ning walked out from the room downstairs, red-faced. It is not to go to open the board of directors. I thought of doing a few professional clothes. Master Guan is Su Mei recommended to me. You told her you were leaving your job? Song Huching was surprised. I said that some of your company's business needs me to take care of it. Yun Ning was a little embarrassed. Well, did she ask what kind of company you are? Song Huching said nervously. Asked, but I didn't say. I said you wouldn't let me say it, and if I said it, you were going to fire me. Yun Ning whispered. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Song Huching became furious. She mustn't be angry when she hears this? Yeah, she was pissed and said to wait it out and that sooner or later she was going to unload on you. Yunan's voice was like a mosquito. Yours truly. Song Huching sat down disheveledly on the sofa and said painfully, Is there no tailor in this Lin Chung Fu? What did you have to call Master Guan for? Cough cough. Master Guan dryly coughed twice and said, I am the tailor of Lin Chengfu. You. Song Huching immediately choked. I'm sorry, I was so blinded I didn't think much of it. Yun Ning tugged at the corner of his coat. If I get cut up on the street someday, it's going to be on you. Song Huching glared at her before sitting on the sofa. Hey. Yun Ning spat out her little tongue and looked sideways at Master Guan. Master Guan, we can start now. Okay. Master Guan immediately came forward to measure her. Half an hour later. Miss Yun, I will do a few sets of drawings. At the latest night you can see, when you choose, I do a few sets of samples to send over to you. You try on. If there is any place that is not satisfied, we then modify. Okay, thank you Master Guan. Yun Ning reached out and shook his hand. Old Guan, do you want to have breakfast before you go? Song Huching laughed softly. Don't bother, I wouldn't dare eat with you. Master Guan skimmed his mouth. In case you die in the street one day, saying that I said something I shouldn't say, that would be a big deal. Your ing grandmother. Song Huching cursed without a good breath. Hey, Master Guan slightly raised his eyebrows and said, this Lin City but all the women with a bit of status and position. I almost all know. Me if I listen to what I shouldn't listen to, in case I gossip with someone and say it, that would be the end of it. After he finished speaking, he carried his bag and headed towards the door. Master Guan, I'll see you off. Yun Ning personally sent him to the stairway before turning back. She looked at the still sad face of Song Huching after. Cannot help but cross-sitting on him? Cood. Sorry well, big deal. I accompany you. Asterisk. You still want to make up for it? Song Huching glared. Yeah, Song Huching, what are you talking about? Yun Ning reprimanded him and pressed him down on the sofa. This time, Song Huching didn't struggle, but instead was very cooperative. An hour or so later. Humph. Yun Ning. Screwed up. There really is a plowed field Song Huching snorted coldly, took his vest and headed out. This guy, Yun Ning, who was paralyzed on the sofa, instantly gritted her teeth in hatred. And only after a long time did she sit up and walk towards the upstairs. She'd have to find out and see if the guy had taken any drugs behind her back. Chapter 166, Mr. Yun is a mighty man. Song Huching just went out the door and sped towards China World Trade Center. But he just took the order, ran to the door of the merchant and waited. Then saw Lao Zhou riding a small electric donkey drove over. Yo, old Song, don't do that. I'm in a hurry with this order too. Song Huching gave him a blank look. Go. I'm going to be in ing timeout. Just let me in on first. Old Chow licked his face. No way. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, my clients are ing starving to death. Waiting for someone to die you are responsible for puffing. The surrounding office workers who were eating breakfast burst out laughing. This delivery guy is kinda funny. Come on, can't I let you take it first? Old Joe cursed without a good breath. What do you mean let? I came first, you arrived after. I took it first as a matter of course okay. Song Huching cursed with a laugh and handed him a cigarette, but then an alarm sounded outside the door. The two immediately went to the door to see what was going on, only to see two fire trucks whizzing by. Well, something happened? Old Joe worried. Isn't it normal to have a fire in the middle of the summer? Song Huching was not amused. That's true. As soon as Old Joe's words fell, he realized that his and Song Huching's cell phones rang at the same time. Old Joe, has a big problem, the mountain fire in the north of the city. Old Sheen. What? Mountain fire? Song Huching and Old Joe were scared at the same time. I guess it burned up last night. Should we go over and help? Old Wood. Gather in the north of the city. Old 6. After Song Huching sent a message, he immediately cancelled all 3 orders. Lao Zhou, however, had already straddled his own small electric donkey at this time, and said loudly, Old Song, go. Hey. After Song Huching answered, he made a call to Yun Ning. Yeah, what's wrong? The mountain fire in the north of the city. You immediately go to the company's headquarters as the president of Black Knight, and fully mobilize manpower and supplies to put out the fire. But all the takeout workers who participate in putting out the fire will be subsidized by 1,000 per person. Song Huching said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll be right there. Yun Ning's breathing was also a bit rapid. Don't be afraid to spend money and put out fires first. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching hung up the phone and sped towards the north of the city. He had just arrived at the place when he saw that many people had already gathered there, and dozens of fire trucks and ambulances were already standing by. Old Song, here. Old Sheen waved his hand not far away. What's the situation now? Song Huching said sharply. There's a vacation lodge on the mountain with several hundred people inside, and it's now surrounded by fire. Lao Wu spoke sharply. And I also heard that there are a lot of people camping in the mountains. I heard that the fire is when they had a barbecue yesterday, accidentally ignited the surrounding weeds. Asterisk. Song Huching cursed. This group of people are really damned Should we go on? Old Sheen frowned. Don't mess up yet. Song Huching calmly said. Relying on a few of us won't work. We still have to listen to the command. As soon as he spoke, several trucks drove by, followed by hundreds of small electric donkeys, all of whom were wearing the vests of the Black Knights and looked very imposing. At this point, from the truck jumped down a woman in professional clothes and shouted, I am the president of the Black Knights, Yun Ning. May I ask where the on-site fire command is? Here, a middle-aged man in a shirt shouted. Yun Ning sprinted over to him and started talking to him. Old Song, she, Old Chin stammered and looked at Song Huching. She what she? The president, and not the ING chairman of the board, isn't even a part-time job. Song Huching bristled. Dude, wake up, that's our ING boss. Oldwood grabbed him and kept shaking him. I'd say you're hiding deep when someone like you comes to deliver. Old Shaky lit a cigarette. People ING yes are trying to make ends meet. You're ING coming after our boss. Lao Wu said bitterly. Cough cough cough. Stop ING shaking. I'm going to throw up. Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say. You. Old Zhou was about to say something, but Yun Ning raised the loudspeaker. All Black Knights outfitters listen up. All stop work today and send messages to each other. Any outfitters who show up to put out the fire will be subsidized 1,000 each. Ooh, there was a gasp from the crowd. Everyone protects theirs. We are tasked with logistics, delivering supplies to firefighters and firefighters on the mountain. And if the vehicle is damaged, the company reports it to everyone for repair. Yun Ning exclaimed. Anyone injured in fighting the fire, the company bears the medical expenses. Lost wages. Also, yesterday I communicated with the boss, and he promised to buy social security for all 5-star knights. Boss is mighty. Mr. Yun is mighty. Old Chow was the first to shout out, followed by a cloud of followers. The applause and shouts were so loud that they startled the reporters who had just arrived. All shut up. Yun Ning snapped. From now on, everyone listens to Captain Zhang's command. Mineral water and fire extinguishers are on the truck. All of them move for me. After she finished speaking, she gave the loudspeaker to the middle-aged man at her side, and then she herself put on her helmet and straddled the small electric donkey. The reporter immediately greeted him and said in an urgent voice, Mr. Yun, we are the reporters of Lin Cheng TV. There's no time. Putting out fires comes first. With a petulant rebuke, Yun Ning used to ride under the truck and began to load things into the bamboo basket behind her. The reporter didn't stop them, but just let the cameraman keep filming and taking pictures. Come on, brothers, it's time for us to help. Song Huching reached out and patted old Zhou's shoulder before straddling the small electric donkey. For a while, countless black knights in black vests carried bamboo baskets and rode small electric donkeys toward the mountains. At the same time, there were countless black knights rushing towards the north of the city. Song Huching carried the supplies on his back and traveled up the mountain road. Even before he got close to the source of the fire, large plumes of smoke were already blowing, and he had to reduce his speed to prevent himself from rushing down the hill. This whole road would be closed if a big truck drove right up in case of an accident. If the people above can't get down and the people below can't get up, then something is really wrong. The side of the Panhandle Road. From time to time, a black knight removed his helmet and gasped for air. 20 minutes later, halfway up the mountain, Song Huching looked at the pounding heat wave, and for the first time felt what was called the insignificance of human beings in the face of a natural disaster. A sea of flames everywhere. Dozens of fire engines were parked there, firemen digging fire breaks, extinguishing fires. Almost all of them were desperately trying to rescue. Old Song, should we go help? Old Zhou gritted his teeth. Asterisk. Spell it out. Song Huching gritted his teeth and said, let's go over and help dig the fire separating belt. Hey, Old Chin and the others responded, and after leaving the small electric donkey on the side of the road, they rushed over, picked up the shovel that was already rolling on the ground, and began to dig hard. Chapter 167, Zhao Xinyan is a ING disaster. Song Huching was digging hard at the fire separator belt when suddenly the phone rang. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but after seeing that it was Zhao Yener, he hesitated for a moment and finally connected it. Something's up. Busy. Song Huching, something happened to my sister. She is in the Crouching Dragon Villa in the north of the city. There was a mountain fire over there, and she just sent me a suicide note. Zhao Yener choked. What the hell? A suicide note? Song Huching froze slightly. The firefighters are now putting out the fire. You let her find a safe place to hide. They're already burning up there. Cho Yun bawled. Don't cry. I'll figure it out. Song Huching hung up the phone after he finished speaking and secretly cursed. Zhao Xinyan is really a ING disaster star, either flooded or burned by fire. But cursing is cursing. You can't watch Zhao Yener's sister being burned to death by fire, can you? He found a fireman and asked for the location of the Crouching Dragon Villa, and found that the villa was inside the ring of fire, which caused him to be in a dilemma. If we're going to go in, it's going to be through the mountain fire zone. It's basically impossible to get through unless you can fly. No, it's unlikely that it can fly. The smoke is so thick that the helicopters are afraid to come close. Song Huching hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to put up a fight. No, Old Song, where are you going? I have a friend who's trapped. I'll see if there's another way out. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching put on his mask and hat and disappeared into the thick smoke. Asterisk, you're crazy. Old Song, come back, stop ing around, something will happen. Lao Wu and the others rushed over in unison, but were held back again by the smoke and fire. At this point, Song Huching traveled through the sea of fire, reciting the fire avoidance technique in his heart. However, this time he seemed to feel completely different from the water avoidance technique. He was in the water even though he was chanting the water avoidance technique. The resistance of the water was still making it very difficult for him, and the physical exertion was also huge. But this time, when he recited the fire avoidance technique, a huge transparent air shield formed over roughly 3 square meters of his body. It was as if his entire body was in a balloon, and those flames burned on the air shield, splashing a ripple. Song Huching couldn't even feel a trace of heat other than feeling a little tired. Could it be, it's because of learning the air body same origin? He mulled it over for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything but to keep going. Half an hour later, Song Huching's expression began to look serious as he saw that bodies had begun to lie on the ground. The body had been charred and carbonized. 80% of it had been burned for a long time. He sighed and continued to walk towards the crouching dragon villa. Half an hour later, the charred corpses on the road gradually increased, and his heart sank. After another small half hour of walking, he was able to see a building that was burning, which made him laugh bitterly. What kind of genius designed and actually built an all-wood building in a dense forest? Song Huching sprinted in, at this time in a pond next to a lot of people already lying around. Even if he did not have a little medical common sense, can see that this group of people are not burned to death by the fire. After all, the flames are not likely to open a big hole in the head of a person. Perhaps it was in the dry season. The water in the pond was not very deep, just to the waist. At this time many people were hiding in the water. There are also some people are floating head down in the water. It looks like he got smoked out and drowned in the pond. After the people still alive in the pond saw Song Huching, it was like seeing a ghost. Mountain gods? Someone shouted. Well, Song Huching paused slightly, his gaze moving and finally resting on the two figures huddled in the corner. This is a coincidence. Why is Mu Qing here too? Mountain god help. Many people shouted. No, where can you guys tell that I'm the mountain god? Song Huching said. Your mountain god still wears a mask and hat. So what are you? Someone asked. What do you care what I am? Stay in the water. After Song Huching chirped, he said in a deep voice, Zhao Xinyan, Mu Qing, come here. Ha! Zhao Xinyan and Mu Qing were first stunned, then fell into hesitation. Brother, save me first. I'm worth hundreds of millions. As long as I can get out, I'll give you 5 million in cash. A middle-aged man said in an urgent voice. Look at your poor look. Brother, you save me first. I will give you $10 million. Another young man with a muddy face sneered. All right, stay there. Song Huching impatiently said. Zhao Xinyan, Mu Qing, hurry over. Hey. The two gritted their teeth and walked towards Song Huching, but he was only halfway there when he was stopped. Let me go first. A man with a rather grim face held a long knife in his hand and spoke in a grim tone. You, Zhao Xinyan and Mu Qing took a step back in shock. Dude, that's not something they can say. Song Huching leisurely said. My willingness to save them doesn't mean I'm willing to save you. Then we'll die together. The man roared. Hey. Song Huching picked up a stone from the ground and viciously threw it. Boo! The stone hit the man's head with precision. Such a dangerous man. Come a few men and tie him up. I'll come and rescue you later. Song Huching picked up a bundle of twine from the side of the pond and threw it down. This time the crowd didn't hesitate. They went up and held the man down, then tied his hands. Who are you? Zhao Xinyan asked timidly. What do you care who I am? After Song Huching reached out and pulled her and Mu Qing up from the water, the two of them immediately had their feet go limp and sat on the ground. Perhaps from the shock, or perhaps from soaking in the water for so long. The two barely had any strength left. Hey, he sighed helplessly, and with one hand, he slung the two over his shoulder. At this point, boom, the fence was burned down and the flames began to roil towards the pond. Large plumes of smoke made many people cough violently. Song Huching frowned and walked briskly towards the door. Brother, you must come back to save us, the young man shouted. I'll try. After dropping a sentence, Song Huching disappeared into the thick smoke. As much as possible? When the crowd heard this reply, they were bitter. Song Huching carried the two of them and walked briskly in the middle of the smoky forest, as if walking leisurely, and Zhao Xinyan and Mu Qing, who were carried on their shoulders, looked at each other as if they were in a dream. This scene had completely overturned their perceptions, or maybe it has turned their views upside down. Can it be that there are really immortals in this world? But Song Huching didn't think about it so much. He was already feeling a bit tired at this point. Carrying two people down the mountain was never going to happen. So he thought of a solution that wasn't a solution. Chapter 168. My name is Zheng Pingchuan. By the waterfall. Song Huching put the two on the ground and said in a deep voice. Jump, down. Ha! Zhao Xinyan and Mu youngsters were dumbfounded. They had been to this waterfall before, There was a pool of water below, and while it hadn't burned up yet down there, this was at least 20 meters high. Hurry up, Song Huching urged. Jump down, or as soon as I leave, the smoke here can choke you to death on the spot. Don't dare. Mu Qing wiped her tears and said, I have to jump even if I don't dare. Although I don't care if that group of people are alive or not, I really don't have the means to bring you all down the mountain. My physical strength is limited. Song Huching shook his head. It wasn't really that his stamina was limited. It was just that he could feel that the transparent cover around himself had begun to fade, and although it was still insulated from the flames and smoke, if the cover broke, everyone would have to die. Okay, I'll jump. Zhao Xinyan gritted her teeth and said, You, come over to help me. I can't stand up. Okay. Song Huching didn't doubt it and walked over, but just as he walked up to her, Mu Qing quickly wrapped his arms around him, while Zhao Xinyan pulled off his mask with one hand. It's really you. What the time is it? And you're still playing a setup? Song Huching didn't have the good sense to say, I already knew it was you. Mu Qing snapped, the smell of your body. Once you've smelled it, it's hard to forget. Well, there's that? Song Huching was stunned. Qin Chu, you saved me again, Zhao Xinyan said with a red face. Qin Chu? Mu Qing first froze for a moment, then immediately said, So your name is Qin Chu? I didn't even know your name before. Alright, stop the ing bull and hurry up and jump, or else that group of people will really die, Song Huching urged. Good. Zhao Xinyan took a deep breath and took 2 steps forward, then but turned over, stood on her tiptoes, and hugged Song Huching and kissed him fiercely. Song Huching finally understood. Why are so many big shots getting killed by pussies? What a ing time to be thinking about this kind of thing. Lives are at stake, sis. He wrapped one hand around Zhao Xinyan's luxuriant waist and spun around for 2 steps before dropping her over the waterfall with a smooth push. Qin Chu, you bastard. Zhao Xinyan's voice came up. Do you jump yourself, or do I push you down? Song Huching turned back to Mu Qing. You push me. Mu Qing took 2 steps forward with a red face. Nervous. Song Huching grabbed her face with one hand, then pushed back with one hand against her small stomach. Bastard. You wait. Mu Qing also cursed, and then disappeared to the edge of the waterfall. Cut. After rolling his eyes, Song Huching put on his mask, cocked his head to think, and finally picked up the already burnt branches from the ground and began to smear ash on his body. Mu Qing's words reminded him that it would be bad if someone really remembered the smell of his body. Back at the Crouching Dragon Villa, the group stretched their heads as if they were wailing birds at the sight of him. Come 4, line up and follow. Don't do anything or I'll leave now, Song Huching said in a deep voice. The crowd that had originally started to show their teeth immediately collected their expressions, and the 4 people near the shore quickly climbed up and stood in front of Song Huching. As soon as they got closer, the whole thing was dumbfounded. The originally thin air immediately filled up. They don't feel the heat of the flames. They can't even smell the smoke. Brothers, quickly go and return. This place can't last long. The pavilion is burning up. Someone shouted. Got it. After Song Huching answered, he sidled up and said, All follow me closely. Falling out will kill you. Yes. All 4 responded. Song Huching led them away at a brisk pace. When he got to the point of the waterfall, he signaled the 4 men to stand in a line. No, man. What does that mean? Someone asked. Look at the rescue helicopter. Song Huching pointed to the sky. Ha! The 4 men hurriedly looked to the sky. Song Huching directly whipped his leg and kicked all 4 of them down. Screams were heard. Song Huching listened for a while, but never heard the sound of falling water. Perhaps more than 20 meters is still a little high. The possibility of Penny jumping down and falling to death is negligible, but the possibility of breaking a few ribs is still quite large. After all, it's still pretty dangerous if you're not in the right position. With that, he made a trip of 4 and brought out everyone in the Crouching Dragon Lodge. Perhaps the smoke was too much, and a few had fallen into unconsciousness, but he couldn't care less. Let people carry and throw them under the waterfall. How to die is not dead anyway. In case he throws them down, people are still saved? By the time everyone was brought out, the entire Wolong Villa had already turned into a sea of fire, and the original place where Zhao Xinyan and the others were hiding had also been enveloped in smoke. After watching quietly for a while, Song Huching was planning to retreat. Suddenly his mind moved, and he actually realized that a figure had also appeared in the forest. Who? Little friend, this fire avoidance technique of yours makes it good. The voice was quite a bit older, but the figure was very upright, and it didn't look like a good match. What fire avoidance skill? What are you talking about? Song Huching was surprised. All cultivators? Still playing dumb with me? The figure shifted, and the man reappeared, already in front of Song Huching. Song Huching saw clearly this time. The other party is a mediocre-looking middle-aged Taoist priest. Such a hot day, but also wearing a pale green-colored robe. the momentum is considered to have. But isn't he really hot? My name is Zhang Pingchuan. The middle-aged Taoist priest turned his back. Xing Chu. Song Huching blinked. Come on, go sit at my place. Zhang Pingchuan reached out to pull him, but hooked twice but hooked empty. Back to where there is still the shadow of Song Huching. Song Huching ran for more than 10 minutes in one breath before stopping. Ghost how ing shocked he was just now. That old thing, he doesn't look like a good guy. But just as he was about to let out a sigh of relief, suddenly another silhouette surfaced in front of him. Where are you running, little friend? Song Huching was violently startled, then bitterly laughed. Man, don't play tricks on me, okay? Nothing more than an invitation to sit at my place. Zhang Pingchuan paced over and took his hand. Dude, I really don't like men. Song Huching struggled. If you have a need in this area, will I help you find someone? Zhang Pingchuan sniffed and immediately blackened his face. What does this take him for? No, Song Huching just wanted to say something, but there was a sudden blur before his eyes, and when he looked clearly again, he had already appeared in a dilapidated Taoist temple. Shabby really wasn't the word to describe it. After all, the place even had a broken bench, and the only thing that looked decent was a rather imposing statue of a god enshrined in the Taoist temple. The idol is a tiger head in body, but the body is wearing a green shirt, and it actually looks so. Sven? Chapter 169, Mythological Stories? Little brother, have some tea. Zhang Pingchuan sat down on the stool and slightly pointed with his right hand. A tea set made of white jade appeared right in front of Song Huching, while the cups of honey-colored tea were steaming, smelling of a fragrance that penetrated the heart. You're welcome, I'm not thirsty. Afraid I'll poison you? Zhang Pingchuan laughed out loud, picked up his teacup and drank it in one go, then turned the bottom of the cup towards him. Song Huching bristled and flipped his right hand. A bottle of mineral water appeared in his hand, and he opened the lid and took a large sip. A sort of tea. Ha, you're cautious. Zhang Pingchuan laughed lightly. Little brother, which disciple are you? Actually dare to dip people karma? Are you not afraid that karma should be on yourself? Well, what does it mean? Song Huching was surprised. The Wulong Mountain fire. That was a heavenly drop. These people were burned to death. That was their karma. Zhang Pingchuan shook his head. If you use immortal magic to save people, that is participating in the karma of others, which is not a good thing. I'll go. Song Huching was startled and hurriedly said, what will happen if this is tainted with the karma of others? What do you think will happen if the damned don't die? Zhang Pingchuan smirked. Is it hard? I'm going to die? Song Huching swallowed, quite a bit in shock. That's not going to happen. Zhang Pingchuan laughed softly. It's just that it won't do much good. For your cultivation, especially when you cross the threshold of necropolis, the heavenly tribulation will just be a little more powerful. None of this. Did your master teach you? Song Huching frowned at him and was silent for a long time before he spoke. If this is also considered karma, then is it possible that they were not meant to be killed, and I happen to appear here and happen to know the fire avoidance technique, so I saved them? Zhang Pingchuan was slightly stunned, and these words had caught him off guard. As the mountain god of Wulong Mountain, you saw death and saved it. I'm afraid this is what stained a lot of karma, right? Song Huching laughed lightly. How do you? You know I'm the god of Wulong Mountain? Zhang Pingchuan's eyes stared. Guess. Song Huching pointed to the idol and said, just now when I ran to the Wulong Mountain Villa, their first reaction addressed me as Mountain God. That means that there is a Mountain God temple in Wulong Mountain. Or, you have manifested yourself in front of the people. That's why they were so excited. You. Zhang Pingchuan's complexion changed, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Song Huching. His right hand grabbed his collar, and he said in a cold voice, what exactly are you? Brother, don't be impulsive. Song Huching hastily raised his hands. I didn't want to have anything to do with you. Wasn't it you who brought me here? I am a very ordinary cultivator. Poof. Zhang Pingchuan let out a cold snort after letting go of his hand. Once again, he appeared in his seat. Only that although he was still wearing his Taoist robe at this time, he had already turned into a tiger-headed person, and one of his hands had also turned into furry claws. Song Huching almost didn't piss himself. His words just now were just a deliberate attempt to bluff this guy, but he didn't expect this guy to be a real tiger. I am the mountain god of Wulong Mountain, Zhang Pingchuan. Zhang Pingchuan stood up and arched his hands in greeting. Song Huching. Song Huching also held back his fear and followed his example of arching his hand in salute. Mr. Song came to my Wulong Mountain just to save people? Zhang Pingchuan said with a straight face. Actually, I'm here to put out the fire. Song Huching carefully said. Saving people is just the right time. If it offends Mr. Zhang, please forgive me. Offense? What offense? Zhang Pingchuan was surprised. I have heard it said that the big bug is not a tiger, nor Mountain King. Mountain King. Song Huching snapped. The mountain lord is in the habit of looking for ghosts of devils. That's why he said those people deserve to die, right? Ha ha ha. Zhang Pingchuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Song, don't intentionally swindle me. I am a mountain god, not a tiger spirit. I don't need a ghost devourer. Well, is it? Song Huching was slightly stunned. Is it hard to believe that the Book of Idioms also cheats? Don't they always say there for the tiger? Hey, Zhang Pingchuan sighed. Now that the human race is flourishing, the Xianmen in the lower world has the Heavenly Master's house, and the Imperial Court has the Nestorian Church. We, these minuscule little gods, can't afford to make much of a stir. The court? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. Usually those who call it that are not good people, or at least a restless element. It's hard to believe that. There are a lot of people who know you exist? Ha! Zhang Pingchuan laughed bitterly, then sighed. There are countless famous mountains and rivers in China. Not every mountain has a mountain god. Well, what does that say? Song Huching was instantly interested. The good places have been taken in the name of the great gods, and we, the wild gods, dare not argue with them? Zhang Pingchuan laughed to himself. And back then when the Nestorian Church united with the Heavenly Master's office to purge the wild sacrifices, I don't know how many mountain and wild river gods were beheaded, and those like us, who had never eaten a human being, were regulated by the Nestorian Church, even though we kept our lives. You're not a mythological story, are you? Song Huching glared. Mythology? Zhang Pingchuan smiled miserably and waved his Taoist robe. Two headless tigers appeared right on the ground, even one that was still white and very large, more than 3 times bigger than the tigers you see at the zoo. Well, is this your relative? Song Huching said cautiously. My grandfather and my father. Zhang Pingchuan spoke in a calm tone. Song Huching took a step back in horror. Did this guy have some kind of serious illness? It's like when you go to someone's house as a guest and they show you the dead bodies of his old man and grandfather. And they're the kind that die in a rather grisly manner, even if it wasn't a species. The fact that the guy could talk still managed to make him physically uncomfortable in the end. Brother Zhang, at the risk of asking, your father and your ancestor this is. It was the one who was put to death by the Heavenly Master and the Nestorian sect. After Zhang Pingchuan collected the corpses of his old man and grandfather, he sighed. It's only because I didn't like eating people since I was young that I was able to save my life, or else I would have long ago gone with them as companions as well. Brother Zhang, you seem to have read books? Song Huching said curiously. I'm not hiding it from Brother Song. I was once a Jinsher in the Tianbao years. Zhang Pingchuan let out a light laugh and stood with his arms folded. The Tianbao years? The corners of Song Huching's mouth twitched a little. He said how it's weird to talk to this guy. Together he's really an old demon, and an old demon who has read books. No wonder this guy said he doesn't eat people. In the end, he's still a cultured person, isn't he? Zhang Pingchuan saw that Song Huching did not speak, but could not help but arch his hand and said, the truth is not hidden. Brother Song, I went to the mountains to look for it. It was because the hunger in my belly was unbearable, so I wanted to go to look for some meat only. Well, aren't you a god, and you have to eat? Song Huching was stunned. Brother Song, I am a god, not an immortal. The one who is below is a god. The one who goes to heaven is an immortal, not to be confused. Zhang Pingchuan said with a straight face. What's more, now that the human race is flourishing, the heavenly court no longer cares about the affairs of the human realm, and it's only natural that we will be hungry if we don't eat the immortal's salary. Turns out it's still a mountain god with no establishment. Song Huching bristled, but he didn't dare to declare this. After all, the guy said he was hungry. What if he went berserk and bit himself to death? He wasn't really sure that human morality could